Chapter 601. Many questions. Little Cold Hands was direct. He didn't try to beat around the bush and asked for the truth. This truth was what Yixiu had wanted to hide and was why Yixiu had Chen deal with this matter instead of doing it himself. However, they were exposed from the beginning. Chen instantly felt embarrassed. She couldn't bring herself to answer him at the moment, so she turned her head and looked at Yixiu. What happened? Yixiu asked. We've been seen through. Chen said. Oh. Yixiu didn't seem to be too surprised. So what did he say? It's my turn to talk now. Chen said. Then say what you need to say. Yixiu said. Then Chen also showed the brisk side of her and happily admitted, yes. Oh, then this team has some weight to it. Little Cold Hand said. Chen was confused for a moment. When she first mentioned that holy heel, this fellow appeared to be quite humble, but this sentence sort of implied that he thought of himself very highly. How could someone say something like Yixiu's team only had some weight to it? Was that unrivaled super hottie, Yixiu? The more Little Cold Hands asked, the deeper he got. Chen turned around to look at Yixiu, his asking about unrivaled super hottie. Yixiu nodded his head, so Chen answered with another yes. What was his aim for sneaking into tyrannical ambition? Little Cold Hands continued to ask. He was currently speaking in an arrogant tone. As for Chen she was the type who could be persuaded by reason, but not coerced. When Little Cold Hands was being humble and polite, she had a good impression on him, but now that he suddenly acted all haughty, she immediately felt unhappy. If she continued to say that Yixiu did that just to find a cleric and picked him, wouldn't it please him to death? As a result, Chen decided to just blab, no particular reason. He just wanted to play on a side account to sharpen his skills. To sharpen his skills? With Yixiu's level, what skills could he need to sharpen by joining an average team in a guild? Little Cold Hands was able to see through the lie with ease. Chen felt gloomy and found Yixiu continuously shaking his head beside her, expressing his disdain towards her lie. In short, we think your skills are quite good. What do you think? Are you interested in joining us? Chen didn't care, because truthfully, she favored the frank and blunt method. If he was interested in joining, then he could join. If not, he didn't have to. It would be over and done with. If a clear and straightforward answer was given, why would there be a need to chit-chat anymore? In any case, everything had been exposed. If he really is Yixiu, then I do have some interest. Little Cold Hand spoke, but you're not just borrowing his name to bluff me, are you? Chen could see that he was starting to doubt her and wanted to faint. However, in the end, this was still official business, so she didn't directly show her fearlessness and patiently continued, it's true. Didn't you guess correctly from the start? Then where is he? Why didn't he come to find me himself? Little Cold Hands asked. It's because he was afraid that you're a tyranny fan, so you might not like him because of his background as the god from Excellent Era. Chen spoke the truth. Oh, that's true, but it wasn't very wise to send you because a lot of people know about your relationship with Yixiu. Little Cold Hand said. Yes. We were too careless, but now that you already know about it, how about you give us a definite answer about whether or not you're interested in joining? Chen said. How could my decision be so easy? Little Cold Hands was very shocked. If I joined Yixiu, then I wouldn't just be playing around for fun anymore, no? The goal would be the Pro Alliance, wouldn't it? With the championships as the goal, it means I'd have to become a pro player, right? This is an important decision that could affect the rest of my life. Do you think I'd just be able to casually throw out an answer in a few seconds? The long chain of rhetorical questions made Chen speechless. After a long while, she powerlessly said, then you can think about it. You can give me an answer anytime you'd like. You're just going to leave me like this. Little Cold Hands continued to be surprised. Then what do you want? Chen asked. You should at least introduce your future plans and your current situation, right? For example, the other team members apart from Muqiu. For example, how much financial backing does your team have? What's the direction and aim of the team's development? What would be my compensation and salary be? How many years would I have to sign for in the contract? Are there 3 insurances and 1 fund or 5 insurances and 1 fund? Does your team provide food and housing accommodations? Little Cold Hands continued with another chain of questions. This time, Chen didn't feel upset. She also realized that what she was discussing with Little Cold Hands was indeed a very serious and important issue. On the other hand, she was recruiting him like how she would for a dungeon party in the game. Okay. Chen hurriedly hastily corrected her attitude. As for our team, Muqiu will be the captain. We're currently in the preparatory phase. We will be signing up for the Challenger League next season and fighting for qualifications into the Pro League. As for our members, we're still in the middle of recruiting them. As for the investment, I'm currently the investor. As for salary, if you intend to join the team, then we can sit down and discuss it. Are you satisfied? Oh? You're the investor? Namely, the boss. Little Cold Hands asked. Pretty much. Chen answered with a bit of guilt because she realized more and more that it wouldn't be an easy thing to support a team in the current Glory League. She wasn't confident that she could really support the team all by herself. Pretty much? What does that even mean? Little Cold Hands grasped this point. Currently, I'm the only investor. Chen said. You mean that in the future, someone else could become a shareholder, or do you mean that you aren't completely sure about the issue, so you gave a vague answer? Little Cold Hands said. Okay. I'm not sure. We're currently in the preparatory stage of creating the team, so there are a lot of questions that we're still figuring out. Chen said. Also, you mentioned that your team would be getting the qualifications into the Pro League through the Challenger League. From the looks of it, your resources are very limited and you don't have confidence in any of the other paths to the Pro League, but for the Challenger League, even if we have a god like Muqiu, we can't be sure that we would definitely reach the end. After all, in the Challenger League, there will be 2 eliminated pro teams joining too, right? Under these circumstances, what would the contract for our wages say? Would our contract have a clause saying it's half professional? That if we happen to win our way into the Pro League through the Challenger League, the contract would automatically change into a full professional contract. If the team fails, the contract would automatically be terminated and everyone can just return home and do whatever. Little Cold Hands threw out a mountain of questions once again. These were all things that Chen had never thought about before. She was unable to ward off the blows at the moment. After hesitating for a long while, she gave another vague answer. We're still thinking about these issues. We can discuss the specifics once everyone has gathered together. Oh look, another uncertainty. You really are unsure toward all the issues. Don't tell me that you're planning to say if I have any intentions on joining, then I should give you around 300 to 500 yen as a deposit. If that's the case, then I don't have any other doubts toward your identity. Little Cold Hands said. Of course not. Chen was gloomy, but she couldn't bring herself to blame him because their team still lacked a decent and proper plan. Chen was unsure about what Muqiu was planning, so she really couldn't say anything. She was afraid that Little Cold Hands would ask more questions right now, so she firmly raised the white flag. Actually, Muqiu is the one mainly responsible with creating the team. How about I have him find you to talk about all of this? Don't tell me you don't have any thoughts of your own? You're that careless of an investor? Are you throwing everything to Muqiu to do? Could it be that he's your relative? Little Cold Hand still continued to ask. Ask him, Chen could only say these words. She ruthlessly pulled Muqiu over from beside her. You talk to him. Talk about what? Muqiu asked. The team's plans, the members of the team, our financial backing, if he needs to sign a contract, sign what sort of contract, if he gets 3 insurances and 1 fund, does it cover food and housing, and also, if I'm your relative. Chen summarized everything emotionlessly. She was about to go crazy. Ha ha ha, this fellow has done a lot of thinking. Yixiao laughed, while taking Chen Guo's headphones. Just hang it over there. I want to listen too. Chen Guo said. Why don't you just put it on speaker? It wouldn't be as exhausting for you. Yixiao said. And I was afraid of it being too noisy. Chen Guo said. Yixiao held the mic near his mouth and said, hello, hello. Yixiao? The other side asked. It's me. I've heard that you have a lot of questions. Yixiao said. Yep, my first question is to confirm that you're the one who picked me and not that foolish lady who spoke earlier. Little Cold Hand said. Yixiao gazed innocently at Chen Guo, who sat beside him. To his surprise, Chen Guo didn't seem to have the energy to be angry because Chen Guo felt pretty stupid about her responses to Little Cold Hands. Yes, I was the one who found you. Moreover, that foolish lady is not my relative. She'll be our boss. Yixiao said. Oh? She's so stupid. Her money must be easy to swindle, right? Is that why you chose her as your investor? Little Cold Hand said. I forgot to tell you. She can hear our conversation right now. Yixiao had to say. Little Cold Hands, who had kept on asking questions, finally became silent. He then said, hello boss, I hope that after you heard the reminders I gave you, you should be more aware of the risks that the Challenger League holds and to be cautious in investing. Thank you. Chen Guo's face was covered in tears. Then let's get to business, please tell me about the current state of this team. Little Cold Hand said. The situation is just as boss said. It's currently filled with uncertainties. If we can't assemble enough members before the Challenger League starts, then everything will just be for nothing. Yixiao said. Is this your main concern right now? Little Cold Hand said. Indeed. Even if we manage to form a team, how can you be so certain about the Challenger League? Little Cold Hands asked. As long as it's a competition, then no one would dare say that they are 100% certain. However, a team like ours, which is made from scratch, needs to be tested through something like the Challenger League. If we can't even perform well enough in the Challenger League, then even if our team enters the Pro League, then we would just be returning to the game very soon. To enter the Pro League through the Challenger League is so that our investors don't have to take such dangerous risks. This is our responsibility to the investors. Yixiao said. What you mean is that Challenger League's aim is actually to examine this team's quality and worth? Little Cold Hands asked. Correct, the one who would actually be taking on the risk of elimination would be me. As long as you guys perform well, then the Challenger League will help you achieve enough to ensure your future. Yixiao said. Chapter 602. There's always something that'll work. Yixiao's lingering words sounded solemn and stirring. Even Tang Ru, who was diagonal from him, heard his words and felt moved. Chen Guo didn't need to be mentioned. Her fragile heart had already shattered to pieces. She didn't know what to say. Chen Guo hated how she couldn't take out her heart and sell it to achieve her dream. In the game, Little Cold Hands was clearly touched as well, except he was also clearly an extremely calm and rational person. He didn't completely give in like Chen Guo. After a moment of silence, he continued, this sort of future can also be won by performing well in the official Pro League as well, right? Little Cold Hands completely ignored the huge risk Yixiao would be taking in the Challenger League. He continued to be ice cold, making Chen Guo want to interrupt and curse him, but Yixiao calmly answered, correct. However, there's another issue. I can see that you're someone who is very clear-headed. You should have a good understanding of your own skill level. Do you think your skill is actually good enough to perform well in the pro scene? Probably not. Little Cold Hand said, but at least I have potential. If not, why would you come looking for me? Right, but your potential can be found anywhere in the training camps of the pro teams. We looked for you because our resources are limited. On the other hand, your situation happens to work out for our team. You're still far from the pro level and need training. Directly throwing you into the Pro League would be the same as throwing an elementary school student into university. Do you think you would be able to grow in that environment? In comparison, the Challenger League would also be quite good. It continuously eliminates weaker team, allowing for a slow and steady increase in difficulty, which can be used to accumulate experience and raise your skill level progressively. It fits you two perfectly. Yixiao replied. Okay, from what you're saying, this is a really rare opportunity for me. Little Cold Hand said. Seeing as to how you have such a detailed understanding of the pro scene, it looks like you're quite interested in becoming a pro player. Yixiao said. Of course. I would think most players in Glory share this dream. Little Cold Hand said. Now you have the opportunity to make that dream a reality. Yixiao said. However, after having my potential recognized by a god, I'm quite eager to try and register for Tyranny's training camp. Little Cold Hands countered. Ha ha, if you really plan on doing that, I wouldn't suggest Tyranny. Tyranny's Zhong Xinjie is too important to the team. His position on the team far surpasses that of just a cleric. Until he retires, even if your cleric skills are even more outstanding than Zhong Xinjie's, you still wouldn't be able to replace him as the team's cleric. In addition, for a god-level cleric character like Immovable Rock, Tyranny has definitely made sufficient preparations for its next successor once Zhong Xinjie retires. If you really go to Tyranny, your competition will far surpass your imagination because your competitors won't just be you. Also, because of the importance of Zhong Xinjie in Tyranny, the team won't have much space for a cleric to grow. Rookie clerics in Tyranny have difficulty gaining experience in matches. Currently, Tyranny doesn't have any rookie clerics in training. My guess is that Tyranny will look for a transfer from another team as Immovable Rock's successor once Zhong Xinjie retires. Your competitors will be seasoned pro players, possibly other gods. Student, are you ready for such an undertaking? Yixiao explained. Little Cold Hands was silent for a moment before answering. Then from your perspective, which team would fit me? Without a doubt, it would be my team. Didn't I just say that? Yixiao said. What will your team be called? Little Cold Hands asked. Happy, Yixiao replied and then turned his head to ask Chen, right? Or are you planning on changing it? Probably not. Chen also asked. You don't even know the name of your own team. Little Cold Hands was somewhat speechless. Would it hurt to sound a little bit more reliable? We emphasize practicality. Something like a name is like a fleeting cloud. It doesn't matter what it is. The name could even be fleeting clouds. Don't joke around. Chen angered. She cared a lot about the name. Even though Happy didn't sound as powerful as Tyranny, it gave a lot of other emotions to her. She could accept a name change, but something like Fleeting Clouds wasn't something she couldn't accept. Boss, Team Fleeting Clouds actually sounds a lot better than Team Happy. Happy. It sounds like some small grocery store or internet cafe on the side of the street. Ha 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 ha, you're right. Yixiao was about to die from laughter. Really? Little Cold Hands thought Yixiao was talking about Team Fleeting Cloud sounding better than Team Happy, but Yixiao's non-stop laughter was making him somewhat confused. Do what you want. Little Cold Hands heard the boss humph. We can talk about the name later. Do you have any other doubts? If you don't have any, you can start considering it. Yixiao said. If I don't have to pay any fees or make any cash deposits, I think I can accept the offer. How about we talk about the contract now? Little Cold Hands asked. What requirements would you have for the contract? Yixiao asked. Seeing your dire circumstances and my current skill level, I don't really have any qualifications to talk about any conditions, do I? Little Cold Hands asked. Correct. You think of yourself as too much of a treasure. If you have too many conditions, I'll just have to continue picking up grass. Yixiao said. But if you keep on going back and forth looking for recruits like this, wouldn't it waste too much of your time? Little Cold Hand said. Without a reliable team to count on, there isn't really much else to do. Yixiao said. How many players have you found for your team so far? Little Cold Hands asked. Including you, we should have around 4. Yixiu said. The other 2? Little Cold Hands asked. One of them is a warlock. For now, you won't be able to get in touch with him. The other one is a battle mage, who's currently in the 10th server. Yixiu said. What about Muqiu? Doesn't she count? Chen heard Yixiu talk about Wei Chen and Tang Ru and hastily asked. She can't for the Challenger League. Yixiu said. Muqiu? Su Muqing? Little Cold Hands listened. If we can smoothly enter the Pro League, she'll be a part of our team. Yixiu said. Oh, I finally hear a reliable piece of information from you. Little Cold Hands sighed. What about that steamed bun? Chen asked again. I haven't talked about it with steamed bun yet. Who knows what he's thinking? Yixiu said. Steamed bun can think? Chen had managed the guild in the 10th server before, so she had interacted with steamed bun invasion several times already. He's not a real steamed bun. He's an actual person too. Yixiu defended him. Isn't it about time you mentioned it to him? Chen said. Have I talked about it with him before? I forget, Yixiu said. Isn't it more like the author forgot? Chen said. Most likely. That useless trash. I hate him. Yixiu nodded his head. Then should I go talk to him about it? Chen said. Author note, this him is referring to steamed bun invasion. Please skip over the part in parentheses. Did you forget that we're in the middle of a conversation with a certain someone? Yixiu reminded Chen. Steamed bun invasion was an entirely different matter. Whom? Little Cold Hands coughed. Chen felt so ashamed that she wanted to die. Okay, Little Hands, I'll be direct. You tell me what your requirements are for the contract and then give us some time to think about it. Yixiu said. The Challenger League will test the quality of the team and the quality of the individual team members too. You wouldn't dare to be certain that the players you've gathered are enough to form a pro team, right? After smoothly passing through the Challenger League, what if some of the team members don't perform well enough? Would you kick them out after entering the Pro League? Little Cold Hands asked. Your attitude decides everything. If your attitude doesn't prove to be a problem, you'll be good enough and you'll perform well. Yixiu said. So you're saying you won't deny such a possibility? Little Cold Hands said. Of course. Nothing is set in stone yet. Yixiu said. Then what happens if another team is interested in me? Would the team allow me to leave? Little Cold Hands asked. So you were concerned about this? Ha, if you really do rise to become an amazing talent, even if we wanted to, we wouldn't be able to stop you. If you've been paying attention to the pro scene, then you should know that teams don't usually force players to stay if they aren't willing to stay. That wouldn't be a win-win situation. If something like that happened, both sides would need to negotiate until both sides are satisfied with the results. Is that satisfactory answer? Yixiu said. Then what will the specifics of the contract look like? Little Cold Hands asked. Since we're unreliable, we obviously haven't even started writing up contracts yet, but if you go online and do a search, you should be able to find similar contracts prepared by other teams. You can use those as references. Yixiu said. You're saying that I have to prepare the contract myself? Little Cold Hands asked. That isn't impossible. Yixiu said. If I wanted to back out right now, can I? Little Cold Hands said. You're joking, smiley face. Yixiu sent a smiley face. Fine, but I still need to confirm that you're Yixiu. Little Cold Hands said. Would it be good enough if I went on Lord Grimm and sent you a message? Yixiu asked. There isn't any proof that Lord Grimm is Yixiu. Little Cold Hands said. Go ask your guild leader. Yixiu said. Or I can give you Old Hands or Zhong's phone number and you can ask them yourself. Oh my. I don't think I have their phone numbers. I can give you their QQs. Or you can video chat with Su Muqiu. Or I could go look for Huang Xiaoqian and have you experience how talkative he really is. There has to be a method you can accept, right? You can choose any of them. Yixiu said. It's fine. I believe you, Little Cold Hand said. Chapter 603. Team Group Chat. It's done. Yixiu finally let out a sigh of relief. Little Cold Hands agreed to join the team. For clear-headed people, persuading them wasn't an easy task, but it wasn't difficult either. Beating around the bush or saying vague statements wouldn't work on them, but if you clearly stated the pros and cons, they would naturally come to the choice you wanted. Of course, there was one requirement. The choice you wanted has to benefit them. If it doesn't, then no matter how well you spoke, it would be hard to persuade rational people. In the future, you should be the one to do this. Chen felt a bit ashamed. I didn't know that he would be that type of person. Yixiu expressed his helplessness. He had only teamed up with Little Cold Hands for one dungeon and noticed that one of the clerics on the team had a beautiful grasp of the tempo. However, in a team with multiple clerics supporting a single tank, this type of beautiful playing could easily be covered up. Only a god like Yixiu would barely be able to notice this special cleric. After finding out this special cleric was Little Cold Hands, he continued to observe him and also paid attention to his messages in chat. In that team, Little Cold Hands was a very ordinary player. Even though his playing was beautiful, his weaknesses were also very obvious. Because of his slow reaction speed and slow hands, he was lacking in many areas. When he stood still and healed, he performed perfectly, but as soon as anything unexpected happened, such as the tank messing up the aggro, he was unable to react appropriately in those situations. If an expert wanted to distinguish himself, the easiest way was to shine during crucial moments. However, Little Cold Hand's weaknesses stopped him from performing well at these crucial moments. His strengths, such as healing at the correct time, only appeared when the situation was stable and everyone was standing still. However, the rest of the clerics on the team covered him up, which was why no one had noticed anything abnormal about Little Cold Hands before. In dungeon runs, Little Cold Hands just looked like another cleric, so even though Yixiu paid attention to the chat, he couldn't get much from his messages. Right now, Yixiu was quite happy that Little Cold Hands was a clear-headed and rational person. It was because Little Cold Hands was such a person that he didn't have any enmity towards Yixiu's identity, despite being a tyranny fan. He only cared about the important issues with being a part of the team. If Little Cold Hands had been someone like Chen, who angrily left her guild for her idol, there probably wouldn't have even been a discussion. Yixiu thought he might encounter such a person, so he called Chen over to test him out. If the other side was someone like Chen with strong opinions, tricking him wouldn't work, because the truth would come out eventually. However, someone clear-headed and rational wouldn't be easy to deal with either. Like Little Cold Hands mentioned before, it was the issue of choosing other teams. He could ignore the conflict between Yixiu and Tyranny to join Yixiu's team, meaning his emotions wouldn't restrain his decisions, but this also meant that his loyalty to the team needed to be established through other means. Fame or other benefits could easily sway him into leaving their team for another. In any case, being able to get someone like him to join the team was something worth celebrating. Yixiu didn't say anything more because he had said everything he needed to say. Afterwards, he asked Little Cold Hands about a few more minor details. Little Cold Hands wasn't old. He was a university student. Yixiu had gotten this information when they had been running dungeons together. If he didn't meet this age prerequisite, Yixiu wouldn't have considered him. After all, normal players required time to grow, unlike someone with a deep foundation like Chen. If he was too old, he would be too difficult to train and he wouldn't be able to become a highly skilled player. Only after learning about Little Cold Hand's age did he begin doing a more detailed investigation. Now that he was asking him personally, he verified his age. Little Cold Hands was 20 years old. After the summer, he would be a third-year university student. His real name was Nwenny. Both his family and his school were in City B. Because of special circumstances, the two exchanged their phone and QQ numbers. As for how he was going to deal with his relationships in the game, school, and family, Yixiu didn't ask. And Wenny's rational mind saved Yixiu a lot of worry about these aspects. Chen opened up her QQ and added Wenny as a friend. After that, she created a group called Team Happy. Yixiu was naturally the first to join. Then, she invited Wenny, Tang Ru, and Wei Chen to the group. Their next conversation topic was no longer about the contract. Yixiu told Wenny about his observations and analyzed the issues that he had noticed when they played together. As for how to help him improve, Yixiu needed a better understanding first. He logged out of Unrivaled Super Hottie and logged onto Lord Grim. He partied up with Little Cold Hands and looked for a small 5-man dungeon to go into. With just the two of them alone, along with situations that Yixiu created to test Wenny, Yixiu was able to quickly get a deeper understanding of Wenny's skill level. As he cleared away monsters, he had already begun coaching him. As for the North Bridge, he had completely forgotten about it. At the North Bridge, with dazzling spring back and no one with the ability to stop him, Blossom Valley gathered together again and regained the upper hand. This time, there was no Unrivaled Super Hottie to disturb him. In the end, after many twists and turns, the North Bridge mage still ended up in the hands of Blossom Valley. Unrivaled Super Hottie's mighty attack, the cleric heal at the crucial moment, and the dirty commander of Samsara all became meaningless. The guilds dispersed gloomily. Jiangyu already looked like his soul had left his body. He failed to win the wild boss that the team urgently needed. He still didn't know the purpose of Yixiu spying on his guild for 2 weeks. These two problems constantly bothered him. Jiangyu was doomed to have a sleepless night today. That's basically your current situation right now. Later, I'll help you sort out everything and devise a training routine for you. At a dungeon exit, there stood one person who was the source of all of Jiangyu's troubles, and the other who had tyrannical ambitions tagged next to his name. Right now, none of them showed an ounce of empathy towards Jiangyu's misery. After running the 5-man dungeon twice, Yixiu ended his session with Wenny and prepared to begin helping the others. Should I call Steamed Bun over? Seeing that Yixiu was busy, Chen gave a suggestion. Okay, invite him into the group. Yixiu said. He and Steamed Bun Invasion had been in touch with each other since a long time ago, so he had a good understanding of his situation. What's the situation? Where's this? Steamed Bun Invasion's QQ name was also Steamed Bun Invasion. His profile picture was a photo of a grinning steamed bun. After accepting the invite, he joined the group and began blabbering away. HM? Team Happy. What a coincidence. It has the same name as our guild. Steamed Bun Invasion chattered. Steamed Bun, it's me. Lord Grim. Yixiu said. Senior. Steamed Bun Invasion immediately greeted him. Did you see? Our guild is planning on forming a team. Would you like to join? Yixiu asked. Of course. Steamed Bun Invasion said. We're going to sign up and participate in the Challenger League next season. Do you know what that is? Yixiu asked. No idea. There's some information here. Yixiu sent him a link. So many words, Steamed Bun Invasion clicked on the link and an info page about the Challenger League on the Pro League's website opened up. After 5 seconds, he let out a grumble. We're going to join this competition. After winning, we'll be able to enter the pro scene. Yixiu said. The pro scene. Steamed Bun Invasion sent out a shocked emoji. Do you know what that is? Yixiu asked. Of course. Steamed Bun Invasion hadn't played Glory for all this time for nothing. He had a lot more knowledge about the game than before. We'll go to the pro scene and win the championships. Doesn't that sound fun? Yixiu said. Awesome. Steamed Bun Invasion said. Then it's decided. Yixiu said. When's the competition? Steamed Bun Invasion asked. It's still too early. We'll have to wait until the summer when the next season begins. Yixiu said. But I can't wait any longer. I'm already burning up. Steamed bun invasion said. That's the spirit a young person should have. Yixiao praised. You're too right. I really should have my little bro listen to senior's words. Steamed bun invasion said. Your brother? Concealed light. Senior, have you forgotten about him already? But then again, you're right. He's just a small character. Steamed bun invasion said. Oh, concealed light. Of course I remember him. How good is he now? Yixiao said. One word, he's still a noob. Steamed bun invasion said. Yixiao didn't point out that he had said 4 words because Steamed bun invasion quickly followed up, but speaking of him, he's quite hardworking. Senior, how about we give him a chance to feel the burning spirit of our team? Oh, of course. Yixiao said. He also had Concealed Light's QQ. From the guides that Concealed Light had written up, he also had some talent. It was just that the difference between his theoretical knowledge and his actual ability to play was too incredible. Even though Yixiao had given him a few training methods, because of his extremely low starting point, Yixiao didn't have high expectations for Concealed Light. If he had the perseverance to continue training, in the future, he had the potential to become an outstanding player, but right now, with his current strength, he was still way too weak to be one of his team's members. Chapter 604. The starting 6. Concealed Light was soon dragged into the QQ group. Yixiao and Chen didn't even get the chance to say anything when Steamed bun invasion started lecturing him harshly. Boy, you listen here. You being able to join such a high-end group is all thanks to my request to senior. You'd better cherish this opportunity and grasp your future. Don't disgrace me, okay? F*CK off F*CK off F*CK off F*CK off. Concealed Light quickly replied to Steamed bun invasion, showing major improvement in his hand speed. He hated how this was a messaging chat, allowing Steamed bun invasion to send his messages all at once. If this had been a voice chat, Concealed Light would have interrupted Steamed bun invasion several times over already. Do you see where we are right now? How can you have such bad manners? Steamed bun invasion suddenly became angry. Let's not argue now. Yixiao could only step out and mediate. Did you hear what he said? He said to stop arguing. Steamed bun invasion quickly added. Yixiao and Concealed Light clearly had a good understanding of Steamed bun invasion. Telling Steamed bun invasion not to argue was completely pointless, so they didn't bother with this topic any longer. Concealed Light saw the name of the group and asked excitedly, "You're going to create a team?" "Yeah." "Are you interested?" Yixiao asked. "I can join too." Concealed Light felt very uneasy. "Of course not, but you can attempt if you want." Concealed Light was about to sincerely reply with, "I'll definitely try my hardest." But when he realized that the person who had sent the message was Steamed bun invasion, his reply immediately changed to F*CK off. How have things been progressing?" Yixiao asked. He's had a slight bit of improvement. Steamed bun invasion spoke for Concealed Light. Concealed Light? What's your current level? Same as me. Steamed bun invasion was still talking. Concealed Light? Our team will be registering for next season's Challenger League and will try to earn the chance to advance into the pro scene. Yixiao spoke seriously. He needed to make this point clear for all potential recruits. That's a must. Steamed bun invasion. Concealed Light? How about it? Have you ever thought about becoming a pro player? Yixiao continued. In my dreams. Steamed bun invasion quickly replied. Concealed Light was starting to become uncertain after being annoyed to such a point. You're talking to me, right? Yeah, Yixiao had to call out names. Steamed bun, don't interrupt for now. Sure. Steamed bun invasion replied. Concealed Light, if senior asks something, you should answer for yourself. What's there to be afraid of? Concealed Light typed a giant block of emojis, which were all smashing their heads against a wall. Good, let's go back to what I previously said. Are you interested in becoming a pro player? Yixiu asked. I can become one too. Concealed Light was somewhat excited, but was also somewhat uneasy. Even though he had a lot of game knowledge and theory, his practical ability was very low. Concealed Light wouldn't even dare to call himself an expert. If you're determined, nothing is impossible. Yixiu said. Then allow me to try. Concealed Light expressed. Then you're going to have to work even harder. Yixiu said. He had gotten to know Concealed Light's skill level long ago, and because he had a few special characteristics, he had observed Concealed Light further. In terms of mechanical skill, Concealed Light didn't have any foundation like Steam Bun Invasion or Tang Ru did. He pretty much needed to learn from scratch. However, from his guides, he could tell that Concealed Light was someone who worked hard and studied meticulously. This type of studious spirit was Yixiu's reason for having confidence in him. He believed that even though Concealed Light would need more time to develop, as long as there was a direction and he persevered, he definitely had the potential to become a pro. As for how much he would be able to accomplish, that would depend on himself and luck. Yes, I'll definitely try hard. Concealed Light agreed excitedly once he confirmed that Yixiu was speaking to him. Good luck. Yixiu sent a fighting emoji. No. There's no competition taking place right now. It's making me impatient. I need to go back to the game and show my strength. I'll be going. Steam Bun Invasion sent a roaring emoji and quickly returned to the game. F***ck, so noisy, Concealed Light finally obtained a peaceful and quiet environment. Ha ha. Apart from a laugh, Yixiu really didn't know what to say. Is there anything else? If not, I'll be going back to the game too. Concealed Light said. How about leaving your contact info? It will be more convenient for us to contact you if we need something. Chen said. Chengua's QQ name was also Chasing Haze, so Concealed Light immediately recognized who she was. After Lord Grimm had gone to the Heavenly Domain, a character called Chasing Haze often showed up to deal with matters in the 10th server's guild Happy. Even though she wasn't the guild leader in name, she was essentially Happy's guild leader. She had practically the same authority as one, so Concealed Light obviously knew who she was. Sure. Concealed Light said, while giving her his phone number. He also asked, do you need my credentials or anything like that? For when we register. The official organizer for the Pro Alliance would definitely need proof of identity. It seemed like Concealed Light was the type of person to forget stuff, so he wanted to get it done with as quickly as possible. It's still too early for us to register. It will have to be after the season ends, but you can give it to me now if you'd like. Yixiu said. Concealed Light immediately sent his information over, such as his ID. Concealed Light, real name Luo Ji, 18 years old. He was a second-year mathematics major at Famous University in City T. Famous University? Wow! 18 years old and already a second year. Chenghua was amazed. You flatter me. Concealed Light replied modestly. Math major. Are you a good student? Yixiu asked. Hello? He's a student at Famous University. Do you even know what that means? Chenghua said. She had dropped out of high school in order to manage the internet cafe. As for the person next to her, from her knowledge of his career, he had probably left his home to play video games after graduating from middle school. Chenghua felt like with their educational backgrounds, they should deeply respect a student from a place like Famous University. Study well. It's very useful. Yixiu said. What do you know? Chenghua said with disdain. From a gaming perspective, math is a very important subject. If you study it well, it will certainly be helpful. Yixiu said. Chenghua was speechless. This guy was telling him to study well from a gaming perspective? If his major hadn't been a very important subject from a gaming perspective, he wouldn't tell him to straight up switch majors, would he? Yeah, I know. Concealed Light said. As a math major, he knew how useful mathematics was. I have some data here. You can try to study it. Yixiu said. Oh. Yixiu private messaged Concealed Light and sent him some of the data. These are from the normal server. Once you get to the heavenly domain, there'll be a lot more. Yixiu said. He gave Concealed Light the results of Wei Chen's research on skill books. Now that he knew about Concealed Light's identity, he felt like giving these to Concealed Light might produce new findings and advances. Wei Chen was from a rough background. After retiring for so many years, he probably wasn't someone who could become successful just by studying by himself. His research was from experience, intuition, and experiments in order to reach a conclusion. Only someone as knowledgeable as Concealed Light would be able to deconstruct the different factors involved in finding skill book drops. Even though he was only a second-year university student, Yixiu firmly believed that his friend Wei Chen's education had probably stopped at third year in middle school. Life experiences might be able to increase his knowledge, but an advanced skill like math wasn't something that could be obtained in such a way. This Concealed Light had played for a long time. How could he not know about the value of skill books? After flipping through a few pages of data, he felt greatly shocked. It's classified information. Yixiu said. Of course. Concealed Light replied. If you've got time, make sure you take a look. Yixiu said. Sure. Concealed Light replied. He seemed like he couldn't wait any longer. Chen was a bit hesitant though. After all, Concealed Light was someone they had met online. He said he would join the team, but it was just an oral agreement. There wasn't an actual contract or anything between them, and Yixiu had given him something so important. Chen thought this was a bit too rash, but seeing that Yixiu trusted Concealed Light, she felt a bit embarrassed to cut in. After all, the data had already been handed over. Even if she said it now, it was too late. It would be better to place more trust in this talent from famous university. Do you know about Steamed Bun's situation? Chen had neatly organized the information on Little Cold Hands and Concealed Light, but she didn't have time to gather any about Steamed Bun invasion. Apart from his name, I have a general understanding of his situation. Yixiu said. He had known Steamed Bun invasion for a while now and had gleaned some information from his conversations with him. He was very similar to Concealed Light. Yixiu already knew that he was young. He had gotten Steamed Bun invasion's phone number a long time ago. As for what he did, from their conversations together, he had revealed that he was a guard at an internet cafe. In that case, he had a similar background as Wei Chen. Both of them were ruffians. What would it be like if the two met each other? Steamed Bun has never said his real name before. Chen organized everyone's information. Steamed Bun invasion's name was the only space left blank for now though. He's never talked about it. I'll ask him in a sec. Yixiu said. Okay. Then currently we have you, Little Tang, Old Wei, Little Cold Hands, Steamed Bun, and Concealed Light. We have 6 already. Chen was excited. 6 players was the minimum number of players required for a team. It was the number required for a team competition. However, the rules in the alliance weren't fixed. If the team didn't meet the minimum requirements, it wouldn't mean that their qualifications would be nulled. The team could still participate, but the team would just be at a disadvantage. For example, if a team had 5 players, the team would have to give up on one round of the individual competition or play the group competition as a 2v3. In addition to that, for the team competition, the team would only have 5 players and no substitutes. This ruling was because of the difficult start in the early years of the pro scene. At that time, there were too many teams and not enough players. Teams only had the minimum 6 players. If any one of them had some sort of accident, it would become awkward. If they automatically lost, too many matches would be cancelled, which was why this rule had been created. However, even though they could still register and participate in the competition without 6 players, they wouldn't be able to win. Now that Team Happy had 6 players gathered, none of which were randomly chosen, they were progressing quite well. Chapter 605. Times have changed. Seeing how excited Chen was, Yixiu didn't want to pour any cold water on her mood. In reality, only he and Wei Chen were ready to go out on stage at any time. And even though Tang Ru and Steamed Bun Invasion were talented and improved quickly, Tang Ru wasn't just new to glory, but new to gaming as well. It would be hard to avoid playing inconsistently. As for Steamed Bun Invasion, even though he was new to glory, he clearly had prior experience in gaming. However, this guy had plenty of other stupid issues apart from glory. His playing was even more inconsistent than Tang Ru's. As for Little Cold Hands and Concealed Light, both of them had clear weaknesses and strengths. Their weaknesses limited their strengths too. If they couldn't overcome these weaknesses, neither of them had the qualifications to even step on stage. The Challenger League obviously wouldn't be as difficult as the Professional League, but they would still meet a few strong opponents. With their current skill, they definitely wouldn't be able to handle it. Fortunately, there was still plenty of time before the Challenger League began. Moreover, the Challenger League had both fish and dragons mixed together. There would be strong opponents, but most of the participating players could be dealt with by Yixiu alone. After the teams, that were there just for the fun of it, were completely eliminated, there would be some time in between. During this time, Little Cold Hands and Concealed Light could continue to develop. Yixiu could only hope that these two could truly perform well when he needed them to. He didn't expect them to immediately start shining as soon as they entered the Challenge League. In short, their team lacked relatively experienced players. Yixiu could only feel regret towards Zhong Jiala. He wasn't just someone who could be described as relatively experienced. If Zhong Jiala actually joined their team, Yixiu reckoned that with just him, Zhong Jiala, Wei Chen, Tang Ru, and Steamed Bun Invasion, they were more than enough to steamroll their way through the Challenger League. It was just too bad. Saying that they could steamroll through the Challenger League wouldn't be able to persuade Zhong Jiala though. Who cares if they could sweep the Challenger League? At best, they would be able to easily earn a spot in the Professional League, but what did Zhong Jiala want? To be the champion. What Yixiu could promise and what Zhong Jiala wanted were way too far off. Yixiu thought about this to himself. He didn't splash any cold water on Chen Guo's happy mood, but this time, Chen Guo showed clear-headedness. After organizing the information on the members of their team, she reviewed the team. With 6 players, we have enough people, but our chances of winning doesn't seem too high, no. Seeing that Chen Guo had thought of it herself, Yixiu nodded his head, yeah. That Concealed Light isn't even better than you right now. What then? Do you know any other retired experts like Old Wei? Chen Guo said. I do know a few. However, besides the question of whether or not they've even touched glory recently, they have to be interested in joining our team. Relying on a team of these players gathered together would be enough to deal with a vast majority of opponents we will face in Challenger League, but that's not our goal. We want to return to the Professional League and win the championships. If our team is made up of old fellows, there won't be much room to improve. Yixiu sighed. What do we do then? Continue switching accounts and find potential recruits. Chen Guo said. Yixiu shook his head. The players who are found through this method will be just like Little Cold Hands or Concealed Light. They have talent, but they also have major flaws that weaken their strength. Anyone outstanding would have been discovered already. We're not planning on becoming a training camp. Little Cold Hands and Concealed Light are enough. We need players who can go up on stage at any time, or players like Little Tang and Steamed Bun Invasion, who already have a solid foundation and improve quickly. These types of players can't be found in the heavenly domain. They have already been discovered. It would be better to pay more attention to the 10th server. There are definitely still players like Little Tang or Steamed Bun Invasion amongst the new players. In addition, they probably haven't been noticed by the big guilds yet. But even though they haven't noticed any yet, doesn't mean that they're not paying attention, right? Chen Guo said. Right. Yixiu sighed, and we don't have any advantage over them. This is something that can only be encountered by chance. To be able to pick up a steamed bun was already very lucky. Oh, shouldn't we hurry and talk with Steamed Bun about the contract? It would be terrible if another guild took him away. Chen suddenly remembered. This? I don't think it'll happen. Yixiu said. Why not? Because of Steamed Bun's personality and because? From a certain perspective, Steamed Bun also has a big weakness that protects him, Yixiu said. It's better to be careful. Chen erred on the side of caution. That's fine too. Yixiu thought about it and felt like since they had already gone this far, they might as well start being more careful. Similar to how Wang Jieshi tried to recruit Tang Ru before, if Tang Ru didn't have special circumstances, an incredible seedling would have been taken away just like that. The current champion team, compared with a newly created team that wasn't even sure if they could make it through the Challenger League yet, it was too huge of a chasm. Chen acted swiftly. With the plan set, she immediately logged into the 10th server chasing Haze and called out to Steamed Bun Invasion. What? Steamed Bun Invasion replied. Steamed Bun, you left too quickly. We weren't finished discussing yet. Chen said. Oh, what else did Senior have to say? Steamed Bun Invasion asked. We're creating a team to participate in an official competition, so we will need your information. We're also going to need you to sign a contract for it later. Chen said. Ooh, okay, then should I come over in person? Steamed Bun Invasion asked. That would be good. Chen smiled. Where do I find you guys? Steamed Bun Invasion asked. We're in City H. Tell me when you're available and I can come pick you up. Chen arranged. Sure. I'll go buy a ticket. Steamed Bun Invasion said and then disappeared. Chen was left there hanging. After 2 minutes of staring blankly, she turned around and said to Yixiu, I admire Steamed Bun very much. Why? Yixiu wasn't like Chen who spent most of her time watching someone else play. Steamed Bun went to buy a ticket. He'll be coming over directly. Chen said. Steamed Bun Invasion spirit was something even Tang Ru couldn't help but be awed by. That Steamed Bun really is. That's too decisive. How are you going to accommodate for him when he arrives? Don't tell me he'll be sleeping on the sofa? Yixiu asked. That'll be an issue. Not just Steamed Bun. Later, when the team officially forms, everyone will need to be together. We'll definitely have to figure out how to accommodate for them. Hand this matter over to me. Chen nodded her head. Pro teams usually had 10 to 12 players. They couldn't just be squeezed into such a small room in the internet cafe. Chen seemed to have been influenced by Steamed Bun Invasion. She moved swiftly and decisively. She immediately went online and started looking up housing locations near Joyful Flourish Internet Cafe. Chen hadn't moved from this stretch of land in the past 30 years. Even the neighboring Club Excellent era was something that Chen had watched as it developed and was built. Chen was very familiar with this part of town. Which surrounding areas were convenient, close to the internet cafe, in a nice area, etc. She could close her eyes and talk about them all. She naturally found apartments for rent very quickly and started calling. As she called them, she took notes. Soon, she had an entire page of information. Chen looked at the page and felt like she had enough information for now. She turned her head towards Yixiu and Tang Ru. Who wants to go house hunting? Obviously, you should be the one to go. Yixiu said. Nonsense. I'm saying apart from me, who else wants to go? Chen called. I'll go with you. Tang Ru smiled as she stood up. Little Tang, you don't need to move out. We can continue to stay here and live. Chen said. I'll just go out for a walk with you then. Tang Ru said. What about you? Would you like to go and take a walk? Chen said. Yixiu was still living in that little storage room. Speaking of which, Chen felt quite embarrassed. Now that they were looking for apartments, Chen wanted to make up for it. It doesn't matter for me. You can do what you want. Yixiao waved his hands. He clearly wasn't planning on spending much time choosing a comfortable living environment. Chen Guo was helpless. She and Tang Ru left. Before leaving, she talked about the issue of everyone needing to live together and her plans on renovating the second floor of the internet cafe. They quickly chose an apartment. Chen Guo had naturally already seen the appearances of the rooms before contacting the owner. As for the prices, Chen Guo was very familiar with this part of town. The prices were around 1,000 or so yuan and she happily negotiated. Soon, they found a terraced house with 6 rooms in a small area called Forest Park. It had a balcony at the top, a garden at the bottom, 2 stories, and 6 rooms. Chen Guo was planning on having 2 people to a room. On the first floor, there were 2 living rooms connected together. Chen Guo felt like she could set up a circle of computers here, so they wouldn't need to use the internet cafe. The team could directly eat, sleep, and practice together here. Good. Chen Guo was so satisfied that she and Tang Ru even talked about moving over from the internet cafe to live here. After paying the initial deposit, she was like a general returning home after a victory. Yixiao was naturally still at his computer playing glory. Chen Guo told him the good news. Yixiao also looked at her with wide eyes. So luxurious. Yixiao was deeply moved. He couldn't help but think about the year he had left home. Having food and a bed was quite nice already. What type of housing condition hadn't he been in? Yixiao already felt lucky to be able to live in the storage room. It was small, but it was still his own personal living space. And now? He was about to move into a villa to play games. How the times have changed. Chapter 606. Gathering. Chen Guo had lived in the area around Happy Internet Cafe for close to 30 years and was incredibly familiar with it. However, Yixiao had only been here for about 7 years too, so he wasn't too unfamiliar with it. Even though he seldom went out during those 7 years, Yixiao still knew about the Forest Park neighborhood. Forest Park was considered an upper-middle-class neighborhood. Quite a few people from Club Excellent era lived here. The boss Dao Xian had property in this neighborhood and had once invited the entire team over during a vacation period for a party. In the blink of an eye, the things stayed the same, but the people have changed. Yixiao couldn't help but let out a sigh. The contract starts in April. Why don't you take a look, pick a room, and give some ideas on how to arrange everything? Chen Guo pulled the sighing Yixiao back to reality. Oh, me? It doesn't matter. We can talk about it when the time comes. Yixiao said. Chen Guo was helpless. Clothing, food, housing, and transport were basic human needs. In most people's eyes, shouldn't this have been an urgent issue? But for Yixiao, all of these were unimportant. Chen Guo reckoned that he would probably be more nervous over discovering that he had no cigarettes left. When will Steamed Bun be coming over? Chen Guo asked. Didn't he buy a ticket to come? Yixiao said. You haven't gotten any messages from him. Chen Guo and Tang Ru had spent the entire day looking for housing. None. Yixiao said. Maybe he already bought the ticket and is already on his way here. Chen Guo wondered. If it's Steamed Bun. It's definitely possible. Yixiao said. These guys. Chen Guo looked up at the ceiling. She suddenly realized that she was carrying a lot of weight on her shoulder. Should we also call over old Wei over? Yixiao asked his boss. Sure. Call over anyone you'd like. We've already have the housing settled. Let's not put it to waste. Chen Guo remembered the reminder Tang Ru had given her that afternoon. The house rent was expensive and it was very likely much of the money would go to waste because they didn't have enough people to fill the house yet. Steamed Bun Invasion could throw down whatever he was doing and buy a ticket to come over, but Little Cold Hands and Concealed Light were university students. They probably didn't have the luxury to do that. They most likely needed to stay on school grounds. Unfortunately, Chen Guo was too happy with the suite. She had barely stepped into the suite and she made a deal immediately out of impulse. The deal went so quickly that the real estate agent almost laughed. From Tang Ru's logical point of view, it was extremely likely much of the money for rent would go to waste. When Chen Guo thought about her contribution to the team, she still felt satisfied with the decision. As for money, Chen Guo didn't place too much value on it. If everything was prepared well, recruits would be more willing to join. If she had to hurry and make emergency arrangements, wouldn't that be too abnormal? Thinking about it this way, Chen Guo felt like the money spent was well worth it. Meanwhile, as soon as Yixiu got the nod, he contacted Wei Chen. "Oh? So it's like that? It's not too inconvenient for me, but I have a bunch of brothers that I usually hang out with too." Wei Chen was a bit hesitant, but he was just a bit regretful. He clearly knew that if they were going to create a team, everyone would need to be together in one place. No matter how much he loved his friends, he couldn't demand that his friends come to the pro scene with him. "Okay. I'll make some arrangements and I'll be over there soon." Wei Chen was a decisive person and quickly gave his answer. "Okay, I'll be waiting." Yixiu didn't say any more. Over the next few days, Yixiu didn't use his unrivaled Super Hottie account. Instead, he used Lord Grim and continued to level. With unrivaled Super Hottie gone, Jiangyu, as well as the other core members of Tyrannical Ambition, knew why, but the other normal players didn't know the reason. The players of all the branch guilds were still waiting for the incredible tank to help them pass through any difficulties in their way, but suddenly, he vanished. Many of their players were very upset. However, this was a game. If someone suddenly disappeared, it wasn't too weird. Unrivaled Super Hottie was only deeply missed because of the abnormal amount of attention they had placed onto him. After being gone for a few days, everyone slowly forgot about his existence. Yixiu's leveling with Lord Grim was going smoothly. Apart from the loads of experience from dungeons, he didn't need to worry about the big guilds bothering him anymore. Even though it had been a good while since Lord Grim had entered the heavenly domain, Yixiu had no idea what policies the big guilds had towards him. In short, he would do what he could to defend himself. Dungeons were naturally safe places for him to be. As long as he went into one, he wouldn't need to be afraid of anyone bothering him. The number of heavenly domain dungeons were as numerous as there were hairs on cows. If the dungeons were as numerous as cow hairs, dungeon entrances were even more numerous. Guarding the dungeon entrances and waiting for him to come like they could in the normal servers was impossible here. Yixiu cleared dungeons all day and Lord Grim's experience shot up. His leveling speed was even faster than it had been in the normal servers. The rewards in the heavenly domain were far greater than they were in the normal server. This was the same for experience and money. However, his level 50 to 55 leveling had been too bumpy of a journey. Yixiu's fast leveling these past few days wasn't even close to catching up to the highest leveled players in the 10th server, who were already level 67 and pushing for level 70. Players like Tang Ru's Soft Mist used to be among the highest leveled players in the server, but after some time, they had been slowly tossed behind. After all, they couldn't level their characters 24/7 like guild's characters could. This time advantage couldn't be made up for by Tang Ru's advantage in player skill. None of this mattered though. After Yixiu's Lord Grim entered the heavenly domain, their battle had shifted. In the normal servers, even though there were valuable resources to be competed for, in the heavenly domain, normal server items became cheaper. It wasn't worth spending most of his effort on the 10th server. What's more, their strength hadn't really come together yet. With limited resources, it would be better to place more importance on the heavenly domain. Even if they had to trade the items that they earned for items from normal servers, it would still be worth it. As for what to compete for? Currently, Yixiu needed to complete his 1000 Chance Umbrella and Wei Chen's Death Hand. With a goal, the two knew what needed to be done. If they could get anything else along the way, they would take it. After all, relying on 2 silver weapons to strike the heavens down wasn't realistic. Their other equipment would need to be complete too. The other members of the team would need suitable equipment too. There was no such thing as having too many materials. If they weren't useful, they could be traded for money. Yixiu was just leveling these past few days, so he didn't have much else to do. As for Wei Chen, after making arrangements to come over, he continued to swim around in Samsara. His journey to the top of the guild was essentially the same as Yixiu's unrivaled Super Hottie. However, he wasn't as dramatic as unrivaled Super Hottie, who rose all the way up in just a few days. During the 2 weeks that unrivaled Super Hottie shone his way up in tyrannical ambition, he slowly worked his way up in Samsara from a newly joined member to an elite. After all, his skill level was there. The big guilds wouldn't ignore such a talent. However, even though he was an elite, he was still far away from being a core member. It was similar to unrivaled Super Hottie's situation in tyrannical ambition. Even if Jiang Yu hadn't seen through Yixiu's identity, someone who had only just joined could only do hard work at first. To become a core member of the guild, skill wasn't important. Trust was. This was the hardest part about being a spy. If all you need was skill to become a core member, then the guilds would just send one of their experts to immediately become a spy. Speaking of which, it wasn't the first time guilds had exploited experts like unrivaled Super Hottie. Many spies that had been compromised were intentionally ignored by the guild and used as hard labor instead. The spies didn't know that they had been caught and were doing their best to win the favor of the guild. Their skill was good, so they were very confident. When the crucial moment came and the spy was misinformed, nothing could be more tragic for that spy then. Chen had played glory for so many years. There was nothing that he didn't know about. During his time in Samsara, he showed his skill, but he didn't dare to be too outstanding. If anyone showed ridiculous skill like unrivaled Super Hottie did, with the current situation in the heavenly domain, there was only one label that could be put on him: Yixiu. As a result, Chen had counted the many times that Yixiu had failed to be a spy. His commotion made everyone's work that much harder. However, with Chen's ability, he just needed to casually play and he had more than enough skill to stand out among other players. With too much skill, he would be suspicious, but he would also gain a lot of attention. It was a double-edged sword. If he didn't rely on displaying his skill, then it would take too long to climb up the guild's ladder. Other spies had the time, but he and Yixiu didn't. Thus, Chen went around brandishing his double-edged sword. At the fight for the North Bridge Mage, Chen was amongst the Samsara's elite troops. He wasn't a core member of Samsara, but his current status was already enough for Yixiu's purposes. Maybe Samsara was still suspicious of Chen's identity and was using him as a helper for now, but it didn't matter to him. Because in terms of power, their guild couldn't compare to the club guilds. The various club guilds need to receive information multiple times to confirm it, but for Yixiu and the others, this was too much work. If they could directly participate in these battles, it was equivalent to knowing the situation. If not, with just Yixiu and the others alone, how could they find wild bosses that randomly spawned every week? I'll come over tomorrow. Send me the address. At 8 p.m. on April 1st, Chen suddenly messaged Yixiu over QQ. 15 minutes later, Steamed Bun Invasion steamed bun icon suddenly up, Senior. I bought my ticket. I'm on the train. I'll be there soon. Steamed Bun, you've used the same ticket for the past few days? Yixiu asked. Chapter 607. A Special Day. The successive messages from Chen and Steamed Bun Invasion, along with the fact that it was April 1st, made Yixiu very suspicious, but then again, Chen had asked for the address, so he himself could come over. It didn't seem like an April Fool's joke. Could he be thinking that they were going to host a huge welcome celebration for him and it would be funny if he didn't show up? Even though Chen was very shameless, he wasn't stupid. Yixiu was more doubtful about Steamed Bun Invasion though. This guy immediately decided to go buy a ticket over here. Then, he suddenly told him that he was on the train today. The several-day gap didn't conform with common sense. However, this was Steamed Bun Invasion. He wasn't a normal person. Using common sense to figure him out would be a mistake. As a result, Yixiu asked Steamed Bun Invasion what he had been doing these past few days. Sigh. Nothing I could do. Steamed Bun Invasion replied quickly. QQ indicated that Steamed Bun Invasion was using the app on his cell phone. Typing on the phone limited his typing speed. I bought the ticket that very day, but when my friends heard I was going to become a pro player, they wanted to give me a goodbye party. Today, we'll party. Tomorrow, we'll party. The next day, we'll party. We partied for several days. I had to keep on changing my tickets until today. Steam Bun Invasion explained. Wow, I'm sorry for troubling you, Yixiao said. It's okay. I'll be there soon. Senior, where am I headed? Steamed Bun Invasion asked. Yixiao saw that Steamed Bun was asking him for directions. It didn't seem like an April Fool's joke, so he gave him his address, just like he did for Wei Chen. Can you find it? Yixiao sent the address over to Steamed Bun Invasion and asked. Relax. Steamed Bun Invasion was very confident. If you can't find it, just give me a call. Yixiao gave Chengguo's cell phone number to Steamed Bun Invasion. I think the probability of me using this phone number will definitely be 0. Steamed Bun Invasion said. I hope so. Yixiao said. After giving the two people the address, Yixiao went to find Chengguo and told her the news, but Chengguo looked at him warily. After starting at Yixiao for several seconds, she finally asked, Are you serious? Yixiao was helpless. It was a special day after all. You always had to be cautious. Yixiao put on his serious face and said, I'm serious. Think of it this way, today is April Fool's Day, but wouldn't using this sort of joke be too lame? Chengguo listened, but didn't let her guard down. She actually became even more wary and nervously asked, Then what do you plan on doing? How old am I? Do you think I have something planned? Yixiao looked at her in disdain and left. Speaking of which, Chengguo wasn't usually afraid of April Fool's Day. In the morning, Tang Ru and several other employees had pulled a small prank on her. Most people wouldn't be too excessive with it. However, the god in her internet cafe could summon storms in-game. Chengguo was actually quite afraid of what type of shameless prank he might play on her. Seeing Yixiao look at her with disdain and walk away, Chengguo wasn't angry. She actually felt quite relieved. The rest of the day went on like normal. It was just April Fool's Day. It wasn't a holiday or anything. Glory didn't prepare anything special for today either. However, in the competitive scene, today was a competition day and April was an important period for the pros. The Professional Alliance usually held competitive matches every week. If there were any big holidays or other special occasions on those days, the schedule would be adjusted accordingly. The season usually started in the middle of August and ended on the first third of May the next year. The middle third of May would be the playoffs, where the top 8 teams would enter an elimination-style tournament until the champion was crowned. April meant that the season was coming to an end. Teams with outstanding records or extremely terrible records might already know their general placings. For example, in this 8th season, April 1st was a Saturday, a match day. April had 5 Saturdays and May had 2 Saturdays for a total of 7 match days until the season ended. This was a few days more than other seasons. Usually, when April came, there would only be 5 or 6 match days left. At this point, the placements of a few teams were already determined. For example, Blue Rain, Samsara, Tiny Herb, Tyranny were way ahead of the rest. They had already been guaranteed a spot in the playoffs. The remaining 7 matches would determine their seedings. Currently, after the All-Star weekend, Samsara had shot past Tiny Herb and grasped the number 2 spot. These 7 matches would be a competition between Samsara and Blue Rain to see who would take first in the regular season. Unfortunately, none of the remaining matches matched Samsara and Blue Rain in a direct confrontation. This situation put less pressure on the teams, but the alliance didn't like it too much. In Glory, they often called these situations killer matches. In these remaining 7 matches, these 4 teams wouldn't care as much because they had already locked in their playoff spots, so there would usually be less highlights in these matches. In addition to that, these 4 teams were without a doubt some of the most popular teams in the alliance. If their matches were less suspenseful, the number of viewers would drastically decrease. At this stage, The media stopped placing importance on these popular teams and spent more time reporting the other teams fighting for the remaining 4 playoff spots. Misty Rain, Void, Wind Howl, 301, Thunderclap, 100 Blossoms, and Royal Style. These 7 teams were currently the focal point of the media and the only teams with the possibility of grabbing a playoff spot. Misty Rain and Void had steady positions and led the pack. Wind Howl and 301 were under a lot of pressure. If the 3 teams behind them wanted to move up, the 3 teams would need to step over their corpses. Team Thunderclap was currently in 9th place, just outside the top 8. However, their 7 remaining matches were against easy teams, so their chances of making it into the playoffs were highly likely. Before Zhong Jiala's retirement, let alone the playoffs, Team 100 Blossoms were frequently in the finals. However, this season, their team had been thrown into disorder and their record wasn't very stable. They kept on bouncing back and forth between the door to the playoffs. It was very likely that they wouldn't be able to make it into the playoffs, making the fans very nervous. Team Royal Style was in the worst spot of these 7 teams. Not only was it in last compared to the rest of the 7 teams, the next few matches for them wouldn't be easy. However, since the top 4 teams had guaranteed their spot in the playoffs, it might not be so bad. The next matches would be difficult because Team Royal Style needed to face all of the top 4 teams, but since the top 4 had guaranteed their spot, they would be much more relaxed in their matches and Royal Style might be able to pull off a win against them. The probability of which of the 7 teams would earn a playoff spot had been analyzed by all sorts of professionals and fans, but because today was a special day, the headlines weren't about these 7 teams. The headline, Excellent Era is out. Is this an April Fool's Day joke? Correct, Excellent Era continued to perform poorly. After the All-Star weekend, they had returned back to the brink of relegations. They were only 1 point higher than the second to last place team. 1 point. It was very likely that after today's match, Team Excellent Era would drop into the relegation zone. And with their current morale, if they dropped, whether they would actually be able to come back was a very big issue. The media and fans had criticized Team Excellent Era for over a month now. Team Excellent Era kept on expressing their stance on their record, but nothing worked. Their placing kept on dropping. They would occasionally show moments of brilliance in the individual and group arena competitions, but over the past 3 months, Excellent Era had yet to win a single team competition. The fans couldn't help but think of the team's glorious moments in the past and they kept on bringing up the retired team captain Muqiu. If Muqiu were still there, the team would still be such and such. This type of question would often come up in these sorts of moments. Many people happily forgot that Muqiu had led the team and they weren't performing well either. These were the same people that had criticized him then. Team Excellent Era's match had become a focal point in the competition too. As a result, like before, Chen didn't avoid playing Excellent Era's matches when they were a highlight of the day. Tonight, Happy Internet Cafe had arranged to broadcast Excellent Era's match. After a period of time, Happy Internet Cafe had gotten used to not playing Excellent Era's matches every time. Gradually, the weekend broadcasts became popular again. City H had many Excellent Era fans, but that didn't mean everybody was one. Even the area near Club Excellent Era wouldn't only have Excellent Era fans. Happy Internet Cafe's broadcast suited the appetites of fans, who supported other teams or only wanted to watch the big branded teams play, so these fans happily came over on the weekends to watch. However, without everyone supporting the same team, the atmosphere wasn't as passionate as before. Even so, for those who had never seen this type of internet cafe before, it was still quite impressive. What's going on? Are people protesting? A person stood at the entrance of Happy Internet Cafe. Half his face was covered by his long hair. The other half of his face showed his youthfulness. At this moment, he was holding onto his cell phone. He looked at Happy Internet Cafe very seriously before walking in. The huge crowd of people inside made him very surprised. However, he didn't show any fear towards the crowd. He calmly walked towards the front desk and flipped his long hair aside. He was just about to say something when he suddenly stopped. He took out his cell phone, while calling out to the sister in charge of the cash register, "Hold on. I forgot the word. Chapter 608. An unimaginable matter. While the girl working the cashier looked at him in confusion, the long-haired youth glanced at his phone and repeatedly said, "Oh, oh, oh." Then, he lifted his head and asked with a grin, "Chen Guo." "Steamed bun." Someone called out from near the register. Yixiao and Chen Guo were standing there. When the internet cafe broadcasted a popular match, the two wouldn't go to the front and steal a good seat from a customer. They usually sat far away and watched from the cash register. "Yes?" This youth responded and turned his head around. He saw a male and a female nearby, smiling at him. Lord Grimm, chasing haze. Yixiao took out his account ID and introduced himself and Chen Guo. "Oh, I'm Steamed Bun Invasion." "I'm here." Steamed Bun Invasion said. "I can see that." Yixiao laughed. "What's going on? Is someone making a ruckus? I'll help you out." Steamed Bun Invasion wasn't shy with strangers and quickly blended in as a happy internet cafe employee. He had already begun rolling up his sleeves. No, a match is being broadcast." Chen Guo hastily stopped him. She was afraid Steamed Bun Invasion would start pulling a mob. "Match? There usually aren't any matches at this time. La Liga or Serie A?" Steamed Bun Invasion asked in wonder. "It's a Glory Alliance match," Chen Guo said. "Glory Alliance match? Oh. Steamed Bun Invasion suddenly understood what was going on and then said seriously, "You're right. We're going to be entering the Professional Alliance, so we have to watch more competitive matches in order to understand our opponents. Who will we be watching today?" Right when he said this, the broadcast host began speaking. The most important match today, between Team Excellent Era and Team Void, was about to begin. "Oh, Excellent Era, Void. These two teams. We have to watch them carefully," Steamed Bun Invasion said seriously. "Then let's watch," Yixiao said. "Of course." Steamed Bun Invasion turned his head, maintaining his pose as a cash register. His eyes began focusing on the match. "I'm 100% certain that this person is Steamed Bun Invasion," Chen Guo whispered to Yixiao. "In any case, he's definitely not Old Wei," Yixiao said. "Why?" Chen Guo asked. Yixiao turned his head. "I'd recognize Old Wei." Oh, Chen Guo had to admit that she had asked a very stupid question. The match soon began. Because it was an Excellent Era match, there were many Excellent Era fans squeezed into the internet cafe today. As soon as it started, there were lots of cheering and sounds of worry. Right now, the fans were very concerned with the team's current situation. Who? It seems like there's a lot of support for Excellent Era. Team Void shouldn't have any less fans than them. Steamed Bun Invasion watched the match, but commentated on the internet cafe's audience. He didn't hear any Void fans competing against Excellent Era fans like he had expected. The noise from the Excellent Era fans covered up everything. Void has no energy. It looks to me like they'll be losing tonight. Steamed Bun Invasion came to this conclusion. "Let's watch the match," Steamed Bun, Yixiao said. "Roger that." Steamed Bun Invasion respected Yixiao's wishes and continued to pay attention to the match. As the match progressed, more and more angry shouts were coming from the Excellent Era fans. The three Excellent Era players who came out to compete for the individual competition lost all 3 rounds, making the Excellent Era fans in Happy Internet Cafe very upset. Even Steamed Bun Invasion saw the result and whispered with wide eyes, "No way. How could it be like this?" It seemed like he had been very confident in his previous prediction. Amidst the cursing, the group arena competition began. There were many twists and turns, causing everyone to be on edge, but in the end, Excellent Era managed to win the group arena and earned 2 points. The Excellent Era fans relaxed a bit and began nervously paying attention to the most important team competition. "What's your predictions?" Chen Guo liked to listen to Yixiao's predictions of every match. Even though he didn't predict every single match's outcome correctly, his analysis was very knowledgeable. Chen felt that her skill in glory wouldn't improve much from his analysis in terms of mechanical skill, but her theoretical knowledge improved greatly. Now, she was gradually learning and sometimes even looked down on the comments made by the commentator and analyst. It's obvious. Yixiao shook his head. His expression didn't look too good. Excellent era will lose. Chen saw the look on Yixiao's face and stopped herself from stealing a laugh. Right now, she hoped Excellent era would fail. However, seeing Yixiao's mood, it wouldn't be good to be too excessive. She could empathize with Yixiao's feelings towards the team. As a result, at this moment, in order to hold back her laugh, she thought about Muqiu and how she would also fail alongside the team. By doing this, she wouldn't say anything out loud about Excellent era's misfortune. Excellent era is a disaster right now. Yixiao said. The outside world is analyzing the reasons, but I think it's mainly because of that one time. Chen said. When she said that one time, she was referring to when Excellent era sent out their starting lineup into the game only to end up being smashed by Yixiao and a group of players. From then on, Team Excellent era's playing only got worse and worse. It's not only because of that time. The current Excellent era has too many holes. No one in the team cares enough to try and fix them. Yixiao said. How terrible. It's such a waste for Muqiu to continue being on that team. Is there any way to get her to leave early? Chen suggested. If Muqiu was no longer a part of the team, she could be at ease cursing Excellent era to death. But Yixiao didn't reply to her question. If this continues, Excellent era might even get relegated this season. Really? Wouldn't that be tragic for Muqiu? Another thing. If Excellent era is relegated, then they will be our opponents in the Challenger League. With Excellent era participating in the Challenger League, things will be very difficult. Yixiao said. Ah. Chen didn't think about this point. Now that Yixiao mentioned it, she suddenly understood. Don't look at how terribly Excellent era was doing this season. They still had the Battle God 1 Autumn Leaf and Sun Strong. Their recognition wasn't without a reason. If they didn't have this sort of strong foundation, Excellent era's relegation would never have been reported as an April Fool's joke. Clearly, such a strong team like Excellent era being relegated was something unimaginable by fans and the media alike. However, nothing in this world is absolute. This unimaginable occurrence was happening right now. The team competition soon began. Even Chen shook her head upon seeing the confrontation between the two sides. Excellent era tried to coordinate, but their coordination was too mechanical. They didn't seem to make any adjustments according to their opponent's moves. It was as if they were following a script, executing it one line at a time. Every single player executed their lines perfectly, but the problem was that their opponents weren't blocks of wood. As soon as Void made adjustments, Excellent era's moves clearly stopped being effective. Soon afterwards, Void's Ghost Blade duo, Li Shen and Wu Yu's, showed their might and completely gained control of the battle. Excellent era quickly fell into a losing battle. Even the analyst and commentator could point out all of Excellent era's issues. The team members of Excellent era were losing so badly, they no longer had any confidence left. They knew that they needed to make adjustments according to the situation, but none of them dared to make them. All of them were afraid of being the ones to blame if they lost the match. As a result, they simply followed the tactical guidelines word for word. It could be said that Excellent era's team was following the guidelines too well. This was a PvP competitive match. Following each step precisely was what players did in PvE situations. If they took that to a pro match, how could they not lose? When the match between Team Excellent era and Team Void finished, several other matches had finished as well. Among these was Team Bright Green, which had only been 1 point lower than Excellent era. All of the fans checked the points tally. Fortunately, Team Bright Green gave them a thread of consolation because Team Bright Green also performed extremely poorly. Just like Team Excellent era, they had only received 2 points. Team Excellent era still had a 1-point advantage. The teams already in the relegation zone wasn't having it easy either. They were in just as tragic a position as Team Excellent era. Speaking of which, even though Excellent Era had recently been declining, from the recent points earned, they couldn't compare to Bright Green. Even so, the majority of people still favored Excellent Era. After all, Excellent Era still had their resources. Their team's strength was still there. As for Bright Green, their team's strength and record were their real strength. Bright Green couldn't be used as an April Fool's joke like Excellent Era could. When the match ended, the Excellent Era fans were already numb to Team Excellent Era's disastrous results. They didn't curse or shout angrily. All of them felt dispirited, as if their spirits had floated away. To think Excellent Era would actually lose so badly. It was totally contrary to my expectations. TSK TSK TSK. Steam Bun Invasion sighed. He still believed the louder voice would have won. As for actual analysis of the match, he couldn't compare to Chen. Okay, stop reflecting on it. Yixiao patted him on the back and turned his head towards Chen. Let's get a late-night snack as a welcome gift for Steamed Bun. Sure. Chen nodded his head and called over Tang Ru. Hi, Steamed Bun. Tang Ru hadn't squeezed into the crowd to watch the match. Only now did she come down. After hearing that Steamed Bun Invasion had arrived, she also ran over to call out to him. Soft Mist. Yixiao introduced her by her game ID. Ah. It's you. Amazing. You're fierce in game and you look fierce too. Steamed Bun Invasion was deeply moved. You look fierce. Is that a compliment? Tang Ru smiled. Of course, of course. Steamed Bun Invasion nodded his head. Okay, let's go. Chen raised her boss voice and left the internet cafe together with them. After that, she took them to a place. Yixiao looked and sighed. He was also familiar with this place. When he was still in Excellent Era, he had been here many times to grab a late-night snack. However, at that time, the people he usually ate with. HM? Yixiao walked in, while looking back on his memories. Suddenly, he saw the person whom he had just been thinking about. He was sitting in his usual spot too. Excellent Era's boss, Dao Xian. Chapter 609. Unexpectedly here. Dao Xian wasn't the only person sitting here. Next to him was Club Excellent Era's director, Kui Li. These two people were, without a doubt, the two top executives of Club Excellent Era. For them to show up together here was already very surprising to Yixiao because today was Team Excellent Era's away match. Moreover, this match would decide whether or not Team Excellent Era would drop into relegations. However, these two executives apparently didn't go to support their team. Not long after the match ended, they came over here for a late-night snack. It was very unusual. Kui Li was sitting, facing the entrance. After seeing Yixiao, he signaled in front of him. Dao Xian turned around and the two looked at Yixiao. What a coincidence! To think that we would bump into each other here. Yixiao greeted. Chen was still choosing a seat and hadn't been paying attention to her surroundings. When she heard Yixiao say something, she turned her gaze over and saw the two sitting there. She quickly recognized them. Kui Li frequently showed up in the news and Dao Xian had personally come to visit the internet cafe. Ah! Chen suddenly felt the atmosphere become awkward, but after examining them for a while, she realized none of them felt awkward at all. The three guys were acting very comfortable, as if this wasn't an uncomfortable situation. Seeing their friendly smiles, the scene looked more like friends unexpectedly bumping into each other. It definitely didn't look like there were any existing conflict between the three. Chen deeply felt like she had said enough. The other side also had people who could talk. Kui Li replied to Yixiao, yeah, what a coincidence. I won't keep bothering you guys then. Yixiao clearly didn't plan on conversing with the other side too much. However, Kui Li was very interested in their group. He laughed, you're not bothering us at all. Are these fellows with you your future team members? How about introducing them to us? In the future, we'll certainly be interacting with each other anyways. Chen was the boss of an internet cafe and she often made deals with people. She immediately heard the deeper intent in Qi Li's words. Right when she was about to reply, Steamed Bun Invasion actually responded faster than her. He jumped out and said, "Ah. So you're also someone in this profession? How lucky. This little bro is Steamed Bun Invasion. My friends call me Steamed Bun. What's your name?" Ha ha. Qi Li smiled. Qi Li, Club Excellent Era's director. Some might call me a leader. This is our boss. Oh. Steamed Bun Invasion repeated "ode" for times and then asked, "What's that?" Ha 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 ha. Chen laughed so hard that one of the waiters was startled. Tang Ru could control herself, but she was clearly having a hard time holding herself back. Only when Yishio explained to Steamed Bun Invasion in a serious tone did he understand. The director is someone who manages the club in most situations. The boss is the owner of everything in the club. He manages the club behind the scenes. Oh, very senior? Steamed Bun Invasion asked. Of course. They're much more senior than us. Yishio said. Age? Steamed Bun Invasion looked at the two of them and asked. You were asking about their age. Yishio had a hard time following Steamed Bun Invasion's thought process. Pretty much. Steamed Bun Invasion said. As for what this pretty much meant, even Yishio had trouble understanding. However, one of Yishio's strengths was that he didn't care much for what you meant. I'll say what I want according to what I understand, so he continued, if you're talking about age, they're both older than us. Amazing! Steamed Bun Invasion praised. His comment was another mystery within a mystery. From what it looked like, he was praising how old they were. But why was being old something so amazing? Qi Li's expression continued to appear calm, but he was feeling very embarrassed. He definitely didn't believe that the person in front of him was showing his true character. He felt like Yishio must have set this up beforehand in order to ridicule them. It couldn't be said that Qi Li was a petty person. Steamed Bun Invasion's brain wasn't something most people could understand regardless. Qi Li thinking in this way meant he was still a normal person. But Steamed Bun Invasion wasn't thinking about this at all. He sincerely patted the shoulders of the director. We're all on the same side. Let's take care of each other. His words said one thing, but from his actions, it sounded like he would be looking after them and not the other way around. This time, Chen didn't laugh. She pulled at Steamed Bun Invasion. Who's following who? How are we on the same side? Aren't we all from the same circle? Steamed Bun Invasion said, right. What team did they say they were from? Excellent Era. Qi Li was clearly angry as he repeated it again. His face clearly said, keep pretending. You just keep on pretending. But Steamed Bun Invasion immediately understood. Excellent Era. Isn't that team, the one that lost really badly on TV just now? Qi Li. Yes. Chen nodded her head. Ah. Steamed Bun Invasion looked at Qi Li with pity. He said in grief, they shouldn't have lost. This time, Qi Li didn't answer him. He was afraid this was another trap. If he followed up, the other side would mock him. In his eyes, this guy named Steamed Bun was very terrifying. Steamed Bun, come sit over here. At this moment, Yishio had found seats and was already sitting together with Tang Ru. He called Steamed Bun Invasion over to sit with them. Steamed Bun Invasion turned to look and felt that there was a lot of space near his seat, so he asked Qi Li and Daoxian, would you like to sit with us? Ha ha, no need. Qi Li's smile looked very unnatural. If you lost, you lost. There's no need to feel so bad. Steamed Bun Invasion consoled them, as long as you try hard, you'll definitely have a future. What the F***ck are you talking about? Qi Li was about to slam the table, but he saw Daoxian give him an eye, so he didn't make any rash moves. He didn't want to talk to Steamed Bun Invasion any longer, so he didn't answer back. Steamed Bun Invasion saw that they were ignoring him, so he ran off to sit together with Yishio and the rest of the group. Amazing! Tang Ru gave Steamed Bun Invasion a big thumbs up. Of course. Steamed Bun Invasion said with excitement, but did he actually know what Tang Ru was praising him for? Bao Rongxing. Is that your real name? Chen Guo asked. Yeah. How did you know? Steamed Bun Invasion asked excitedly. I was listening when you introduced yourself earlier. Chen Guo tried hard to get used to talking with Steamed Bun Invasion. Yep, that's my name. We're all so familiar with each other, so you can just call me Steamed Bun. Steamed Bun Invasion said. Okay, let's order some food. Chen Guo nodded her head. On the other side, Dao Xian and Kui Li had already gotten up. They looked like they were about to leave. Enjoy yourself. We'll be leaving. Right when they were about to leave, Dao Xian came over and said bye to the four of them. His tone of voice didn't sound polite at all. In fact, it sounded very cold. Have a safe trip home. When you go back, work hard. You can do it. Steamed Bun Invasion didn't seem to notice. He didn't say bye. Instead, he cheered them on. Chen Guo nearly burst out laughing again. Soon afterwards, their food arrived. The four of them ate, while chatting with each other. They didn't talk about anything serious until Chen Guo suddenly had a realization. Today was an away match for Excellent Era. They didn't go with their team. Yeah. Yixiao nodded his head. Even though Chen Guo figured it out a bit slower, she also noticed this issue. Excellent Era was doing terribly, but the two executives of the club didn't seem worried at all. Even for such an important match like today, they didn't go with their team. If it wasn't because of absolute confidence in the team, it must mean that they didn't care about how Excellent Era did this season. With Excellent Era's terrible performances recently, they shouldn't be very confident in the team, which meant that these two executives of Excellent Era didn't have any hopes for this season. But no matter the case, if they get relegated, even if they return the next year, without a year of fighting in the professional league, the financial losses would be huge. It didn't make sense for them not to care about relegations, no? Chen Guo spoke her thoughts as she analyzed these issues. Yixiao listened and also nodded his head. Do you think that maybe after knowing you're forming a team and preparing to go through the Challenger League, they're losing intentionally to fight against you there? Chen Guo suddenly said. I don't think they'd go that far. Why would they care so much about me? Yixiao laughed. If that was truly the reason, then they would letting their emotions affect their decisions. Dao Xian had run the club and taken care of the team for so many years. He had become an experienced boss long ago. How could he make such a decision just for such a simple reason? Yixiao clearly didn't believe it. In any case, next season, Excellent Era will definitely be making big moves. Yixiao said. What do you mean? Chen Guo asked. They're already at such a state this season. If they don't make any big moves next season, won't Excellent Era go out of business? Yixiao said. Then why don't they hurry up and make any movements now? Chen Guo asked. It's probably because they can't do anything right now with their current situation. Yixiao said as he looked at the seats where the two had sat in before. Club Excellent Era. After Dao Xian and Kui Li returned, they went into Dao Xian's office. Dao Xian picked out a random bottle of wine from his wine rack and poured out 2 cups. One for him and one for Kui Li. Kui Li took it and sipped on it. He spoke, do you think that guy is actually stupid or acting stupid? Dao Xian sat in his big chair and stared at the ceiling. After a moment, he said, I don't know. Where did Yixiao get this guy? Kui Li said. He doesn't matter. How are your discussions going? You didn't get a chance to finish talking about it back there. Dao Xian said. Everything is going smoothly. Kui Li had a big smile on his face. Have you explained what might happen? Dao Xian asked. I've explained it all clearly. Good. Dao Xian nodded his head. What next? Kui Li asked Dao Xian. Don't have Sun Strong come out on stage for now. Dao Xian said. Okay. Kui Li didn't seem surprised either. They had clearly talked about this arrangement before. He let out a slight expression of hesitation, but it was because of another reason. We might really encounter Yiqiu's team in the revival tournament. That's good too. Daoxian smiled. It'll be more fun that way. Chapter 610. Wei Chen arrives. During this April Fool's Day match, even though Excellent Era didn't perform exceptionally well, their competitor had performed just as badly. Thus, that day's featured event passed by without any commotion. Who would have thought that the next day, Club Excellent Era would hold a press conference and throw down a huge bomb? In the press conference, Club Excellent Era's director, Kui Li, announced, the recent addition to the team, Sun Slong, will not be participating in the remainder of the matches this season due to health reasons. When Kui Li answered the questions of the reporters, he answered in a very remorseful way. They had noticed Sun Slong's poor health a long time ago, but because of Team Excellent Era's current predicament, they had insisted that he participated in the matches, but now, it had reached a point where he had to stop. After answering many questions regarding the details of Sun Slong's condition, Kui Li confidently expressed that despite missing their ace player and character, the team would try even harder for their remaining matches. At the same time, however, Kui Li had stated that the club had already made mental preparations for the worst-case scenario. If the worst-case scenario occurred, the club and the team would face it with a proactive approach. Even though his statement seemed modest and tactful, as professionals, the experienced news reporters could hear what was going on under the surface. Excellent Era had made preparations if they were relegated. This meant that Excellent Era wasn't confident that they would be able to maintain their current position in the rankings. What had happened to Excellent Era for such a famous team to not even be confident that they could stay in the alliance? On paper, Excellent Era shouldn't have any such trouble maintaining their ranking in the alliance even without an ace player like Sun Slong or a god's character like One Autumn Leaf. However, Excellent Era seemed to already be prepared for such a situation. Is Excellent Era really planning on giving up this season and returning through the Challenger League next season? Seeing the news, Chen asked Yiqiu in disbelief. They had discussed this possibility just last night. I don't think they'd go that far, but it seems like the team really is a mess. Yiqiu sighed. Excellent Era is going to be finished. Chen had a hard time believing it. Yiqiu could only shake his head and didn't comment. Wow! 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 A string of repeated cries interrupted their conversation. Bao Rongxing, also known as Steamed Bun Invasion, had been brought over to the team's living quarters after grabbing their late-night snacks. That place had just been given to Chen on April 1st, so she didn't have much time to tidy up the place. However, the wide and spacious living area was enough to make Bao Rongxing cry out in amazement. After resting for the night, it was only until that morning that were they able to finish tidying up the place. At this moment, Bao Rongxing had arrived at Happy Internet Cafe. Last night, it had been too dark to see much and there had also been a huge crowd because of the match broadcast, so he didn't get to have a good look at the internet cafe. Now that he had come again, he checked out the whole building from top to bottom. Just like last night, he was crying out in awe all over the place. His cries clearly made Chen very satisfied. She happily looked at Bao Rongxing, who was currently running down the stairs. What a big internet cafe! After Bao Rongxing had said enough wows, he exclaimed loudly in admiration. Once he gave this compliment, he didn't forget to ask, for such a big internet cafe, how many security guards do you have? That. There hasn't been a need for any. The public security in this area is pretty good. Chen wasn't sure how to answer his question. In any case, from what she remembered, she had never seen a situation where she had needed a professional security guard to take care of the matter. Even though there would occasionally be drunk customers or little thieves coming in, she didn't see the need for a professional security guard. Public security. Not all problems can be solved by public security. How about you leave those matters to me? Bao Rongxing confidently said. I don't mind. Chen laughed. Okay. Let me see. Can I move that table over there for me to sit at? Bao Rongxing gestured at Happy Internet Cafe's entrance. The table he was pointing at would block half the walkway. I don't think that's necessary. Chen began to sweat. It's necessary. It's necessary. Only if we set it up this way will there not be any holes. If they want to run this way, the table will block them. If they run this way, I'll give them a good punch and a kick. He won't have anywhere to run. Bao Rongxing explained his plan. Chen was starting to get anxious, but she didn't know how to communicate with this guy. At the crucial moment, Yi Xiu stood forth. Bao Rongxing, was this how you did things back at the internet cafe you were working at before? Nope. Bao Rongxing denied, I would only come out when the boss called for me. Then let's do it that way too. If there are any problems, we'll call for you to come out. Yi Xiu said. I'm pretty used to doing it that way. I just don't know if boss will think I'm dependable enough. Bao Rongxing looked over at Chen Guo. Yes. You're more than dependable enough. Here, you should spend most of your time on glory. If something really does come up, I'll definitely ask you to come out. Chen Guo said. Okay. Bao Rongxing replied with reluctance. Afterwards, Bao Rongxing went to room 213 on the second floor. Thinking about how more team members would eventually arrive, Chen Guo already knew that they would need a much larger practice room. Recently, she had already discussed with several people about remodeling the second floor. However, she hadn't made any deals yet, so room 213 would remain their practice room for now. Bao Rongxing sat inside and once again praised the room. Chen Guo very much liked to hear these words and happily accepted them. Then, they began to play Glory, but even though the four players were sitting close together, they were all very far in the game. Tang Ru and Bao Rongxing were still in the 10th server, but Tang Ru was a much higher level than Bao Rongxing, so they couldn't play together right now. Yi Xiu was in the heavenly domain and continued to level Lord Grim. Chen Guo's activities in the game were no longer just for fun. She rarely went on her main account. She usually used her alternate account to check on the guild storage and guild members. Apart from that, she frequently checked the forums for any news, trying to find movements of the going ONS in the pro scene. Old Wei still isn't here yet. They had spent most of the morning tidying up the apartment, so Chen Guo told the internet cafe to be on the lookout, but when she returned, she didn't hear about anyone looking for her. He said he'd come today. Yi Xiu said. It's already dark. He's still not here. Chen Guo muttered when her QQ suddenly rang. When she checked it, the little sister at the cash register told her that someone was looking for her. HM? Maybe it's Old Wei. Chen Guo said. Really? Yi Xiu put down his game. Tang Ru knew that another member had arrived, so she also got up to meet him. As for Bao Rongxing, he didn't know what was going on, but seeing that everyone else was getting up, he felt like something must have happened and they needed him, so he immediately followed after them. Chen Guo led the way. She walked down the stairs and saw an unshaven fellow smoking up a cloud. He had 2 big bags beside him. His cigarette made the little sister at the cash register knit her brows, but held herself back from saying anything, knowing that this was this boss guest. This guy didn't seem to notice at all. He just looked around carelessly until his gaze reached the stairs. When he saw Chen Guo, his eyes immediately lit up. Old Wei! At this moment, Chen Guo heard Yi Xiu call out. That guy had already started moving towards them. Chen Guo stepped to the side and let Yi Xiu stand in front. However, when that guy walked over to them, he didn't shake Yi Xiu's hand or anything. He immediately looked at Chen Guo and asked Yi Xiu, "Who's this beauty?" "She's our boss." Yi Xiu introduced. "Ah, it's nice to meet you." Wei Chen extended his hands out. He wanted Chen Guo to shake his hand. Chen Guo instantly felt conflicted. Her initial impression of Wei Chen was nothing good. And seeing how his eyes lit up when he saw a beauty, her impression of him continued to drop. She really didn't want to shake his hand, but thinking about how he would be a part of the team, as the boss, shouldn't she show her goodwill? Helpless, she extended her right hand too. She had already come to a decision. If this guy didn't let go of her hand to take advantage of her, she wouldn't give him any face. But Wei Chen just shook her hand a few times and said, "Hi, I'm Wei Chen," and then let go, but afterwards, Chen Guo discovered that this guy's gaze had landed on Tang Ru's body. His eyes lit up, and as soon as he let go of Chen Guo's hands, his hand seemed to be impatiently heading towards Tang Ru's hands. He asked, "And this is?" "Tang Ru." Yixiao used her real name. Tang Ru had never met Wei Chen in-game, so introducing her by her game ID would be confusing. TL note, Tang Ru's game ID in Chinese is Han Yang Ru, which sounds like an actual name. Good name. It's nice to meet you. Wei Chen immediately wanted to shake Tang Ru's hands. Chen Guo wanted to see how Tang Ru would deal with him, but another hand went up to meet his. "Hi. I'm Bao Rongxing. Those who are familiar with me call me Steamed Bun." "Ah. Hi." Wei Chen was surprised by the sudden interruption. Then, he looked at this guy with his long hair. After saying hi, he turned his head to Yixiao. "These are all the members you've found so far." "Yeah, even though they're new to the game, they're quite good," Yixiao said. "Oh, right. Did you see this?" Wei Chen suddenly seemed to have thought of something. He ran back to his bags and fished out a folded newspaper. Yixiao looked. It was the evening paper in City H. Even though it wasn't specifically for reporting on esports, Excellent Era was a big club in City H, so it gave a brief report on Excellent Era's press conference in the sports section. "Of course I've seen it." Yixiao only glanced at it. He knew that Wei Chen was certainly referring to this news, so he stuffed it back into the bag. "What is Excellent Era planning? It seems like they're already prepared to get relegated. If they actually get relegated and participate in the Challenger League next season, wouldn't they bump into us? That could be bad," Wei Chen seriously said. Chen Guo was surprised. Wei Chen's previous glances at her and Tang Ru made her think that this person was very dirty, but in an instant, this guy had already begun discussing the biggest issue the team faced. For these guys, glory was the most important thing in their life. Chapter 611. True Beginning. Wei Chen didn't even put his luggage away, nor did he ask where he would be staying. His attention towards the two beauties had also been just a small spark that flickered away almost instantly. With the quickest speed, he began discussing today's news in glory because this piece of news was related to their team entering the professional alliance. In an instant, Chen Guo couldn't help but have a change of heart towards this vulgar male. No matter his personality, his passion towards glory was something that any player would respect. "What does Excellent Era have planned?" Wei Chen urgently asked Yixiao. "How should I know?" Yixiao's aide. "You sound too much like an outsider." Wei Chen was astonished. "What are you?" "Excellent Era's great." "Great what?" Yixiao interrupted Wei Chen and pulled him outside the internet cafe. It was very busy at the internet cafe right now. If Wei Chen shouted out Yixiao's identity as a god, would he ever live a peaceful life again? Happy Internet Cafe would quickly become an Excellent Era heroic monument. Fans would come every day to see and pay their respects to him. Wei Chen quickly realized why Yixiao had pulled him outside. He looked down on Yixiao. "You're still acting like a hidden boss." "Don't call me Yixiao. Call me Yixiao, got it?" Yixiao scolded. "Wow, you actually have an alternate account." Wei Chen gasped. Go, go, go. Let's get you to the living arrangements and we'll talk there," Yixiao said. "Go where?" Wei Chen asked. "To where you'll be staying," Yixiao said. The others helped Wei Chen carry his luggage and walked over to Forest Park. As soon as they walked into the spacious living area, Wei Chen wasn't as wowed as Steamed Bun had been. The expression on his face was very similar to Yixiao's expression when he had heard that they would be living in such a place. Clearly, as some of the earliest players to enter the scene, he and Yixiao had experienced the difficulties during the beginning of the pro scene. Even though it couldn't compare to a professional club, these comfortable conditions were more than enough to make him feel happy, especially for Wei Chen. When he had been in the pro scene, he hadn't lasted long enough to enjoy the benefits of the professional alliance's rapid growth and the flourishing clubs. Chen Guo providing this living condition had deeply touched Wei Chen. There are 6 bedrooms upstairs. If we can gather everyone on the team, it will be 2 person to a room. Sorry everyone. Chen Guo said. For another god, it might be a bit pitiful for them, but not for us. We've braved and endured the hard times. These living conditions definitely aren't anything to be sorry about. Wei Chen firmly said. Thanks. Chen Guo smiled. Her impression of Wei Chen continued to improve. Wei Chen circled around the place 2 times. He clearly didn't have any problems with the living conditions. After walking around, he started talking about the announcement by Excellent Era today. I really don't know what they're planning. Yishio said helplessly. Excellent Era is right there. Why can't you just go over and ask them? Wei Chen was very unsatisfied. Do you think that's even possible? Yishio said. Even if you had a falling out with Excellent Era, there are so many people in the club. You don't even have a single friend you can ask? What about that beautiful partner of yours? Did you also have a falling out with her? Wei Chen said. Wei Chen was obviously talking about Su Muqiu, but by the time Su Muqiu had entered the scene, Wei Chen had already retired, so his understanding of Su Muqiu was only at a normal spectator's level. A normal spectator just knew that Yishio and Su Muqiu had been good partners with each other for several years, but this description was towards their performance on stage. As for their private relationship, they could only listen to gossip and guess. No one had any concrete proof. When Wei Chen spoke about her, Chen Guo responded. She obviously knew that Su Muqiu and Yishio didn't have any problems with each other, so she also looked at Yishio. That isn't too convenient, is it? Yishio said. Why not? Wei Chen asked. She's still a pro player under Excellent Era's banner. Yishio said. HM. Wei Chen sounded surprised. You really are good partners. It seems like your relationship with each other is very good to make even someone as shameless as you to care. You don't want her to be stuck between the 2 sides, right? Chen Guo listened and immediately understood. It was very convenient for Su Muqiu to spy on Excellent Era, but why didn't Yishio ask her? It wasn't that Yishio didn't think about it. He didn't want her to get mixed up in this mess. After all, Su Muqiu was still a member of Excellent Era. If she blurted out the team's secrets, it would be very unprofessional. So it's like that. After Wei Chen thought about it for a bit, he suddenly had an idea. How about you let me use your QQ account? I'll go ask and then you can just pretend that you got hacked. How about it? Yishio didn't answer. He just looked expressionlessly at Wei Chen. HM? No good? Too bad. You have such an amazing resource and you're not even using it. What a pity. In order to reach our goal, we have to be ruthless and win through any means necessary, but you've got so many emotions. I look down on you. I have to. Where's my room? You can pick anyone you like upstairs. Yishio acted like he didn't hear Wei Chen's previous rant and answered his question. I'll put my stuff down before I continuing to look down on you. Wei Chen picked up his luggage. I'm in room 1 upstairs. Do you want to be my roommate? Steen Bun yelled loudly. Are there any open rooms available? Wei Chen asked. Yes. Steen Bun is living in room 1. Every other room is empty. Chen Guo replied. Then I'll pick a room for myself for now. Wei Chen said. He didn't go into Steen Bun's room and put his luggage down in room 2. He didn't plan on immediately unpacking though. He threw his luggage in and then came back downstairs. He still wanted to talk to Yishio. You should at least have some guess as to what Excellent Era is planning, right? Wei Chen impatiently asked. With my understanding of Excellent Era's current team members, Excellent Era really has planned to get relegated. However, it's not necessarily intentional. It really might be because they have no other choice. Today, they announced Sun Song was sick in order to find an excuse for getting relegated. If they didn't have to, I'm sure they wouldn't get relegated. Yixiu said. With excellent Era's foundation, how can they not even have confidence in staying in the professional league? Wei Chen didn't understand. Their morale is gone. It's not easy for the team. Excellent Era's problem isn't with their skill, but rather with their mentality. Yixiu said. Mentality. Wei Chen said. They don't want to be the one to blame. Yixiu sighed. Why does that sound so lowly of them? Wei Chen was dumbstruck. Excellent Era's players have gotten in a conflict with me in the game before. They ended up getting wiped. Yixiu said. What do you mean by excellent Era's players? Their starting roster. Wei Chen was astonished. Pretty much. Yixiu said. You're joking. How did you do that? Wei Chen didn't believe him. I had the advantage in numbers. Yixiu said. How many more? 2. Yixiu said. Those weren't normal players, were they? Wei Chen said. They were players from Heavenly Justice. They're the current members of the future team Heavenly Swords. Yixiu said. Then their skill should be pretty good, right? Wei Chen said. They're okay. But to wipe out a pro team like Excellent Era, isn't that too much? Wei Chen said. I agree. Yixiu nodded his head. Couldn't you be a little more King modest? Just a little bit. Wei Chen said. I'm just telling the truth. Didn't you also say that you find it inconceivable? Yixiu said. I find your inability to be modest inconceivable. Wei Chen said. You're joking. With how unscrupulous you are, how could you possibly find anything inconceivable? Yixiu said. Ahem. Chen coughed. Are you two practicing your trash talking? The two glared at each other. I'm warning you not to run away from the subject. Wei Chen said in a serious voice like he was the team captain. I said what I needed to say. Yixiu said. Oh, if it's just that, then you might affect the mentality of those excellent era members for a bit of time, but a single loss shouldn't make the entire team depressed for so long. That doesn't seem like the type of drive a pro player should have. Wei Chen said. Yixiu nodded his head. Maybe we should look at their recordings and analyze their performances. Wei Chen said. We should. Yixiu said. Are there any computers here? Is there Wi-Fi? Wei Chen looked around. Not yet, Chen said. She had only just gotten the apartment yesterday, so she wasn't done setting everything up. Then let's go back to the internet cafe. Wei Chen asked. Sure. Yixiu got up. The other three followed them. They were pretty much just listening to their conversation. Towards the pro scene, even though Wei Chen had retired for so long, he was still much better than the other three. No matter how skilled Tang Ru and Steen Bun were, in terms of their ability to analyze issues, they couldn't compare to these two experienced pros. They left the apartment and returned to the internet cafe. Room 213 was a 4-person room, but now they had 5 people. There weren't enough computers. Fortunately, they were just watching a recording, so they only needed 1 computer. Yixiu opened up the VOD folder on his computer. All of the videos lined up made Wei Chen comment, not bad, not bad. It seems like you've been doing your homework. Let's watch this match. This is the fight we had in game. It was from here that Excellent Era's performance started to decline. Yixiu said. Okay. Wei Chen nodded. These two leaned forward in front of the computer. Chen Gui and Tang Ru looked at each other. They felt like they had become outsiders. Steen Bun didn't seem to have any thoughts. He just squeezed behind them and watched the video very seriously. Comrades, we need to study this carefully. If Excellent Era really gets relegated, they'll be our strongest opponents in the Challenger League. We have to use this time wisely and understand our opponent. Now, the former god, former captain of excellent era, and the most shameless person in all of glory, Yi Xiao will be analyzing this match for everyone. Chen said. Even though his words didn't say much, Chen Guo suddenly realized that from this moment onwards, their team would truly begin operating. Chapter 612. Lose the battle, but win the war. Did you watch this match? Just before the match began, Chen asked Yi Xiao. I watched a bit of it after it concluded. Yi Xiao said. That day, Happy Internet Cafe hadn't broadcast this match, so Yi Xiao had watched a recording of it later. Oh. Chen nodded his head and didn't say anything else. On the screen, the match had begun. It was progressing quite quickly. By the time the individual competition and the group arena ended, Chen already had his hands against his forehead. You devil! Look at the sins you've committed. What exactly did you do to them? Chen grieved. Yi Xiao was expressionless. He continued to quietly watch the match. In the team competition, Excellent Era lost miserably. For this match between Excellent Era and Thunderclap, the final result was 1 point to 9 points in favor of Thunderclap. Their performance had been nauseating to watch. Chen couldn't even keep watching. It was so terrible that, in a post-match interview, Team Thunderclap's captain Xiao Shiqin didn't even know what to say. Facing the question, how did you think your opponents performed today, a question every player could recite backwards, Xiao Shiqin had been stumped. There wasn't even one good point about that match. Everything about it was terrible. Do you have the post-match statistics? Chen asked. I do. Yi Xiao opened up another folder with documents on the statistics for every match. Each document matched up with a recording. Wow, holy *T. Hurry up and get me a bucket. I'm going to puke. Chen glanced at the post-match statistics and remarked. Let's watch the next match. Yi Xiao was calmer. The next match isn't going to be like this too, is it? How about you give me a summary? I'm scared that my old heart won't be able to handle it. It isn't easy for someone my age. Chen pressed on his stomach and acted like he was an elderly grandpa. In reality, his age was only relative to Glory's professional scene. At this moment, he wasn't even 30 yet. He was a young person no matter how you looked. They got 2 points in this match. Yi Xiao calmly stated. Oh, then let's begin. Chen looked as if he were about to watch a horror film. Moments after the match began, everyone heard someone shout, "The bucket has arrived." Everyone turned their heads in astonishment. Steamed Bun had actually slipped out of the room, who knew when, and had returned just now. He carried a bucket in his hands and handed it over to Chen. Go ahead and puke. Chen stared stupidly at Steamed Bun. Bro, are you serious? Are you serious? Are you going to puke or not? Steamed Bun questioned. Chen turned towards Yi Xiao. Is he really going to be a part of our team? Yi Xiao nodded his head. You're joking, right? Chen asked. Stop with this nonsense. It's starting. Yi Xiao said to Chen before turning to speak to Steamed Bun. Steamed Bun, put the bucket down. Let's watch the match. I'll be putting the bucket over here. If you need to puke, just say the word. Steamed Bun called out before placing the bucket in the corner. The recording began. This match had been that day's highlight match. Happy Internet Cafe had broadcast this match. It was between Excellent Era and Samsara. In the individual competition, Excellent Era had earned a total of 2 points. In the group arena, Juzakai swept the field. During the team competition, the fight had been just as nauseating to watch as it had been in the previous match. This guy adjusts quickly. He performed quite well in his match. They replayed the recording. In the second round of the individual competition, Chen praised one of Excellent Era's players. The winner of this second round was Excellent Era's Liu Hao. Yi Xiao nodded his head at the praise, while Chen Guo gave a snort of contempt. Excellent Era lost the third round, but having won 2 points already, this loss was easier to accept. At this moment, Chen was more spirited. He felt like this individual competition didn't require the bucket. However, in the group arena, Excellent Era had been cleanly swept by a single enemy, making Chen speechless. In the end, he gave a way out for Excellent Era. That punk Juzakai is looking pretty stylish now. Excellent Era isn't in good condition either. Beating them 1v3 isn't too surprising. Yishio didn't comment. The match moved to the team competition. Even though Chen hadn't watched this team competition before, he knew the end result because Yishio had told him that Excellent Era had only earned 2 points total in this entire match. However, they were studying the match, so the process during which it happened was more important than the end result. Right now, they needed to analyze what problems Excellent Era had encountered during this match. What's wrong? Would you like the bucket? After the team competition ended, Yishio asked. Chen actually shook his head. He didn't say anything, as if he was thinking about something. Keep going. Yishio asked. Continue. Chen didn't express any opinions about this team competition. He only told Yishio to play the next match. The two continued to quietly watch match after match. Once the recordings finished, they would check the statistics, but none of them made any verbal exchanges. As for Chengui, Tangru, and Steen Bun, they had been watching along too. However, whether or not they were analyzing it carefully or watching it for fun, only they knew. They could skip over the short breaks in between the competitions, so they watched each match in one sitting. Moreover, Excellent Era usually got dominated, so the matches progressed swiftly. They practically all finished in less than an hour. They kept watching matches, not caring about the amount of time that passed, until they had reviewed all of the matches at least once. Midway through the session, Chen had gotten a pen and paper. He was constantly writing stuff down. Yishio occasionally glanced to see what he was writing, but didn't do anything else. After the final match concluded, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Did you two discover anything? Chengguo impatiently wanted to know the results. For her, this was like a suspense film. Excellent Era kept on losing. Did we make a mistake? Steen Bun commented, but he clearly didn't know what was going on. This guy was an expert in glory, but he didn't have much understanding of its pro scene. On the other hand, Tang Ru didn't express any opinions. She just silently waited for Yishio and Chen to speak. What are your thoughts? Chen asked Yishio. I've watched them all before. Why don't you tell me your thoughts? Yishio asked. Lose the battle, but win the war. What do you think? Chen said. Sounds about right. Yishio let out a sigh. What do you guys mean by that? Chengguo asked. Chen lifted up his notebook with a bunch of arcane symbols on it and pointed at these symbols that no one could read. The problem with Excellent Era is the mentality of their players. From these matches and statistics, we can see some of this. First, there's the impact on some of them from the fighting game. This impact could clearly be seen. That disgusting match that made me want to puke was because of this reason. The person affected the most was their core player, Sun Slong. The impact of that in-game fight on Sun Strong changed over time. This can be seen through his performance in this match. Initially, he had been struck a heavy blow. He was unable to concentrate during the match, so he frequently made noob mistakes, but as time went on, he slowly began to adjust. However, this doesn't mean that the impact from that in-game fight completely disappeared. After that match, Sun Strong became impatient to show off his skill. To put it plainly, at his current level, pursuing glory is a good choice. His skill has already been publicly acknowledged. He doesn't need any proof, but clearly, because of a certain god, he might have started to doubt himself, which was why he appears so impatient. Simply put, in the beginning he was unable to concentrate, but afterwards, he became too focused, causing his playing to become erratic. This is how a noob behaves. Instead of maintaining his condition, he keeps up his guard against everyone. Chen said. A perfect example of an experienced player, the opposite of Sun Slong, is that punk Liu Hao. Apart from an extremely terrible first round, he performed quite steadily. If you pay attention to his individual competition and group arena win rate, you can see all these things present. His performances have been pretty good. Even with the team being a complete mess, Liu Hao still showed moments of brilliance. As for the other players, most of them fit into one of two categories. A portion of them had been deeply impacted by a certain god. The others, like Su Muqiu and even a few substitute players, were normal. However, even if this god didn't harm them in any way, their team brought them down. Because the team performed terribly, their normal conditions were also brought down with the team. Afterwards, they continually infect each other, resulting in Excellent Era's current plight. If we pick out Sun Slong and Liu Hao, these two are the only exceptions. After Sun Slong woke up, he was able to piece himself back together. Unfortunately, he was unable to piece the team back together, along with himself. There are probably a lot of reasons why. For example, he's a new member of the team. Even if he holds the title of team captain, he doesn't have much of an influence on the team, or maybe he was only in a rush to prove himself and didn't think of the team's conditions. Or he might have thought of it, but the team's condition was so bad that he didn't know how to fix it, so he didn't bother. As for Liu Hao, our god here should explain it. He clearly knows this person better than I do. His analysis would be much more accurate and trustworthy. Chen chattered a bunch and then shifted it over to Yixiu. Yixiu let out a sigh. Liu Hao is only thinking about his own future. He has already abandoned his team. Ha ha, so it really is like that. That's why I said, lose the battle, win the war. Even though Excellent Era performed terribly, someone like Liu Hao was able to display his strength. Not only was he dragged down by his team, he even showed brilliance in this sort of environment. By putting himself above the others, he's probably planning on using this opportunity to climb up into a higher branch. Also, I'm afraid Liu Hao isn't the only one with these types of thoughts. The team's already like this. Their record is so poor already. It'd be strange if they didn't have these thoughts. Chen said. Chapter 6:13. Teammate. When a team faces a crisis, isn't working together to improve and resolve the crisis the most logical thing to do? But when Excellent Era faced this crisis, with Liu Hao at the lead, a few of the players have already regarded the team to be a sinking ship and they plan on abandoning the ship to save their own lives. Yixiu concluded. Then for what reason are they hiding Sun Slong? Chen asked. This decision will only benefit them whether or not Excellent Era ends up getting relegated. Yixiu said. Why? Chen asked. There are only two possible results for Excellent Era this season. The first possibility would be that they don't get relegated, which would be great. Even with Sun Slong, there wouldn't be a better result. But without Sun Slong, if Excellent Era can hold on to their spot, they can make an announcement telling everyone know that they can place their hopes on Excellent Era next season. After all, Excellent Era can't consider keeping their spot a victory. They need to let their fans know that their goal is to be the champion. Yixiu said. If they get relegated, they would use Sun Slong as an excuse saying that it was due to his absence. Chen deduced. That's only one excuse. It would be disastrous if they actually got relegated. Excellent Era needs to do a lot of work to put their fans at ease. Just look at today's news. Sun Slong suddenly had to stop because of an injury. He had been playing with the injury for such a long time and needed to stop. As a result, they even gave an excuse for their previous performances. However, for Excellent Era, such terrible performances can't only be due to their ace player being injured. This summer, Excellent Era will probably have a huge upheaval. Only something like that could give the team's fans any hope. Once the fans have lost hope in the team is truly in a predicament. Thus, everything Excellent Era is doing right now is to urge their fans to continue supporting them. No matter the end result, they absolutely cannot allow the fans to lose hope in them. The reason they're hiding Sun Strong and using him as an excuse is because Sun Strong represents the core of Excellent Era. Yixiao added. Got it. Chen Guo let out a sigh. After knowing all of this, what should we do? We can't do anything for now. Yixiao let out a bitter laugh. We'll have to wait until the results come out first. However, it'd be best if everyone lit some incense for Excellent Era, because if Excellent Era gets relegated, Excellent Era being in the Challenger League will only be more terrifying than it is right now. It'd be best if we didn't meet such an opponent in the Challenger League. Wei Chen added. This unscrupulous guy was also filled with worry. Then what if we beat Excellent Era in the Challenger League? Would Excellent Era be completely done for? Tang Ru suddenly asked. Eliminate Excellent Era, Wei Chen stared blankly. Once Excellent Era gets eliminated, even though they could participate in next year's Challenger League, how could anyone support a team that needed to attempt the Challenger League twice? Would a god like Sun Strong be willing to waste his golden years in the Challenger League? If that actually happened, Excellent Era would fall into a vicious cycle and they would eventually fall. Are you planning on personally putting an end to the dynasty you created? Wei Chen turned to Yixiao. What do you mean plan? If we actually meet them, we have to beat them. That's what it means to be a pro. I know you have no idea what that means. Yixiao said. Do you know? Wei Chen said with contempt. The two people once again began talking trash each other. Luckily, Chen Guo promptly interrupted them. If that's the case, we'll have to work even harder. It's getting late. How about we all take a rest? The boss had spoken. Everyone still respected her words. Plus, they had been watching the match recordings for a long time, so they really were a bit exhausted. They left the room. Wei Chen walked to the head of the flight of stairs and waited there as if he wanted to say something to Yixiao, but then he saw Yixiao walk into his room. What's going on? Wei Chen immediately went back, but then he saw Chen Guo and Tang Ru also go into this room. What is this? Wei Chen was even more astonished now, but he heard a bang as the door closed shut. Old Wei, are you coming or not? Bao Zi had long since reached the bottom of the stairs and called out to Wei Chen. Impudent. You can't call me Old Wei. Even though Wei Chen was astonished, he couldn't just break down the door to see what was going on. Hearing Bao Zi call out to him, he scolded him, while walking down the stairs. Then what do I call you? Wei Old? Bao Zi asked. Just call me Old Wei. Wei Chen gave up. Didn't I say so earlier? Bao Zi said. What did you say? Wei Chen asked. What? Bao Zi. HM. Wei Chen. HM. HM what? Wei Chen looked up speechlessly. Just this teammate alone made him have some doubts about his decision towards Yixiao's invitation. After resting for the night, everyone gathered together at the internet cafe the next morning. When Chen Guo saw that two people had already arrived, she immediately began changing the second floor's layout. She even thought about directly remodeling the second floor to transform it into the team's practice room, but later, Yixiao put in great effort to dissuade her. We've just started. There is no need to be so lavish. Having a room without any disturbances is already very good. There isn't actually any need to make changes yet. Just let us have a few rooms. We don't all need to sit together. Yixiao urged. It's still better if everyone's nearby. Although Chen Guo gave up on completely renovating the second floor, she was still adamant towards having everyone sit together. The workers she had contacted before arrived today and began working. Wei Chen and Bao Zi came to the internet cafe together and went straight to the second floor. As Wei Chen passed the inner rooms, he sneakily looked into them, unlike Bao Zi, who didn't even take a glance. Chen Guo was personally supervising the changes. Seeing that the two had come, she called out to them and then led them to room 213. After Wei Chen and Bao Zi went in, they saw that Yixiao and Tang Ru were already busy. When they looked, the two people were both in a dungeon. Teammate Bao Zi had already shocked Wei Chen in a way. At this moment, he prepared himself to check on his other teammate. When he saw that Tang Ru was a battle mage, Wei Chen couldn't help but glance at Yi Xiu. With such a top-tier battle mage coaching her, this girl's skill should be very good, right? Speaking of which, Wei Chen had never seen Bao Zi play before. He had only ever interacted with him in person. Although he knew that if Yi Xiu had pulled them onto the team, they must have at least some skill, but he couldn't help but have some doubts. Wei Chen watched as Tang Ru played. On the other side, Bao Zi had sat down, turned on his computer, and inserted his account card. Then, he called out, "Old Wei, come sit here. How about we compare notes, so I can see how good you are?" Wei Chen nearly coughed up blood all over the wall. He hadn't even examined him yet, and this guy dared to ask him how good he was? "Sure. Let me see how good you really are," Wei Chen said and stopped watching Tang Ru play. He went over and sat down. He was ready to give this steamed bun a good lesson. "I'm here." "Where are you?" Wei Chen rushed into the arena and shouted. "Normal server, room 5684. Bao Zi was much calmer than Wei Chen. But when Wei Chen clicked on the room, he immediately entered. Bao Zi didn't even set a password on this room. Then, he saw that Bao Zi hadn't even made it a 1v1. There were already 7 players inside. It was clearly a team battle. "What are you doing?" Wei Chen asked strangely. He turned his head to look at Bao Zi's screen. Steamed Bun was sitting all alone in a room waiting for him. Just when he was about to ask, Yi Xiu poked his head out. "Is this your first time playing? You want to go to the normal server arena from the heavenly domain?" Yi Xiu didn't need to look to know what problem the two had encountered. 10th server. Wei Chen was surprised. Then, he carefully checked Bao Zi's screen. His character was a brawler called Steamed Bun Invasion, level 61. Wei Chen suddenly became furious. This F*King Bao Zi wanted to test his strength, and he wasn't even max level yet. At the same time, he recalled that Yi Xiu had said that these two people were new to the game. He didn't think much of it at that time. Now that he was seeing it for himself, 10th server, level 61 character, Bao Zi was very new to the game. He probably started playing when the 10th server was released. If that were the case, then he must have only played for 4 months at best. Someone who had only played for 4 months wanted to join the pro scene? As a former pro player, Wei Chen didn't dare to believe it. He needed to check on this Bao Zi's skill. "You wait," Wei Chen said, and had his Windward formation enter a normal server. Through this way, a heavenly domain character could enter the normal server arena, but his normal arena record wouldn't transfer to his heavenly domain record. "Make a new room. Fixed field," Wei Chen said to Bao Zi. "HM." Bao Zi was puzzled. He turned his head to look at Wei Chen's screen and immediately understood. "Wow, you don't have any equipment. Of course we have to go to the fixed field." Wei Chen was about to cough blood again. His Windward formation really was naked, but of course that was the case. When he came back to the normal server from the heavenly domain, his equipment would be left behind. Was that why he asked for the fixed field? Of course not. It was because there was a level discrepancy between them. The issue of not having equipment would be fixed in the fixed field too, but that wasn't the main reason. It definitely wasn't. "Room number." Wei Chen burst out when he arrived at the arena. Chapter 614. Comparing notes. "Ha ha, little punk, now you know this senior's might." Wei Chen laughed. He had clearly beaten Steamed Bun to a pulp. Steamed Bun was more than good enough to crush an overwhelming majority of players, but he wasn't a match against an experienced opponent. Wei Chen was, without a doubt, an experienced player and a former pro at that. Even though he was no longer as good as he had been in his glory days, he could only accumulate more and more experience. On the other hand, Steamed Bun was someone who had only started playing glory for 4 months. Even if he had talent, had a strong foundation, and improved quickly, it was far from enough to beat an expert like Wei Chen. Or, I lost. Steen Bun replied with sorrow. Don't be so emotional. This is completely normal. Wei Chen laughed delightedly. TSK, how despicable. Yishio didn't even watch the match. He had only heard their results. With Wei Chen's skill, being so delighted about beating a beginner who had only been playing for 4 months was really despicable. He couldn't help but express his opinions. Right, there's no need to be so emotional. Steen Bun seemed to have come to a realization, I can just try again. What? Wei Chen was surprised. Steen Bun's thought process going from no need to be emotional to trying again caught him off guard. Come. Don't be afraid. Let's play again. Steen Bun said. F***ck, you think I'm afraid of a noob like you? Wei Chen said and accepted the challenge. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Wei Chen laughed wildly every time he won. His laughter became louder each time. Even the workers outside were starting to feel annoyed. Chengguo opened the door to the room and looked inside. What's going on? 8-0. Wei Chen wrote a in the air. TL means 8. Seriously? Chengguo looked at Yishio in astonishment. What are you looking at me for? It's between him and Steen Bun. Yishio said. Seriously? Chengguo looked at Wei Chen in astonishment. Her disdain was exactly the same as Yishio's initial reaction. Chengguo also felt that, with Wei Chen's status, it was too low of him to feel so delighted for destroying Steen Bun. But Wei Chen clearly didn't care and continued to look at Steen Bun in glee. What do you think now, you little punk? Amazing. I didn't think you would be so amazing. What's your background? Steen Bun sighed. You'd better sit still when you hear it. This senior is Team Blue Rain's former captain and the original owner of the Great Swaksar. I hope I didn't scare you. Wei Chen spoke. Oh. Wei Chen clearly wasn't happy with Steen Bun's indifferent reaction. Suksu, what's that? Steen Bun asked. You don't even know who that is. That's the #1 warlock in glory. A godly existence? Wei Chen exclaimed. Oh. Steen Bun gasped. He really needs some catching up to do. Wei Chen spoke to Yishio. Is it important to know that type of stuff? Yishio asked back. Of course. Wei Chen acted like he was a holy saint. It's passing on one's knowledge and conviction to the future generations. How about you talk about Steen Bun's skill? Yishio shifted topics. He's not bad. For a player who's only been playing for 4 months, he's pretty decent. Wei Chen commented. You're not speaking with much confidence. Yishio remarked. F***ck, how am I lacking confidence? Wei Chen shouted. You almost lost, didn't you? Yishio said. TCH, he's got a long ways to go if he wants to beat me. Wei Chen said out loud, but on QQ, he shot Yishio a message, *T, I got careless once and he almost turned it around. Ha ha ha, who told you to hold on for dear life? Yishio replied. I wasn't holding on for dear life. I can still beat him, but that Steen Bun always makes weird moves. Even though most of the time he's a complete mess, he occasionally makes you really sweat. Wei Chen typed. Quite surprising, right? Yishio remarked. Indeed. Once that little punk improves his fundamentals and game knowledge, who knows what he'll be like. From the looks of it, if we helped him consolidate his game knowledge and have him do some practice to improve his mechanics, he'll be good. In terms of experience, teaching him too much would actually be harmful. Wei Chen said. Who needs you to say that? Yishio replied. With this guy's style, once you die, oh that's not right, once you retire, you can give your unspecialized to him. That will certainly be a scene to see. Wei Chen said. Oh. Yixiu was surprised, but an unspecialized. I know what you want to say. According to common knowledge, only someone who is proficient with every class can play an unspecialized character, but have you ever thought about what would happen if you had a completely blank slate begin playing an unspecialized and have him treat it as a complicated class? Wei Chen asked. HM? That's definitely an interesting thought. Yixiu replied. Even though Steamed Bun isn't a completely blank slate, he's very simple-minded. His noobness isn't because he's new to the game, but rather his personality. If you had him treat your unspecialized as a new class, he might actually be able to do it. Think about it, with a 120 extremely quick, short cooldown skills at his disposal and his chaotic play style, what would that be like? Wei Chen wondered. Even more chaotic. Yixiu said. But that's what makes him scary. Wei Chen felt some lingering fear in his heart. It's just that unspecialized characters won't last very long. Yixiu said. That's true. Glory hasn't raised the level cap in 3 years, right? Yixiu said. Yeah. I suspect that by the time we make it back into the pro scenes, they'll have raised the level cap at least once. Wei Chen said. Yeah. But every time they raise the level cap, it will usually only be 5 levels, so level 75. It's something that an unspecialized can still cope with for now. Yixiu said. We'll wait and see. When the time is right, we can let Steamed Bun try out an unspecialized. Wei Chen said. Okay. Yixiu agreed. What about that pretty girl? How good is she? Wei Chen asked. Why don't you play a practice match against her and see for yourself? Yixiu asked. Okay. Wei Chen happily agreed. Little Tang, how about you have a practice match with Wei Chen? Yixiu turned to Tang Ru. Sure. Let me finish this dungeon first. Tang Ru was currently leveling inside a dungeon. She definitely wouldn't refuse to play a practice match. She loved to compete. Soon afterwards, Tang Ru exited the dungeon and went to the fixed field. Wei Chen had already set up a room, waiting for her. Tang Ru went in and the two immediately started fighting. Yixiu didn't watch them and continued to level up his Lord Grim. Tang Ru was sitting next to him though, so he would occasionally take a peek at the situation. Tang Ru's situation was virtually the same as Steamed Bun's. Both of them lacked experience and experience was Wei Chen's strength. Yixiu didn't know how badly Steamed Bun had been beaten up, but Tang Ru was being completely suppressed. There wouldn't be any suspense in who would win, but Yixiu reckoned that Wei Chen could feel some pressure from Tang Ru's play style. In the first match, Wei Chen easily won, just like Yixiu predicted. Your mechanics are very good. Quick and precise. Wei Chen pointed out Tang Ru's strengths after winning. Thanks. Again? Tang Ru asked. Come. Wei Chen happily accepted. On QQ, Yixiu sent him a laughing emoji. What? Wei Chen was puzzled. You have to stop. Yixiu said. Stop? This massacre? It's no pressure at all. Wei Chen said. Ha ha. Yixiu laughed. Ha, your sister. Wei Chen replied and then fought again. Ha ha, I'm sorry pretty girl. I won again. Wei Chen said at the end of the following match. Again? Sure. When the third match began, Yixiu dungeoned, while sipping his tea. He didn't need to look. He could tell from the sounds of their keyboards and clicking that the pace for this match was going faster. Tang Ru was going all out. Her peak condition usually didn't show at the start of the match. Her true skill oftentimes didn't appear until she faced a predicament. She was a perfect example of becoming stronger with the strength of her opponent. However, Wei Chen still won the third match. Wei Chen gave a cough. He was just about to say something when Tang Ru stared at him, her battle spirit burning it again. Wei Chen looked around until he stopped on Yixiao, but he discovered that Yixiao had hidden himself behind his monitor. Come, Wei Chen didn't refuse, but his voice was becoming drier. What the F***ck is this? He quickly shot Yixiao a message on QQ. Stop. Yixiao said again, but this time, Wei Chen was starting to understand. On the fourth match, Wei Chen won again, but before he could say anything, Tang Ru's soft mist had already clicked ready in the lobby. When he raised his head to look at Tang Ru, she was staring at him, extremely eager for another try. Last match, Wei Chen was starting to lose confidence. Tang Ru didn't comment. She continued to try her hardest and in the end, Tang Ru won. Wei Chen let out a sigh of relief when he heard Tang Ru doubt him. You didn't intentionally lose, did you? No. Definitely not. Wei Chen hastily answered. Ha 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 ha. Yixiao finally said something and then added, okay. Old Wei is tired now. Give him a break, little Tang. Tang Ru wasn't so stubborn that she wouldn't drop the matter until he died. Even though she was reluctant, she let it go. F***ck. Wei Chen messaged Yixiao. What do you think about her? Yixiao asked. She's incredible. The more she fights, the fiercer she becomes. My old hands are about to cramp up. Wei Chen said. Did you give her the win on that last one? Yixiao asked. No **t. You don't actually believe I'd actually keep going until my hands cramped, did you? If I did, I'd be sick. Wei Chen said. She's also someone who's only played for 4 months. Yixiao said. To think you'd be able to pick up 2 players like this in the 10th server. With the blessings that the God of Glory has bestowed upon you, you'd better return to the Alliance and win that championship. Wei Chen puffed. God of Glory? You mean me? Yixiao replied. F***ck off. Enough with your **t. Wei Chen cursed. Chapter 6:15. Qingming Festival. He even discussed the issue of hiding these talents with Yixiao. At the same time, he also asked if there were any hidden talents undiscovered. After all, only having 4 people in the team was not enough. This issue made Wei Chen a little disappointed. The other 2 confirmed members on the team, Little Cold Hands and Concealed Light, were unable to reach Steam Bun or Tang Ru's level of expectation. However, this was not enough to cause a tactful guy like Wei Chen to feel worried over. He and Yixiao alike had experienced the initial stage of the professional league. If he had to compare the 2, he would find the current situation not bad. It was excellent errors records that had caused Wei Chen to feel a little vexed. Even though it would feel good to personally bury his previous glory and restart his journey again, a tactful guy like Wei Chen no longer had the hot-bloodedness like a youth. On the contrary, he wished to avoid excellent era and take down the Challenger League safely. Everyone had something busy to do the next day. Chen Guo supervised the decorating. Yixiao, Tang Ru, and Steamed Bun leveled up on their own, while Wei Chen switched back to his spy account in Samsara to continue to be a hired thug. Due to the fact that they had different levels in the game, the 4 people weren't able to interact together as a group for the time being. A day passed. The next day, Chen Guo woke up very early. She handed all her decoration work to Tang Ru today because she had something else to do. April 4th was this year's Qingming festival. Chen Guo would visit her deceased father's grave every year. After she had left her room quietly and went down the stairs, Chen Guo was startled. She didn't think that Yixiao would be up earlier than her. He was also neatly dressed as he sat casually at the reception desk. Chen Guo looked suspiciously towards the reception desk. Yixiao wasn't just neatly dressed. He was dressed very formally. Morning. Yixiao and Chen Guo greeted each other. You're going out. Chen Guo looked at Yixiao's attire and made a guess. It was already April and the weather was becoming warmer, so there was no need to wear different clothes indoors and outdoors, which made it hard for Chen Guo to judge. Yeah. Yixiao nodded. That's new. Where are you going? Chen was curious. Yishio had been to Happy Internet Cafe for 4 months. Apart from All Stars Weekend and Spring Festival, his range of activity had never left this street. I'm going to visit a grave. Yishio spoke. Who? Where are you going to visit? Chen was startled. Because of Yishio's brother Yichio's previous visit, Chen was sure that Yishio wasn't from City H. If he planned on visiting a grave, wouldn't he be returning home? Nanshan Public Cemetery. Yishio said. Nanshan Public Cemetery. Chen was once again surprised because this was exactly where she was planning to go. To go visit a friend. Yishio obviously saw Chen confusion, so he took the initiative to explain it to her. Oh, I'm also going there. Chen said. Let's go together. Yishio asked. Sure, should we go now? Chen asked. Wait for Muqiu. Yishio said. Oh, Muqiu is going as well. Chen replied. Usually, she would undoubtedly be more than happy to be able to interact with Muqiu. However, today was a special day. It was inappropriate to be happy because of this. They didn't wait long. Muqiu arrived exactly on time to Happy Internet Cafe at 7:30. Evidently, Muqiu and Yishio had arranged a time to meet beforehand. As an esports star, especially in the area of City H, it was very inconvenient for Muqiu to go out. Now that winter had passed, Muqiu was unable to dress in her tight armor, so she was wearing a large sunglasses with a baseball cap and stood briskly at the internet cafe's entrance. Let's go! Yishio stood up, while Chen went to greet Muqiu. Chen helped Muqiu look around to see if they had attracted any attention. Yishio saw this and only gave a laugh before the three set off. They called for a taxi and set off towards Nanshan Public Cemetery. Chen was curious about who Yishio and Muqiu was going to visit, but it wasn't an easy question to openly ask about. As for her, even though she had never mentioned it to Yishio before, she reckoned that everyone in the internet cafe knew about her home life. Yishio probably knew already, so she didn't explain it herself. The atmosphere was somewhat tense. Chen quickly glanced at the rear mirror from her passenger seat. Yishio's expression was as natural as always. As for Muqiu, her expression was hard to recognize because of her armor, but it felt like she wasn't too sad. Chen hesitated whether she should pick a topic to talk about, but it was Yishio who spoke first. However, he didn't speak to Chen or Muqiu but the rental car driver. Sir, do you play Glory? What? The driver was asked a question all of a sudden, so he was a bit surprised. Glory, an online game. Yishio said. Online game? Aren't those for children? How would I know? The driver scoffed. The three on the car were suddenly regarded as children. Chen felt a little embarrassed, while Yishio appeared very natural. He turned towards Muqiu and spoke, You can take it off and rest. Muqiu quickly took off her giant sunglasses and took a long breath. So heavy. Chen realized why Yishio had asked the driver this question. Afterwards, Yishio asked. It's still the previous set, right? Yeah. TSK. Yishio continuously sighed as if feeling relieved that she didn't have to suffer because of him. Based on this topic, Chen quickly joined in and helped by giving advice. Once the topic was opened up, the atmosphere was no longer heavy. Chen and Muqiu discussed enthusiastically about makeup and other cosmetics. This took away the chance for Yishio to join in the conversation. They traveled in this way until they arrived at City H's Nanshan Public Cemetery. Although the three had arrived early, it was the Qingming festival, so there were a lot of people that had come to visit their ancestors' graves. Are you guys going to buy anything? Chen asked the two. Should we buy flowers? Yishio asked Muqiu. Sure. Then you should pick them out. Yishio said. Of course. Muqiu said as she and Chen entered a flower shop nearby. Not long afterwards, the two came out, each holding a bunch of flowers. The flowers that Chen bought were normal flowers. As for Su Muqiu, Yixiu couldn't recognize any of the flowers within her bundle. What kind of flowers are those? Yixiu asked after he came over. Birds of paradise. Oh. Yixiu replied, but didn't make any further remarks. The three people entered the cemetery and kept silent. They all quietly followed the stone path until Qingming stopped. I'm going this way, how about you guys? Oh, we'll be going a little further that way. Yixiu pointed to another side along the path. Oh, I see. Then I'll go find you guys afterwards. Qingming said. Sure, see you later. Yixiu said. See you later. Qingming nodded and the two said their goodbyes. Qingming took her bunch of flowers and went to her father's grave. Dad, I've come to see you. With a small smile, Qingming gently placed the bunch of flowers down. I'm doing well and so is the internet cafe, but it's a little different than before. A strange guy came and said that he would willingly take the night shift for the internet cafe. I've then discovered that he's an amazing and famous person. He's an esports player and a top tier one too. Ha ha, if you were some other dad, you would definitely think so what, but you're different. You opened up an internet cafe, so you know all about online games. To have such a great figure like him to come to our internet cafe and become an employee, it's weird, isn't it? I learned about him having some conflicts with his original team, so he was forced to retire and leave. However, he has no intentions on giving up at all. He's preparing to create another team to return to the professional league and aim for the championships again. As for me, I've decided to fiercely support him. This is another major decision I've made after taking over the internet cafe. I haven't had any dreams or ideals, though I wish for you could come back to life, but that's only a fantasy. It only counts as a dream if you make it into a reality with your own ability, right? I now want to work hard and create a team. What do you think? Amazing, isn't it? It's going to be very difficult, but I think it can be done. You don't have to worry about the internet cafe either. Because even though the guy and the others he brought along can be quite a mess sometimes, I have a feeling that they're all very reliable people. It feels good to be with them and I think our shared goal will become a reality. At that time, I will definitely come and tell you about it. Wait for our good news. Standing before the grave, Qingming told her deceased father about everything. Although he was no longer present, the tied emotions between them would never disappear. Even time wouldn't be able to collapse this bond. Qingming hoped that her father knew that everything was going well for her and wished that she could share the enthusiasm and happiness with him. All right, I'll be going now. I might even bring good news the next time I see you. Qingming smiled as she turned and made her leave. She returned to the stone path and walked towards the direction Yixiu had previously pointed to. Qingming had visited Nanshan Public Cemetery for quite some time, so she was pretty familiar with the place, which explained why she knew which area Yixiu had previously pointed to. That area had not yet been opened when her father entered the cemetery. She couldn't remember which year that area had opened up. While thinking, Qingming reached one side and walked past the rows. She soon found Yixiu and Su Muqiu, standing shoulder to shoulder. Qingming didn't go over because she knew that many people had a lot of say when visiting the graves of their dear ones, so it would be inconvenient if there was an outsider there. Qingming didn't walk forward, but from a distance, she could still see the name carved upon the gravestone. Su Muqiu? Qingming was startled. Judging from the name, the person seemed like a family member of Su Muqiu. Chapter 616. Su Muqiu. When Qingming saw the name on the grave, her mind was instantly filled with countless ideas and thoughts. She wanted to further confirm through the content given on the grave, but from her current position and distance from them, she couldn't see any other words. Qingming didn't want to distract them, so she didn't progress any closer. She only stretched and bent herself around to see if she could pick up any useful information that the two figures had blocked. In the midst of her efforts, Yixiu suddenly turned his head and saw Qingming. Qingming knew that Yixiu must have caught her peeking. She wanted to find a hole for herself, lie in there, straighten up a gravestone, and just die. she subconsciously pretended not to notice Yixiao looking her way and continued to look around. After a while, she quickly scanned around again and saw Yixiao, who was smiling and still looking at her. When he saw her looking his way, he waved towards her, as if hinting for her to come over. Chen Guo was surprised and made a hand gesture confirming that she was allowed to walk forward. She only started to walk over after Yixiao gave her a nod. Chen Guo was quite familiar with Nanshan Cemetery and knew about the different types of graves that were used here. The Rao Yixiao belonged to one of the lower-grade gravestones in Nanshan Cemetery. The setup was simple and the space for visiting the grave was very small. If there were more family members or friends visiting, it wasn't possible for everyone to stand in front of the grave together. Chen Guo came to the front and found the small and simple grave tidied up very neatly. It must have been cleaned by the two just then. The birds of paradise were placed silently before the grave. Chen Guo could finally clearly read the words on the grave. The name and the time the grave was set up instantly gave Chen Guo some information. At this moment, Yixiao stood aside and patted the gravestone lightly while saying, "Look at this, if he weren't lying here, he would have definitely become one of the gods in glory." "He's your brother." Chen Guo looked at Su Muqiu. The name on the gravestone pointed it out. "Yeah." Su Muqiu nodded. She took off her hat and sunglasses before the grave. Her emotions didn't seem to be too sorrowful. She seemed like she was reminiscing her past. Judging by the dates on the grave, he passed away at the mere age of 18, which had been almost 8 years ago. Car accident. Su Muqiu spoke. Oh, Chen Guo fell silent. She had also experienced the unexpected pain of loss before. He was the only family member I had. Su Muqiu said. Who? Chen Guo was stunned while immediately remembering that, despite the fact that Su Muqiu was a celebrity figure, her information portfolio had never introduced anything about her family. Chen Guo had always thought that she just didn't want to reveal information about her family. During this year's Spring Festival, Chen Guo knew the reason why Yixiao didn't return home. However, when Su Muqiu also stayed at the club, Chen Guo was slightly puzzled in the beginning, but didn't think much of it afterwards. She assumed that Su Muqiu stayed behind to be with Yixiao. She only knew about it now that even if Su Muqiu wanted to gather with relatives for a festival, there was no one she could find. As for Chen Guo? Although she was living by herself, she still had a few relatives, they just didn't interact much. We both grew up in the orphanage, then something happened, so we were left to wander outside. It was my brother who always cared for me for the whole time. Su Muqiu said. Chen Guo continued to be stunned. She had never thought that such a dazzling glory celebrity had such a miserable past. Her brother Su Muqiu was not even 18 when he passed away, and before that, he already had to bear the responsibility of raising 2 people. Chen Guo was unable to imagine how hard it must have been. Ha. It was unexpected that Su Muqiu would laugh at a time like this. Don't assume that our lives were hard at that time, because it wasn't. Our lives were pretty good due to my brother's gaming talent. Gaming talent? Yeah. Su Muqiu smiled. Power leveling, selling equipment, organizing gambling dens, or even assassinating. In terms of gaming, there's really nothing he couldn't do. Oh, that's nice. Although Chen Guo spoke in this manner, she was pained on the inside. She knew that although Su Muqiu had said it like this, the reality might not have been as blissful as she had described. Chen Guo had grown up in the internet cafe. Later, she managed the internet cafe, a relatively big one too. Although she didn't involve herself with online games at first, she had watched over such a place every day, so Chen Guo knew quite clearly about what it was like to seek a living in gaming, similar to what Su Muqiu had described. Although doing these things could help them survive, it would be difficult to let a person live a luxurious life. Chen Guo didn't know to what degree Su Muqiu could do it, but at that time, he was just a teenager and he had needed to support 2 people's lives, so it must have been very difficult. Also, another reality was before her eyes. Su Muqiu's grave was one of those with a low standard in Nanshan Public Cemetery, so it could be seen that when he had passed away, their financial assets had been very limited. Chen Guo didn't think that Su Muqing had spoken in such way just to comfort her. Maybe she really was satisfied during that time. Her living demands weren't too high as someone who had grown up living on the streets and depended on her brother. This was why she felt very happy even though her life might not have been very good in another person's eyes. Chen Guo received confirmation because she caught Yi Xiu's emotions in that instant. When Su Muqing was happily remembering her past, Yi Xiu, who was always calm, had a bit of bitterness displayed on his face. Chen Guo knew that he wasn't some kind of pitiable teenager who didn't have a home to go to. In terms of his quality of life, he definitely wasn't on the same level as a homeless girl. Evidently, Yi Xiu was clear about what the Su siblings' lives were like, so when Su Muqing brought up the happiness from her past, his emotions were similar to Chen Guo's. When the game Glory came out, my brother was so happy. He had high hopes for this game and put all his heart into it. Su Muqing said. I met those two around that time. Yi Xiu said. After you have left home, right? Chen Guo asked. Yeah. Yi Xiu nodded. After meeting them, I got along with Muq. Both of us aspired to make something out of Glory, so we spent all our time on Glory every day. We researched classes, skills, equipment, and creating our own equipment in Glory. The Pro League still has silver equipment created by him. Really? Chen Guo was astonished. Really? One Autumn Leaf Spear Evil Annihilation is one of his works. Yi Xiu said. As well as the Myriad Manifestations umbrella. Chen Guo suddenly remembered, when she had first learned about this piece of silver equipment, Yi Xiu had mentioned a friend. Chen Guo felt it was a sensitive topic, so she hadn't investigated the matter any further. Now it could be seen that the friend Yi Xiu had previously mentioned was Su Muqiu. Yeah, very gifted, right? It was a pity that the update for level 55 destroyed any meaning in unspecialized characters and this weapon. Yi Xiu sighed. But my brother didn't give up. Su Muqing spoke. That's right. The Myriad Manifestations umbrella's conception was a vision produced by him when unspecialized characters had been extremely popular. From then on, he researched unceasingly. He experimented and experimented. No one knew how many failures he experienced, but he never gave up. Who knew that, just when he was about to succeed, when he had prepared a character to level up with the Myriad Manifestations umbrella, that update happened. When the news came out, even I couldn't accept such a sorrowful thing. His silence during that time scared all of us. Do you know what happened afterwards? Yi Xiu asked. What happened? Chen Guo was startled. The first thing that came to her mind was that Su Muqiu had been too depressed because of this and deliberately got into a car accident. However, after giving it more thoughts and this really happened, how could Yi Xiu ask something like, do you know what happened afterwards? On the second day, when we were all still worrying about him, he smiled and handed a card to me, saying, it's a new start. Yi Xiu said. He's really strong. Chen Guo instantly gained respect for Su Muqiu from the bottom of her heart. He gave up on the idea of playing an unspecialized. He picked a class and leveled it up again. During that time, the news of a professional league forming was gradually released. We were famous in Glory at that time, so we were contacted and invited everywhere. Of course, we weren't able to bring out our unspecialized characters, but we could finally take a step ahead in Glory. Everyone was happy, only that, Yi Xiu fell dim when he spoke here and lowered his head towards the gravestone. In the picture that was mounted on the gravestone was a delicate teenager who looked kind of like Su Muqing, giving off a confident and easy smile. At that moment, Chen Guo felt as if she could really hear a free and easy voice saying, it's a new start. Yeah. Only a person with absolute confidence would be able to casually say such a thing after experiencing an attack that destroyed all of his hard work. And he had only been a youth in his teens. At that time, we had already confirmed our team and were prepared to formally sign the contract, but he was caught up in an accident. Yi Xiu sighed. The three fell silent. Su Muqing slightly turned her head, but quickly turned it back to its original position. Although the tears in her eyes were shining, there was still a strong smile hanging on her face, but he left behind many things. That's right, without the silver weapon, evil annihilation for one autumn leaf, I wouldn't have been able to win 3 championships in a row so easily. Ha ha, at that time, that silver weapon was ahead of its time. You can even ask Old Wei when you return. It scared him to death. Yixiu said. There's also Lord Grimm and the Myriad Manifestations umbrella. What he wasn't able to achieve before can be achieved now. Chen spoke. As well as the account he prepared to use for the Pro League. Su Muqiu added. Oh? Where? Chen truly wanted to worship the character that this firm and confident youth had left behind. This youth would have become a god, but ended up with such a tragic ending instead. It's the Dancing Rain account that I'm currently using. Su Muqiu said. Chapter 617. Let's work hard together, everyone. Chen was very surprised at this response. Su Muqiu's Dancing Rain had been the account that Su Muqiu had originally intended to use in the Pro Alliance. Guys playing female characters or girls playing male characters weren't commonly seen in the game, but it wasn't anything strange in the pro scene. Every character in the pro scene had been built up step by step. The character's gender was something that had been set at creation and couldn't be changed regardless. In some cases, a younger generation successor would be a male player playing a female character, or a female player playing a male character. Team Misty Rain's Chu Yunxiu and Team Void's Wu Yus were 2 notable examples. Both of them were all-star level players. Chu Yunxiu's Elementalist, Windy Rain, and Wu Yu's Ghost Blade, Carved Ghost, were the opposite gender of their respective players. Windy Rain was a male character. Carved Ghost didn't sound like a female name, but she was a female character anyways. These 2 were famous, so they were talked about more often than others. There were also others, but there weren't very many. After all, there were more male players than female players. Male players were, on average, more skilled than the female players. In the pro scene, whether it was players or characters, males held the majority. Nearly all of the above players had inherited their current accounts. In the beginning, this issue would often be talked about by others, but later, everyone got used to it, so not many were surprised by it anymore. However, if someone took the initiative to play as the opposite gender, it would attract a lot of attention. In the past few years, there were no lack of players who wanted to attract attention in this way. Unfortunately, this was a competitive place and not a place for recreation. Just relying on this method wouldn't allow them to keep their position. Everything depended on their skill alone. If your skills were just for show, then you would be picked out swiftly. Let alone players who played a different gender. Even if you were an actual transgendered person, you would just be seen as a joke if you couldn't back up the attention with skill. But this Su Muqiu had actually planned on joining the pro scene by using a female account? It was quite surprising to Chen. Someone with such confidence didn't need to gather attention in this way. After she said Su Muqiu explained to her with a smile, he didn't care whether or not he played a male or female character. The reason he created that account was to tease me. Oh, Chen understood. It was just a little joke between brother and sister. It had nothing to do with the politics of the pro scene. He had even used his sister's name for the female character. Chen could tell that Su Muqiu loved his sister dearly. Such a caring person ended up in such a way. Chen felt sad, but she didn't want to disturb Yixiu's and Su Muqiu's feelings, so she tried hard not to cry. Now she understood why. That day, when Excellent Era's boss Dao Xian came over and promised he could even let one autumn leaf go if Yixiu desired, but Yixiu decisively asked for Dancing Rain instead. In his eyes, Dancing Rain meant much more to him than even one autumn leaf. Whether it was for Su Muqiu or Su Muqiu, he would try his hardest to get Dancing Rain back. As for one autumn leaf, it was mostly Yixiu's memories. He could give the up, or maybe it was because he was confident like Su Muqiu that he could start all over from scratch. Afterwards, the 3 fell into silence. No one said anything. After standing there reminiscing for a short while, Yixiu spoke, "Let's go back." Okay. Chen didn't object. Su Muqiu also nodded. The 3 left. Before leaving, Chen couldn't help but look back one last time. With Muqiu's skill, personality, and even appearance, if he had been able to join the pro scene, what would he have been able to accomplish? Had he been planning on joining Excellent Era together with you? Chen asked Yixiu. Yeah. Yixiu nodded his head. If you had been able to fight alongside each other in Excellent Era? Chen couldn't help but imagine the possibilities. Just Yixiu alone had been able to bring Excellent Era to dominate the pro scene for 3 years. If he had someone else, who was no worse than himself, someone like Muqiu, then maybe the pro alliance would close down because the same team would win the championships every year without any competition. Yixiu said. Alright, today was a special day, so Chen didn't make any remarks towards Yixiu's comment. The three walked along the road down the mountain and returned by taxi. All the way, they talked about the game and their moods gradually returned to normal, but Chen had just listened to the story for the first time. Her mood couldn't go back to normal so quickly. At this moment, her ambitions became even grander. She suddenly felt that bearing so much weight on her shoulders was something to be happy about. She was glad that she had the opportunity to meet all these people and share their burden. Struggle and move forward. Whether they succeeded or failed, they could be proud of their life. Their life wouldn't be filled with boredom or loneliness. How are things going? How are things going? Is everything done yet? When they returned to the internet cafe, Muqiu went back to Club Excellent Era, while Chen checked with the second-floor renovators on their current progress. Her energy startled Wei Chen and Steamed Bun, who were playing the game in the room. The two came out to see what was going on. Wei Chen still had a cigarette in his mouth, which Chen quickly noticed. No smoking. Chen pointed out. Are you joking? You can't smoke in this internet cafe. Wei Chen was astonished. Chen recalled that exact same scene from months ago. Yixiu had arrived at the internet cafe with a cigarette in his mouth. After being scolded by her, he also had that same incomprehensible look. If you're going to smoke, go smoke in that room. Chen pointed. Prohibiting smoking in an internet cafe would make things difficult for customers and would negatively impact the business, so even though Chen didn't like smoking, she had to open up a smoking area for these customers. There were certain areas downstairs and upstairs for customers to freely smoke in. How did you survive? Wei Chen looked at Yixiu. He clearly knew that Yixiu also smoked. I've got morals. I only smoke in smoking areas. Yixiu said. Don't tell me the clubs allowed you to smoke in the practice rooms. Chen asked incredulously. Usually not. Wei Chen said, but I was the captain. After speaking, he sucked in a deep breath and handed a cigarette over to Yixiu. Yixiu took it and skillfully lit it. After taking in a deep breath, he puffed out, I was also the captain. Scum! Both of you are scum. Chen was furious. At this moment, she couldn't help but think of Muqiu. If he had been the captain, he definitely wouldn't have acted so inappropriately. Even if you don't care about yourself, you have to at least care about the other team members. A lot of our team members are minors. Don't you feel bad exposing them to second-hand smoke? Chen lectured. This senior had already started smoking when he was a minor. Wei Chen inhaled. What a coincidence. Me too. Yixiu nodded his head and also inhaled. You too. Chen yelled. Speaking of which, who's going to be our team captain? Wei Chen asked Yixiu. Are you going senile? If not me, then who else? Yixiu said. I guess we have to make do with what we got. Wei Chen nodded his head. These two guys chatted and went into the room. Steamed Bun, do you smoke? Wei Chen even asked Steamed Bun. I don't know how. Steamed Bun said. There are you two actually don't know how to smoke. Wei Chen expressed his disdain. Then let me try. Steamed Bun asked. Chen was going crazy. Wasn't he being brought over to the dark side too easily? Just when she was about to stop their vile behavior, Yi Xiao said, if he doesn't know, there's no point letting him try. It'd be a waste. Agreed. Wei Chen nodded his head. After speaking, the two went into the room. Chen Guo was depressed. Just Yi Xiao alone had made her go mad, but now Wei Chen was here too. With these two shameless villains colluding with one another, they directly ignored her no-smoking policy. Chen Guo once again thought of Su Muqiu and felt grieved. Why did such a good person have to die? Was it really as the saying went, good people don't live for long, while disasters can last centuries? She couldn't do anything about these two. Chen Guo went back and checked on the renovation progress. She was quite satisfied with the progress, but when she thought about those two scourges, she had to propose another requirement. The practice room would need very strong ventilation. You're back? At this moment, Tang Ru came out from her room and called out to Chen Guo. HMPH. Those two make me angry. Chen Guo grumbled. What's wrong? Tang Ru asked. Chen Guo explained. Tang Ru consoled her with a smile, there's nothing we can do. From the looks of it, that old Wei's smoking addiction is even worse than Yi Xiao's. If you didn't let him smoke while he played, he might not be able to handle it. I know. A lot of old players are like that. Chen Guo said. Just let them do what they're used to doing. Tang Ru said. What else can I do? I can only lecture them a bit. Chen Guo sighed. Yi Xiao wasn't here in the morning. Did he go out with you? Tang Ru asked. Yeah. He and Su Muqiu went to sweep a gravestone. Chen Guo pulled Tang Ru to one side and told her about Su Muqiu's brother, Su Muqiu. She wasn't afraid that she would disturb Yi Xiao's or Su Muqiu's mood. Chen Guo completely poured out her thoughts. Tang Ru listened and could only feel sorry as well. This has made me even more determined to work hard for this team. Chen Guo said. Let's work hard together. Tang Ru said. Chapter 618. Practice Room. The second floor renovation wasn't a very large project, but it wasn't a small project either. However, with Chen Guo personally supervised the project in high spirits, the work progressed swiftly. About 2 weeks later, the project was complete. They then moved in some equipment that had been prepared beforehand. Chen Guo inspected everything again and felt very satisfied with the work. Only then did she call everyone over and officially move them into the team's new practice room. Isn't it too bright? Yi Xiao led the way in and made a remark. Sunshine came in through the huge window and into his eyes, forcing him to squint. It really is a bit bright. Wei Chen followed after him. Chen Guo ignored the comments given by these two shameless guys. She just continued to invite them to use the computers and experience the room some more. The computers used weren't any different from the ones used in the internet cafe. Glory ran smoothly on these computers without any problems. As for their mice and keyboards, she had asked them which ones they preferred. Yi Xiao had recommended a suitable set for Steam Bun. There were 12 computer stations total, every 3 computers were in a group. The groups were arranged in a square formation, giving off a very competitive atmosphere. Because they used different sets of keyboards and mice, their seats were already fixed. Yi Xiao and Wei Chen were placed right underneath the strong ventilation fan. Chen Guo already regarded them as smoke machines. The 4 people sat down in their respective seats, turned on their computers, and entered the game. Not long afterwards, Yi Xiao wrinkled his brows as he complained again, it's too bright. Yeah. Wei Chen agreed. Chen Guo was just about to ignore their complaints again, but Steamed Bun also squinted his eyes and leaned extremely far forward. His eyes were about to touch the screen. It's too bright. I can't see the screen clearly. Even Tang Ru said helplessly, it really is. Chen Guo had never tried it before. She stood behind Tang Ru to check and suddenly felt stupid. She had intentionally positioned the room so that it faced the sun. The sunlight would brighten up the atmosphere, but it also brought an intense glare to the computer monitors. It really was hard to see stuff on the screen. We should hang a curtain. Yixiu looked at the window. Chen Gui accepted the suggestion and hung a curtain up over the window. They immediately spread it out. Good. Steen Bun was excited when he returned to his computer. This is good. Wei Chen complimented. Yixiu and Tang Ru didn't say anything, but also looked very satisfied. Chen Gui was speechless. The curtain blocked the sunlight, making the room very dark. The brightly lit and magnificent practice room that she had imagined had turned into a dark and gloomy room. In this dusky room, the constantly changing light from the screens shone on the faces of the people in front of the computers. Even a beautiful girl like Tang Ru now looked like she was a ghost. Chen Gui couldn't bear it anymore. She walked to the entrance and turned on the light. Everyone in the room cried out as if a bunch of leeches had been burned by the sun. Turn it off. Hurry up and turn it off. Wei Chen's voice was especially impatient and desperate. As he shouted, he kept on adjusting his seat and waving his keyboard and mouse. The light seemed as if it had an extremely dangerous effect on him. The other three didn't react as crazily. All of them kept looking up at the lights. Chen Gui had personally chosen the lights as well. The lights were very beautiful crystal lamps, but right now, the others were glaring at them very unwelcomingly. Chen Gui was gloomy. Don't turn them all on. It makes it too hard to see the screen. Yixiu said. Chen Gui flipped 2 of the light switches off. A couple more. Yixiu said. Chen Gui turned off more lights. Another one. Yixiu said again. Chen Gui turned off a couple more lights. Another one. Yixiu still said. Chen Gui turned off another light and then heard Yixiu say in satisfaction, this is perfect. Let's keep it like this. All of the lights had been turned off. Chen Gui was so depressed that she wanted to hit a wall. It turns out that she had done too many unnecessary things. The practice room had a few other features too, but right now, Chen Gui felt too afraid to display them to everyone. After the 4 felt satisfied with their environment, they had already begun focusing on the game. Chen Gui was feeling down when she suddenly heard Yixiu say, "Is this all? I remember you installed a projector too." "Ah, yeah." Chen Gui heard his question and her spirits came back. She hastily ran to the corner on the east side and pressed on a button. The projector screen slowly descended. The screen was a bit smaller than the screen downstairs used to project the matches on Saturday, but it was more than enough for this practice room. "Hey, this is real nice. We can use this projector to watch matches. We won't need to go downstairs and squeeze our way through the crowd. Hearing all those noobs talking rubbish really makes me mad." Wei Chen felt moved. Everyone laughed. In the beginning, Wei Chen had liked the way Happy Internet Cafe broadcast the Saturday matches. During his first week here, he had a good time with everyone else. But good things didn't last forever. In the second week, after Wei Chen got a good seat to watch the match, he got into a big argument with the person next to him. That person was commenting on the match to his friend and acted like he knew everything. Wei Chen listened to him and saw that it was all complete nonsense. As a result, he passionately participated in the discussion and pointed out all of his mistakes. That guy didn't have the patience to listen to any of Wei Chen's words. He looked at Wei Chen in contempt, "You understand?" Wei Chen wasn't a typical gaming nerd. He had come from the streets. After being in the streets for so long, he had gone from being a small delinquent to a big boss. His temperament was the same as it had been back then. He was too lazy to reason with this guy. When right, others might play as the scholar who can never win an argument with a military man, but Wei Chen was the military man and would straight up use force to win. But in this occasion, Wei Chen didn't make a move. According to him, because he had just gotten to the internet cafe, he had to give the boss face. In addition, since they were going to form their team, he had to control himself. Later, Yixiu heard the story and looked down on him. "Don't listen to his nonsense. He's just saying that because the other side had the numbers advantage. In short, from then on, Chen no longer watched the matches with the crowd, but he really did like the feeling of using that big projection screen to watch matches. Chen had installed one for them up here, making Chen very happy. "Let's watch the matches here this week," Chen declared. "Ah? I still like downstairs," Steen Bun said. "Why is that?" Chen asked. "More people, bigger screen," Steen Bun excitedly said. His simple reasoning was hard to dispute. Facing his own teammate, no matter how angry Chen was, he couldn't just go up and punch him. So he sincerely educated Steen Bun. "Look, we're extremely skilled players aspiring to be pros. It isn't right to crowd together with those noobs. They won't understand the words that you say, but the words that they say will only make you angry. What's the point?" "That won't happen. I feel like it's good," Steen Bun said. Everyone laughed again. Chen was helpless. He had been with him for 2 weeks already. How could he not know about Steen Bun's ability to derail any topic at this point, so he didn't try to put in pointless effort. He buried his head in the game once more. These past 2 weeks everyone else had been leveling on their own accounts. Chen continued to spy on Samsara. With his skill, Chen still wasn't a core member of Samsara yet, but he was at least an elite player of the guild and had joined the elites of Samsara's main guild. During these 2 weeks, he had participated in several wild boss fights and made heroic contributions to the guild. Even if he was a spy, the guild was happy to use him. After all, the benefits brought about by such an expert could clearly be seen. Chen earned their trust, while slowly moving his gang of brothers into the guild. Chen had been guiding his friends for a long time, so their skills weren't bad. They at least had the qualifications to hold a seat in any of the big guilds. They had originally been members of Blue Brook Guild, so they didn't have any issues in joining. Normal players might not care if he recommended a bunch of players to join the guild. The guild leader might even happily welcome all of them, but a club guild had to be much more careful. After all, the competition between the club guilds was too fierce. It was no longer as simple as playing for fun. As a result, under Chen's arrangements, his friends pretended like they were Samsara fans and sent their applications to Samsara. There were countless Samsara fans and many of these fans wanted to join the club guilds that they supported. No one would ever have any suspicions towards this reason. Afterwards, they just needed to patiently wait for the guild to recruit them. Chen didn't have any proper business to do when he went online. After walking around in a circle, he received a personal message from the guild leader 3 Realms 6 Paths. The guild leader of a grand club guild was someone very high up in the game. To personally receive a message from the guild leader showed how high of a status Chen held. Chen opened up the message and after conversing with 3 Realms 6 Paths for a bit, he cursed, F***CK? What's wrong? Yishio glanced over. That F*** already wants this senior to lead a team. I still haven't gotten everyone together yet. Chen cursed. This had originally been his and Yishio's original plan. Chen displayed his talents as a leader. In order to properly utilize his talents, the guild would give him a team to lead. Chen was currently in an elite team of Samsara, but such a top team would certainly be commanded by the guild leader, 3 Realms 6 Paths. No matter how amazing his leading was, it wasn't his place to go beyond his status. Leading was a very prestigious matter. If your guild's elite team and even the guild leader were listening to a single person's orders, what did that mean? It clearly wouldn't be appropriate, so the two of them were certain that Samsara would give Chen a team to shine. However, they didn't anticipate that Samsara would move so quickly. Only a few of Chen's friends had joined the guild. Chapter 619. Do you have a clear conscience? That's not that important, is it? Yishio said as he skimmed through the chat window on Chen's screen. 3 Realms 6 Paths seemed to place a lot of importance on Chen and told him that he was planning on giving him control over the 5th elite group of Samsara's main guild to lead. It's not that important, but I just feel that with the ability I've displayed, it's still too soon for me to become an elite group's leader. Chen said. Really? The 5th elite group. One group has 100 players. When a guild fights for a wild boss, the guild will usually bring 2 groups, at most 3 or 4. Your 5th elite group is just a reserve group for the reserve group. Your current status isn't any higher than a cheerleader in the 1st elite group. At the very least, you won't be able to receive any extremely important pieces of intelligence. Right now, just take your 5th elite group or whatever and run dungeons all day. Yishio said. Shut up. If that guild leader immediately handed me the 1st elite group, his head must have been kicked into mush by a donkey. The 5th elite group isn't that bad anyways. Wait until I show off a bit more skill and we'll push past those 2nd, 3rd, 4th elite groups. Chen said with confidence. Don't stoop too low. If you get a rare item in the next dungeon, try to restrain yourself from pocketing it for yourself. That would be like killing the hen for the eggs. Yishio warned. F*CK off. Do you think this senior needs your advice? Chen shooed away Yishio as if he were a fly. Just when Yishio turned back to his computer screen, he heard Chen yell, "Whoa! Eternal Life Spring! I just happen to need something from this dungeon. This group's dungeon progress is perfect." Yishio turned his head and looked. After Chen had accepted 3 Realms 6 Paths proposal, 3 Realms 6 Paths asked for him to lead his new team to tackle dungeons. Their main target was a level 70 dungeon, Eternal Life Springs. Even though Yishio regarded the 5th elite group of Samsara's main guild as the reserve group of the reserve group, in reality, they were definitely among the top teams in glory. Eternal Life Springs was one of the 7 great 100-player dungeons in the Heavenly Domain. These 7 great 100-player raid dungeons were named as such because they were currently the hardest dungeons that existed in glory. They belonged in the same category of difficulty, but because there were a lot of differences between each dungeon, different raid groups had easier times in some dungeons but had a harder time in others. As a result, it was hard to say which of these 7 dungeons was the easiest. Every raid group had their own opinions. These 7 dungeons had been added to glory at the same time and refreshed at the same time every week. In other words, even though there were 7 dungeons, players could only choose one of the 7 to run every week. Large guilds, like Samsara, would always try to split their forces up so they could run all 7 dungeons during the week. How many of the 7 dungeons a guild could clear was another way they could measure the guild's strength. If a raid group could only attempt 1 dungeon every week, how many dungeons a guild could clear indicated how many top elite teams that guild possessed. The more of these top elite teams they had, the more experts the guild had, and the better the equipment these experts possessed. Samsara's 5th elite group was one of the groups responsible for running one of the 7 great dungeons every week. Since these dungeons refreshed on the same day each week, the equipment and uncommon materials inside were extraordinarily precious. Although, in theory, the drops wouldn't be at the same level as a wild boss, but not only did a group only have a single opportunity to attempt one of the 7 dungeons, but very few of them could actually clear them. As for random raid groups, they were far from being good enough to take down any of the 7 dungeons. Chen used to be a part of the Blue Brook Guild before. With his skill, entering an elite group definitely wouldn't be a difficult task. He had probably run this dungeon before. Even if he had run the dungeon in the past, most players wouldn't be able to get any of the items that dropped. If it were any normal player guild or another group, it might be possible, but for club guilds, materials needed to be provided for the pro team. Unless there was a special reason, these materials rarely fell into a player's hands, so when Chen saw that he would be leading the team into Eternal Life Springs, he immediately thought of killing the hen to get the eggs. He was the group leader? According to custom, equipment and materials dropped wouldn't be rolled for to determine the owner. The drops would go directly to the group leader. If Chen needed an item, he could take it directly and leave if he wanted to. However, if he did this, he would never be trusted by anymore again. Don't stoop too low. Yishio reminded again. TCH, I just felt that it was a bit of pity. Do you think that I'm you? Wei Chen looked back with contempt. Yishou didn't reply, but after a while, he suddenly heard Wei Chen slap his head in vexation. Why didn't I think of that before? Think of what? Yishou asked. Getting materials this way. I should have created a smurf, climbed to the top, lead a team, then took the items and ran. Wei Chen said. This means that you're still human. Yishou sighed. But you thought of it today. Wei Chen glanced at him. Must be a difference in IQ. Yishou asked. More like a difference in morals. Wei Chen said. Everything is for work. Yishou expressed. How about we get a few alternates and use this method? It's a pity about your unrivaled super hottie. You should have at least risen to the level of a group leader, run a dungeon, and take all the items before leaving. Wei Chen said. You're joking. Do you know how much effort that requires? Wouldn't it be better to directly target the group leaders? Wait for them to exit the dungeons and directly kill them. Isn't that much more direct and efficient? Yishou said. Hadn't we planned on doing this before? When we have a bit more manpower, we'll do it. Wei Chen said. That's why I said we're not in a hurry for dungeon drops. It would make more sense to hurry up and figure out a way to steal wild bosses. Yishou said. Slow down, slow down. As long as you remain patient, there will be more bread waiting for you. Wei Chen advised. Chen listened to their discussion and felt very remorseful. The content of their discussion becoming more and more despicable. They wouldn't stop at anything to reach their goals, whether it be murdering or plundering. If a pure and innocent child ended up joining their team, under the evil influence of these two people, what would he be like when he grew up? It would be okay if the child could distinguish between game and reality, but if he was completely corrupted, what would happen if he went to the streets and plundered? Most players thought of running dungeons to get equipment drops or finding ways to trade for other items. Why did these two have to think of inhumane methods like they clear the dungeon while we clear the group leader? How did these guys view the game? What did they eat when they grew up? Chen looked at the two incredulously. When she glanced at Steamed Bun and Tang Ru, they were wearing the headphones and leveling in dungeons. They probably didn't hear of them talking, so they didn't react in any way. If a team was formed like this, their entire history would be filled with black. If their wrongdoings were exposed, how terrible would their reputation be? Chen thought. She felt like their plans were too excessive. But when she thought about it again, killing people for equipment was very common in the heavenly domain. Who didn't know that the heavenly domain was a dangerous place? These two were just a bit more bold than others. Most players would think of bullying strays, whose equipment were about to break anyways. But these two guys directly locked onto the group leaders of the top guild's elite groups. In any case, this was a game and it wasn't against the law. Even so, Chen didn't like this sort of conduct. But if she tried to talk some sense into these two, she felt like her chances were very low. In that instant, Chen once again thought of Muqiu. This youth died before he could complete his dreams. Chen had only understood a little bit about his situation from Yishou and Muqiu on the Qingming festival, but in her heart, she regarded him as a perfect existence. He was a big reason for Chen recent motivation. When she thought of this perfect person, Chen became determined. She walked over to those two unscrupulous guys and tapped the table. Hey! What? The two didn't even lift their heads. You guys weren't actually serious about those things you guys just talked about, right? Chen said. What? The two finally lifted their heads. Directly killing the group leader for his stuff. Chen said in an incomparably serious tone. Did we say that? Yishou looked at Wei Chen. I don't think so. Wei Chen looked at Chen. I'm serious. Chen didn't waver. Yishou could feel Chen determination and laughed, of course not. We were just joking. Really? Chen hesitated, but still told them her thoughts. I understand your dreams and how precious time is and how difficult it is right now, but I feel that we shouldn't achieve these goals through any means possible, such as relying on immoral methods like stealing the results that others got through hard work. Do you guys not have a clear conscience? Chen furrowed his brows when he heard her words. Right when he was about to say something in response, Yixiu smiled. We have a clear conscience. Yixiu had his usual indifferent expression, but it currently made Chen feel disappointed. Fortunately, she soon heard Yixiu add, because we really were just joking. Really? That's good. Chen suddenly felt a heavy weight come off of her shoulder and smiled. Chen didn't say anything until Chen left. Then, he looked at Yixiu, but we weren't actually joking, right? I was just joking. You were the one being too immoral. Yixiu said. Stop with the bullsh**t. I doubt you'd care about something like that. Chen said. But there's nothing we can do. Yixiu said. Why? Chen said. Because she's the boss, Yixiu smiled. F***ck? Females are always so sensitive. Chen rubbed his nose fiercely and returned to the game without saying anything more. Chapter 620. Excellent Era Relegated. April soon came to an end. In April, the Pro Alliance held a total of 5 matches. There were only 2 matches remaining now. The positions of many teams on the rankings list were already determined. The first place spot in the regular season looked as if it would be taken by Team Blue Rain. For all 5 matches in April, Team Blue Rain had performed consistently well and were currently 5 points ahead of the second-place team, Samsara. Their opponents in the next 2 matches had no hope of making it to the playoffs and wouldn't get relegated either way. These types of opponents wouldn't try very hard for these upcoming matches. Under this type of situation, allowing Samsara to close the 5-point gap wasn't Team Blue Rain's style, so nearly everyone agreed that Team Blue Rain would take first during the regular season. As for second, third, and fourth places, after the 5 matches in April, there were only slight differences in points, but their rankings stayed the same: Samsara, Tiny Herb, and Tyranny. After them, Team Misty Rain was locked into 5th place and Team Void was locked into 6th. Their spots in the playoffs were also firmly set. In 7th place was Team 301. They could still lose their playoff spot, but the probability of that happening was extremely low. In other words, it would be a miracle if they managed to lose their spot. Miracles didn't happen often, so everyone also treated their playoff spot as fixed. Team Windhowl and Team Thunderclap were fighting for the final ticket to the playoffs. Their former competitor, Team Royal Style, had no possibility of making it through anymore. As for Team 100 Blossoms, they were in a similar situation as Team 301. The only difference was that instead of the possibility of losing their playoff spot, they could be relegated in theory. As a result, for the next 2 matches, fans of Team Windhowl and Team Thunderclap were the most worried, but no matter what, one of these 2 teams would not make it to the playoffs. This was the cruel nature of competition. In comparison to the fight for the playoff spot, the relegation spots weren't watched as much. There were a total of 38 matches in a season and 380 points possible. To be last or second to last among the 20 teams indicated that the 2 relegated teams were truly terrible teams. It didn't mean that these 2 teams wouldn't have any fans, but they usually didn't have as many fans as other teams, so the attention given to them was naturally less than the other teams. But this year was an exception. Team Excellent Era had once reigned over the professional scene, but this season, they looked as if they were determined to get relegated. Whether it was experts, fans, or the media, no one thought that Team Excellent Era would ever get relegated. However, Team Excellent Era seemed to like to create miracles and was about to turn this dream into a reality. Unfortunately, this was a miracle for haters and a disaster for fans. As for the 20th place team, Mysterious Fantasy, it didn't matter what they did in the last 2 matches. They would be relegated regardless, but for this team, which had been last place the entire season, no one cared about whether they survived or died. Excellent Era, on the other hand, had continued to drop to second to last place and raised much criticism from everyone. However, because Excellent Era could still place outside of relegations, quite a few analyzed their past results. Even though many fans saw that Excellent Era seemed to be determined to get relegated, in reality, they were just barely outside the relegation zone most of the time. It was only their second time breaking through the door to relegations. When did the first time happen? The fans of Excellent Era quickly remembered. At that time, it was still winter. Their captain for 7 years, Muqiu, had announced his retirement. The exceptional talent, Sun Slong, who had already been regarded as a god, joined Excellent Era and inherited the legendary battle god, One Autumn Leaf. At that time, some were disappointed. Some were hopeful. Some hoped for a miracle. And now a miracle had truly occurred. Except this wasn't the miracle that they had expected. Even when Excellent Era had fallen to second to last place for the first time that winter and the feelings of the fans were ice cold like the weather, none of them would have ever imagined something like this could happen, but now, they were second to last place and the 18th place team, Bright Green, was 5 points ahead of them. What a coincidence! This was the same point difference between Samsara and Blue Rain, but because of Team Blue Rain's consistency, everyone thought that Blue Rain would definitely come in first, but in this case, everyone thought that the situation was exactly the same because Excellent Era was also very consistent. The only difference was that Blue Rain was consistently good, while Excellent Era was consistently bad. These two teams used to be regarded as powerhouses, but now their definitions of consistency were the opposite of each other. Fortunately, Blue Rain didn't have any enmity towards Excellent Era. If Blue Rain had been Excellent Era's long-time rival, Tyranny, such a definite comparison would have gotten Excellent Era even more ridicule. Even so, Excellent Era received a lot of mockery. After all, a tall tree attracts the wind. Many people hoped to see them fail. It was just that they could only fantasize Excellent Era getting relegated. Who would have thought that it would actually become reality? It truly was a miracle. Countless people were dying from laughter right now. The fans of Excellent Era were unexpectedly calm though. Apart from growing numb to Excellent Era's disastrous performances, the work done by Excellent Era's PR department was starting to take effect. In one of their statements, they stated that this season was incredibly disappointing and that the team was in an unprecedented crisis. They also expressed that the club had been working their hardest, but that problem could not be resolved. In their statement, they even mentioned contacting the retired captain Muqiu, hoping that Muqiu would act as an advisor and help them find their problem. Unfortunately, Muqiu declined. This was without a doubt a method of shifting everyone's attention to somewhere else. They expressed that they had been working hard the entire time, while also tactfully explaining one of the reasons that they had been unable to resolve the problem. When the statement came out, Chen slammed the table in anger, but many fans believed their words and started to criticize Muqiu. Muqiu himself heard the statement, but simply replied, "It's the truth." It's true, but how can they spin it like that? It's like they're blaming you for their problems. Chen continued to vent. At this moment, Wei Chen looked strangely at Chen. Are you saying it's not his fault? If he didn't wipe out their team in game, no matter how terrible Excellent Era performed, they wouldn't be in such a messed up jumble that they might even end up getting relegated. They reap what they sow, Chen refuted. Women. Weak, kind-hearted, and they don't listen to reason. It's an inborn trait. Wei Chen sighed. Let's stop arguing. Muqiu hastily urged them to stop. Excellent Era getting relegated is my fault. Muqiu expressed with sorrow. He didn't wait for Chen to refute and immediately continued, but how would I have known that wiping them out in game would turn out like this? No one would have imagined that such actions would have so severe a consequence. But you can't deny their current record either. They are still young. They still have chances. They shouldn't give up so easily. I don't know what they plan on doing in the future. Too much has been happening recently. I want to be by myself for a bit. If you don't need me for anything, I'll be leaving. Muqiu took out a cigarette after speaking. Wei Chen and Chen looked at one another. After a while, Chen turned to Wei Chen and asked, "Why does that sound so familiar?" In the end, Excellent Era was relegated. On May 13th, Glory's 8th regular season came to an end. Blue Rain, Samsara, Tiny Herb, Tyranny, Misty Rain, Void, 301, and Thunderclap entered the playoffs. The other teams were on break for the next week. Excellent Era and Mysterious Fantasy were relegated. In the Alliance's history, relegations almost always meant the disappearance of a team. Except this time, a formerly glorious team like Excellent Era had been relegated, bringing about numerous discussions. Some began to hold a memorial service for the end of an era, while others were confident that Excellent Era would rise again. At the end, Club Excellent Era expressed clearly that this season had been a disaster, but it didn't spell their end. Soon afterwards, they said a string of placating words to their fans. Their team's ace player, Sun Slong, wouldn't be leaving the team because of this disaster. Not many trusted their words though until Sun Slong personally said so in an interview that he would get through these troubling days together with Excellent Era. At the same time, he spoke of how much care he had received from the club ever since he had joined the club, proving that, even though he had only been with Excellent Era for half a year, their relationship wasn't limited by time. He definitely wouldn't waver because they had been relegated. In next season's Challenger League, I'll lead Excellent Era back onto the pro stage, Sun Slong confidently said to the interview. This concluded the interview, making Chen want to puke. Sun Slong obviously wasn't the only person the interview wanted to interview. Excellent Era's other extremely popular player, the all-star, Su Muqiu. There was also the vice-captain Liu Hao, who had performed quite well throughout the season. There were also the main and substitute players. The interview wanted to interview as many people in Excellent Era as possible. But unfortunately, whether it was because these people didn't want to be interviewed or if the club told them not to, they all refused every interviews. This caused the keen media people to think that Excellent Era wasn't as calm as they pretended to be. Under this calm cover, what were they going to do next? But right now wasn't a good time to dig up this information. After a 2-week break, it would be the season playoffs. The competition to see who would be the champions of this season would begin. No matter the situation, these 8 teams would undoubtedly be the highlight of the entire glory scene. Chapter 621. Pressure on Team Happy. Hype for the playoffs spread like wildfire. As the most intense competition of every season, this was a huge way to rake in money for the Alliance. The teams that failed to enter the playoffs could only watch the happenings with envy. They wouldn't receive a piece of the pie for broadcasting the playoffs, ticket revenue, advertising, etc. These were the concerns of the club owners and managers. For the pro players, the playoffs was the highest stage obtainable and the place where they could attain the greatest glory. As for the spectators, the playoffs was a time to enjoy high-level competition. Glory wasn't so popular that there would be discussions about it all over the streets, but in the internet cafe, Glory forums, Glory global chat, and guild chats, the places where Glory players gathered, the playoffs was undoubtedly the hottest topic. Everyone passionately discussed who they thought would take the championships. From the online polls, Blue Rain, Samsara, and Tiny Herb were the most favored teams. Tyranny was a bit less favored. As for the 4 other teams, the meager amount of support they received was due to their zealous fans. After all, no one could give a convincing argument for why any of these 4 teams would be the winner. Who would be the champion? The members of Team Happy were calmer in comparison to the public. Muqiu and Chen had been a part of the pro scene before. Both of them were experienced players too. They had already adapted to their current circumstances. Since they weren't participating in the playoffs, why would they be excited? The 2 calmly analyzed the weaknesses and strengths of each participating team. As for the other 3, after Chen turned her back on Excellent Era, she invested her support into Team Happy instead. She didn't really care who became the champion. As for Tang Ru and Steamed Bun, they hadn't played long enough to favor any of the teams. Now that they were a part of a team, they obviously didn't have any favorites. While people outside were discussing this question fervently, even as an aspiring pro team, Team Happy appeared a bit too calm. On the other hand, they were much more interested in Excellent Era. After all, they were an approaching reality. However, this reality put a huge amount of pressure on them. After Excellent Era got relegated, they calmly placated their fans. They had clearly prepared for everything long beforehand. They definitely had detailed plans for how to maintain their competitive state and return to the alliance. Yixiu and the rest of the team knew that Excellent Era would be a fierce boss in the Challenger League, but even Yixiu, who had once been the captain of Excellent Era for 7 years, didn't know how much they would progress. Because he knew that, ever since his departure, Excellent Era had gone through bold and decisive changes. That team would never be the same team that he had once struggled for, so of course he wouldn't know how it had changed. We won't be so unlucky as to meet Excellent Era in the first round, right? That would be a joke. In these past 2 days, Chen often cracked these types of jokes to scare everyone. How about you shut your mouth? Yixiu often replied in this way. Everyone could tell that the usually calm Yixiu felt somewhat nervous towards Chen's jokes. This sort of possibility was theoretically possible. If it actually happened, the Challenger League would no longer be the start of their dreams, but rather the end. With the team's current strength, they didn't need to worry about normal player teams, but in comparison to a professional team like Excellent Era, the difference between them wasn't small. Tangru and Steamed Bun were still far from being a pro players match. Their characters didn't need to be mentioned. Both of their characters were still in the 10th server. Yixiu's Lord Grim had a silver weapon, but it was only level 50 right now. Chen's Death Hand was also only level 60. Even if they upgraded their 2 silver weapons to max level, how could 2 silver weapons compare to Excellent Era's characters? A god-level character like One Autumn Leaf had a full set of silver equipment. The disparity between their characters was even larger than the disparity between players. Both teams would be participating in the Challenger League, but the Challenger League only had one winner. This meant that, as long as neither of the two were eliminated early on, they would inevitably meet. In this case, meeting them early on would be much worse than meeting them later. In fact, the later they met, the better. Happy would have more time to improve, whether that be the players themselves or the characters. Fortunately, this was a special feature of an esport competition like Glory. The characters could grow as the season progressed. For example, if the character found a skill book in the game, the character could use it immediately. The character could also switch out his or her old equipment for better equipment. For Yixiu, he wouldn't be able to return to the pro scene until next year August. This period of time was enough for the team members and characters to grow, because even if they were participating in the Challenger League, they could also run back to the game and obtain more materials and equipment. When they entered the pro scene, their team would have definitely have improved significantly compared to their initial stage. Even after joining the pro scene, they could still grow while competing, because the regular season lasted a long time. A single match wouldn't determine their team's fate. Even if they encountered an incredibly difficult team in the beginning of the season, they still had a huge amount of time to improve. Perhaps by the end of the season, they would be able to enter the playoffs, and at that time, their strength might not lose out to any other team. However, in the Challenger League, a single match could decide your fate. A powerful team like Excellent Era completely messed up Yixiu's current plans. Right now, he needed to hurry and build up the team so that it would be strong enough to contest against such a formidable opponent. If Chen's joke became a reality and they met Excellent Era in the first round, in accordance with the Challenger League schedule, the first match would begin in September. The amount of time that Yixiu had originally planned to use to build up the team had now been reduced significantly. How could he not be anxious? Do you think Excellent Era has some dirty trick up their sleeves? From the looks of it, they have quite some enmity with you. If they were to play some trick behind our back and sabotage the competition arrangements with their connections, what would we do if they had our team fight against them in the first match? The more Chen spoke, the fiercer he became. The probability of this happening used to be infinitesimally small, but now he described a situation where the probability would be 100%. If that happens, I'll go across the street and break their glass. Yixiu wasn't in a good mood. I'm just saying. Chen knew that he was poking at a sore spot, but he justified himself. If they did that, they might not entirely be letting their emotions affect their decisions. You definitely make them worry as an opponent. They'll also regard you as a formidable opponent in the Challenger League. They know about your situation and they know that time is of huge importance to our team. In order to ensure their victory, it isn't completely impossible that they would mess with the rules in order to fight your team on the first round, no? You've been a part of Excellent Era for 7 years. Does Excellent Era have the power to do that? You should be much more clear on such matters than me. When Wei Chen finished talking, he looked at Yixiao in anticipation, as if he were waiting for Yixiao to give him a precise answer. Yixiao immediately understood after seeing his expression. Wei Chen wasn't any less worried than him. Wei Chen intentionally said these sparey things to irritate him and also to make himself numb to the possibility. That way, his emotions wouldn't be affected as much. He and Yixiao were clear that, even if they faced Excellent Era at the very end of the Challenger League, Excellent Era would still be an extremely difficult opponent for them. Their opponents were a powerful force with 8 years of accumulated resources and experiences. As for them? Since Yixiao's departure from Excellent Era, it had only been half a year. His second best player was a middle-aged player, who had been retired for almost 6 years. The characters in his possession couldn't even compare to most in-game experts. And they wanted to challenge Excellent Era? Don't say that, it would be a miracle. Even the author is getting tired of using this word. After understanding Wei Chen's intentions, Yixiao felt deeply moved. He didn't answer with a biting remark like he usually did. Instead, he replied in a serious tone, "I don't know." You don't know? Wei Chen didn't want to believe it either. Of course I don't know. If they actually did that sort of shady business, of course not many would know about it. Yixiao said. F***ck, I just want you to make a prediction. You should understand Excellent Era's owner and manager and the current environment in the pro scene. Just analyze the possibility of it happening. Wei Chen said. Everyone in the practice room stopped what they were doing and looked at Yixiao, but Yixiao just stared at the ceiling and didn't say anything for a long time. You don't dare be certain, so it's still a possibility, no? Wei Chen said. Fine. I'll help ask for you. Yixiao suddenly straightened his back. Ask who? Wei Chen was puzzled. He saw Yixiao open up QQ and in the team category, he clicked on a person's name. Who's this? Wei Chen walked over. This person's QQ name was in English. He definitely didn't know who this person was. Excellent Era's boss. Yixiao said as he typed in a message, I never thought we would actually be opponents. F***ck F***ck F***ck? You just directly ran over to ask him? What if he hadn't thought of it and now you reminded of it? Wei Chen said. If he hadn't thought of it, he still wouldn't do it even if I reminded him. If he had planned on doing it, whether or not I remind him about it, he would still do it. Yixiao said. Wei Chen repeated his words and then cursed, are you saying a tongue twister? The other side on QQ suddenly lit up and replied, it's a bitter rivalry too. Do you think we'll meet in the first round? Yixiao replied. After a short pause, Wei Chen stared at the screen with wide eyes. After a while, the other side replied, ha ha, are you scared? Chapter 622. The Boss's Support. Dao Xian, who was sitting in front of his computer, laughed out loud. He could empathize with how Yixiao was feeling right now. Anyone could imagine how much pressure a brand new team would face upon encountering a powerhouse like Excellent Era. For Dao Xian, participating in the Challenger League truly wasn't anything to be happy about, but he was feeling a bit excited seeing how much worry it was giving Yixiao. Dao Xian didn't know when it started, but he had begun becoming more and more annoyed at how serious Yixiao dedicated himself to glory. In the end, wasn't this just a game? What was more important than having fun? But Yixiao was extremely passionate and persistent in winning. Whenever he did something, it would always be with victory in mind. But anything else unrelated would always be treated with indifference. Having a passion for victory wasn't a bad thing in itself. From a business perspective, someone with a personality was easier to work with than someone without a personality. However, Muqiu refused to cooperate on the business end. Because both sides had signed a long-term contract early on, when they wrote up the contract, they hadn't thought too far into the future, so the contract didn't have any clauses or terms on cooperating with the business end. It wasn't his fault for being too careless. How could he have imagined that anyone would refuse a win-win cooperation? As the Glory Alliance rapidly developed, the ace players of the teams brought numerous benefits to their respective clubs. The more Dao Chen saw these benefits pass by him, the more he couldn't sit still. Even though he had a prolific money tree like Su Muqiu, the more he felt the benefits of having Su Muqiu helping the business end, the more he loathed how Muqiu wouldn't cooperate with him. Muqiu was excellent heir as ace. He was the king who founded their dominating dynasty. In his hands, he held the famed Battle God One Autumn Leaf and was awarded best partners with the extremely popular Su Muqiu for several years in a row. Muqiu was like an enormous gold mine that couldn't be mined. Year after year, day after day passed. It didn't seem like this gold mine would ever be mined. Dao Chen finally couldn't bear it anymore. If Muqiu wouldn't cooperate, why not throw him away? Dao Chen had thought of doing so a long time ago, but he never made the order because no one could succeed him. He didn't need just anyone who could play a battle mage. One Autumn Leaf was a top character in Glory and required a top-tier god to play it in order for it to have any business value. Correct. Dao Chen always considered things with the business in mind. He also wanted Muqiu to see that after cooperating together, the character and the player would push towards new heights. He hoped that Muqiu would feel regret towards refusing a cooperation. He hoped that Muqiu would admit that he was wrong. Although there were many battle mage players in the alliance, none of them fit Dao Shen's requirements. Finding a successor to Muqiu was easier said than done. He could only continue waiting until he saw Sun Srong appear. This youth had talent, a boundless future, mastery over the battle mage class, and didn't have a god-level character. Sun Srong was without a doubt a fitting successor. The old being replaced by the new was something that teams often had to deal with, but no club was as impatient as Dao Chen. He had tolerated Muqiu for too many years, and a talent like Sun Srong would quickly be taken away by another team. Excellent Era no longer had complete dominance over the league like in the past. They were just now one of the powerhouses. Dao Chen not only wanted Sun Srong to come, he wanted him to immediately take over. He wished he could instantly kick Muqiu out. These were Dao Shen's true thoughts. If he could have done so without any terrible consequences, he would have done so immediately. But there was nothing he could do. Muqiu's prestige was just too high. He was still bringing his team to the top. If he suddenly had a successor without even deciding to retire yet and was treated so roughly, the club would be criticized harshly. Dao Chen placed a great amount of importance on the club's business. The support of the fans was extremely important. After all, no matter how smoothly a business operated, there needed to be supporters to provide the income. Dao Chen needed to be careful not to offend fans. After thinking it over, even if gently transferred Muqiu away, he would come across a lot of obstacles. The fans definitely wouldn't be able to accept it, and Dao Chen wouldn't be happy with the transfer either. No one knew better than him how capable Muqiu was. If he transferred Muqiu away, Muqiu would become a powerful enemy. The other teams would be laughing at his decision. Thus, the best result would be if Muqiu retired forever. Dao Chen understood this point, so he had made plans long ago. As the owner of a team, he had a lot of work to do. Simply speaking, for a team to run smoothly, the coordination between every department had to be extremely tight. And any cooperation between himself and the team's senior, even if it was just his attitude towards him, could have huge consequences. For example, it was widely known in Team Tyranny that once, Han Wenqing was lecturing a team member when he was interrupted by the boss's phone call. Han Wenqing shouted at the boss and hung up. Did this mean that Han Wenqing had more authority than the boss? Or that the boss was actually scared of Han Wenqing? Of course not. A part of it was Han Wenqing's personality. Another part of it was that the boss acted according to his personality. Han Wenqing had immediately picked up the phone, even in this special situation. This minute action showed how much trust he gave to the boss. Many people saw it as a reflection of Han Wenqing's tyranny. But in reality, this was the boss's respect for his team's captain. Trust and respect. The boss and players needed this type of relationship. In particular, the team captain required the boss's strong support. A difference in views could harm the team captain's authority over the team because the players knew who the team truly belonged to, who decided their futures, and who gave them their salaries. If the boss didn't support the team captain would have difficulty being respected by his team. After Dao Xian decided to give up on Yi Qiu, he had quietly weakened Yi Qiu's authority in the team. It would be hard to avoid excellent era's records from being effects. Dao Xian anticipated it would delince. After all, nothing good could come without sacrifice. In order to make a chance, their records would waver. If their records wavered, the fans would also weaken their support for Yi Qiu. It would make things easier for them to accept his leave. Once Sun Strong stormed onto the scene, Dao Xian finally saw the person he needed and finally put his plans into action starting in the 8th scene. All sorts of issues arose in the team and their record declined drastically. The fans openly complained as Dao Xian quickly signed an agreement to transfer Sun Strong over to Excellent Era that winter. However, Dao Xian hadn't imagined that the team's record would drop so badly. He had underestimated Yi Qiu's importance to the team, but the more it was like this, the more he despised Yi Qiu. In his eyes, Yi Qiu was not their team's core, but their team's tyrant. He was a tumor that needed to be removed. Thus, he went along with his original plans. He transferred Sun Strong over that winter and forced Yi Qiu to retire. Even though the fans were sad, their support for Team Excellent Era didn't change too much just because of a single change. Dao Xian relaxed. The worst hadn't happened, making him feel like he had passed a huge block. He was still worried about Su Muqiu though. When he decided to kick out Yi Qiu, Dao Xian had already accepted that he might need to give up on Su Muqiu as well. After all, his tolerance for Yi Qiu had reached his limits. Su Muqiu would cause him to waver over his decision to kick Yi Qiu out of the team and rebuild the team anew. Dao Xian originally thought everything would progress like he had expected, but the team's records actually dropped to the bottom. This was something that truly shocked him. He was at a loss towards the team. As the boss, he knew a lot of things, but there were also a lot of things he didn't know. His enmity towards Yi Qiu had ended when he kicked Yi Qiu out of the team, but he didn't think that Liu Hao would have an even deeper enmity than him towards Yi Qiu. Liu Hao chasing after Yi Qiu had affected his performance and led to a disastrous loss for Excellent Era. Afterwards, Liu Hao quickly adjusted and the team gradually stabilized. But after Yi Qiu left, he didn't give up. He wanted to try again and created a huge storm in the 10th server. His existence caused no end to trouble for the clubs. He even caused a commotion amongst the pro players. If it was just Huang Shaoqian or Wang Jieshi running to the game to fight with Yi Qiu, it wouldn't make a difference. But Excellent Era's enmity towards Yi Qiu ran deep. As soon as there was a chance, Liu Hao wanted to fight and even brought Sun Strong into the mess. Then, he called over the entire main team. The first time, Liu Hao's condition had been affected. The next time, the entire team's condition had been affected. This season, Excellent Era hadn't been doing well in the first place. Now that their condition declined even further, their record plummeted even faster. Sun Strong had trouble recovering from the blow. He was like a toothless old tiger who couldn't bring about any energy. At the end of the season, the team directly dropped into relegations and the players panicked. Relegations was a catastrophe for any team. No one wanted to be on a sinking ship, so their morale completely died. Dao Xian was unable to turn around the situation. In the end, he could only prepare for their relegations and trust that this crisis would pass. Getting relegated definitely wasn't within Dao Xian's predictions. He wasn't happy at all about this result. And everything was because of Yi Qiu. If it wasn't for him, how could things have ended up like this? Lord Grimm? Did you really think you could start over from zero? Dao Xian sneered, seeing the changed name on QQ. That instant, he suddenly felt like participating in the Challenger League wasn't too bad. Even though their image would certainly take a hit, personally eliminating Yiqiu would certainly be a sight to see. At this time, Dao Xian finally saw the other side reply, "Are you scared of me?" Chapter 623. Fundamental Doctrine. Are you afraid of me? Dao Xian felt the urge to jump out of the window, run across the street, and slap his face until it bled. I'm afraid of you. Dao Xian typed it out, but before clicking send, he wondered if his reply seemed too serious. He should be looking down on this question in contempt and express that Yiqiu didn't even have the qualification to ask him such a thing. So maybe I shouldn't reply back? His mouse hovered over the send button. Dao Xian hesitated for a long time. Do I reply or not? He finally realized how painful it must have been for enemies to talk trash with Yiqiu. Just this single question made him furious. If he replied, he'd be angry. If he didn't reply, he'd still be angry. He could easily imagine how getting aggravated from this question could affect someone's performance. If a player hesitated like Dao Xian had right now, the player would be dead. Look! He's not replying. He's scared. Across the street at Happy Internet Cafe, Yiqiu told Wei Chen and the others looking at his chat window. Fortunately, it wasn't a voice chat, so Dao Xian couldn't hear what he was saying. If not, he really might have run across the street and vented his rage. F***ck off. He's probably shocked by your shamelessness. Wei Chen countered. Excellent era being scared of a brand new team? What a joke. We should always be confident in ourselves. Yiqiu advised. F***ck, then why are we being so nervous for? We should just fight with excellent era in round 1. You can go up alone and wipe them out by yourself. Go ahead. Wei Chen urged. They argued back and forth. On the other side, Dao Xian finally replied. In the end, he erased his "I'm scared of you" a message and typed, "Give me a reason to be scared of you." You still need a reason? Everyone in Glory is afraid of me. It's common knowledge. Yiqiu replied. **T, I can't take it anymore. Everyone look at how despicable this guy is. Wei Chen shouted. Steamed Bun and Tang Ru had been playing Glory, so they hadn't been reading the conversation taking place. Now, Wei Chen called them over. Chen Gui had been watching too. When she saw the reply, she was already bashing her head against the wall. Maybe in the past, but now, Dao Xian answered back using ellipses. Now? You should go to the game and interview people. Both the 10th server and the Heavenly Domain are fine. Yiqiu replied. Showing off your skills in game. Not bad. Dao Xian remarked cynically. Honestly, he almost didn't believe he had said this. It wasn't like him, but as the owner of a powerful club, very few talked to him in this way. Today, Yiqiu did it. Yiqiu had brought someone of a higher status down to his level and was talking trash with him on QQ. What an incredible talent for taunting. The game is Glory's foundation. Would you dare to close Excellent Dynasty? Yiqiu asked back. If you'd like, I can arrange a position for you in Excellent Dynasty. Dao Xian let go of everything. He rolled up his sleeves, ready to fight it out with Yiqiu. No need. I recommend paying attention to Excellent Dynasty. Don't let it close down. Yiqiu said. Because of you. Dao Xian asked. Why don't you ask Chen Yehue? He'd be scared to death. Yiqiu said. This time, Dao Xian couldn't think of a reply. Yiqiu looked as if he had definitive proof that what he was saying was correct, but Dao Xian didn't know if it was the truth or not. He had never personally participated in any of these matters. It's like a debate where one side raised a strong argument, while the other side couldn't answer and could only emphasize a previous point. Even though Yiqiu didn't raise any strong argument, he still gave off that sort of feeling. His words were rooted in reality, while Dao Xian's words were baseless. See, he didn't reply again. I win. Yixiu said. F***ck, what did you come here for then? Wei Chen was fuming. He had watched them talk trash each other back and forth. Yixiu's original goal was to confirm that their team wouldn't encounter Excellent Era in the first round. He directly asked for confirmation, but after going back and forth at it for a long time, he still hadn't gotten an answer to the question. A great god and a great boss were bickering like little kids. It was so childish. There's no point talking any further. We'll talk on stage. Dao Xian replied. Good. It looks like you haven't changed. Prove your words on the battlefield. Yixiu replied. Ha ha, I'd suggest lighting some incense. You'd better pray you don't meet us in the first round. Dao Xian said. I'll be praying. Yixiu replied. At the same time, he sent an emoji of a panda burning incense. Yixiu's words suddenly changed from offensive to defensive. Dao Xian saw the emoji of a panda burning incense and after a short pause, he answered, I'll see you on stage. I'll see you on stage. Yixiu replied and closed the chat window. Done. Wei Chen stared with wide eyes. Done. What's the result? We'll see each other on stage. Yixiu said. F***ck. Did you get an answer or not? Wei Chen said. He won't try to rig anything. Who will win and who will lose will be decided on stage. Yixiu said. You're sure? Wei Chen confirmed. Yixiu nodded his head. Why? Wei Chen didn't understand. It looked like the two of them had some enmity towards each other. I've known him for many years. Even though our goals changed, a few fundamental principles still haven't changed. Yixiu said. Why did it feel like even if they hadn't changed, he was about to change them out of anger after being mocked by you? Wei Chen said. Only someone as immoral as you would do something like that. Yixiu said. I really want to throw you out of the window. Wei Chen really wanted to bash his head against the wall. Yixiu had given him an answer with certainty, but after watching the conversation that had just taken place, he wasn't convinced that the messages were definitive. Wei Chen was still unsure. Then Yixiu turned around and said to him, hurry up and burn some incense. What do you mean? Wei Chen stared blankly. Even if he doesn't rig the matchups, there is still a possibility for us to meet in the first round. If we don't burn incense, what do we do? Yixiu said. What's the F***king point of burning incense? Wei Chen cursed. Then what will work? Yixiu asked. Wei Chen was stumped. What else would work? Even if Excellent Era didn't personally rig it, it wasn't possible to completely eliminate the possibility of them meeting in the first round. If they actually won the lottery and got Excellent Era, they couldn't run away from it. Okay, let's hurry up and practice. Wei Chen said and went back to his seat. The practice room suddenly became quiet again. Wei Chen suddenly asked, Boss, if we go and rob those elite group leaders, will you still object? That isn't a good reason to do so, is it? Chen Guo was surprised by the sudden question, but quickly replied back. Great. Everyone has their principles. How great. Wei Chen muttered. Someone as completely unscrupulous like you must feel deeply touched, right? Yixiu said. TCH and Wei Chen clicked his tongue in disdain. He grabbed his headphones and returned to the game. It's F***king time to start work. Today's the day that the dungeons refresh. Where's your energy? If you guys can't even stay in your positions and kill yourself like last time, I'll kick you out of the elite group and you'll never come back. Wei Chen roared. He began leading Samsara's elite group in tackling the dungeon. Wei Chen's work in Eternal Springs had been very fruitful. In reality, even the top elite groups of the club guilds could pass through the 7 great dungeons every time. They often wiped out after several bosses, but under Wei Chen's lead, their elite group's clear rate had improved greatly. Last week, the elite group had performed terribly. The dungeon had 10 bosses. On the 4th boss, so many had died that they could no longer continue, making Wei Chen extremely angry. Is he okay? Chenghua walked over to Yishio and whispered to him. Relax. Don't worry about it. The good thing about old people is that they can take care of their own problems. Yishio said with confidence. Oh, that's good. Chenghua nodded her head. Then, she pointed to Yishio's screen. Someone messaged you. HM. Yishio clicked on the message. Oh, it's Concealed Light. Concealed Light had messaged Yishio on QQ. Hey, what's up? Yishio replied. I studied the stuff you sent me. I confirmed that many of things inside are highly likely through the calculations I made. I also corrected a few mistakes through backwards reasoning. There were a few parts of it that I wasn't too sure of. Later, I asked my professor and, based on the data and calculations made, I created a mathematical model for it with his guidance. I'll send it to you so that you can take a look at. Concealed Light messaged. Holy sh**, wait a minute. I pretty much don't understand anything that you have said this far. How did your professor get into this? Yishio was sweating. There were a lot of things that I couldn't figure out, so I could only ask for help. Relax. My professor is Professor Zhong Yichuan. Concealed Light said. How can I relax? Yishio replied. Chenghua felt proud. Amazing. A university professor is even helping us. University professor? The others were puzzled when they heard this. Yeah, Concealed Light asked Professor Zhong Yichuan to help us study the data. Chenghua exclaimed. Who? The others didn't have any reaction, but Tangru was astonished. Professor Zhong Yichuan. Chenghua said the name again, but she clearly didn't know who this person was either. You guys don't know who he is? Tangru looked at them helplessly. Who is he? The others asked in unison. He's a world-famous mathematician and a member of the National Academy of the Sciences. He's made several breakthroughs in several fields of mathematics. What type of student is Concealed Light that he'd be personally taught by such a world-class mathematician? Tangru asked as she walked over. She wanted to see their conversation too. Chapter 624. The Pinnacle of Research. Scientist. Wei Chen sounded as if he were mumbling to himself. It was clear that his brain couldn't digest the fact that he would ever have anything to do with these types of people in his life. Are you stupid? He's a mathematician. Yishio looked down on him. F***ck, isn't that the same thing? Wei Chen yelled. Apart from Steamed Bun, everyone else found it difficult to breathe after Tangru told them about Zhong Yichuan's identity and status. Concealed Light, you're actually the student of such a math god? What sort of background do you have? Yishio asked him Tangru's question. What's the point in asking him about it? Do you even know anything about universities? Wei Chen asked Yishio. Even if one has never eaten a pig before, that doesn't mean one has never seen one running around. Yishio said. You've seen a pig running around a university? Wei Chen said. It's impossible to talk with uncultured people like you. Yishio said. At this moment, Concealed Light replied back on QQ. He didn't have any special background, but he was incredible. He had received countless awards from participating in math competitions as a teen. He was a specially enrolled math student who had been accepted into the university without needing to take any of the required examinations at the age of 17. Although he was only a second year, that was just a title. With the knowledge that Concealed Light possessed, he had already learned everything that could be learned in a normal math undergraduate student's curriculum. He was getting ready to apply as a recommended graduate student next year. He told them that, if possible, he would like to finish his master's and PhD at the same time. Ambitious. Yishio didn't really know what else to say. However, Concealed Light didn't think too much of himself. Along the way, he would often hear about people getting their PhDs at the age of 20, people being employed as professors in all kinds of famous universities at the age of 24, people receiving all kinds of medals and achievements before the age of 30, people with IQs over 200. Compared to those inhuman geniuses, Concealed Light lamented in QQ, no, I'm still far off. The people before the computer looked at one another with consternation and didn't know what to say. Wouldn't it be a loss to our country if we let a talent like him get into gaming? Even Chen felt like a sinner. There's a lot of pressure. Yixiu agreed. When you asked your mentor for help, did he say anything? Yixiu asked. According to conventional thinking, instead of studying properly, you play games and even ask your teacher for help with your issues about the game. Aren't you asking to be whipped? Professor Zhong? He said the problem was pretty interesting. Concealed Light replied. This problem was pretty interesting. Yixiu and the people wanted to kneel out of respect. Even though they didn't understand any of what was being talked about with their education levels, they at least knew that it had to do with the logic or rules involved in the game's data. However, according to a mathematician from the National Academy of Sciences, this was just another problem. At least he said the problem was pretty interesting. It meant that glory wasn't a drag. Glory really had some depth to it. However, designers, engineers, programmers of glory, apologies, but your problem has been solved. I'll send it over for you guys to have a look at. Concealed Light said as he sent the document over. Yixiu turned serious when he opened the file. It wouldn't be right to categorize what they were about to do as hacking. This really wasn't hacking, it was just exposing the core of glory. However, a problem soon came about. Yixiu and Chen were top experts in calculating the consumption of a character's HP or MP, calculating the cooldown of a skill, attack range, positioning, movement speed, jump height, etc. But when the game was unraveled to its roots, the two could only stare at each other blankly. Ahem. Yixiu coughed. This, Tang Ru also mumbled. Everyone immediately gazed at her with hope. This is definitely not something we can understand. Tang Ru said. I agree. Yixiu said. Why don't we buy some books? Chen said. Math books? Yixiu asked. What else? Language books. Chen was disdainful towards Yixiu's stupid question. You should go buy some books on morals. Yixiu said while he searched for Concealed Light on QQ. Concealed Light, do you think that we can interpret this? You don't understand anything. Concealed Light asked. This kid's not laughing at us right now, is he? Yixiu turned around to ask the people behind him. Do you think everyone is like you? Chen refuted. Did he really think that everyone was a natural at taunting like him? I don't understand it. Not even a little bit. Yixiu replied to Concealed Light. Then what should we do? Concealed Light asked. Use the same language that you use for your guides and describe this information to us. Yixiu said. Oh, I understand what you mean. Concealed Light replied. Then you wouldn't need to bother your teacher again with this, right? Yixiu asked. No need, he's never played Glory before, so he wouldn't know. Concealed Light replied. Sorry for the trouble. Yixiu said. Okay, wait for my good news. Concealed Light said. Also. Yixiu hurriedly called for Concealed Light. The Pro League for this season is going to be ending soon. As for us, we plan on participating in the Challenger League in September. Would that be all right with you? Would it be too busy for you or distract you from your studies? No, I'm not busy. I have plenty of time. September, is it? I understand. Concealed Light said. Then off you go. Concealed Light's picture dimmed. Yixiu heard sighs of relief sound out from behind him. Concealed Light saw himself as someone afar off, but in the eyes of everyone else, he was an extraordinary person, needless to mention his incredible teacher. Having him play Glory instantly made everyone feel like their burden had become even heavier. "Go back to your seats. Why are you all still standing around for?" Yixiu turned around and shooed away the 3 dazed people behind him. Look at how calm Steen Bun was. At first, he joined in to see why there was a crowd, but after opening the things that concealed light sent over, everyone felt ashamed for not understanding a thing, except for Steen Bun, who said "What's this?" and returned to his seat to continue playing. Everyone returned to their seats. No one spoke in the practice room, and only the tapping of the keyboard and mouse could be heard. Apart from Steen Bun, everyone else was robotic and stiff. Evidently, everyone was still digesting the news and couldn't calm down at that moment. Yixiu and the others didn't understand any of it. On the other hand, the hardest part for Concealed Light had been coming up with a model. However, understanding it and explaining it in simpler words wasn't a problem for him. Not long afterwards, Concealed Light returned to QQ and messaged Yixiu. Yixiu didn't make it public to prevent everyone else from making a big fuss over nothing. Concealed Light sent some things over while saying, "Does this make more sense?" Yixiu received it and read it. The familiar Concealed Light had returned. It was like one of Concealed Light's old guides, long-winded and down to the finest detail, but this time, Yixiu needed instructions like this, so he immediately gave out a series of loud praises. "Then I'll keep going." Concealed Light spoke as he focused again. "Come look at this." Yixiu immediately called Chen over. After all, Chen was the researcher for this project. He had a strong impression and understanding of the data he had pulled. When he came over to see Concealed Light's guide, he couldn't help but to feel curious about it. It turned out that everything Chen had described in the draft was turned into data by Concealed Light. Most importantly, all the logical relationships between the triggering requirements were listed out clearly. Chen originally had things like this, but that was through his experience and intuition. After being sorted out by Concealed Light, it had become facts. "You go try it." Chen couldn't wait to know the results. Everyone will try it." Yixiu spoke and called Steen Bun and Tang Ru over. The parts Concealed Light had just sorted were coincidentally contents for quests in the normal servers. There were a lot of quests in Glory. If it was just for gaining experience to level up, then there were too many quests to finish. Glory wasn't just a game anymore either. The experienced players had found the most optimal ways to level up. The quests were picked out logically, so almost everyone did the same quests. The situation in the new servers were better. After all, not everyone would go check a guide before they played the game. Some players liked to find their own way and find their own quests to do because there was plenty of content in the game. Tang Ru and Steen Bun weren't enthusiastic about quests. Tang Ru simply had no interest in the quests at all. If not for the rewards from quests such as stat or skill points, she wouldn't have done any quests. As for Steen Bun, he did whatever he wanted and lacked planning. He might be clearing monsters, but when you call out Steen Bun, "Come for a quest," he would immediately come. Or perhaps, he was on such a quest, and when you called out Steen Bun, "Come join for a dungeon," he would instantly drop his quest for the dungeon. The data that Chen had obtained was important in creating a character. Skill points decided the level of a skill, which greatly influenced a character's strength in battle. So when Chen investigated on such a thing, Yixiu didn't care whether it was useful or not, he first checked what the quests were. The required quests were removed. After all, these quests weren't daily quests. It couldn't be done again if it had already been completed. Otherwise, Chen didn't need to investigate so much. He could just research one quest and keep on repeating it. Besides, if skill points were awarded just by completing quests repeatedly, then it wouldn't be an issue in the first place. With this many players, there wouldn't be any more secrets that hadn't been found for repeatable quests. But now, after passing through the hands of Concealed Light, this material had become more realistic and accurate. They had really reached the pinnacle by investigating the game to this point. To surpass this, one would have to directly alter the game, and that would be hacking. Chapter 625. Worry. The three aspiring pro players Tang Ru, Steen Bun, and Yishio still didn't have max-leveled characters. Tang Ru's Soft Mist was the highest level among them at level 69. She would be considered a high-level player in the 10th server, but she couldn't compare to the club guilds, who leveled their characters 24/7. The first batch of max-leveled characters in the 10th server appeared at the start of April. Usually, it wouldn't be until mid-April when the first max-leveled characters appeared in a new server. The reason that the 10th server had their first batch of characters come out before then was because of the huge EXP rewards from the Christmas event. Relying on the advantage gained from the Christmas event, the first batch of characters reached level 70 ahead of schedule. Afterwards, the club guilds worked hard at leveling their characters, keeping up the same leveling speed as usual. Tang Ru played a lot more compared to the vast majority of players, but she could only play 2/3 of what the club guilds could play with their 24/7 leveling. In the end, she was left further and further behind. It was only until today that she made it to the final step before level 70. Steen Bun Invasion was level 68. He was only one level behind Soft Mist. But in reality, he hadn't been able to close the distance that had been made during the Christmas event. The amount of experience needed for a level 60 character was very different compared to the amount of experience needed for a level 30 character. Even though it was only a one-level difference, the experience disparity was huge. It would take Steen Bun Invasion several days more than Soft Mist to reach level 70. In comparison, Yishio's Lord Grim had a very difficult time leveling in the Heavenly Domain. The advantage he had established during the Christmas event had quickly been whittled away by Steen Bun Invasion. But after the short break at level 55, Lord Grim's leveling speed soared. First of all, Yishio was much more skilled than Steen Bun Invasion. Secondly, the Heavenly Domain was much more generous with rewarding experience, so leveling there was naturally faster than in the normal servers. Thus, because of the Christmas event, Lord Grim had pulled a distance away from Steen Bun Invasion, who eventually caught up and surpassed him. Later, he started catching up to Steen Bun Invasion. Currently, Lord Grim was level 66, 2 levels behind Steen Bun Invasion. Their level difference was mostly because of the time that Yishio had spent on Unrivaled Super Hottie. During that time, Lord Grim hadn't been leveling. In truth, apart from Lord Grim, the levels of their characters had never been an issue. Lord Grim was an unspecialized, and a max-leveled unspecialized couldn't be bought. At best, he would be able to get a level 50 account. As for Tang Ru and Steen Bun, there were only advantages and no disadvantages to have them personally level their characters to max because they were still new to the game. At present, things couldn't be better having these clean accounts with Wei Chen skill book guide. If Chenggua's Chasing Haze came, she might have already done some of these quests. Even if she knew how to get better rewards from these quests, she would no longer have the chance to get them. When Yishio gave the small portion that Concealed Light had interpreted so far to Tang Ru and Steen Bun, Chenghua was naturally very happy to get a copy of her own too. Afterwards, she got on her Chasing Haze and returned to the normal server to start following the guide. Yishio wasn't in a hurry though. He logged out of his game and ran over to Steen Bun's side. Steen Bun was staring at the document given to him with his brows furrowed. After a while, he finally noticed that Yishio was next to him. "It's so complicated," Steen Bun said. "It just has a lot of words." "It's really not that complicated," Yishio said. "Concealed Light talks too much nonsense." Steen Bun sighed. He probably didn't care that Concealed Light was a math genius, who would very likely be getting his PhD in math at a very young age. He still regarded him as a little kid. "Go try it out," Yishio said. "I was just about to go." Steen Bun had his character head to the location of the first quest in the guide. Yishio didn't walk away. He continued to watch Steen Bun. It was very wise for Yishio to stay with Steen Bun. Not long after accepting the quest, he had begun deviating from the guide. "Where are you going?" Yishio didn't realize it at first. He thought that Steen Bun had gotten lost, so he asked, "HM? Aren't we going to fight Frank?" Steen Bun said, "You're going to duel him already? There's 2 steps in between that you haven't done yet," Yishio said. Really? Steamed Bun went back to the guide and after reading for a long time, oops. I skipped a line. You skipped 3 lines. Yixiu said. There are too many words. Steamed Bun's defense was reasonable. After thinking about it for a bit, Yixiu felt that it really was an issue and not just an excuse. Steamed Bun read those 3 lines again very carefully and then asked excitedly, what happens if I don't do these in order and just go and duel Frank? We can try it next time. For now, let's follow the guide. Yixiu lied. At this point, he was too afraid to let Steamed Bun do anything on his own right now. Sure enough, having Steamed Bun do such a precise and mechanical task was very suspenseful. Steamed Bun's thought process far surpassed what an ordinary person could think of. Okay. Steamed Bun listened to Yixiu's suggestion and followed the guide. How's it going? Chen was clearly very concerned with the results. He put down his work and headed over to watch. Yixiu didn't say anything. He continued to pay attention to each and every one of Steamed Bun's movements. Chen went over to Tang Ru's side to watch. Almost there. It was almost the last step, when there would be a chance for a skill book to drop. Chen started getting anxious. Even Tang Ru, who had only played Glory for 5 months, knew the value of skill books. After all, she played on her character every day and understood the importance of skills. She had a good understanding of an extra level in a skill could do. Now that they had reached the final step, Tang Ru paused for a bit before completing it. The rewards came out. Tang Ru and Chen were both disappointed. The skill book that they had hoped for didn't come out. Did we make a mistake? Chen said. Be patient. It was never guaranteed that a skill book would drop, right? The guide that Concealed Light had created was based on the framework that you had provided, no? Even if we follow it, luck is still needed. Concealed Light never said it was guaranteed. He said that it was better than your original method by 17.481%. In the end, the probability of one dropping is still only 34.314%. It's not that high, so it's normal that it didn't drop. Yixiu said. Are there any guaranteed drops that we can try? Chen was very anxious. In reality, he was still worried about Excellent Era getting relegated. Chen wasn't like Tang Ru or Steamed Bun. They were still new and didn't understand the vast difference between them and Excellent Era. On the other hand, Chen understood it well and couldn't relax. He was very stressed out right now. There aren't any in the guide so far. There might be later. Sure, we're almost there too. Yixiu said. Under Yixiu's supervision, Steamed Bun was about to reach the final step too. Here, Steamed Bun showed his cool-headedness. He had his character jog over and turn in the quest. Chen couldn't even look. Did it drop? When Chen turned back, he hastily asked. No, Yixiu shook his head in disappointment. So unlucky. Chen was gloomy. Don't panic. There are more chances, no. Yixiu said. But we'll never be able to get this 20-point skill book again. Chen shook his head. Old Wei! Yixiu shouted. What? Chen was still depressed. It seems like you really need to go across the street and break a few of Excellent Era's windows to calm down. Yixiu said. He had told Chen Gui that she didn't need to be worried about Chen because he would be able to adjust himself. But Chen didn't act like he had expected. Chen was constantly stressed and very unlike what an experienced player should be like. These past few years of reclusion had stifled Chen. Suddenly, he had been presented with an ambitious goal and couldn't control his excitement. But the more passionate he was about it, the more worried he became. This type of state of mind would negatively affect his performance. I'll go smoke a cigarette. Chen didn't retort. He took out a cigarette and went outside to smoke. Even he knew that his current behavior was abnormal. However, something like emotions couldn't be controlled so easily. Little Tang, keep going. Help me watch Steamed Bun too. Yixiu said. I'll help. Chen Guo got up and prepared to be like Steamed Bun's nanny for doing quests. Steamed Bun really needed someone to take care of him for these quests. Yixiu nodded his head and went out the door. He saw Wei Chen standing at the window, smoking and staring blankly out the window. Yixiu walked up and looked outside too. Excellent Error's logo stood out clearly. It was probably incomparably unsightly in Wei Chen's eyes. What do I do? I can't help but be nervous. Wei Chen said. You're too worried. Yixiu said. How could I not be worried? That's Excellent Era. Wei Chen said. Yeah. It's just Excellent Era. You've never met them. Yixiu said. I've met them. And that was during Excellent Era's golden era. But I'm also much worse compared to the me in the past. Wei Chen said. What about you now? You have strengths now that you didn't have before. Yixiu said. Age. Wei Chen laughed mockingly. That's just one. Yixiu said. Oh? There's more. Wei Chen was surprised. He thought Yixiu would console him by telling him about one of his experiences. The person who crushed you in the past is now your teammate. Yixiu said. Wei Chen turned his head to look at Yixiu and then continued to look out the window. TCH, that's what I'm worried about. I've never viewed Excellent Era like this before. Yixiu looked out the window. In what way? Viewed them as opponents that I have to defeat. Yixiu said. Chapter 626. The character with the most skill points. Opponents that must be defeated. When Yixiu said these words, he didn't grind his teeth or give a determined look. He seemed as calm as ever. Yes. They must be defeated. Wei Chen followed, but he wasn't calm at all. He said these words fiercely and crushed his cigarette on the window sill. It doesn't matter what type of tricks Excellent Era uses. We have to beat them regardless. Wei Chen might have been talking to himself. He encouraged himself to not be scared of anything anymore. At that moment, the door to the practice room suddenly opened. Chen Guo rushed out excitedly and yelled, "It dropped! It dropped!" Oh? That quickly? Yixiu and Wei Chen were pleasantly surprised. Yeah, the quest this time wasn't as long. The two of them quickly finished it. Chen Guo said. Who got it? Yixiu asked. Both of them. Chen Guo said. F*CK, that punk is really amazing. Wei Chen said as he rushed into the practice room. Yixiu looked back at Excellent Era and sucked in a deep breath before gently extinguishing his cigarette. When he walked back into the practice room, the atmosphere was naturally joyful. The second quest in the guide was fairly short, so the results soon came out. Both Tang Ru and Steamed Bun had obtained a 25-point skill book. Let me see, let me see. Yixiu hastily walked over. What's there to see? They already used them. Chen Guo said. I wonder how many people would be jealous if they knew that they got a skill book this easily. Yixiu sighed. Afterwards, he didn't forget to ask Chen Guo, how's it going on your end? Chen Guo's face turned ugly. I've already completed these quests before. That's too bad, but it doesn't matter. There will always be more chances later. There will also be some quests that you haven't done yet too. Yixiu encouraged her. I hope so. Chen Guo said. Yixiu then asked Wei Chen, I remember that you said the accounts in your group all had around 4,700 skill points, right? Pretty much. Wei Chen answered. The methods that you used weren't as good as the ones that Concealed Light came up with. Yixiu said. But getting drops by chance is never definite. Wei Chen said. That's true. Have you ever thought of calculating how many possible skill points that could be obtained if everything went your way? Yixiu asked. Of course. 1650 skill points. Wei Chen immediately answered. This number included his many years of work and studying, and he was very proud of it. Oh, and your friends have around 4,700 skill points total. The base number of skill points is 4,000, so you got around 700 skill points through these skill books. If that's the case, then with your original method, your probability of getting a skill book was around 50%. Yixiu said. Hey, how come everything that comes out of your mouth is so shallow? 4,700 points is still an incredible result, okay? Apart from pro player accounts, do you know how many people in the game have over 4,700 skill points? With the amount of skill points that our characters have, our characters are worth a lot. Chen said. Then hurry up and sell them. In any case, you guys are blacklisted by the big guilds anyways. Yixiu said. TCH, it's been so long. We fell from their sights a long time ago. Chen said. This was because of a boss fight. Chen had led his friends and caused chaos amongst the top guilds. Because of this, the top guilds chased after them like crazy. In the end, Yixiu had given them the accounts that he had won in a bet, allowing them to continue playing. A long time had already passed since then. It was more than long enough for guilds to forget about them, let alone the top guilds. These club guilds were very busy. How could any of them have the time to keep chasing down a small team of players? These club guilds were massive. Every day, their main guild and branch guilds had tons of problems to deal with. If every single issue was never let go of, the guilds would go crazy. As a result, once Chen's group escaped after provoking the top guilds kept one eye open, while keeping the other closed. They might run into each other. If they remember, then they might kill them in the passing, but they definitely wouldn't send a specialized group tasked with hunting them down. Are you still planning on using that warlock? Yixiu asked. The account's not bad. Chen said. Apart from skill points, what's the difference between accounts? Yixiu said. Their names are different. Steamed Bun answered. Their appearances are different too. Chen added. She placed a lot of importance on appearances. Okay. Yixiu nodded his head. He didn't bother arguing because he knew that Chen didn't care about these areas. He. Chen laughed evilly. How many skill points does your account have? Yixiu suddenly seemed to have realized something. Which character in Glory has the highest number of skill points? Chen suddenly asked. Han Wenqing's Desert Smoke, 4,880 skill points. Yixiu said. He seemed to know where Chen was heading with his words. Correct. Desert Smoke has 40 more points than your One Autumn Leaf, right? Chen didn't hurry. Right, how many skill points does your character have? Yixiu asked. Not much. It only has 4,920 skill points, that's all. It has 40 more points than Desert Smoke, 80 more points than One Autumn Leaf, 90 more points than Swaksar, so my Windward formation is, in fact, the character with the most skill points in Glory. Chen said delightedly. Your luck is pretty good. Yixiu sighed. Chen's warlock must have relied on his method to get all of these skill points. After all, as long as he had luck on his side, even if his method wasn't as good, he would still be able to get a lot of extra skill points. As a result, while the other characters had around 4,700 skill points, he was lucky and got 4,920 skill points. Chen's methods could obtain a total of 1,650 points. If one had insane luck, then one could even obtain the maximum amount of skill points in Glory and have extra left over. But there's still 80 points of room to improve. You're willing to give those up? Yixiu asked. You guys try first. I'll wait and see before I do anything. Chen calmly said. Yixiu didn't urge him. Tang Ru and Steamed Bun continued to quest. Steamed Bun was being supervised by Chen Gui, so Yixiu also ran over to try it out for himself. Lord Grimm's return to the 10th server immediately spread around in happy. The top guilds were naturally terrified. But after seeing his level and knowing that Lord Grim wasn't level 70 yet, they relaxed slightly. Last month, the top guilds already had level 70 guilds, so they currently held the records for the level 70 dungeons. Even if the records for the dungeons below level 70 were crushed, the player base was no longer focusing on them, so the top guilds could tolerate it. However, they then thought of how Lord Grim had casually snatched a wild boss last time he came. This loss was even worse than losing a dungeon record. The top guilds didn't dare be negligent and informed all of their players, if you ever see Lord Grim, report his actions to the guild. After nearly half a year, the club guilds in the 10th server had expanded greatly. Lord Grim's existence during the initial stages had suppressed them significantly. All of them had suffered at one point. None of them were able to establish their power amongst the new player base until Lord Grim left to the heavenly domain. Only then could the club guilds flip over and start singing. From then on, they could compete without having anyone step all over them. The more time passed, the weaker the influence Lord Grim had in the 10th server. The top guilds expanded like crazy. As the players played Glory, they began paying attention to the pro scene and had their own favorite team and pro players. Thus, the advantage that the club guilds possessed finally appeared. They could attract their fans to join. They didn't need any reason other than their name. But at the same time, because of this reason, the performance of the team in the Pro Alliance would directly affect their respective guilds' development, especially among the popular mass. The new players had only just begun paying attention to the pro scene, so they didn't have many feelings for the past glory of the current teams. What they looked at was their current strength at the moment. Through this reason, Samsara developed rapidly in the 10th server just like their team this season. Many of the new players started watching the Pro Alliance during the later half of the season, which just happened to be when Samsara began dominating the scene after the All-Star competition. Samsara shot up the rankings and their fans increased alongside the team's growth. Samsara's guild growth expanded swiftly, completely suppressing Blue Brook Guild, Herb Garden, and Tyrannical Ambition. The most tragic club guilds was naturally Excellent Dynasty. When the new players started paying attention to the Pro Alliance, Excellent Era stayed at the bottom until they were beautifully relegated. If someone new like Excellent Era for getting relegated, then that person would be a very strange person. No one in the 10th server had many feelings for Excellent Dynasty. Chen had originally planned on making huge movements this season alongside the club. He made preparations for the guild to shine in the 10th server. At the very beginning, he had sent more experts to help pioneer in the new server than the other guilds. He had wanted to use the opportunity while the new players didn't know much about Glory to show their guild strength in order to attract their attention and establish a solid base. How could he have known that at this stage, he would run into Muqiu starting over again in the 10th server? It didn't matter that he had more experts. Muqiu was a god. Chen had even pulled over Liu Hao to help, but didn't he also get crushed? His original plan had been destroyed by Muqiu. By the time Muqiu stepped into the heavenly domain with Lord Grim, the 10th server players now had a certain understanding of Glory and had begun paying attention to the pro scene. With Team Excellent Era's disgusting performances, when Guild Excellent Dynasty was recruiting players to join, they hated how they couldn't hide their guild's name. Even if the players didn't know that Guild Excellent Dynasty and Team Excellent Era were related, the other club guilds like Tyrannical Ambition, Blue Brook Guild, Herb Garden would help spread this type of common knowledge to the player base. Excellent Dynasty's start in the 10th server had been an utter disaster from start to finish. Chapter 627. Assembly Line. The top guilds prepared themselves for Lord Grim's return to the 10th server. Who knew what evil this god was planning on committing this time? All of the guilds from top to bottom were assigned to monitoring him. They swore that they wouldn't stop until they figured out what his intentions were for returning this time. In reality, Muqiu was just here to do some quests. Getting involved with the guilds never even crossed his mind. When he arrived back in the 10th server, he still greeted everyone in guild Happy though. Without someone as mighty as Muqiu watching over them, Happy naturally had no way of contesting the various club guilds, especially as the influence of the pro teams pervaded their way through the server. In fact, no player guild could compete against these club guilds. Right now, Happy was developing like a normal guild. People came and left. Chenghua still managed the guild. Tang Ru and Steamed Bun could only provide their strength. For the guild affairs, the person who helped Chenghua the most was the player, Horse Shooter, who had joined because he had been a fan of Su Muqing. The other player who joined alongside Horse Shooter was Thousand Creations. Even though he was also an experienced player that had been in a top guild before, he was pretty much a lone wolf. He couldn't be relied on for matters regarding the guild. In the end, he was the same as Tang Ru and Steamed Bun, and could provide some strength when needed. These four players were the highest level players in Happy. They couldn't compare to the crazy power leveling of the club guilds, but amongst the player guilds, their levels were still considered very high. From this perspective, Happy couldn't compare to the club guilds, but it was still much more powerful than the other regular player guilds. At the very least, they had a fairly robust guild storage system. Seeing the guild storage system, Yi Xiu thought of Blue River. He asked Chenghua about him and found out that Blue River hadn't logged on in a long time. His Smurfs level had stopped there. When Yi Xiu checked his friends list of the people he had interacted with, nearly all of his enemies and none of his friends were online. Yi Xiu didn't greet them. He just chatted with his guild members in the guild chat while having his Lord Grim head over to the quest locations. Steamed Bun obviously participated in the guild chat. He said even more than Yi Xiu did, boasting wildly about him. Steamed Bun talked about Yi Xiu as if he were an all-powerful entity, making Yi Xiu feel embarrassed to say anything in the chat anymore. Steamed Bun didn't stop and began talking about their team. Returning to the pro scene and winning the championships really was Yi Xiu's goal, but the problem was that Steamed Bun was brainlessly talking without any basis for it. Very few players in Happy were noobs who had just started playing Glory. So when the guild heard Steamed Bun's words, who would believe him? However, Steamed Bun was quite popular in Happy and many of them understood his personality, so quite a few of them played along. However, Steamed Bun was being serious. As a result, anyone who saw Happy's guild chat would see it as absolutely ridiculous and that Happy was bragging and exaggerating about their own abilities. The club guilds had spies inside Happy. It was just that without Lord Grim, it wasn't any different from a normal player guild, so they didn't make trouble for Happy. The various top guilds were busy competing against each other and didn't have any plans on picking a fight with Happy. After a while, many of the spies stopped logging in, but now that Lord Grim had returned, the circumstances had vastly changed. All sorts of dead accounts suddenly popped up out of nowhere, observing Lord Grim's activities in the guild. At the same time, the players spread out around the leveling areas in the 10th server and constantly reported Lord Grim's movements to their guilds. Yi Xiu wasn't thinking about any of this. He just went to the quest location, accepted the quest, and then started following the guide. He's doing quests. The players monitoring Lord Grim reported to their guilds. What quest is he running? The higher-ups asked one after another. It seems to be Ambitious Frank. The reporting players guessed. Ambitious Frank? Some of the guild leaders, who heard this quest's name, knew of it, while some didn't. For them, if it wasn't a quest in a quest chain that helped them level up quicker, they wouldn't touch it. They might have some impression of this quest, but they didn't know why they had an impression. As a result, everyone looked up the quest online. They browsed through numerous related pages to see if there was anything special about this quest. Page after page after page. The links on these pages all explained the quest and how to complete it. It was a very normal quest. There weren't any secrets involved. Impossible. It couldn't be so simple. The guilds affirmed. Their analysis wasn't wrong. Yi Xiu obviously had a very good reason for returning to the normal server to do quests. However, this reason wasn't something others could think of. Keep monitoring him. The guilds ordered as they continued to search for any mysteries to this quest. During this time, Yi Xiu smoothly completed the quests. Fighting was troublesome though because the equipment that he had included in the upgrades of Myriad Manifestations umbrella had been from the heavenly domain, so he couldn't bring it back into the normal server. The naked Lord Grim grabbed some equipment from the guild storage. Yishio was accustomed to using the myriad manifestations umbrella, so now that he had switched to a different weapon, it didn't feel comfortable to use. The guilds were still trying to figure out this quest's mystery when Yishio finished the last part of the quest. The quest rewards dropped. Yishio checked the rewards and laughed out loud. I got one. Tang Ru and Steamed Bun hadn't gotten anything from this quest, but Yishio got the 20-point skill book. This quest had a 34.314% chance of dropping one. For a skill book, this was already an extremely high probability. It had been 10 years since Glory came out and there still hadn't been a single character with a maxed set of 5,000 skill points. One could easily imagine how difficult it was to get skill books. After many years of research, Chen was able to get a batch of characters with around 4,700 skill points, but with Yishio's understanding of Chen, he knew that when he said around 4,700 skill points, there were definitely fewer accounts with more than 4,700 skill points than accounts with less than 4,700 skill points. It might have just been him having crazy luck to get 4,920 skill points, while the others might all be below 4,700 skill points. If those were the results, it wasn't too special in Glory. If someone really wanted an account with 4,700 skill points, it could still be bought with money. But after Concealed Light and his professor cleared up Chen's efforts, the probability of skill books dropping were even higher now. Even though Concealed Light didn't say exactly how much the probability went up, with the part that they have right now, it would definitely be higher than Chen's original method, not lower. A bunch of characters at that level would truly be the best, even in the pro scene. Let alone the limit of 5,000 skill points, anything above 4,900 skill points was enough to make all of the god characters kneel. There were quite a few characters in the pro scene with 4,800 to 4,900 skill points, but there weren't any with over 4,900 skill points. Currently, building characters with high skill points could only be found through luck, but for Yishio's group, through the years of effort from Chen and analysis from extremely intelligent people like Concealed Light and his professor, they suddenly came up with an assembly line. If they manufactured a ton of high skill point characters, the account market in Glory would take a huge hit. The value of an account was mainly based on its class, equipment, and skill points. The difference between different classes wasn't much, and equipment could always be bought, but skill points were different. If you had them, you had them. If you didn't have them, you didn't have them. If these high skill point characters were poured into the market, they would be of the utmost priority amongst buyers. As for other accounts, if they didn't have equipment that added skill points, they wouldn't be able to sell. Even if they had the right equipment, they might as well take off the equipment and buy a more powerful account. Chen's efforts weren't just for fun, nor were they just to strengthen his character. He had thought of all of these issues before. However, his results weren't too stable. Accounts with 4,700 skill points weren't bad for accounts that had been accumulating skill points for 10 years, but it wasn't anything too amazing. As a result, he didn't immediately sell those accounts to make money. He wanted to find a more steady assembly line to increase the amount of skill points. And now it had become a reality. The original goal was to solve the problem of their team's weak characters, but now couldn't they also make some money in the passing? Seeing how Tang Ru, Steamed Bun, and Yishio continued to easily get skill books, Chen offered this suggestion. Chengguo was startled. She had been excited at how their team would have a bunch of powerful characters. She hadn't thought of making money by using such a method, but she was an experienced player after all. When Chen made the suggestion, Chengguo immediately understood the opportunity. Not only are they extremely valuable, have you ever seen such an account on the market? If one actually came out, there would definitely be a huge bidding war. Of course, as the number of these accounts increase, the price will certainly lower, but don't forget that we have a complete monopoly over them. The market would be completely controlled by us. Chen had clearly thought of doing this before and said a whole bunch of stuff. In your dreams. The game company wouldn't let that happen. I feel like they'll quickly figure out how these characters came about. Then, all they need to do is make some revisions to the code and our method will become useless. Yishio said. You're right. That's why I haven't done it yet. I was waiting until this method worked well, so our profits would be maximized. That day has finally arrived. Chen grasped his fists. Then let me ask you, are you planning on creating a team or creating accounts to sell? Yixiu asked. Chapter 628. Correct line of thinking. That's a difficult question. Chen felt a bit awkward. In truth, selling accounts with high skill points had been his plan all along. Joining a team and returning to the pro scene was something that he had never expected to do, so when Yixiu suddenly asked him this question, Chen had a hard time answering it. What I'm saying is that we should do both. Chen expressed. You're so old already. Are you sure you can do it? Yixiu asked. Earning money is never easy. Chen said. But right now, we're at a very important preparation stage. With an opponent like Excellent Era facing us in the near future, are you sure you have time to do both? Yixiu asked. Chen didn't say anything for a while. How about we let it go for now? It seems like to me that you need to be clear about this. Your account business would require a certain amount of time to start up. First, you'd need to find a batch of suitable accounts. If you directly buy a max-leveled account, you don't know which quests they've done completed. You would need to ask the sellers for more details and filter out the unsuitable characters. That would be too time-consuming, and you don't even know if you can find characters that suit your needs. If it's finding suitable accounts, let's say we look for a studio to power-level new accounts for us. In the old servers, it would only take 3 months or so to level them from 0 to 70 at the fastest. For a studio, the speed and price are dependent. If you require the fastest leveling speed, the initial cost would be much higher. There's no need to be in such a rush. Chen said. You're not in a rush? Don't forget that the Challenger League starts in September. Even though skill points can't directly be checked through a character's profile page, by analyzing the equipment and strength of the skills, it isn't difficult to estimate the number of skill points that a character has. The greater the attention our team receives, the more likely the fact that our characters have high skill points will be revealed. When the secret gets exposed, there will certainly be a huge reaction to it. All the company needs to do is look up our characters and they'll know that we've completely figured out how to earn skill books by following a certain sequence of steps. If that happened, wouldn't it be too late? Yixiu said. This. Chen paused. Only now did he realize that his account business would conflict with the team's priorities. 3 months was the shortest amount of time possible to get suitable accounts. Even after they got the accounts, they would still need to do a bunch of quests to earn those skill points. These quests required a person to run them. The way to do these quests also had to stay a secret too, so they obviously couldn't have someone else farm for them. One more thing. If you want to buy suitable accounts, you can search for a studio and ask for however many you'd like. However, these accounts have special requirements and need to be leveled up at the time of the order. How many accounts are you planning on selling? 1,000? There isn't a studio out there that has the type of manpower to level 1,000 accounts in 3 months. Leveling in Glory requires manually doing it. Leveling an account to 70 in 3 months requires 24/7 non-stop playing. One character would need at least 2 players. How many studios do you know that have 2,000 workers? Yixiu asked. Oh right. 3 months is the time it takes to level up an account from 0 to 70 using the fastest method. With your special requirements, the quests need to be left blank. Whether or not they can be leveled to 70 in 3 months is also another issue in and of itself. Yixiu said. And your sister? Can you shut up for a moment? Chen interrupted Yixiu. He clearly realized that this was an issue and only one choice could be made. Doing both things at once clearly wouldn't work out. Yixiu didn't continue speaking. Everyone understood Chen's emotions right now. Earning money by selling high skill point accounts had been his goal that he had been striving for all these years. Now they were telling him to make a choice. There was no way he would feel good right now. So, Stop being so noisy. Give me some to think. Wei Chen interrupted Yixiu. Yixiu still wanted to say something, but Chen grabbed him. If this guy made a caustic remark right now, it would be too infuriating to see, so Chen didn't care what he planned on saying and stopped him. The practice room was very quiet. Even Steen Bun, who didn't know what was going on, felt that the atmosphere was heavy, so he stayed silent like everyone else and stared solemnly at Wei Chen. Wei Chen didn't stop playing as he contemplated. He continued to tap his keyboard and click his mouse. He looked to be grinding his teeth before finally saying, "Okay. F***CK. This senior has decided not to go into the account business. To hell with it." In the end, Wei Chen still chose the pro scene. Wei Chen had only been a pro for 2 years, while these skill points had taken him nearly 5 years of his life. For those 2 years, Wei Chen had carried his dreams with him, while in those other 5 years, he had carried his livelihood. Looking at the options in front of him, Wei Chen quickly and decisively came to a decision. In the end, he chose the 2 short years despite knowing that this attempt might end up in failure again. Good, old Wei is wise. We really can't afford to go into the account business right now. Yixiu applauded. Go to hell. If we don't win the championships, you'd better compensate this senior for his losses. Wei Chen cursed. Losses? What losses? Yixiu asked. I gave up on such a big business opportunity. If it's not a loss, then what is it? Wei Chen was furious. This business would require a lot of time regardless. It also has high initial costs and isn't something that can go on for a long time. The company just needs to come out with an update and it will undermine everything you worked so hard for. It really isn't worth that much. Yixiu said. You talk quite deftly. Wei Chen wasn't happy. I feel like the correct choice is to directly sell the guide. Yixiu said. What did you say? Wei Chen was surprised. Sell the guide. Yixiu said. F***CK. Wei Chen suddenly awoke with a start. He suddenly jumped up, walked around in a circle, and then suddenly turned towards Yixiu. You beast. Generally speaking, monopolizing the method is the way towards a long-term lifeline, but like I said before, this business won't last very long. The company will break that lifeline, so you might as well just sell the method. Yixiu said. You're right. Why didn't I think of it before? Wei Chen yelled. If we do it like that, shouldn't we tell Concealed Light? Chen asked. Oh, of course. Yixiu had a rare expression of seriousness. This incident made him realize the power of intellectuals and naturally made him respectful towards them. How do we go about selling it? You've probably already thought of how, right? Wei Chen said. The higher the demand, the higher the price. Yixiu said plainly. Sell it to the clubs. Wei Chen thought. The clubs would gain the most benefits from strengthening their characters and would be willing to pay a high price to do so. For a normal player, a max-skilled character would only be able to make that player a bit stronger, but for a pro team, more skill points meant stronger skills, which could be the deciding factor in a match. In addition to that, the amount of profits from winning a match was on a completely different level than a normal player winning a match in the arena. If that happens, everyone will have high-skill characters. Chen sighed. Originally, their team would have a bunch of 5,000 skill point characters, while the highest amount for the other teams would be Tyranny's Desert Smoke at 4,880 points. Wouldn't that be amazing? However, if everyone had 5,000 skill point characters, then their advantage would be lost. Making other opponents stronger really doesn't leave a good taste in my mouth. Wei Chen sighed as well. However, his greedy gaze betrayed him. Even though it didn't leave a good taste in his mouth, he wouldn't feel bad about taking their money. He soon continued, but it wouldn't make them much stronger. Their characters aren't far from the limit anyways, so it wouldn't make too big of a difference. These words were to console himself. 100 to 200 skill points definitely wasn't as insignificant as Wei Chen had said it was. They might not even be able to use the method. Look how famous the names of those famous characters are. With how valuable those names are, they might not replace those characters. Chen said. These words were also to console herself. God-level accounts were famous and they might actually not be replaced just for this reason, but the other characters could be replaced, no? In any case, the strengths of the teams would increase greatly. It would definitely happen. You guys want money, but don't want others to benefit. You guys are really demanding. Yixiu said. Hey, having such desires is a beautiful thing, but we have to accept reality. Wei Chen expressed. But I feel like this won't be as beautiful as you imagine it will be. Yixiu said. Why? If we sell the method to the clubs right now, my guess is that the clubs will quickly group together and buy it once for the entire alliance. Yixiu said. If that happens, the price will go down. Wei Chen said. That's why I feel that it'd be better to find one club and then agree that they directly buy it out. If that happens, the advantage won't spread to the entire alliance. The money that we earn might not be lower than if everyone bought it together. Yixiu said. You demon. I have to admit you're a demon. Such an evil idea is something only a demon could come up with. Wei Chen seemed like he was praising Yixiu. Then which club do you plan on selling it to? Blue Rain? Tyranny? Samsara? I think Samsara is a good choice. They're very ambitious and would probably buy it for the highest price. Wei Chen said. Samsara is a good choice, but I feel like they might not be the ones who need it the most. Yixiu said. Then who? Wei Chen was puzzled. At this moment, Chen suddenly jumped up and guessed Yixiu's intentions, Lulan/. Chapter 629. Why should I? Lulan/? The rich guy who formed Team Heavenly Swords and is preparing to enter the Pro Alliance next season. Wei Chen had kept up with the news, so he obviously knew someone as famous as Lulan/. Last time, Guild Heavenly Justice had a duel of words with the other guilds in the forums and managed to win the support of many players. It was an incident that made even Wei Chen feel jealous. Yeah, he's the perfect target. Wei Chen thought about Lulan/'s background and immediately felt like Yixiu's suggestion was very good. Lulan/ had money, but because his team was new, there were still huge differences between his team and the other pro teams that were difficult to make up for with money. Of course, if you insisted on it and recklessly threw money at the problem, then it could still be done. For example, those god-level accounts might not necessarily be something that club owners wouldn't sell if the price was high enough, but the problem was that if you threw your money without any regard for the costs, it showed that you were planning on using money to solve everything. Outsiders wouldn't know whether or not Lulan/ had any plans on doing this sort of move, but no matter the case, Yixiu believed that a skill point guide was enough to make his heart thump. This was something that, no matter how much money you had, it wouldn't be possible to obtain from anywhere else. Yixiu would be giving him an opportunity to buy it. Hurry up and contact him. Wei Chen was already impatient. More like contact Concealed Light first. Chen reminded. Of course. Yixiu calmly opened chat windows for Lulan/ and Concealed Light on QQ. Yixiu didn't ask, "Are you here?" and left them a direct message saying what he needed to say. For Concealed Light, Yixiu told him that they were planning on selling this skill points guide and asked if he had any opinion on them doing so. Concealed Light had been on the entire time. He had just been invisible. When he saw the message, he immediately replied in bewilderment, "Do what you want." "What opinions would I have?" "Hurry up and do what you want," Wei Chen impatiently urged. After Yixiu and Chen gave him a disdainful look, Yixiu replied, "This guide is very valuable. After all, without your assistance, it wouldn't have been possible to get it. You have the power to decide what we do with it." After Concealed Light read the message, he collapsed in shame. "I actually only did a bit of the work. Without Professor Zhong, it really wouldn't have been possible." "Then shouldn't we ask him?" "This has never been sold before, so I don't really know the price, but 7 figures shouldn't be a problem." Yixiu was worried that someone like Concealed Light, who stayed at home studying math, wouldn't know the value of this guide, so he gave this future mathematician a number. But Concealed Light replied, "Are you asking me to get reprimanded?" "What?" Yixiu and everyone else was startled. Professor Zhong is a world-renowned mathematician. He's never cared about money. Telling him about this would just bother him. Isn't that just going to make him angry? Concealed Light replied. Then what's important to him? Yixiu asked. But the answer made everyone want to cry. Scientific development, advancement of humanity. Concealed Light replied. How shameful. Chen looked up at the sky and let out a deep sigh. And we still want to talk about money with him. Chengguo was also ashamed. If you said this to a normal person, that person would definitely think you were joking, but the situation was different. For a scholar like Zhong Yichuan, any results that he came out with could be something that advanced mankind, so it really wasn't a joke. It was a fact that made Yixiu and the others crazy. Then we'll deal with it. Yixiu replied. Sure. Concealed Light replied. Ari. Chen sighed repeatedly at this reply. Famous scholars truly think differently from normal people. Their minds aren't something that little people like us can understand. It's best if we didn't make trouble for that senior. We'll just go at it blindly. It was a classic example of someone gaining a favor and calling it a disfavor. Everyone gave him a disdainful look, but didn't say anything because Lulan Slash had replied. Yixiu and Lulan Slash didn't immediately start negotiating the price. Instead, Yixiu asked Lulan Slash how things were going for him. We're busy improving ourselves so we don't lose face when the time comes. Lulan Slash replied honestly. Don't look at how Team Heavenly Sword seemed incomparably confident, laughing at all the clubs to build up fans. In terms of actual strength, Lulan Slash and his team clearly knew where they were at after several interactions and exchanges with Yixiu. If they hadn't met Yixiu, they might really have taken their arrogant words to the public as the truth. Fortunately, they met Yixiu. They still built their fanbase through their arrogant words, but Lulan Slash didn't dare to be arrogant over their actual strength. Their team was practicing hard and had lowered their goal by a lot. Before they had met Yixiu, they thought that they would be a very competitive team. Now, their goal had been changed to not lose too much face. Others who heard their actual goal might think they were being modest, but Yixiu knew that Lulan Slash was being sincere. How are your accounts? Yixiu asked. They're okay. Lulan Slash replied vaguely. How many skill points do each of your characters have? Yixiu began to move towards the main subject. Lulan Slash saw the question and was surprised. He took some time to reflect on it. He clearly knew that this god wasn't chatting with him because he was bored, but because he had a purpose in mind. This sudden question must have something to do with this purpose. Skill points truly was something that Lulan Slash couldn't do much about. Did Yixiu have some way of resolving this problem? After thinking for a bit, Lulan Slash became excited, but still calmly replied, Skill points HM? Not bad, I'd say. Our characters have been pretty lucky, so we have a lot of skill points. Ha, don't tell me your accounts all have maxed skill points. Yixiu said. How could that be? Are there any characters in the entire game with maxed skill points? Lulan Slash was probing Yixiu, but he was starting to become amazed because he had a feeling as to what Yixiu's intentions were. There haven't been any, but now maybe not. Yixiu said. You have such an account? Lulan Slash questioned. It's very likely. Yixiu said. Likely? Because it still depends on luck, so it isn't completely guaranteed. Yixiu replied. What do you mean luck? Lulan Slash couldn't pretend any longer. Let alone a character with maxed skill points, there weren't even any with over 4,900 skill points. Characters with 4,800 skill points were usually famous stars in the pro scene. It wasn't by chance that these characters became famous. Having such a high number of skill points was an important deciding factor in these pro games. The characters used by Lulan/'s team didn't have a low number of skill points. They had between 4,700 to 4,800 skill points, which was quite decent in the pro scene, but there was still a gap between their characters and the top characters, let alone a character with maxed skill points. If you had that many skill points, then that was how much you had. What did it have to do with luck? Lulan/ couldn't understand, so he asked this question. To tell you the truth, I have a method of getting skill points. The very first thing I thought of was that you might need it. Isn't that kind of me? Yixiao replied. Very kind. Lulan/ replied, but he was bitterly laughing in his heart. He wasn't stupid. He understood what Yixiao was getting at. The very first thing Yixiao thought of was him. That wasn't kindness. Yixiao clearly wanted his money. However, Lulan/ didn't care because he needed it. If someone could provide him with a solution, he would happily take them up on that offer. After replying very kind, Lulan/ didn't say anything else. He wanted to wait until the other side came out with his offer. But after waiting and waiting, there was no reply. Lulan/ was sad. He wanted to know the other side's price and start negotiating from there, but the other side was truly fierce. Yixiao pretended like he was dead, putting on a do you want it or not appearance. Lulan/ wanted to cry. Yixiao was telling him that he couldn't be like this. Helpless, Lulan/ could only start the conversation. What type of method is it? It's a certain way of completing quests. I can guarantee that there's a high chance of obtaining skill books as a reward. Yixiao replied quickly. He had clearly been sitting in front of his computer the entire time. He had purposely pretended to be dead, but Lulan/ didn't have a choice. How new? I've never heard of it before. Lulan/ had ambitions to flourish in the pro scene and had obviously put a lot of effort into researching skill points, but he had never heard of this method before. Of course you haven't. An old comrade of mine sacrificed much of his youth bitterly researching it before getting these results. Yixiao said. I see. What are your plans? Lulan/ asked. My plan is to see if you have any plans. Yixiao replied. Okay. Lulan/ said weakly, let's get to the point. If you really can get characters with maxed skill points, then I obviously need them very much. I thought so too. Give me a price. I'll need 9. Lulan/ said. 9? If I need more, I'll look for you. Lulan/ said. Why not just directly buy the guide itself? Yixiao replied. You're willing to sell it. Lulan/ was surprised. Why not? Yixiao asked back. Lulan/ replied, but why should I buy the whole guide? I only need enough characters for my team. Chapter 630. New goal. Why should I? When Lulan/ asked this question, it was Yixiao's turn to become dazed. Why should I? Yixiao had helped Lulan/ think of a reason, but his reasoning hadn't matched Lulan/'s. You're too polite. Yixiao replied. Indeed, Yixiao's side felt like Lulan/ was being too polite. Why would you not just straight up buy the guide, and instead settle for the next best thing and only buy a batch of accounts? How am I being polite? Lulan/ didn't understand. His line of thinking was clearly different from what Yixiao had analyzed his thinking to be. If you have the guide, you can make however many accounts you'd like. Yixiao explained. Ha ha, wouldn't buying the guide be much more expensive though? I don't need that many accounts, just 10 is enough. Lulan/ answered back. It would actually be more difficult for us to get those accounts to you rather than give you the guide itself. Yixiao said. So you're saying that if I want to buy it, I have to buy the guide at a high price? Lulan/ asked. Pretty much. Yixiao said. If that's the case, you'll need to give me some time to think about it. Lulan/ replied. If he had to think about it, then it meant that he was leaning towards rejecting the offer and only had a bit of leeway remaining. If he was seriously considering it, he would have at least asked for the price. However, Lulan didn't even ask about the price and had jumped straight to considering it. This wasn't a good sign for Yixiu's side. If this had been us previously, we would have bought it without any hesitation. We would have bought it out too, so that no one else would be able to get it and guarantee our advantage over the other teams. Lulan didn't hide his reasons and started discussing with Yixiu. Then what about now? Luckily we bumped into you. You helped us realize that our original ideas had been careless. With just our skill level alone, we thought we would be able to immediately compete with those powerhouses. We were too ignorant and narrow-minded, so we decided to do things realistically. We'll first establish a solid position in the pro scene before doing anything. Of course, we need characters with high skill points, but any player would want a character like that. The current us isn't thinking of expending all of our efforts to weaken our opponents. Even if we do weaken them a bit, it wouldn't change our overall situation too much. Improving our actual skill is the most stable way of improve our chances. We aren't thinking of doing anything else at the moment. Lulan was very honest and showed his gratefulness towards Yixiu. Yixiu read the message and could only force a smile, then good luck. Thank you. If you can provide accounts with high skill points, contact me at any time. The price won't be a problem. Lulan said. Understood. Yixiu replied. He turned around and forced a smile at Chen and Qingming. Their first plan had failed. It turned into selling accounts. The price for accounts would still be considerable, but compared to their original plan, it was still a huge difference. Then we're going to give up just like this. Chen wasn't willing. There's nothing we can do. His line of thinking is completely different from ours. Yixiu said. I can see that. I could also tell that the reason his line of thinking is different is all because of you. Chen accused him. Life is full of twists, as you can see. Yixiu said. What do we do now? Chen said. It looks like we can only look for another pro team to sell it to. Yixiu said. Samsara? Chen asked. The ambitious Samsara is a very suitable target. Yixiu said. Samsara will be in the playoffs. We have to hurry up and sell them our guide beforehand. Their price will definitely be a lot higher. Chen said. There are still 2 weeks. I don't know if Concealed Light will be able to arrange everything by then. Yixiu thought and looked for Concealed Light on QQ to check how long it would take. HM? Are we in a rush? Concealed Light asked. Yeah. I'll try to finish it in a week. Concealed Light estimated. Good luck. Time isn't an issue. Yixiu turned around and spoke. As long as we can get the guide ready, Samsara can easily upgrade their characters in 2 days. Then let's contact Samsara. Chen asked. There's no hurry. Wait for Concealed Light to finish first and we'll personally take a trip to City C. Yixiu said. Wait, did you not think about an issue? Qingming suddenly interrupted. What? Yixiu looked at her. If Samsara suddenly won the championships with a bunch of max-skilled characters, wouldn't that attract more eyes towards this method? The game company would definitely notice it. If they saw through the process and came out with an update getting rid of it, wouldn't that be trouble for us too? The characters that we have now will be upgraded in time, but what about the others? Our team won't just have these for characters, right? Qingming said. Oh, don't worry about that. Samsara is a pro team and their characters are already quite good. I'm guessing that all of them have at least 4,700 skill points. If we give them the guide, we'll only be helping them push towards that final hurdle. As long as they don't run too many quests, the game company won't find out so easily. Yixiu said. But what if they've already done the quests and have to create new accounts? Qingming had a lot of thoughts. New accounts? If it's a new account, it will take at least 3 months. Even pro teams won't be able to go any faster than that. By that time, we'll have a batch of characters too, so we won't lose out. Yixiu said. Chen Guo heard Yishio's explanation before finally relaxing. In the end, she only sighed, but that means in the future there'll be stronger opponents. Aren't you looking down on Lulan too much? Won't they be getting stronger too? Yishio said. It's the difference between 1 + 1 is equal to 2 and 9 + 1 is equal to 10. Chen Guo said. That's the reason why Lulan isn't willing to buy it. Yishio sighed. Isn't it because of you? Wei Chen gave him a disdainful look. In any case, that's our plan for now. Once Concealed Light arranges everything, we'll make a trip to visit Samsara. Yishio said. This time, if you don't sell it, don't come back. Wei Chen said. Concealed Light's diligence didn't need to be said. He said 1 week, but on the 5th day, he had already completed the guide. He wrote it in a Word doc and sent it over. After receiving the guide, Yishio skimmed through it and checked it every time Concealed Light sent a doc over. As Concealed Light sent over parts of the guide, Yishio, Steamed Bun, and Tang Ru continued to follow them. The skill points on Lord Grim, Soft Mist, and Steamed Bun Invasion continually shot up. The highest was Yishio's Lord Grim because Soft Mist and Steamed Bun Invasion couldn't enter the Heavenly Domain yet, so there were a lot of quests that they couldn't complete yet. Yishio's Lord Grim ran between the 2 servers and cleared out all the quests. His skill points rose like a rocket. His level wasn't max yet, so he couldn't do some of the high-leveled quests yet. However, he already had maximized his potential skill points. The guide increased the drop chances and Yishio's luck was quite good. Once he got 5,000 skill points, Wei Chen became conflicted. His Windward formation had done all these quests before, so he had no way of improving his character anymore. He didn't think that Yishio would really be able to get all 5,000 skill points. If he didn't switch accounts, he would have less skill points. If he switched accounts, his Windward formation wouldn't have a chance of rising to the top. It made Wei Chen very depressed. I feel like we don't need to give Samsara everything. Yishio inspected the guide and got rid of a portion of it. In the end, he left enough for an additional 1,000 skill points. Right now, they just need a way to have their characters increase by a level. If I just give them these, it'll be enough. There's no need to give them everything. Yishio said. Chen Guo supported this idea very much. Chen Guo's biggest hope was that they would keep the guide to themselves and no one else would have it. There was no other choice though, but if they could give less of the guide to the other side, that was worthy of being happy about too. Then it'll just be these. Yishio looked at the remaining content. I just hope that Samsara won't have done too many of these quests already. If so, this will be more than enough. Since their base is already so high, if they haven't already completed these quests, just a little bump should be enough. Chen Guo said. Listening to you, we should get rid of another 500 points. Yishio said. Good. Chen Guo agreed. Okay, you've been doing these quests too. How many points does your character have? Yishio asked. 280 points. Chen Guo said sadly. 280 points and you're saying it so sadly. I reckon that something like this has only happened in our room. Yishio sighed and then added, out of the 1,600 skill points, you seriously only managed to get 280 points. The issue of them having already completed the quests is a serious problem. We should leave them some room for hope. Chen Guo listened and didn't say anything more. Then when will you be going? The sooner the better. I'll take a look at the tickets there. Chen Guo said. These sorts of expenses were naturally paid for by the boss. Do you know who to look for in Samsara? You'd better not get kicked out of the place immediately. Wei Chen said. If you went, you would definitely get kicked out. How could I be like you? Yishio retorted. Will the plane tomorrow morning be okay? Chen Guo checked the ticket and called out. Sure. Yishio nodded his head. What's your ID number? Yishio sent over his ID number on QQ to Chen Guo, who quickly finished up the rest of the preparations. Chapter 631. Visiting Samsara. The city's temperature in May was neither high nor low, and the air was humid and comfortable. However, Yi Xiu was the type who stayed indoors for long periods of time, so his reaction towards the difference in the climate was quite slow. He didn't realize that there was any change. After arriving from the plane, he called for a taxi and went straight to Club Samsara, not even stopping at the hotel beforehand. The unsuccessful trade with Lulan caused Yi Xiu to be much more careful with the upcoming discussion. After discussing the issue with Chen and the others again and again, they came to the conclusion that Samsara had no reason to reject their offer. Their intentions on becoming the champion this season was very obvious. It could be seen from their marketing during the 2-week break before the playoffs. It was impossible for them to reject this guide for skill points. The only possibility was that they might refuse to buy it out completely. As for this problem, Yi Xiu had been discussing it with the team these past few days. If they didn't buy it out, it meant they would be letting Yi Xiu go to another team to sell the guide. If that were the case, then Samsara wouldn't have any advantage over the other teams. After thinking about it over and over again, everyone felt that the possibility of Samsara buying it out was the highest out of all the teams. Yi Xiu would arrive at Club Samsara soon. Of course, he wasn't planning on breaking through their front entrance. After all, he couldn't use his face as a pass. Chen's worry wasn't for nothing. He had a high chance of being driven out by the security guards before even entering. Yi Xiu made a call from a public telephone booth outside the club and then paced back and forth in front of the entrance. Not long afterwards, a person jogged out from within the club building and glanced around outside the gate. When Yi Xiu waved towards him, that person hurried over. "Long time no see." The two greeted each other. Tong Lin, an ex-pro gamer of glory, was currently employed at the club. He had retired 3 years ago and worked in Samsara Club's technology department. The professional circle for glory wasn't too big. There were around 200 people total. In the initial stages of the professional scene, the scale had been even smaller. There weren't even 20 teams and not all the teams had 10 people, so at that time, there were even fewer people, so the pro gamers were much more familiar with each other. Yi Xiu had been in the scene from the very start until now, so it was evident that he knew everyone in it. It was just a matter of how deeply he knew everyone. Some people he only nodded his head at, while some he could chat well with. Tong Lin belonged to the latter. Although he wasn't a god, his love for glory wasn't any less than any other pro. After retiring and joining the technology department, he continued to work diligently and tirelessly. Yi Xiu contacted his old friend for his trip to bring in his message and enter the gate. Tong Lin was far from having the influence to make any decisions in the trade though. As the two chatted, they walked through Samsara's entrance. With Tong Lin there, the security guards by the door didn't ask any questions. When Yi Xiu had previously been walking around the entrance, they had cautiously kept an eye on him. After all, the playoffs were coming up. They couldn't risk distracting the pro gamers, who were vigorously preparing and training for the upcoming competition. The club's work requirements in various departments had become much more strict these past few days. "What business do you have here? You were so secretive on the phone." Tong Lin asked as he guided Yi Xiu along. "It's definitely something good for Samsara," Yi Xiu said. "Ha ha, what good could you possibly bring to Samsara?" Tong Lin laughed. "You'll know when I show it to you later," Yi Xiu said. "All right." Tong Lin didn't ask any further. He directly brought Yi Xiu up to the club's 3rd level, which was where his office in the technology department was located. "Tell me, what are you going to show me? I'm waiting." After telling Yi Xiu to sit down, Tong Lin smiled. "You have spare glory account cards here, don't you?" Yi Xiu asked. "Would you believe me if I said no?" Tong Lin spoke. "What class do you need?" "The class doesn't matter, but the fewer quests completed, the better." Yi Xiu spoke. "We haven't been keeping track of that," Tong Lin said. "Then just give me any two," Yi Xiu said. Tong Lin opened the drawer and randomly grabbed 2 account cards. "Is here okay? Or do you want to head for the lab?" Tong Lin asked. Lab? Yishio laughed. That's what everyone calls it. It's a force of habit now. Tonglin explained. Here is fine. Yishio stood up and walked over. Tonglin immediately stepped away from the computer and left the 2 cards there. These 2 accounts are yours or? Yishio casually picked one up and asked. Mine. Tonglin said. Then how lucky of you. Yishio smiled. Tonglin was still confused as Yishio quickly logged onto the game. Yishio didn't care about what Tonglin's character was called, which server, which class, or what equipment he had. Yishio only checked the character's location and immediately looked up a direction to run towards while asking Tonglin, do you still remember what sort of tasks this character has completed? This? I don't really remember. Tonglin said. Then I'll just try a few. Yishio said. What on earth are you trying to do? Tonglin asked. Don't worry. You'll know soon enough. Yishio kept him guessing without revealing anything. He controlled Tonglin's character while sprinting towards a place that he remembered that had one of the select quests. After talking to the NPC with the quest, it seemed like Tonglin hadn't completed this quest before. After seeing Yishio accept the quest, Tonglin hurriedly moved closer to look, which quest is this? Yishio opened the quests panel for Tonglin to see the quest's name. Tonglin looked at it and tried to recall this quest in his head, but he couldn't remember anything odd about this quest. He then watched Yishio continue to play. He followed the quest chain and completed it step by step. You came here to help complete quests for my account. Tonglin laughed. Don't get so worked up yet. What's worth the excitement has yet to come. Yishio said. What are you trying to do? Stop hinting and just tell me. Tonglin was getting anxious. However, Yishio didn't hurry. In actual fact, he was afraid of making mistakes. After all, this had to be done precisely according to the calculations that Concealed Light and his mentor had made, so he couldn't be careless. Pay attention! At last, the quest had reached the last stage when Yishio immediately called out to Tonglin. I've been paying attention this whole time. Tonglin said from the side. After clicking the character, the task was completed and a row of congratulatory words flashed by. Yishio wasn't let down. The skill book was rewarded. The task he chose to show obviously had a high succeeding rate. For this particular quest, after being analyzed over and over by Concealed Light and his mentor, they had found that there was a 57.258% chance of a skill book being dropped upon completion. For skill books, a percentage like that was high enough to scare a person to death. Skill book! Tonglin was patient and had been paying attention the entire time. The reward that flashed by didn't escape his eyes. He clearly saw these 2 words. He immediately realized that the skill book must have been what Yishio had been hiding from him the entire time. Apart from this, there was nothing else to see. A skill book with 25 skill points, how about that? Aren't you excited? Yishio started to open the inventory of Tonglin's character. A 25 skill point skill book was laying there. It wasn't a coincidence. Tonglin's mind started to churn. It was a coincidence, but at the same time, it wasn't. Yishio spoke. Stop with the suspense and mystery. Just tell it to me directly. Tonglin yelled. It's a coincidence because the skill book isn't guaranteed. It wasn't a coincidence because I used a method for a skill book to have an increased chance at dropping. If not for me, I don't know how many times you would have to complete this mission in order to receive this reward. Yishio said. Stand aside and let me see. Tonglin pushed Yishio aside and controlled his character. He checked the inventory once again and confirmed that it was a skill book without a doubt. He scrolled through the records and confirmed that this skill book was in fact the reward from the previous task. Soon afterwards, Tonglin checked a website and found the quest. In the end, he couldn't pick out any related information that connected the quest to a skill book. Don't waste your time. We were only able to get this thanks to an old friend's many years of research. Yishio said. Who? Tonglin hurriedly asked. Wei Chen. Yixiu spoke. It's that guy. Tong Lin was also a pro gamer from the older generation. How could he not know the former captain of Team Blue Rain? What you're saying is that he found a special way to complete certain quests that give a chance for a skill book to be rewarded. Tong Lin was in the technology department, so he figured it out quite quickly. Correct. Yixiu nodded. How high is the drop rate? Tong Lin asked. Around 50%. Yixiu said. How did you come up with this number? Tong Lin asked. I might scare you to death by telling you the truth, so I shouldn't tell you. Yixiu said. Tong Lin rolled his eyes. If you don't say it now, someone else will definitely ask about it later. Tong Lin was a senior figure in the industry. After figuring out how it worked, he immediately had a rough prediction of Yixiu's intentions upon visiting Samsara. We have an outstanding student with us. He used his mathematical knowledge and whatever to calculate this. You know that we wouldn't be able to understand that kind of stuff. In any case, we listened and did as we were told. We don't have the ability to perform large-scale tests to confirm the drop rates. If you're interested, you can perform these tests at a later time. Don't you have a lab or something? Yixiu said. The drop rate isn't actually too important. What's important is its effectiveness. Do you know what I mean? Tong Lin said. I understand. Yixiu smiled calmly. I believe that it's effective. It only has a 50% chance of being rewarded. As long as it's not 100%, then it could prove to be ineffective. Tong Lin said. But this is only one quest. You wouldn't think that I would only take one task and excitedly run to Samsara to sell just this, did you? Yixiu said. Then how many do you have? Tong Lin asked. If you add all of the tasks together, it's worth an additional 1,000 skill points. Yixiu said. F*CK. Tong Lin's eyes went wide. In the next second, he rushed over and grabbed Yixiu, fearing he would run away. Go, 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 let's go. Go where? Yixiu deliberately asked. Where do you think? Tong Lin didn't answer the obvious. After dragging Yixiu out of his office, he went down from the 3rd floor to the 2nd floor and walked to the end of the building. Midway through, they passed the practice room. A Samsara pro player was holding a cup of water and was walking loitering near the entrance of the practice room. When he saw Tong Lin come over, he naturally recognized him and politely called out senior. Tong Lin smiled and nodded, while he was grabbing onto a guy tightly as if he had caught a robber. That guy being grabbed was even walking in a weird way as a result. That guy also smiled and gave him a nod. Who was this guy? Why did he answer me when I said senior? He seemed really familiar. Was he a waiter at a restaurant? The pro player didn't say anything, but he made a lot of guesses. Suddenly, he remembered who that person was. The surprise caused his hand to tip. The boiling water in the cup spilled out and the burn immediately caused him to loosen his grip. Pa! A crisp sound was made as the cup shattered. The pro player was at a loss. He was still gazing at the silhouette that was being dragged away by Tong Lin. After hearing the sound, Yixiu and Tong Lin turned back to take a look. After seeing that it was just a broken cup, they continued to walk. On the other hand, when the other pro players inside the practice room heard the noise coming from outside the door, they all came out to see what had happened. In the end, they only saw a pro player standing stupidly outside the door. When they realized that it was only a cup being broken, everyone was about to leave, but before leaving, they saw the pro player lift his right hand and point at the silhouette that had already turned around the corner. Yixiu. What? The pro players didn't hear clearly. Yixiu. It's Yixiu. I saw Senior Tong Lin dragging Yixiu away just a moment ago. Senior Tong Lin, dragging Yixiu. All the pro gamers were stupefied. As for Tong Lin, they obviously wouldn't find anything strange with him, but Yixiu. Why would this guy appear at Samsara at this time? Their gossiping spirits had been kindled. Which way did they go? Vice-Captain Jiang Butao asked. That way. The pro player pointed. The manager's office. After turning that way in the hallway, there was nowhere else to go apart from the manager's office. Let's go have a look. Jiang Butao turned his head and spoke to Juzakai. They were the captain and vice-captain. At this age, only those with some status would be able to go and have a look. Juzakai didn't say anything yet, when the practice room phone rang. A pro player hurriedly ran over to receive it. He said a few words before hanging up. He ran over to Juzakai and Jiang Butao, captain and vice-captain, the manager is asking for you two to head over. Jiang Butao and Juzakai looked at each other in the eye. Everyone thought that it had to be related to Yi Qiu's visit. The two were prepared to go, when the phone rang again. The same person ran over to receive it. He hurriedly dashed out again to face Juzakai and Jiang Butao. The manager says to bring your account cards with you. Bring our account cards. What for? Everyone made wild guesses. Juzakai and Jiang Butao didn't understand, but nevertheless, they returned to the practice room and grabbed their accounts cards with them. Please enter. After knocking on the manager's door, they heard the manager's voice and entered. The manager wasn't sitting in his office chair. In the guest sofa, he and Tong Lin sat there with another person in the middle. I don't need to introduce them to you, do I? The manager laughed. It's little Ju and little Jiang. Ha ha, you two are doing pretty well this season. Yi Qiu smiled as he greeted the two. Chapter 632. One-man team. Hi God Yi. Jiang Butao greeted back. Juzakai simply smiled in a friendly manner. He looked as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he remained silent. Little Ju still doesn't like to speak, ha ha. Yi Qiu laughed. Everyone looked towards him, but Juzakai still didn't say anything and just continued to smile. Truthfully, someone who wasn't good at expressing one's thoughts like Juzakai wasn't suited to be the team captain. If he was even had a hard time greeting someone, giving words of encouragement to his team at crucial moments would be impossible, but even though he wasn't a good speaker, he wouldn't lose to anyone in terms of skill. Juzakai was currently considered the #1 player in Glory right now by many. His skill and technique were the real deal. His performance on stage was filled with energy. It could be said that once he took control his character, the aura he gave off completely changed. No one would think that the person controlling such a stylish character would be so quiet in real life. Whether or not he really was the best player in the alliance was still up for debate, but if it was the difference between his playstyle and his real self, then no one would be able to contest with Juzakai. Through his performance on stage, Juzakai was still someone who the team greatly relied on. They knew that even if their team captain didn't like to speak, he would never disappointed them on stage. They just needed to match his pace and they would do well. The tactics and strategies used by professional teams usually revolved around their team's core player, but no other team relied on their core player as much as Samsara did. Their reliance on Juzakai won their team the nickname One-Man Team in the Alliance. That had been true up until Jiang Butao became Samsara's vice-captain. Samsara's playstyle had completely revolved around Juzakai, but because Juzakai didn't like to speak, his teammates would often have trouble understanding his actions, which affected their past records. However, Jiang Butao understood Juzakai very well. He could accurately read the purpose of every single one of Juzakai's actions, so he became the bridge between Juzakai and the rest of the team. Samsara's one-man team style didn't disappear. However, because of Jiang Butao, the synergy between Juzakai and the rest of the team improved significantly. Samsara burst forth and many believed that they had the highest chance of becoming the champions in this season. Samsara restrained themselves the entire time. The nickname One-Man Team was not a compliment, but through their success, they hoped to prove that One-Man Team wasn't impossible and erase the ridicule that was implied by the name. Samsara thirsted to become the champions, so when Tong Lin brought Yi Qiu over to the manager and gave a brief introduction to what Yi Qiu had in his hands, the manager hastily called over the captain and vice-captain. He wanted their two strongest accounts to personally try it for themselves. Yi Qiu saw the manager give them a call and tell them to bring their account cards. He figured out his intentions, but he didn't stop him. When he saw Zhu Zikai and Jiang Buotao enter the room, he greeted them and then smiled towards the manager. Are you trying to take advantage of me? I don't even know if you're going to buy it or not, and you want me to give them skill points. Ha ha ha. Samsara's manager, if what you say is really true, then even if you wanted to leave, you wouldn't be able to. I'll make you spill the beans even if I have to murder you. This was obviously a joke, but everyone could feel his determination. Zhu Zikai and Jiang Buotao were still puzzled as to what was going on. In the end, Jiang Buotao asked, "What is it?" "Skill books." Yixiao answered. "Skill books." Jiang Buotao still wasn't sure what was going on. 1,000 skill points worth of skill books. How many skill points does your Empty Waves have? Yixiao smiled. Empty Waves was Jiang Buotao's character. It was the #1 spellblade in glory and a character that excellent errors Liu Hao envied the most. These characters had a difficult time getting any additional skill points, so it wasn't any secret. Jiang Buotao quickly answered, 4820. If your luck is good, that number can potentially be 5,000. Now do you know what I brought with me? Yixiao smiled. Jiang Buotao's eyes went wide. Zhu Zikai also revealed an astonished expression. They obviously knew the importance of skill points, but at the same time, they knew even better how difficult it was to find skill books. These things couldn't be traded. Shall we try it out with Empty Waves? Yixiao suggested to the manager. Sure. The manager hastily nodded his head. Tonglin had explained it to him before. Even though he knew that Tonglin wouldn't come over and say such a thing as a joke, he still had a hard time believing it, so he wanted to see if it was true for himself. Jiang Buotao received the manager's approval and handed over Empty Waves to Yixiao. Yixiao used the manager's computer and logged into the game. The manager, Tonglin, Zhu Zikai, and Jiang Buotao stood behind Yixiao. He logged into the game and moved the character around. Yixiao asked Jiang Buotao if he had finished the quest before. Jiang Buotao naturally had no idea. No one could remember every single quest that their characters had completed, even more so for pro characters. The person using the account might not have been the one to level up the account themselves. We'll see then. Yixiao also gave it a try like he did with Tonglin's character. So you're saying that if this quest has been completed before, there's no way of getting the skill book? The manager quickly found the key point. Of course. Yixiao said. If that really is the case, then you can only blame your bad luck. Yixiao sighed. Empty Waves was an all-star level character. It wasn't Tonglin's private account. Once he logged into the game, he walked through the streets and the news quickly spread in the global chat. Countless players reported his whereabouts and the guild Samsara was chattering non-stop about Empty Waves as well. His friends, as well as strangers, repeatedly sent him messages. They gave him words of encouragement, expectations, etc. for this character, who would soon be participating in the playoffs. Wow, you're very popular, huh? Yixiao continued to move towards the quest location as he gazed at the chat. The people behind him didn't care about all this. It wasn't anything new that a scene like this would occur whenever a pro character logged into the game, let alone an all-star level 1 like Empty Waves. So when Yixiao gave this remark, the others gave a laugh absent-mindedly, but didn't say anything further. Soon afterwards, Yixiao reached the NPC giving the quest, but when he spoke to the NPC didn't give any response. Yixiao turned his head in regret. Too bad. You'll never get the chance to get this 25 skill point book. Jiang Buotao had pretty much figured out what was going on. When he heard Yixiao say these words, he felt very sad too. However, Yixiao's first few words gave him hope. Didn't you say there were 1,000 skill points? I pray that your character hasn't done all of the quests. Yixiao said. All of them are quest rewards. The manager asked a second question. Yes. Yixiao nodded his head. Everyone fell silent and continued to watch Yixiao move Empty Waves to the second location. The NPC still didn't reply back. Yixiao turned around and looked at Jiang Butao, 20 more points gone. 45 points. Jiang Butao began calculating. There were originally 1,000 points total, but 45 points were gone. He calculated how many points he had left and felt reassured. He only needed 180 points. There were 955 points left. No problem. Jiang Butao thought like this. Yixiao already found the third NPC. This time, the quest prompt popped up. Yixiao accepted the quest. Jiang Butao immediately knew this time was good and became extremely excited. Yixiao followed the steps according to the guide. The four people behind him didn't take their gaze off the screen. They didn't dare to breathe loudly. Finally, the final part of the quest chain came. Tong Lin had already seen this happen before and felt excited. He tapped the manager's shoulder, telling him to watch carefully, but when he handed in the quest, the words that Tong Lin had anticipated didn't come. The manager was somewhat puzzled. He looked questioningly at Tong Lin, but then he saw Yixiao say to Jiang Butao, "You're really unlucky. This quest should have had a 63% chance of getting a 20-point skill book, but you actually didn't get one. So, that's how it works." Jiang Butao was depressed. So from the sounds of it, even if you finish the quest, it isn't guaranteed that you'll get the skill book. The manager found the key point again. Then what's the probability of getting skill points out of these 1,000 points worth of skill books? The manager asked. Around 50%. In other words, if the quests haven't been done. With the foundation that your accounts have, getting the max 5,000 skill points shouldn't be too big of a problem. Yixiao said. How did you get the number 50%? The manager asked. It was calculated, but don't ask me how it was calculated in detail. I can't tell you. Even if I could, I doubt you'd be able to understand. This was a number that a specialist came up with. Yixiao said. Then how can we believe that this number is reliable? The manager asked. Take Empty Wave's account and see if you can get to 5,000 skill points. Yixiao said. Sure. The manager nodded his head. You wish. Yixiao objected. He took out an account card from his pocket and waved it at them. Let me open your eyes. He logged into the game and without doing anything else, Yixiao clicked open the skill tree and pointed at the right corner of the screen. They obviously knew what was in this position. They saw that the number of skill points on this character was an impressive 4,920. Chapter 633. Deadlock. 4,920. Even though it wasn't the maximum 5,000 points, it was shocking enough already. This random account in Yixiao's hands had already broken the 4,900 point zone that had never been broken through before. As for your characters? True gold never fears fire. These quests will certainly improve the skill points on your characters, but my one fear is that your characters will have already done most of the quests. If that's the case, there's nothing I can do for you. From the looks of it, Little Jiang's Empty Waves isn't the case. Little Ju, has your great gunner cleared any of these quests? Yixiao said. No, Juzakai shook his head. What do you think? Yixiao asked, don't count on me trying out these quests on all of your accounts. If I do that, the skill points on your characters will probably go up. When that time comes, wouldn't that be a huge loss in profits for me? Yixiao said as he looked sympathetically at Jiang Butao, your luck is really bad. Even if this deal didn't go through, your character could have gotten a 20-point skill book for free. Unfortunately, only old Tong benefited. God Yi, you're being too suspicious. If it really works, how could we not want it? Samsara's manager kindly said. Yixiao heard the implication in his words and smiled, so right now you're hoping for some concrete proof, right? After all, you heard me say 60%, but that number doesn't seem too reliable. It looks like this 4,920 character still isn't enough proof in your eyes. Ha ha ha. Samsara's manager laughed without explaining himself. This had clearly been what he meant. Yixiao never said how he managed to get the skill points and only showed the results. It wasn't very convincing at all. The 49 20-point character was astonishing, but Glory had such a large player base and it had been so many years. Who could say whether there was a character with such high skill points out there? Samsara's manager had seen the account card. It was a second edition card, which meant that it had been issued when Glory's second server opened. If an old account like this account had extraordinary luck, it wasn't impossible for it to have an incredible amount of skill points. But just like he said, if this method truly worked, Samsara would absolutely buy it, but because they would definitely buy it, the value of this method would not be low. He had to be careful before closing a large business deal such as this one. If that's the case, you can keep on thinking about it. I'll be leaving. Yixiao logged out, grabbed his account card, and got up. Samsara's manager looked at him in alarm. He was actually just going to leave? Did he not have any intentions on marketing his product? But after thinking about it again, he quickly understood that Yixiao didn't need Samsara to buy it. If he brought this method to any other club, who wouldn't want to buy it? Thus, Samsara's manager thought up another issue: how many clubs had this guy already talked to? Did the other clubs already have a team of 5,000 skill point characters by now, while they were hesitating? If that really was the case, then they had to buy it no matter what. Thinking about this issue, there was no way Samsara's manager could sit still. Yixiao hadn't even taken 2 steps yet, when the manager stopped him. Seeing the manager move, Tong Lin and Jiang Butao naturally helped him persuade Yixiao. Zhu Zikai also wanted to help, but this sort of situation was even more challenging for him than participating in the playoffs. He walked around the other four in circles, but he couldn't find an opportunity to say anything. God Yi, there's something that I have to know. Samsara's manager said. What? Have any of the other clubs bought this method yet? Samsara's manager asked. How can I answer that? Yixiao answered back. See? The price is very different depending on whether or not this method has already been bought by other clubs, don't you think? Samsara's manager explained. Ha ha ha, if you say it like that, of course no one else has bought it yet. Yixiao happily replied. This reply made Samsara's manager want to cry. Are you telling the truth or not? I didn't say anything, but you had to ask. When I gave you an answer, you didn't believe me. What am I supposed to say? Why don't you just act like it has already been bought by others and give a starting price from there? Yixiao said. So no one else has bought it. Samsara's manager was very careful. I'm going. Yixiao threatened. Don't be in such a hurry. Let's take some time to talk about it. It must have been a long trip here. Have you eaten yet? How about we get some food? Samsara's manager started firing sugar-coated bullets. Ha ha. Yixiao chuckled. Sure, I'd be willing to stay and eat. I'm not in a hurry, but you guys should be. If you get more skill points, wouldn't you need to do some research on how to distribute these new skill points? Wouldn't you need to try out the newly leveled skills and get used to them? Do you even have the time to eat with me? How many days is it until the playoff match? Yixiao said. Samsara's manager listened and thought it was reasonable. Even though he wasn't an expert in glory, he was the manager of the club, so he still understood this sort of general knowledge. Thus, Samsara's manager grit his teeth. Okay, let's sit down and talk. He had wanted to carefully probe the situation, but they were on the passive side from beginning to end. There was nothing he could have done about that. The bargaining chip in Yixiao's hands was something that couldn't be refused. Buy out. Once they started talking about the deal, Samsara's manager wanted to head in this direction, but the bargaining chip in Yixiao's hands was too valuable. The price for buying it out certainly wouldn't be low. Even worse, what could they measure the price against? If a character didn't have a solid base like their pro characters, 1,000 skill points worth of quests wasn't enough to max out the skill points, but even if the character didn't have a solid base, a character that surpassed any of the pro characters could still be created through this method. What the price should be was something Samsara's manager wasn't sure about either. As a result, he didn't give a price for now and instead tried to feel out Yishio's intentions. At the same time, he would tell the boss about this deal. The buyout price would be very high, but it was completely necessary, so he needed to let the boss know about it. After negotiations officially began, Zhu Zikai and Jiang Butao left. Tong Lin didn't participate either. This sort of deal required a certain amount of secrecy. Because the seller absolutely needed to buy it, Yishio held the advantage in this negotiation. As a former pro player, he had a strong mental fortitude. He was calm and unhurried, making it difficult for Samsara's manager to handle. Take advantage of Yishio? Samsara's manager didn't have any thoughts about doing so. Right now, the other side was currently showing reluctance towards his plan to buy out the guide. I suddenly feel like I made a mistake. Yishio suddenly said. What is it? Samsara's manager was a complete mess. Yishio's sudden comment confused him. I should have gathered all the clubs together and auctioned it off. Yishio's words were terrifying. Ah. Samsara's manager was frightened. Even though this wasn't an easy negotiation, they at least had the advantage over the other clubs. If it really had been auctioned, Samsara's resources weren't any better than any of the other powerhouses. It was hard to say whether they would be able to get it or not if that were the case. What's worse was that for an auction, the winner wasn't necessarily the richest, but who had the courage to stake thousands of pieces of gold in one throw. Samsara's manager couldn't help but think of a powerful opponent. Tyranny. Correct, Tyranny. Club Tyranny was currently the club which was the most willing to spend money. If this guide was auctioned off, it was likely that Tyranny would rely on their great courage and take the guide for themselves. Godyi, how about you give me a price? We can negotiate from there. Samsara's manager wanted to cry. In truth, Yishio felt the same as the manager. He didn't know how much this guide should sell for either. After all, he was just a former pro player. This deal with Samsara would very likely help Samsara win this year's championships. It could also affect their future momentum in the pro scene as well. There were many ways to measure the worth of a character. It wasn't something that could be measured with just a few words. Yishio wasn't sure how high of a price he could sell it for. If he had created this guide all on his own, Yishio wouldn't care too much about selling it for the highest price possible, but the problem was that this guide had been created through the many years of effort of Wei Chen and then completed through Concealed Light's help. From the start to finish, Yishio hadn't made a single contribution to the guide itself. If he had to split the money, he would only take a very small percentage of it for closing the deal. However, as the person responsible for closing the deal, wasn't it his duty to sell it at the highest price possible? As a result, even though both sides had confirmed their intentions, they still hadn't reached a conclusion. The two of them kept on probing each other for a price all the way until it became dark, but nothing came out of it. Chapter 634. Final Test. Godyi, would you like something to eat? Samsara's manager was exhausted as he lay down on the sofa. After hearing his stomach growl a few times, he thought of getting dinner. Oh, sure. Yishio replied indifferently. At the same time, sounds of tapping could be heard. What's this? Samsara's manager suddenly realized something. This was clearly his office. Why am I sitting on the guest sofa, while the guest is sitting in my chair and using my computer? He's using my computer? He's using my computer. Samsara's manager suddenly leapt up. How could his computer be randomly used by an outsider? There were club secrets stored inside. He strode over and went to his computer. When he looked, he almost fainted. The other side wasn't searching for Samsara's secrets. He was using his computer to play Glory. How long has he been playing? Lord Grimm. Oh. You've been famous ever since the 10th server opened. Samsara's manager saw the name and made a comment. Ha ha, thanks. Yishio said. Level 66, TSK. Leveling truly isn't easy, ho. Samsara's manager said. Lord Grimm was an unspecialized character. He couldn't level past 50 unless it was done in the heavenly domain. As the club's manager, he didn't need to be concerned about these bits of information about the game, but the people in his social circle often talked about things like this. Yeah, it truly isn't easy. Yixiu sighed. It looks like another god-level character is about to be born. Samsara's manager remarked. Ha ha. Yixiu laughed, but didn't deny it. How many skill points does your character have? Samsara's manager suddenly asked. That's a secret. I can't let you know so easily. Yixiu replied. Ha ha, you're already treating us as your opponents. Samsara's manager said. Already? Haven't I always? Yixiu asked. All right. I guess so, Samsara's manager said, and then suddenly shifted topics. It looks like you and Excellent Era aren't on good terms anymore. For something as important as this, the first thing you did was contact us instead of contacting Excellent Era. That's not hard to understand, is it? Yixiu said. It isn't. Samsara's manager nodded his head. He knew exactly why Yixiu would think of Samsara first. If we just keep sitting like this, I feel like we won't ever get anywhere. Samsara's manager said. Be more decisive. Give me a price. Yixiu said. Why don't you be more decisive? Samsara's manager was gloomy. Because I'm not worried, Yixiu said. Fine. Samsara's manager was helpless. Yixiu didn't have any other tricks. He was fully utilizing the few advantages that he had. It truly was the mark of a pro god. How about this? It's quite late. You're probably tired too, so go take rest. I'll give you a definite answer tomorrow. Samsara's manager replied. Like that, Do you have a place to stay? If you don't, we can arrange one for you. Samsara's manager said. No need. I'll come over again tomorrow then. Yixiu said as he got up. The two had been in a deadlock for the entire day, but no conclusion had been reached. When Yixiu left, Samsara's manager immediately contacted his boss and gave a report about the situation. After receiving the boss's approval, he immediately contacted the various department heads in the club and held a meeting that night. They never set up a meeting time, so once Yixiu had gotten enough sleep, he tidied himself up and walked over to the club once more. Chen had arranged the hotel ahead of time, and since she knew that Yixiu would be going to Samsara, she obviously picked a hotel close to it. Samsara's manager had been waiting for Yixiu to arrive, but he looked quite tired. It seemed like he hadn't slept well the previous night. How are things going? Yixiu smiled. He had guessed why the manager had told him he would have a definite answer the next day. The manager must have held a meeting right after he left and thoroughly measured the value of what Yixiu had brought. Two things. First, quest list. It shouldn't be a big issue if you only provide us the quest names, right? Second, how you got that drop rate. We still hope that we can see some concrete proof. Sure enough, the manager's efforts yesterday night weren't for naught. Samsara had found a reasonable price for it, but they needed to clarify some things first. The manager's talk with Yixiu yesterday afternoon wasn't a waste of time. Samsara's manager understood how he got these 1,000 points of skill books. It was through a manipulation of small details in the quests. Just a list of names shouldn't be an issue. And as long as Samsara knew the names of the quest, they could check their characters to see which quests they had already completed. Then, by knowing the drop rate, they could approximate how many skill points they could obtain. Of course, they would also need some concrete proof of Yixiu's supposed drop rates before doing so. All right. Yixiu had expected this. Soon afterwards, he took over the manager's computer and opened two files from his email. The first file was how Concealed Light had calculated the drop rate. Yixiu didn't understand it, but someone in Samsara probably had the ability to do so and check if it was real or fake. The second file was a list of quest names. After finding these two files, Yixiu also gave a requirement: since you're going to test it, I want to be able to watch them do it. Will that be a problem? Not at all. Samsara's manager didn't object. He printed out the 2 files. Samsara's manager looked at the data and felt his head hurt. He and Muqiu went over to the technology department and handed it over to one of their experts. As for the quests list, he printed out another 11 copies and wrote the name of a Samsara character onto each of them. The 11 Pro account cards had already been prepared for testing. Samsara's employees began checking the quests for each of the characters. This caused a huge commotion in Glory. The message soon reached the ears of the other teams, who heard that Team Samsara had all of their characters wandering around in-game that morning. Their footprints included places in the normal server and heavenly domain. All of the characters stayed on for around the same amount of time too. The playoffs were about to begin. Samsara wasn't busy practicing and instead running to the game to wander around. And it was the entire pro team too. What was going on? The players in-game were talking fervently about it. The pro teams were also at a loss. Team Samsara had a good chance of winning the championships and were naturally formidable opponents. No one dared to underestimate them. What was going on? Because these characters were just wandering around, they didn't follow the same steps. It was hard to see if a character was talking to an NPC, so no one could figure out what they were doing, but their movements couldn't be without any meaning, especially right before the playoffs. Thus, the only possibility was that Samsara's characters were being strengthened. This was a unique aspect of an esports based around an MMO. If a character wanted to be strengthened, they had to do it under the same skies as everyone else. Since Team Samsara's characters had run to the game in such a critical time period, what else could they be doing? However, they couldn't figure out why. These 11 characters didn't even do any quests. The data for the drop rate had been analyzed already. There weren't any problems with it. After verifying which quests had been completed, as well as the drop rate, Samsara could calculate how many skill points they could potentially obtain. Without considering luck and only based on the data of Samsara's 11 characters, 5 of them could reach 5,000 skill points, while the remaining 6 would be around 4,960 points. With good luck, it was obviously possible that all of them or none of them would be able to reach 5,000 skill points. Muqiu saw these results, but didn't say anything. This was a very good result. Besides not having enough money, Muqiu couldn't think of any reason for why Samsara wouldn't buy it. Was it possible for them to figure out how to do the quests through the data for calculating drop rate? Muqiu had asked Concealed Light about this and found out that it wasn't possible. Concealed Light had only been able to come up with this data after going through Chen's experimental data. Without Chen's experimental data, with just this data and the quest names, it wasn't possible to figure out the method for it. If not, Muqiu wouldn't dare to hand over this data to them. Wouldn't that be the same thing as handing over the guide? Once the results came out, Samsara's manager and Muqiu left the technology department and returned to his office. 15 million renminbi. Samsara's manager gave the starting price. The previous test was a double-edged sword. If the results weren't good, Samsara could lower the price, but after confirming everything, Samsara was now at ease. They would get what they paid for. 15 million was without a doubt a buyout price. If it wasn't a buyout, it wouldn't be so expensive. The competitive scene in Glory had developed for several years. Business deals for transferring a character or a player from one team to another were done in the millions. A business deal over 10 million was a first in Glory's history. However, this deal would not be made public. Chapter 635. Million. TL, money amounts are in RMB, 1 renminbi equals 14 cents. 15 million. Muqiu had a mini heart attack when he heard this number, but he didn't let his eyebrow twitch even the slightest bit. As a person who was familiar with the professional scene, he obviously knew what this price meant in the Glory circle. As a matter of fact, the development of Glory's professional scene had still been relatively short. When negotiating player transfers from one team to another, they seldom used money. The clubs tended to prefer trades. A pro player for a pro player. A character for a character. Or a pro player for a character. A pro player with their character for a powerful character. There were all sorts of ways to deal with such matters. As long as both sides felt that they would not lose out, they traded however they liked. Monetary exchange for a player or character only started to appear in more recent years, once the clubs started to flourish. This was because many people had come to realize the potential of these clubs in the market, whether it was as an investment or for signing contracts for sponsorships. These gave clubs an increasing amount of profits. This was when clubs began buying and selling with money. So far, the player with the highest transfer price in Glory was Sun Slong. He had joined Excellent Era for 7 million this season. Character transfers were on a much smaller scale. God characters were all passed down starting from when the club first formed and had never moved from their nests before, so they usually weren't up for trade. There were a few that had been traded in the initial stages of the Glory professional scene, but that was because when the early clubs could no longer continue operating, they had no choice but to sell one of their characters to stay afloat. It was still during the early stages of the scene and the prices were much lower, so it was insignificant to bring up the prices. Now that the professional scene had stabilized, teams that possessed God-leveled characters wouldn't be weak, let alone nearing the point where they could no longer continue operating, even for a disaster like Excellent Era, who had relegated. Although no one had ever traded God characters, it didn't stop people from discussing their value. As of now, many people saw the glorious Battle God One Autumn Leaf as the number one character in Glory. It was generally believed that, if you didn't put up at least 10 million, then the offer wouldn't even be looked at. Apart from this, those who had titles such as the King of Fighting, Sword Saint, or Great Gunner were all top-tier characters of Glory, so it was reckoned that they were also worth around 10 million. However, their estimated value remained an estimate. If it really came to the time to trade, everyone would negotiate. In the end, their transferring price might not match up with their market price. Everyone was clear about this point. In any way, everyone only estimated for fun, but those prices also, to a certain point, reflected the character's status in every player's heart. 15 million. It was generally acknowledged in Glory that if one offered this amount for any God character, the other side would need to give back change. Was Yishio's skill points for Samsara really worth more than a God-level character? Samsara had been discussing how much these skill points were truly worth all last night. 15 million was what the manager concluded from last night's discussion. He had given the opening price. What would follow next was Yishio's response. As for Yishio? His expression remained unmoving. He was also weighing this number in his mind. He had nothing to measure against for this trade, but with his identity as a god, he had a rough estimate of the price too. If all the characters in the team had an increase in skill points, which skills would they strengthen? What sort of advantages would they gain in the upcoming competition? If there was one more god-level character on the team, what sort of change would that produce? What sort of improvement would it create? The profits made from winning the championships and the attention that god-level characters brought to the team had to be considered. Yishio wasn't sure about how the price of such things were measured, but in terms of an increase in competitive strength, Yishio was an absolute expert. If it was only these few, Yishio felt that 15 million was a good price. So Yishio nodded. Just when the manager let out a breath, Yishio spoke. 15 million, you're not buying it out, right? The manager of Samsara was just about to relax and take a sip of tea, but ended up spitting it back into his cup. He nearly spat 2 mouthfuls of blood into the cup as well. Are you kidding me? Samsara's manager was getting anxious. You could negotiate nicely if you wanted to raise the price. How could you say that this price isn't worth buying it out? That was simply robbery. I think that it's still too little for a complete buy it out. Yishio spoke unhurriedly. The manager of Samsara realized that he lost his composure just then, so he calmed down and placed away the teacup and said, Then what is your price? 30 million. Yishio said. If they weren't familiar with each other, Samsara's manager would have kicked him out of the place. Last night, they had conducted an all-night meeting and carried out a complete check on how they could benefit from this trade. After considering the benefits and risks, 30 million would only be considered if it were absolutely guaranteed. What was an absolute guarantee? If they bought it with a 100% chance of winning the championships, then 30 million was definitely an acceptable price. That kind of guarantee wasn't possible, so 30 million was also impossible. Come on, Godye. Let's go over this together, Samsara's manager said. He was determined to clearly reveal to Yixiu what 30 million stood for, so this bluffing guy would feel ashamed. However, Yixiu didn't intend to hear his explanation. He only sighed with regret. What? Is that no good? Of course not. Samsara's manager spoke without needing to think. This thing won't guarantee that we will win the championships. And even though the data is real, it still depends on luck. What if we have really bad luck and fail to receive any skill books even after clearing all the tasks? Even 15,000 would be a loss, let alone 15 million. How could you say such unlucky words? Are you a spy? Yixiu said. I was just giving an example. Samsara's manager didn't know whether to cry or laugh. Fine, that was a bit too extreme. Then, let's say that our skill points go up similar to what you showed us previously. I'm sure you're very clear as to how much that would improve the team's strength. If we take that improvement and convert it to what would be required in character trades, what would that amount be? If you're not too sure about the current market, I can show you, for example. All right, you don't have to tell me. I have to admit, 30 million was a joke, Yixiu said. Samsara's manager was just about to let out a sigh of relief when Yixiu continued on with his sentence, but you also have to admit, 15 million is also a joke. How can 15 million be a joke? The manager for Samsara was anxious. I'll show you the calculations. Why are you always trying to calculate? Did you spend all of last night calculating this? Yixiu said. Samsara's manager was startled. He hadn't needed to say it out loud, but they actually did spend the whole of last night calculating this. We're professionals in this industry, no? If we really were to figure out who's right and wrong, do you really think 15 million is actually reasonable? How is it not reasonable? Samsara's manager said worriedly. 22 million. Yixiu said. What? Samsara's manager was startled. If both 30 million and 15 million are considered as a joke, then take the middle, which would be 22.5 million, but since I'm a generous person, I'll let you keep 0.5 million, which makes it 22 million. Yixiu said. You're saying that 22 million is more reasonable? The manager asked. You don't think it's reasonable? Yixiu asked. Not at all. The manager said. Why don't we find someone else to evaluate this for us? Yixiu suggested. Find someone else to evaluate this. For example, Tyranny, Blue Rain, or Tiny Herb. Yixiu said. The manager was starting to panic. He was very annoyed at Yixiu's pressure and needed to dispute a bit more. Each team has their own situation. They might have cleared all the tasks for their characters in the team, so if you take that to them, it might not be worth a penny at all. Worth less than a penny? Are you kidding me? Keeping the other teams from using this couldn't be worth less than a penny. Anyone would buy it out. No matter what, buying this out would only bring you benefit and no harm. Take you guys as an example. Do you guys need the skill points? No, what you guys need is an advantage. Buying this out would automatically give you an advantage. For this, you would naturally need to give more. Yixiu said. 22 million is too much. The manager said. Then what do you think? Yixiu asked. 18 million. The manager was finally letting go of the price for 15 million. 21 million. Yixiu said. Do you have any point in doing this? The manager didn't know whether to cry or laugh. This was a big trade we're talking about. Could we not bargain bit by bit like how you would at a flea market? Every little bit was in the millions. If you wanted to change the price, you have to give a reason. If there wasn't a solid reason, who would be willing to give away a few million? Fine, 20 million. I know this is an acceptable price for you. Yixiu said. 20 million, the manager was a little gloomy. In actual fact, 20 million was a sum that matched their calculations, but no one would reveal their upper limit right at the start. They had to start with a lower price, so they decided on 15 million. In terms of the negotiation, the manager originally had quite a lot of confidence. This was because he thought that Yixiu would only be clear about how much the skill points could improve their team's strength. In terms of the other benefits produced by the result of the upgrade, even a manager like him couldn't simply weigh it all out, let alone a former pro player like Yixiu. He thought that if he explained it to Yixiu, he would easily convince the latter into thinking that 15 million was a reasonable price. Even if it didn't work, he could handle with an addition of 1 or 2 million. Who would have thought that Yixiu would refuse to listen to his explanation and only argue about 15 million being too little? Yixiu had even threatened him with 30 million and the other teams. The manager wasn't useless. He could tell that Yixiu himself wasn't too sure what the amount should be and how to measure it either. He must have realized instinctively that 15 million must have been lower than their bottom line, so he found reasons to lift the price up. He was daring and wasn't afraid of making a fool of himself. He rose the price violently, treating the 15 million like 15 yuan and just multiplied it by 2. The manager's face was filled with tears. He felt like he had lost in terms of being too reserved and lenient. Why didn't he just shamelessly offer 5 million in the beginning? 20 million. Then let's make it 20 million, the manager nodded helplessly. Chapter 636. Final resolution. Samsara agreed on 20 million. However, Samsara's manager had a request. The 20 million wouldn't be paid all at once. 5 million would be paid in advance, while the other 15 million would be paid monthly over 24 months. The total number seemed to be fixed, but there could still be ways around it. Yixiu had to try and fight for it. With the number already agreed upon, the two sides were much more relaxed. You give in a little bit, I give in a little bit, and so on. In the end, Yixiu was able to get 8 million in advance and 12 million paid monthly over the next 12 months. After the negotiation finished, Yixiu suddenly had an idea. He asked if he could use a portion of the money to be paid in materials from the game. Samsara's manager brightened up at this proposal, but when Yixiu listed his requirements, the manager shook his head. No way. If it were normal materials, perhaps they could discuss it, but nearly all of the materials that Yixiu had asked for were only dropped from wild bosses. If these materials could be bought, Samsara's manager would have easily spent that 20 million to buy what they could. The only reason that they would sell their materials would be if Samsara lost their ambition to win the championships, but with Samsara's current momentum and resolve, how was that a possibility? So when he heard Yixiu's proposal, the manager immediately rejected it. When the manager proposed enormous amounts of materials that could be found in dungeons, Yixiu also refused. He shook his head just like what Samsara's manager had done towards his proposal. One was a manager, one was a pro player. Neither of them were stupid. Both of them knew that the value of dungeon materials and wild boss materials were on a completely different scale. Dungeon materials could be easily bought if one had money, but wild boss materials were difficult to buy even if one had the money for it. This negotiation was different from before. Previously, Yixiu had something that Samsara needed, so he had the advantage. With the overall deal finished, small arguments over minor details wouldn't stop the deal from being renegotiated, so most parties would slowly discuss the following matters. Samsara didn't have the time though. After buying the method, they needed to immediately use it and upgrade their characters. They didn't have much time left until the playoffs, so the manager didn't dare delay any longer over small details. From his observations, when Yixiu had rejected the dungeon materials, Yixiu had shook his head, but he hadn't been too resolute. So after talking about it for a while, the two sides began figuring out how to trade the materials for money. They obviously wouldn't be going according to market price. Yixiu tried to lower the price, while Samsara's manager naturally wanted to raise the price. The manager talked about all sorts of troubles that Samsara was going through. He sounded as if they would be out on the streets if they went with Yixiu's prices. Yixiu obviously wouldn't trust him. He hard-heartedly fought back, occasionally reminding the manager that Samsara was busy and didn't have time. If not, he would threaten the manager by asking about the storages for Tyranny, Blue Rain, Tiny Herb, etc., and ask whether or not they might take the offer. Samsara's manager listened to him. Yixiu was being so shameless. The two sides had already agreed on the deal, but they hadn't officially signed anything yet, so he was playing the back-out card. Yixiu was saying it to his face too. Shouldn't he feel embarrassed? However, Samsara's manager had a certain amount of confidence in this deal for materials. Don't look at how Yixiu was constantly telling them that they needed to hurry. The manager also knew that Yixiu was in a hurry too. Since he planned on building a team from scratch, he needed materials very badly. They wouldn't be able to enter the pro scene with a bunch of purple and orange equipment. Wild boss materials couldn't be bought, but researching self-made equipment also required lots of dungeon materials. Even though dungeon materials could be readily bought with money, Samsara's manager was certain that as long as they gave a price lower than the usual market price, Yixiu would be tempted. The manager's analysis was correct. After going back and forth for a while, Yixiu didn't continue to persist. He also knew that if he traded dungeon materials in this deal, he would be saving a lot of money in the future. As for whether or not these materials would have a lower value in the future, Yixiu didn't care. His job wasn't to invest in the material market. After taking these materials, he would be using them and he needed to use them immediately. There was no time to wait for the prices to rise or fall. In the end, Yixiu and Samsara's manager agreed upon a trade of 2 million RMB for dungeon materials. Yixiu gave a call and had Chen send them a copy of their needs, whether it was for his death hand or other self-made equipment requirements. The copy that Chen sent over also had wild boss materials, but Samsara wouldn't budge on this point. Yixiu could only erase them. Because it was just for dungeon materials, the amount of materials traded for 2 million RMB wouldn't be a small amount. After talking about it for a while, they finally reached a deal. The exact amount of money wasn't definite yet, but Yixiu had gathered together his requirements. After giving the list of materials over to Samsara's manager, the manager handed it over to the specialists, who gave an estimate for the materials according to the manager's prices. After doing some rounding, they finalized the amount that they would receive for 2 million. When Yixiu saw these huge quantities of materials being traded without Samsara even blinking an eye, Yixiu was inwardly surprised at Samsara's resources. Their explosive growth this season wasn't without reason. The other details took another half-day to finalize. That night, the two sides drew up a contract and signed their names. Once Samsara arranged to transfer over the advance, Yixiu finally relaxed. He downloaded the guide from his email and handed it to Samsara. TSK. Samsara's manager personally inspected the goods to make sure that the quest list Yixiu had given them was the same as in this document. When he saw that they had spent 20 million for this document, the manager sighed repeatedly. After inspecting the list, he had the specialists verify the content with the drop rate data that Yixiu had provided beforehand. This wasn't an easy task, but it was necessary. The contract had a stipulation, meaning that if the guide didn't match the drop rate data provided, Samsara had the right to adjust the price accordingly. Because of this clause, Yixiu couldn't help but feel nervous, waiting for the confirmation. If Concealed Light had made a silly mistake and somehow messed up a digit or two, it could be troublesome, but when he thought of Concealed Light's diligence, he managed to calm himself down a bit. This examination took place all night. Samsara's manager deserved to be in the gaming industry. He didn't have any problem staying up all night with Yixiu to watch over it. Finally, at 4:37 a.m., the data verification was completed. There were no mistakes. Samsara's manager shook Yixiu's hand. The largest deal in the history of Glory had officially concluded. It was only a pity that this deal wouldn't be announced to the public. From here on out, Samsara had full authority to do what they wanted with the guide. If Yixiu wanted to use it, he would need Samsara's permission too. Of course, Yixiu had guaranteed that it wouldn't restrict their team's strength. He had stressed this and Samsara also understood, so they didn't have any overly excessive demands. They just made sure that Yixiu would not be able to sell this method to anyone else. It's been a long day. Let's get some rest. come over tomorrow afternoon. We should host a feast for you. All of the issues had been resolved. Samsara's manager naturally loosened up. He didn't immediately kick Yixiu and instead maintained his cordiality. There's no need for that. I've got to hurry and return as well. I will have to come back anyway sooner or later. Yixiu said. Ha ha, that's true. I hope that time comes soon. Samsara's manager said. I'll see you then. You don't want to stay for dinner? No need. Yixiu waved his hands and left Samsara. When he walked out of the elevator and turned around to look back, there were quite a few rooms still lit. Yixiu reckoned that Samsara would be staying up all night to upgrade their characters. When Samsara's players woke up, they would have characters with skill points unrivaled in the Alliance. Seeing how Samsara was spending the night working, he guessed that knowledge of the guide wouldn't be passed down to the pro players. After all, pro players move teams. Even if they signed a non-disclosure agreement, it was still another potential source of uncertainty. It would be better to simply keep the knowledge from spreading to as little people as possible. As for what Samsara was planning on doing with this in the future, Yixiu didn't know either, but he was certain that Samsara was well aware of the issues with this guide. The reason that they bought it out was for their goal of becoming champions. Yixiu didn't think that Samsara would use this guide as a money-making tool. Only studios would think of using it for profit. The clubs were at the top in terms of making money. Those below them were making far less too. A player or character transfer easily went into the millions, and with how fast the scene was growing, it wouldn't be long until it broke into the tens of millions. The characters in the Alliance relied on the existence of the game, but because of the Alliance, the value of these characters far surpassed those of normal game accounts. The Glory Alliance was a brand name even higher than the game itself. When Yixiu returned to the hotel, he bought a plane ticket home. That night, Yixiu returned to Happy Internet Cafe. He went to the practice room and saw everyone gathered there. Seeing Yixiu return, everyone quieted down. How much money did we get? Wei Chen's voice was dry and rough. Yixiu had been in touch with them these past 2 days. They obviously wanted to know the results, but Yixiu wouldn't tell them. This was because the deal hadn't been completely closed yet, so Yixiu didn't want to get their hopes up. In order to prevent them from having their worlds turn from heaven to hell, Yixiu had kept it a secret. He would finally reveal the price to them now. Chapter 637. A large sum of money. TL, money is in RMB. 6 renminbi and 90 cents, $1. The practice room was silent. No one ever thought that they could ever have too much money, even someone like Steamed Bun. Everyone looked nervously at Yixiu in anticipation. Yixiu slowly poured himself a cup of water to drink, took a sip, then grabbed a cigarette from his pocket and slowly lit it. If you don't spit out the answer, I'm going to kill you. Wei Chen had been anxious all day. When Yixiu finally returned, he kept on stalling. How could Wei Chen not be furious? 2 million worth in materials. Yixiu calmly answered. 2 million. Materials. Wei Chen's face twisted in disgust. To put it plainly, did Yixiu even have the right to split the earnings? Of course not. This was considered Wei Chen's goods. Concealed Light would have a much greater split of the earnings than Yixiu. All Yixiu did was run errands. It would be nice of Wei Chen to even give him a share. Wei Chen obviously wasn't planning on keeping the money for himself. However, it seemed like Yixiu only cared about himself and traded his years of effort for a bunch of materials. It was clearly for the team to use, but Wei Chen still didn't feel comfortable. Even though Yixiu had contacted him asking about what materials he needed, he had expected something like this, but he didn't think Yixiu would be so aggressive. 2 million. In materials. Even Chenghua felt Yixiu had been too excessive when she heard Yixiu's response. This guy seemed to take Wei Chen's things as his own and only thought about his own interests. If it was just a small amount, it didn't matter, but this was 2 million they were talking about. But things had already gotten to this point. Wei Chen was a grand person. 2 million? In the end, he laughed, that much material should be more than enough for us to use. Enough my ass. They're all dungeon materials. They refuse to give us any wild boss materials. Yixiu said. F***CK. Just because they won't give any, doesn't mean they won't sell any. What the F***CK were you doing? Wei Chen heard this, he had a hard time enduring it any longer. They spent 2 million, but didn't even get any of the materials he urgently needed. Yixiu had done a real **T job this time. Sigh. What could he do though? Wei Chen could only sigh. He had given Yixiu full authority to settle this deal and he was very unhappy with the results, but he felt bad saying anything. In the end, he could only sigh with regret. Qingming couldn't stand it any longer and was ready to ask a few questions. Was he planning on selling these materials for money? He wasn't going to use all of the materials, right? Even though Qingming didn't call Yixiu out for being so despicable, she didn't feel happy either at only getting materials. Apart from materials, they're also paying us 6 million in advance. Yixiu said indifferently. What? Wei Chen had been shaken up by the results, but after hearing this piece of news, he suddenly became excited again. Qingming, who had also been about to say something, froze. She heard it clearly and didn't need Yixiu to repeat it. She suddenly felt gratified. Yixiu hadn't just gotten materials. 6 million. You really are quite capable. Wei Chen grinned widely and gave Yixiu a strong slap on the back. At this moment, Tang Ru noticed the words that Yixiu had specifically used, 6 million is just the advance. Wei Chen stared blankly. 6 million was already enough to make his head spin. There was still more to it. Wei Chen stumbled backwards and held himself up using the table. He was afraid he would faint. Yeah. There's also another 12 million that will be paid monthly over the next year. That's it. Yixiu finally took out the contract. Wei Chen grabbed it and flipped through it madly. He didn't care about all the clauses and whatnot. He just kept on flipping it, while mumbling, where? Where does it talk about the money? Wei Chen wanted to verify that this number was correct. Yixiu had drawn up the contract line by line with Samsara, so he was obviously very familiar with it. He went over and found the line talking about the payment. Wei Chen's eyes sparkled when he saw the startling number. He yelled out, "Oh my God!" F***CK and went back to collapse in his seat. Qingming, Tang Ru, and even Steamed Bun were shocked. 2 million in materials, 6 million down payment, and another 12 million paid over the coming year. The total value was 20 million. They knew that the guide would be bought for a considerable amount of money, but who would have thought that it would be such a large amount? Qingming kept up with the competitive scene and had previously been an excellent era fan. Sun Slong's transfer for 7 million had been the highest ever seen in glory, but now, this guide was worth almost 3 times as much as a god. Qingming couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. In any case, as long as it was better than excellent era, Qingming would be happy. A bigger number making her happy was a mark of her mentality as a fan. As a team manager, whether it was spending or earning money, it was all a business strategy. There was nothing to be so excited about. In 2 days, the down payment should arrive. Starting from next month, they'll be paying us 1 million every month. The money will be transferred directly to your bank account. Okay, have you got any more questions? Yixiu said. Ha 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 ha. Wei Chen laughed wildly as he continually patted Yixiu's shoulder. This guy's already gone crazy. Yixiu hastily ran away. Qingming felt gratified too. Such an insane deal was definitely something to be satisfied with. As for how Wei Chen was planning on splitting the money, no one had the right to ask. If he wanted to invest in the team, that would obviously be great. If he didn't want to, they didn't have any right to say anything. Qingming could only remind him that he shouldn't forget about concealed light. If concealed light hadn't helped, would they have been able to get this deal? Yixiao also agreed. If they didn't have Concealed Light's precise drop rate data, even selling it would have been an issue in and of itself. After all, Chen's previous data had been a complete mess. If they had given it to Samsara to look at, Samsara would ask what the drop rate was and he wouldn't even be able to give a definite answer. When Samsara had inspected the goods for their exact value, if it was Chen's original data, it wouldn't even be possible to test it. If Samsara couldn't verify the value, it meant that there was an unknown risk and the price would certainly be much, much lower. Of course, Chen showed his spirit of loyalty. Even though he acted shameless, he would never act in such a way for important business. 20 million. Concealed Light wasn't an internationally renowned mathematician, why would he refuse? Chen messaged Concealed Light in the group chat. At this moment, Steam Bun came over, sized up Chen, and commented, "Who would have thought old Wei was so smart? To think you could casually earn so much money. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha." Chen laughed madly. "In the future, I won't fight over who will pay the bill." Steam Bun expressed. "Who's going to fight for it?" "I'll pay." Chen replied magnanimously. At this moment, Concealed Light replied. He saw that it wasn't Yixiao, but another team member. Concealed Light was surprised and carefully greeted Chen. "Scientist. Thank you very much. That guide sold for 20 million. Tell me, how much do you want?" Chen said. "Oh? That much? Amazing." Concealed Light replied. Because they were talking online, they couldn't tell if he was excited or not from his words. "Without you, we wouldn't have gotten so much." Chen said. "No way. I didn't do anything. I just organized everything." Concealed Light said. The two talked for a while, but it seemed like Concealed Light didn't care about the 20 million and insisted that he didn't contribute anything to the guide, so he didn't have the right to any of the money. After talking back and forth, Concealed Light refused to budge. Chen couldn't do anything about it. He wanted to give Concealed Light money, shouldn't that be an easy thing to do? It was a huge number like 20 million too. Even if it was just 1%, 200,000 was still a good amount of money. This scientist is so enlightened. Chen couldn't persuade Concealed Light. Later, Concealed Light explained that he should tell his professor about it and see what his professor said. No one had any objections, of course. Soon afterwards, Concealed Light went offline. That night, Chen didn't go back to the apartments to rest. He stayed up all night in the practice room. He was too excited to sleep. The next day, Concealed Light came back. He had asked Professor Zhong, who said he didn't need any money. He didn't seem to care that he had helped them earn such a huge sum of money. He just hoped that Chen would use this money appropriately. Use it appropriately. Chen studied Professor Zhong's words and asked everyone, "Is he telling me to use it to help run the team?" F***CK. There was no saving him. Professor Zhong clearly wasn't talking about funding a professional gaming team when he said to use it appropriately. Innovation. The advancement of mankind. Everyone reminded him that this was what Professor Zhong meant. Chen heard their responses and froze. He never imagined that he would ever do anything related to innovation or the advancement of mankind. How was he supposed to do that? Chen felt vexed. It seemed like he was about to have another night of insomnia. Yixiao sighed, "Don't think about it from a scholar's perspective. Just do what you think is appropriate. He just hopes that you don't waste your money on worthless things." Chapter 638. Guarding against the unexpected. Chen glanced at Yixiao. Wasn't Yixiao basically telling him to use the money to finance the team? How shameless, but then again, he would just be making a fool of himself if he attempted to get into things like innovation or the advancement of humanity. Helping the team had been his original intention all along. This time, he would be financing his dream, so Chen would happily to do so. We need to hurry and improve the strength of our characters right now. Chen cleared his throat and spoke. With the money in his pockets, his tone of voice became much brighter. He acted like he was some great sage, completely different from his usual hoodlum self. Oh, how do you say we improve them? Muqiu asked. Equipment. What else? Chen said. Doesn't that require materials? 2 million worth of materials isn't enough for you. Muqiu asked. Such a large amount of dungeon materials was more than enough for their team to use. They hadn't received these materials yet though because they were still individual players in the heavenly domain. They didn't even have the ability to receive these materials. The materials in Samsara were stored in their guild storage, not carried by individual characters. All of these dungeon materials were more than enough to use for improving their current equipment. You didn't get any wild boss materials. What's the point? Chen hadn't slept last night. He had carefully looked over the contract. There wasn't anything rare in those 2 million worth of materials. For self-made equipment, the higher the level, the more stringent the requirement for the materials would be. Even if one could find dungeon materials to replace the rarer materials, the creator wouldn't be happy to do so. Different materials might be able to form a self-made equipment, but how much would it affect its stats? The shape of the equipment was crucial, but the stats were the most important. It's similar to building a PC. The PC will have a CPU, RAM, hard disk, video graphics card, but there were differences in quality. A PC made with higher-end components would certainly perform better than one with lower-end components. Self-made equipment strived for the best stats. If one used low-grade materials to create a piece of equipment with the stats of an orange equipment, what was the point? Using these materials to replace higher-end material was just a way to save on costs, but some things just couldn't be replaced. And this was just based on the upgrade process alone. When the equipment needed to be upgraded to level 70, if the conditions permitted it, it was best to completely use uncommon materials to create the equipment. Only then would the stats be at the peak. If one didn't use uncommon materials, the equipment created wouldn't be considered truly self-made equipment. Can you get uncommon materials even if you have money? Muqiu asked in return. Chen couldn't answer him. There were very few uncommon materials amongst the normal player base. Even studios couldn't compete with the clubs. Uncommon materials were completely monopolized by clubs, and as a core component of self-made equipment, as long as the club wasn't about to go bankrupt, no club would ever sell them. Even if they weren't going to use the material, they could still use it to trade for other uncommon materials. When a team dissolved, their storage would be thoroughly cleaned out. However, these sort of dissolved guilds wouldn't have many materials to begin with anyways. In addition, the other clubs would have swarmed over to buy the materials first. Muqiu and the others would never even get the chance to buy them. They had money, but this money couldn't be used to buy uncommon materials. Of course, if you put up a high enough price like 10 million for material, no club would refuse, but who would be so wasteful? Their need for dungeon materials had been met, but the crucial uncommon material still had to be obtained through the game. Little Tang, steamed bun, try and enter the heavenly domain as soon as you can. Once you do that, finish the rest of those quests. Muqiu said. What? Are you afraid Samsara is going to pull some sort of trick? Chen noticed. Just in case. Muqiu said. Didn't you say that, with a foundation like Samsara's, the game company won't be able to figure out the reason? Chen said. But what if they intentionally revealed it to the game company to establish their advantage? Muqiu said. Everyone was startled. For Samsara, the most important thing is to maintain their advantage over all the other teams. They aren't going to use the guide to make money, so once they use it, they'll throw it away. That would be the safest way to ensure they maintain their advantage. From then on, no one else will have this guide to improve their skill points and they would keep their advantage in skill points until who knows how long. Muqiu said. Even though they have restrictions set in the contract, this sort of thing isn't too easy to control, so just in case, we should hurry and get as many of those skill points as we can. Yixiu said. Why didn't you say so earlier? Chen Guo panicked and hastily urged Tang Ru and Steamed Bun to step it up. Tang Ru and Steamed Bun weren't max leveled yet, but with their skill, they shouldn't have any difficulty finishing the Heavenly Domain challenge. After all, their skill far surpassed normal players. Even if they somehow weren't able to complete it, wasn't Yixiu there? He could finish it at level 50 and he wouldn't have any problems finishing it for them if they were incapable. When the two heard Yixiu's words, they also began to hurry. Tang Ru had taken the quest chain at level 50, but she had trouble completing it at that time, so she decided to put it on hold. Afterwards, as she leveled up, she went back to the quest chain and had finished the majority of it already. Steamed Bun hadn't received the quest originally, but when she saw that Tang Ru was already doing it before she was level 70, he also learned from her and occasionally completed parts of the quest chain. However, Steamed Bun's progress wasn't as smooth as Tang Ru's. In a few places that required precision, it wasn't that Steamed Bun couldn't do it, but rather, he always wanted to try to succeed in some sort of weird way, which always resulted in failure. As a result, Yixiu supervised and urged Steamed Bun to hurry and finish the quest chain. Tang Ru focused and finished the quest chain that day. Following after Yixiu's Lord Grim and Xiao Yifan's 1-inch Ash, there were now 3 characters from the 10th server in the Heavenly Domain. Afterwards, she went to do the skill point quests that she hadn't done yet in the Heavenly Domain. After receiving a quest, she completed it and received a skill book, which meant that Samsara hadn't pulled a dirty trick just yet. It had only been a day or two. No matter how fast Samsara was, they couldn't be that fast. The game company might not decide to change the quests, even after knowing about this skill point farming method. Let alone Samsara, even the Alliance could only communicate with the game company. They didn't have any way of forcing them to do anything if they didn't want to do it. More often than not, the Alliance had to adapt to whatever changes the game made. That night, another 5,000 skill point character was birthed from Happy Internet Cafe. According to Concealed Light's data, of the 1650 skill points possible, a character would get around 965 skill points on average. From this number, Yixiu's and Tang Ru's luck were already extremely good. They hadn't even finished all of the quests yet and they already received 1,000 skill points. Wei Chen didn't stay idle. His Windward formation had finished all of those quests, but didn't he still have a Warlock account on hand? However, this account had been obtained along with Unrivaled Super Hottie when Yixiu won the wager. The skill points were very average, 4,210 points. Wei Chen had run quests all night. Quests already completed couldn't be done again. In the end, he ended up with a total of 4,480 skill points. This was pretty good for normal players, but for them, Wei Chen's efforts were for nothing. What do I do? Do I buy 100 Warlock accounts? Wei Chen was starting to panic. Windward formation had 4,920 skill points, but it wasn't good enough. Now that he was rich, he started with an estimate of 100 accounts. 100? 1,000 wouldn't even be enough. These are normal accounts. Do you think all of them have the same base stats as a pro characters? Yixiu said. It looks like I'll have to specially order a few, but what if the accounts come out and the quests are wasted? Wei Chen was worried. 4,920 skill points isn't bad. Even Samsara won't have all of their characters maxed with 5,000 skill points. Yixiu said. No, I refuse. Let me think. Wei Chen hadn't slept the previous night and had been focusing hard the entire day, but he was still full of energy. Tang Ru was done and it was just a matter of time before Steamed Bun finished as well, but there was also Concealed Light and Little Cold Hands. Concealed Light's issue lay in his mechanics. He wouldn't be able to reach the Heavenly Domain in a short amount of time either. There were also a few places in the guide which required a certain level of mechanics too. It would be a waste if Concealed Light didn't get the same treatment. With no other choice, Yixiu took Concealed Light's account card and completed it for him. As for Little Cold Hands, they had only been in touch with him for a short amount of time. The trust between them was still extremely limited, so he didn't feel confident in showing the guide over to Little Cold Hands. Even more so, Little Cold Hands was an old account. If he had finished all of the quests before, he wouldn't be able to receive any skill points. Would his account be like Wei Chen's or Chen Guo's accounts and only be able to get around max out at 4,500 skill points? That was far from being good enough to compete with the pros. Just thinking about it wouldn't get anything done. Yixiao contacted Little Cold Hands on QQ. Little Cold Hands had 4,170 skill points. As expected, it was only a normal account. As for which quests he had done before, Little Cold Hands was an account that had been gifted to him, so he didn't know either. With no other choice, Yixiao gave the handed over a list of quests to him and have him check which quests he had done before. If he hadn't, then he shouldn't touch them for now. It's very important. Please hurry and check. Yixiao said. What's so special about these quests? Little Cold Hands wasn't like Steamed Bun, who wouldn't think to ask before doing something. It has to do with improving your character's strength, but it requires a special method, so I need to make sure your character hasn't done all of these quests already. Yixiao explained. Chapter 639. Playoffs. By improving strength, are you referring to skill books? As expected, Little Cold Hands wasn't Steamed Bun. It wasn't hard to arrive at this answer. He was a max-leveled character. If he wanted to strengthen his character, there were only two ways: skill points and equipment. Yixiao had just asked him about his character's skill points and now, he wanted him to do some seemingly random quests. It was only to be expected that he would put 2 and 2 together. Yes. First, verify which quests you've already completed. Yixiao didn't hide it. Even though they weren't too familiar with one another, Little Cold Hands would still be a member of their future team. It wouldn't be good to treat him like a complete outsider. Sure, give me a moment to check. Little Cold Hands replied. As a result, the team began to hurry and improve their skill points as if they were participating in the upcoming playoffs as well. After Little Cold Hands circled around the heavenly domain and the normal server, he reported the results to Yixiao. His luck was quite good. Little Cold Hands hadn't done many of the quests yet. Of the total 1650 skill points possible, he still had 1220 skill points that he could potentially obtain. His character only needed 830 skill points to max out, so if his luck was good, he just might be able to do it. This type of normal account made Chen Guo very envious. Her chasing haze had completed most of these quests already, so she hadn't gained much from the guide. However, Chen Guo had created a new account in the new server earlier and made sure to leave all of these quests open, but with the quest guide being bought out by Samsara, by the time her new chasing haze reached the heavenly domain, it was hard to say if she would still be able to utilize the guide. Chen Guo was upset. She only regretted that she hadn't spent enough time on the new server account to level this account faster. That's pretty good. You have a lot of quests still available. If it's okay with you, could you leave this account with me? I'll help you finish these quests. Yixiao said. I can't do them myself. It requires a special method. Yixiao said. Little Cold Hands didn't ask any further questions. Yixiao had expected this to happen because the other side was an astute person who had certainly realized that this method couldn't easily be given away. Little Cold Hands wasn't just astute either. He was also smart. Yixiao trusted that Little Cold Hands wouldn't blame him for not giving him the guide to see. The question was whether or not Little Cold Hands was willing to entrust him with his own account. It had to be known that this guy had initially suspected Yixiao of trying to swindle him. Yixiao hadn't asked him for anything like a cash deposit, but the first thing he asked him to do was send over his account card. It seemed very much like a scam. Are you in a hurry? Sure enough, Little Cold Hands was a bit hesitant. The faster the better. Yixiao replied. Little Cold Hands left this message and then became silent. The conversation had been conducted in the group chat, so everyone else saw it too. Apart from Steamed Bun, everyone could tell Little Cold Hands' misgivings. Thus, Wei Chen suddenly spoke impatiently, "Stop wasting time. How much could your account possibly be worth? I'll give you a down payment. Wei Chen's wealth was considerable right now, and he had no qualms using it. Oh, if that's the case, how about 2,000? Little Cold Hands actually gave a number. His account was very average, but it was still a member of tyrannical ambition. Amidst the normal player base, it wouldn't be considered too bad. F*CK, you actually dared. Wei Chen was surprised. What? Little Cold Hands asked in doubt. Wei Chen was speechless. When he said he would give a down payment, according to Wei Chen's understanding, the other side would usually be too embarrassed to ask for the money and would just happily send over the account card. It turns out he had met someone on a completely different wavelength than himself. The other side immediately answered back and actually gave a price. But since things had already reached such a stage, Wei Chen felt awkward, but he couldn't back out, could he? Plus, after having received 20 million, 2,000 was nothing to him. All right, send me your bank account info. Wei Chen didn't say anything more. Little Cold Hands didn't hesitate and sent over his bank account info. Check your account tomorrow. Wei Chen coldly said and turned his head towards Yi Xiu. I don't like this guy. Not many people would like what Little Cold Hands had just done. Even Chen Guo wasn't happy. Although they didn't trust Little Cold Hands and didn't send him a copy of the guide, the difference between their exchanges were completely different. Chen Guo was certain that if it were anyone else in Little Cold Hands' position, they wouldn't have done the same thing that Little Cold Hands had done. Thinking about it in this way, Chen Guo felt more comfortable looking at Little Cold Hands with disdain and began expressing her discontent with Wei Chen. In any case, they were now busy attending to improving these characters. As the days passed, the start of the playoffs finally arrived. Blue Rain, Samsara, Tiny Herb, Tyranny, Misty Rain, Void, Thunderclap, 301. These were their final placings in the regular season. The seedings for the playoffs were decided by these placings: 1st vs 8th, 2nd vs 7th, 3rd vs 6th, 4th vs 5th. This was also the order of the matches. Blue Rain vs 301. Samsara vs Thunderclap. Tiny Herb vs Void. Tyranny vs Misty Rain. For matches would be conducted across the span of 4 days. To make it easier to stream the matches would take place separate from one another. The matches would cycle between the home arenas of the two teams to give equal opportunities for each team to share the profit for the revenue generated by playoff tickets. Thus, the first round of the playoffs would take 8 days total. In the second round, the 4 teams that won would move on and finish another 4 matches in 4 days. The finals would be 2 matches over 4 days as well. Because the matches would take place at different arenas, the players had to move around, so they didn't want them to become too tired. The competition format was the same as before: an individual competition, group competition, and a team competition. The total points in the home and away matches would be added up. Because there had to be a winner when totaling up the points, there would be a few subtle differences than they had in calculations during the regular season. The start of the playoffs received a large amount of attention from Glory players, so it usually started on a Saturday, but because many watched the matches, many of them would hold off on playing the game during that time, which affected the number of people playing the game. For the match on the first day, Blue Rain vs 301, everything went as expected. Blue Rain had a huge lead. With such a huge gap in skill and placing, it was unrealistic for 301 to catch up to Blue Rain in their own home arena. Blue Rain's performance immediately drew comments such as "killed the competition." Such a quick victory made it seem like the playoffs would not be suspenseful, making people looking for a profit not as happy, but for the team, having such a large lead early on was a good thing. For the match on the second day, Samsara vs Thunderclap, a lot of people were looking for an upset. Samsara had gained more and more momentum as the season went on. When the playoffs arrived, Samsara was believed to have the greatest chances of winning. Naturally, a lot of people didn't want this to happen and were waiting to see them fail. Despite not having an incredible ace player, but one of the master tacticians, Xiao Shiqin, leading them instead, Team Thunderclap was often a team that gave powerhouses a lot of trouble. But the results made them disappointed. Samsara maintained their usual dominance after the All-Star weekend and crushed Team Thunderclap in their home arena. This result made many surprised. Even if Thunderclap lost, with Xiao Shichin's tactics, they shouldn't have lost so badly. Everyone in Happy Internet Cafe paid more attention to this match than the first match. They naturally wanted to see how much of a difference the skill points would make, and the results didn't disappoint them. What a pity. If they didn't have those skill points, Thunderclap wouldn't have lost so badly. Yishio hit the nail on the head. Team Thunderclap often lacked the strength to dominate opponents, so they usually won through meticulously studying their opponents and finding a strategy to win. As a result, no one ever underestimated Thunderclap. However, this time, Samsara had sudden improvement in skill points. This type of change significantly impacted Thunderclap's plans. As expected, Thunderclap appeared to be underprepared and their tactics didn't seem to be on point. In reality, it was impossible for their tactics to be on point because the data and information used by Xiao Shichin to form the strategy were all wrong. No one but insiders would realize this point. After this match, the only person who would realize this point would be Xiao Shichin himself. In the press conference afterwards, he talked about how the other side had some unexpected improvements. As for what these improvements were, Xiao Shichin probably had a few rough estimates, but he didn't say anything. For the next match, Xiao Shichin said a few words that could be regarded as half-hearted. For the match on the third day, the match between Tiny Herb and Void was actually very intense. The synergy between the Ghost Blade duo of Team Void was immaculate. When Yichio retired this season, the two had received the Best Partner reward in the regular season. In the end, Team Void and the previous champions Team Tiny Herb fought an even match, but despite Team Void having the home field advantage, Team Void was still on the losing side. However, the most intense match would be between Tyranny and Misty Rain. The two teams fought for the longest. In the end, Misty Rain relied on their home field advantage to gather more points. Their second match would only be more intense. After Yishio watched this match, he was quite baffled. Han Wenqing isn't performing too well. His longtime rival unexpectedly made him feel like he was a stranger. Chapter 640. You can see that too. Really? Wei Chen heard Yishio's remark and asked. Han Wenqing had been playing since the beginning of the professional scene, so Wei Chen obviously knew him. They had fought against each other many a time before, but it had been many years since then, and no matter how deep of an impression he had of him, there was no way it could compare to the deep rivalry that existed between Yishio and Han Wenqing. Yishio had noticed a problem, but he hadn't noticed anything wrong at all. In his eyes, the two sides had fought intensely. It was a very high skill match and he hadn't seen any issues with Tyranny's ace player, Han Wenqing. I guess he's not playing badly, but something doesn't feel right. Yishio said. What doesn't feel right? Wei Chen immediately asked. He wasn't nervous for no reason. As a retired pro player, his reaction speed and hand speed was declining, but he was certainly still at a pro level in terms of experience, knowledge, and perceptiveness. I can't say exactly right now. Yishio furrowed his brow and shook his head. Happy Internet Cafe would, without question, stream the playoffs, but they were currently watching it in the practice room. Because of their differences in skill levels, their discussions were at a different level. Yishio and Wei Chen gave their opinions on the matches. Chen Gui knew a bit more about the game, so she could understand some of what they were saying. As for Tang Ru and Steen Bun, they had only played for several months already, but weren't complete noobs anymore. However, if they had to discuss the very fine details of the match, the two probably wouldn't be able to keep up. The two were at a complete loss when Yishio said that something was wrong with Han Wenqing. Both of them looked at Yishio, waiting for him to continue. Yishio didn't say anything further though. The stream was already showing the post-match interview. Tyranny and Misty Rain hadn't made any major mistakes. Both teams had gone all out that match and neither team would feel too regretful if they lost. The interviewed players practically said the same thing. They expressed their confidence in their respective teams, praised their opponents, and spoke of their faith in being able to win the next match, etc. Tyranny's captain Han Wenqing naturally participated in the interview. Because Yixiu had specially called him out, everyone else paid close attention to what he said and also stared at his facial expressions. However, everything seemed to be normal. It didn't look like there was anything abnormal with Han Wenqing's condition. When the interview ended and the stream went offline, everyone turned to look at Yixiu, waiting for him to say something. Yixiu only shook his head and returned to his computer. Everyone else returned to their seats too. Chen went back to his seat and saw that Yixiu still seemed to be thinking hard. He didn't bother him and handed him a cigarette instead. Yixiu received it and quietly lit it. He still didn't say anything. He opened up a web browser and typed in a few words. Chen watched from over his shoulder and saw that it was a site for downloading VODs. It seemed like Yixiu was planning on studying the match. However, since the match just ended, it would take some time before it would be uploaded. Seeing that it couldn't be downloaded yet, Yixiu opened up a folder and began looking through Tyranny's previous matches. He watched match after match, closely spectating Han Wenqing's Desert Smoke. Yixiu gradually began to relax. Soon afterwards, he went back to the site and downloaded the most recent match. Chen had been paying attention to Yixiu's actions the entire time, so when he saw the change in expression, he asked, "Did you figure it out?" "Pretty much," Yixiu replied. Chen went over and asked, "What's the situation?" "He's changing," Yixiu said. "Changing?" "Yeah, he's changing his habits and striker movements. He's researching a new style of playing his class," Yixiu said. "He really refuses to give up." Chen sighed. Creating a new style wasn't an easy task. Even though every few levels brought new skills or new equipment, there was always a certain amount of variance, but the change from these new skills or equipment could only be considered adjustments. They wouldn't cause a player to significantly change his or her play style. The classes in Glory were very balanced, so updates didn't bring much change to a class core. If Yixiu said someone of Han Wenqing's caliber was researching a new play style, it wasn't going to be just a simple numbers adjustment. A slight adjustment like that wasn't anything difficult for a pro player to adapt to. It wouldn't be something that Yixiu would be so surprised about either. Han Wenqing was clearly trying to do something completely different. Soon afterwards, Yixiu finished downloading the VOD. Yixiu immediately replayed it. Chen also watched. Even though Tang Ru and Steamed Bun were interested, it wasn't something they would be able to comprehend. To put it plainly, pro players specialized in PvP. The biggest difference between PvP and PvE was how deep one's understanding of all the classes were, whether it was your class or any other class. What skills, combos, playstyles, strategy, etc. were all something that pro players needed to know very thoroughly. Tang Ru and Steamed Bun were quite familiar with their respective classes, but their understanding of other classes was still limited. Let alone someone trying to create a new play style, let alone them, even Chen wouldn't be able to say much. Sure enough, Chen was also at a complete loss when Yixiu paused and commented on a segment, but this time, she felt gratified that even Chen was at a loss too. "See, here." After watching several of Desert Smoke's matches, Yixiu had grasped the general line of thinking and pointed out the changes in his play style. If this had happened in the past, he would have most likely stepped forward and began pushing forward using reinforced iron bones or jumped backwards and sent a whirlwind kick back. Instead, he stepped sideways and used a collapsing fist. It seems like he plans on initiating with an empty-handed block. I've never seen him do something like that before. Really? Chen was really at a loss because Yixiu's comment had been too detailed and random. Every player would react differently depending on each situation. How could Yixiu guess all of that? Over here too. Not waiting for Chen to understand, Yixiu pointed at another place, here. Don't you think this dual tiger fists is too sudden? Really? I feel like it's a good choice. Chen continued to be at a loss. The screen was currently playing the most recent match between Misty Rain and Tyranny. Two melee characters closed in under the protection of the bombardment by Chu Yunxiu's Windy Rain. However, desert smoke closed in on them faster and sent the two flying away with a dual tiger fists. Cloud body dual tiger fists. Isn't that a common combo? Chen said. Cloud body was a movement skill for strikers. Cloud body followed by dual tiger fists was called cloud body dual tiger fists. It was one of the most commonly used striker combos. Cloud body was used a bit later, but dual tiger fists was used a bit earlier. Yishio said. Chen re-watched the segment twice and then gave up. Okay, who else here actually sees that? Chen looked towards Chen Gui, who shook her head too. Cloud body dual tiger fists was a common combo that she also knew about, but everyone used it slightly differently. Han Wenqing's usage of the combo seemed to have a good effect, but she couldn't see anything weird about it. If it was before, he would have never played like this. Yishio said. How did he do it before? Chen asked. Is it better or worse now? Chen Gui asked. Yishio only shook his head. I can't say. It seems like he's still figuring it out too. Yishio continued to watch and found several other segments to talk about, but Chen and Chen Gui were completely at a loss. They listened and got a general understanding of the changes. Han Wenqing's changes were in the small details. Some of the places were just his intentions, but Yishio could actually see through these intentions and analyze them. He's a bit late here. That's not something he would have done in the past. He's probably thinking of. In the end, Chen Gui couldn't help but feel moved after hearing Yishio come to these conclusions. The person who understands you the best is your enemy. This saying really isn't wrong. Not wrong at all. Chen nodded his head. He wasn't nervous anymore. Not being able to see what Yishio was seeing wasn't an issue with his skill level, but rather his understanding of Han Wenqing himself. Yishio was also nicknamed Glory's Encyclopedia, and he probably had a better understanding of the various classes, apart from Warlocks, than Chen. And from the sounds of it, Han Wenqing's new playstyle wasn't something at a fundamental level. If not, a new skill combo would have easily been noticed by any experienced player, let alone a pro, but for these minute changes, there were very few people besides Yishio who would notice them. At the post-match interview, Misty Rain's players never mentioned this change. It meant that Han Wenqing was still in the midst of changing it. Once he figured this out, Chen didn't want to watch any further. He patted Yishio and said, "You should have Little Tang and Steamed Bun listen to your chatter. It'll definitely increase their understanding of strikers. Those two need to improve in this area." Yishio heard his advice and nodded his head. Chapter 641. Times have changed. Tang Ru and Steamed Bun had leveled their characters from level 1, so they each had a good grasp of their respective classes. However, their understanding of the other classes were far from enough. Even though they had an incredible win record in the arena, that was mostly through reliance on their superior mechanics. Just their mechanics alone allowed them to stand at the top of the game. However, in the pro scene, their mechanics weren't good enough to beat others. Their characters were almost max leveled, but because they had decided to enter the pro scene, there was no need to study things like dungeons or bosses. PvP had its own set of knowledge that needed to be mastered. They didn't have much time on their hands, so they couldn't waste their time studying pointless things. It seems like an encyclopedia like you, who is proficient in all of the classes, is finally finding some use. Chen patted Yishio's shoulder. Directly practicing PvP was the most enjoyable way to learn. Yishio had to agree too, but if Tang Ru and Steamed Bun tried to accumulate experience through the arena, their harvest wouldn't be very fruitful. Their skill level surpassed the scope of difficulty that the arena could provide them with. They could overwhelm opponents with just their mechanics alone. Very few players could provide any sort of challenge for them. It was like killing level 30 monsters as a level 60 character. The experience gained couldn't even be considered a consolation prize. In-game leveling, as well as improving one's PvP skill, were similar in this way. At this point, Yishio might need to personally train them. This type of practice is necessary. Yishio didn't avoid the subject. It looks like we're going to need another set of accounts. Ha ha, that shouldn't be a problem. Chen was a rich man now. He looked online and bought a set of accounts. Yixiu had finished watching Tyranny's VODs, so he closed them. It was a pity that no one could share the same feelings that he felt right now. Once the match between Tyranny and Misty Rain ended, the first half of the first round had been completed. Each team would play 2 matches in the first round before their points were tallied up and the winner was declared, so for these first matches, no one would really win or lose them. People looked at their total points and examined which team had the advantage or which was at a disadvantage. Whether the team was playing in their home stadium or in an away stadium mattered. The team that could choose the maps for the match had a large advantage, especially in the playoffs. The teams would naturally choose their most proficient maps. On the 5th day, the second match between Samsara and Thunderclap began. This time, the match took place in Samsara's home stadium. Samsara had already obtained a huge lead in their away game. All of the pressure was on Thunderclap, who relied on analyzing and planning appropriate strategies to counter their opponents. With Samsara's sudden improvement in characters, even after a 4-day rest to adjust their strategies, it didn't seem likely that Thunderclap would be able to defeat Samsara. Even Xiao Shiqin wouldn't be able to calculate exactly how much of an advantage the skill points that Samsara's characters had gained would give them. In addition to that, a strategy-centered team like Thunderclap relied greatly on the map that was chosen. It could be seen from their regular season that Thunderclap won significantly more home games than they did away games. In their second match, Samsara won handily. This match could be considered an effortless victory on their part. However, after the first match ended, when others analyzed the match, quite a few people, along with Xiao Shiqin, had noticed that the skill points on Samsara's characters seemed to be different. After all, when a skill was leveled up, there would be a slight change in the effects. This sort of change was easy to perceive by experienced players. In the post-match interview, the keen reporters asked about this issue. Unfortunately, they encountered Samsara's team captain, Juzakai. Everyone wanted to know the answer to this question, but all they got was a was that may or an No one understood what he was trying to say. All of the reporters wanted to slam their heads against a wall. Seeing the reporters want to cough blood when they heard Juzakai's response to their question was a sight that Samsara enjoyed very much. Today, they had won the first round of the playoffs, so they were even happier right now, but they couldn't ignore this question forever. In the end, the vice-captain Jiang Buitao came forward for an interview and gave a definite answer. This definite answer confirmed that Samsara's characters had improved in terms of skill points, but Jiang Buitao obviously wouldn't say the exact increase in skill points. It would soon be figured out, but the longer they could keep it a secret, the better. As for Thunderclap, after Xiao Shiqin expressed his feelings for being eliminated in the first round, he didn't immediately convey his confidence for the future, like what most players usually did. Instead, Xiao Shiqin suddenly began talking about his career. Xiao Shiqin had been a player who had become famous early on. Starting from when he was first discovered, he had become well known for his decision-making and control rather than his mechanics. The Thunderclap players, who had noticed his potential, regarded him as a team player. Xiao Shiqin didn't fail to live up to his expectations. Starting from the 4th season, he soon became the cornerstone of Team Thunderclap and took over the team as the captain. He and his character Life Extinguisher were frequent guests at the All-Stars. Along with Tyranny's Zhong Xinjie, Blue Rain's Yu Wenju, and Excellent Era's Yi Qiu, he was the last of glories for Master Tacticians. But compared to the other 3 Master Tacticians, Xiao Shiqin's career was less successful. He was an incredible tactician and strategist, but it was a pity that he didn't have an ace player on his team. This was what most people felt towards Xiao Shiqin. Team Thunderclap wasn't a powerhouse. Apart from Xiao Shiqin and his Life Extinguisher, there were no other all-star level players or characters on their team. As for the other 3? Zhong Xinjie had Han Wenqing and the King of Fighters, Desert Smoke, by his side. Yu Wenju had Huang Shaoqian and the Sword Saint, Troubling Rain, by his side. Yi Qiu was even better. He himself was considered the Alliance's #1 attacker and controlled the legendary battle god, One Autumn Leaf. These three were not only incredible tacticians and strategists, but all of them had god-level teammates or god-level accounts to support them. Only Xiao Shiqin didn't have any strong helpers. He could only rely on his tactics to utilize his team's lackluster potential to its fullest. Unfortunately, this wasn't enough to become the champion, let alone maintain a stable position at the top of the standings in the regular season. Times have changed. After reminiscing about his career, Xiao Shiqin sighed. The experience reports instantly sniffed out a few leads. Times have changed. Is he talking about Team Thunderclap making changes? Or is Xiao Shiqin talking about himself making changes? From how emotional Xiao Shiqin was being after recalling his career, it was more likely that he himself would be making changes. Before the reporter could ask any further questions, Xiao Shiqin already began speaking. That was my final match with Thunderclap. I am grateful for the club that I've been with for so many years, my teammates, and my fans. I have grown with this team for my entire career and it has not been an easy decision for me to come to. I am sorry that I cannot continue moving forward with everyone for another season, but no matter where I go in the future, Thunderclap will always be the team that raised me. The reporters immediately became excited. An ace player like Xiao Shiqin was actually going to transfer teams. It was as if a huge bomb had been dropped. From the reactions of his teammates, it seemed like they already knew about this decision. They didn't look shocked. They wished him well and gave him their blessings. I hope everything goes well for him. He has the ability to become a champion. We've been dragging him down. No matter where he goes, I'll always be his #1 fan. All of Team Thunderclap's other members expressed their goodwill towards Xiao Shiqin's departure. Even though none of these players were stars in the pro scene, through the tactics and teamwork that brought them together, they had a deeper relationship with one another. No one felt betrayed by Xiao Shiqian's departure. They sincerely gave him their blessings. His departure was saddening, but also warm. Xiao Shiqin thanked his teammates for the support they gave him and his words were sincere. He's actually planning on transferring. Xiao Shiqin was someone in the younger generation who Chen had never fought against before. He was currently at the peak of his career, so Chen had obviously heard of him before. I don't think the core of a team like him has ever transferred to another team before, no. Sun Slong. Yixiu said. That monkey came out of a thatched cottage. Does that even count? Chen expressed. That doesn't count. Yixiu said. Fine. Chen didn't argue. Where do you think he will go? Blue Rain? Tyranny? I don't think any of those teams will take him. His capabilities would collide with Yu Wenju or Zhong Xinjie. He wouldn't be able to fully display his strength. Tiny Herb has Wang Jieshi. They probably don't need him, unless Tiny Herb plans on having Wang Jieshi change play styles and become an offense-oriented witch. Oh, that's actually quite possible if you think about it. There's another team who needs him even more than Tiny Herb does. Yixiu said. Which team? Chen was thinking. Excellent era, Yixiu said. T. Chen was startled, but he immediately realized the likelihood of it happening. Excellent era's future core will definitely be Sun Slong. In order to get him to be accepted by the team or develop a good set of tactics for him, they need someone like Xiao Shiqin. Yixiu said. Excellent era just got F*King relegated. Would he actually be stupid enough to run over to Excellent era? Chen shook his head. With Excellent era's foundation and Sun Strong still there, no one doubts that they will return to the Alliance next season, no? If they had Xiao Shiqin, they will definitely have the strength to directly win the championships, or perhaps that isn't his thoughts. Yixiu said. No, that's not good. He can't think like that. Chen was still shaking his head. Why not? Yixiu said. Then the F** wants us to die. Chen cursed. Chapter 642. Top 4. Chen's worry was sincere. Team Excellent era with Sun Slong and one Autumn Leaf was already terrifying as is. Now, There might even be a Xiao Shiqin too. For someone like Xiao Shiqin, it didn't really matter what type of character he played. His value wasn't measured in his battle strength. If he successfully joined Excellent Era, if Sun Strong could be melded to dance to his tune, Excellent Era would absolutely be at a level where they could take the championships. Having a team that hadn't even gathered all of its team members yet challenge a championship-level team. Wei Chen felt like their hopes were only diminishing as more time passed. What are you scared of? In any case, you have plenty of money now. Even if you lose, you won't be starving. Yixiu said. This senior would rather be starving. Wei Chen humphed. Chen Gui and the others had listened to their discussion. Steen Bun was as calm as ever. Tang Ru felt even more motivated after hearing that there would be another formidable opponent to face. Chen Gui was more worried than anyone else like usual. In any case, we'll have to face them. You've already become so nervous just thinking about the possibility of Xiao Shiqin joining Excellent Era. What if Excellent Era didn't stop there and obtained several more amazing players? What would you do? Jump out the window. Yixiu said. F*CK, besides this guy surnamed Xiao, who else would be that stupid? Wei Chen had originally been indifferent towards Xiao Shiqin, but after discovering that he might be a potential enemy in the future and a formidable one at that, he immediately viewed him with distaste. After the post-match interview ended, the community instantly erupted. Samsara's victory had been too easy, so no one talked too much about the match. Suddenly, a huge bomb was thrown out, shaking various levels of glory. Xiao Shiqin had said that he would be transferring teams out of his own mouth. The discussion within the community was naturally focused on which team he would be joining. There were all sorts of analyses. Wei Chen read them and criticized, stupid, too stupid. Yixiu turned his head and gave a glance. It was a post talking about Xiao Shiqin's likelihood of joining Excellent Era. The poster's analysis was quite reasonable. If an expert like Xiao Shiqin joined Excellent Era, he would be sacrificing a year, but afterwards, the team would become a first-rate championship team. Wei Chen simply didn't want to see this type of situation happening, so the more reasonable the analysis was, the more he hated it. It was as if acting like this would kill any chances of Xiao Shiqin joining Excellent Era. Compared to the commotion within the community, Yixiu looked at the pro player group in QQ. There was a bit of a discussion going on there, but the players speaking were those that hadn't made it to the playoffs. The playoff teams were nervously preparing for their matches. They didn't have the free time to chat. For them, no matter which team Xiao Shiqin ended up going to, that team would become a formidable opponent. For the first round, the key issue that they needed to look into was Samsara's improvement. Samsara would be the most formidable opponent that they would be facing in the near future. As a result, the various teams needed to hurry up and figure out Samsara's exact situation. The more Wei Chen looked at the analyses, the angrier he became. Many of them pointed at Xiao Shiqin possibly joining Excellent Era. Eventually, Wei Chen finally slammed the table. Steen Bun, what level are you? Hurry up. There's no time. Hurry up and get to max level so we can start practicing. Okay. I'm leveling right now. Steen Bun replied energetically. Sigh, the bad news comes right after the good news. What an ordeal. Wei Chen sighed. His incredible joy at earning so much money had been completely wiped away. Be a bit more calm. You're always panicking. You're over 30 already. Pick 2 young players out of the competitive scene and their ages combined would be less than yours. They wouldn't be as nervous as you either. Don't you feel ashamed of yourself? Yixiu said. I have to express my feelings somehow. Holding it in would affect my condition too much. Wei Chen said. Soon, they witnessed how Wei Chen planned on expressing his feelings. Samsara had easily pranced through the first round of playoffs. The entire guild was full of joy. On the other hand, Wei Chen seemed to have eaten an explosive. When he led his team, he shouted at them furiously as if they were lower than dogs. Yixiu glanced at Wei Chen's screen. his team had just started killing a small mob of monsters. By the time they reached the boss, his entire team would have probably disconnected from being lectured so miserably. The 6th day, 7th day, and 8th day passed. The playoffs wouldn't stop because of the commotion. The matches continued. Blue Rain and Tiny Herb defeated 301 and Void without a hitch. Oh, Blue Rain and 301's match should have been before Samsara and Thunderclaps. I forgot, but it shouldn't matter too much as long as everyone knows. However, in the match between Tyranny and Misty Rain maintained their advantage in their away game and won against Tyranny. Even though Tyranny was a powerhouse team, being eliminated by Team Misty Rain wasn't too shocking. After all, Tyranny's ace player Han Wenqing was old. At the start of the alliance, he had fought for 3 championship titles against Excellent Era. In the 4th season, they ended Excellent Era's dominance and Tyranny's golden age had begun. Now, as the seasons went by and the next generation of players were taking over, Tyranny and Excellent Era began to decline in the eyes of others. In addition, no team in the playoffs could be considered weak. If not, wouldn't the playoffs be boring? When Tyranny was eliminated, their captain Han Wenqing expressed his sorrows, but he didn't seem to be in low spirits. We'll be back next year. His words seemed to cover Team Misty Rain's victory spotlight. Be that as it may, the media generally reported it as the end of an era. Of the 2 top gods in the past, one had retired and the other was struggling to hang on. Of the 2 former dragons, one had been relegated, while the other had been eliminated in the first round of the playoffs. When Han Wenqing said we'll be back next year, everyone considered it to be his stubbornness to continue. It was admirable, but some things couldn't change by conviction alone. Tyranny might be able to stand on stage for the playoffs again, but few believed that they still had the competitive strength to take the championship home, especially after witnessing Excellent Era falling and getting relegated. Some even wondered if Tyranny would quickly collapse and never recover. The Tyranny fans strongly opposed this view, of course. You're joking. Some of the fans scoffed, don't forget who our captain is. He's someone who wasn't discouraged after failing to win the championships 3 years in a row. Then, in the 4th year, he dethroned Excellent Era. As long as Han Wenqing is there, our Tyranny will never end up like Excellent Era. As Tyranny's fans, they weren't polite at all with Excellent Era. They had laughed as Excellent Era declined during the regular season. People were now grouping Tyranny with Excellent Era. How could they bear it? When the first round of the playoffs had ended, there were countless questions left unanswered. The 4 that advanced were Blue Rain, Samsara, Tiny Herb, and Misty Rain and were without a doubt powerful teams. Among the eliminated teams, many of them had been moved. But time didn't stop for anyone. The 4 advancing teams quickly began the next round. Blue Rain versus Misty Rain, Samsara versus Tiny Herb. The outcome of these 2 confrontations would decide who would advance to the finals. At Happy Internet Cafe, they were also in a discussion when they saw Tyranny get eliminated. Didn't he change? How did they still lose? Chen found it hard to understand how Tyranny had lost. Did you think he would go Super Saiyan? Yishio didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He's changed, but he's still trying to figure it out. The strengths and weaknesses of his changes haven't shown yet. As Yishio explained the reason to Chen Guo, he contacted Little Cold Hands. I've received your account card. Yishio reported to Little Cold Hands. Okay. Little Cold Hands replied. After I increase your skill points, you should know that the value of your account card will be very different. Yishio said. I know. So this account can no longer be considered solely yours. Yishio said. I understand. Little Cold Hands replied. You punk. When we give back the account card, shouldn't you hand us a down payment? Wei Chen suddenly popped in. He didn't care about the 2,000. Let alone Wei Chen being rich now. Even when things had been difficult, Wei Chen had never placed much importance on money. Because of this, he hadn't liked how Little Cold Hands had bickered about it. Then how much should I give? Little Cold Hands asked. That depends on how many skill points we get once we finish clearing all the quests. Wei Chen said. But isn't giving a down payment improper practice? Little Cold Hand said. HM? You punk. When you asked for a down payment, what was proper about that? Wei Chen flared up. You were the one to propose the down payment. Little Cold Hand said. Stop speaking nonsense. Wei Chen retorted when he discovered that everyone else was staring at him. What? I proposed it. Wei Chen scratched it. Everyone nodded their heads. Fine. I was just trying to show some goodwill. Who would have thought that this punk would actually agree? Wei Chen said. In the group chat, Yixiu asked, Studenton, what are your thoughts? Usually, if a team needs a player's account, don't they usually buy out the account? Little Cold Hand said. Usually. Yixiu said. Then I won't return the 2,000 and I'll say that you guys bought it out. Little Cold Hand said. F***ck me. The first thing you do is earn 2,000 from us. How capable of you? Wei Chen shouted. It's just an account transfer, that's all. If it isn't clear who owns the account, that isn't good, no. Little Cold Hand said. Chapter 643. The Standard Way. Comrades. After Little Cold Hand's reply, Yixiu gave a sincere and heartfelt lecture. If our team plans on developing itself in the long term, this is the correct attitude to have. Everyone correct yourself. My Lord Grim, Steamed Bun Invasion, Little Tang's Soft Mist, Old Wei's Windward Formation, who do these accounts belong to? For an old player like Old Wei, after playing for another 2 years, he'll most likely retire again. Will he be taking his account with him? Will we wait until the time comes before talking about it? What if negotiations don't go well? Without accounts, how will our team continue to compete? In addition, Old Wei currently has 20 million on him and he's already invested 2 million in materials for our team. When our team registers and forms a club, how much of a % share does he get for that investment? Yixiu said. I'll consider the 2 million as your pay for closing the deal. Wei Chen waved his hands. Okay, I've already invested 2 million worth of materials into the team. When our team registers and forms a club, how much of a % share do I get for that investment? Yixiu corrected himself. F***ck, you're not nice at all. Wei Chen said. None of it matters if we don't get through the Challenger League. If we officially enter the pro scene through the Challenger League, all of this needs to be cleared up in order for our team to continue operating without us being there. Yixiu said. Wei Chen didn't say anything. He had been a part of the pro scene before. He had witnessed these types of situations before with his own eyes. In the early years, a lot of ideas weren't fully developed yet. Quite a few teams with potential relied on their passion alone to carry the team, but without proper management, all of them collapsed and had to leave the stage preemptively. In truth, Wei Chen liked that sort of pure passion. At the time, he had quite a few conflicts with this sort of management. However, reality slapped him in his face. They could share trials and tribulations, but they couldn't share the riches and honors. No one liked this sort of situation, but this was how everything was done. It would be hard to find even a single special exception. With the issue laid bare, Wei Chen felt a bit awkward listening to it, but he knew that Yixiu was correct. Ahem. Wei Chen was a former pro player and a senior, so he felt like he had to give an example. He cleared his throat and spoke, "What's there to talk about? My account belongs to the team. This is how we'll settle it. I'll do the same too." Tang Ru immediately followed. Even though she didn't have any experience in the pro scene, she was an understanding person. What Yixiu talked about wasn't just something that happened in the pro scene either. It was a very normal occurrence. Tang Ru understood the reasoning behind it and didn't hesitate to hand over her account to the team. What does that mean? Steamed Bun was confused. Declaring his stance without understanding the situation was Steamed Bun's style though. As a result, Steamed Bun quickly followed, "Well, you guys are all doing it, so I guess I'll do the same too." My account now belongs to the team. Good steamed bun. Chen praised. Thanks. Steamed bun was excited. Boss, look. These accounts belong to you from now on. Yixiu said to Chen. Ah. Chen didn't know how to react. You'd better not scam us. Yixiu said. What are you talking about? Chen was furious. He dared to question her morals. I'll let the team use these accounts for now. If you guys want to leave in the future, how could I trouble you guys? Chen expressed her goodwill. If you're planning on managing the team, that isn't something that you should be saying, no? If we suddenly come up one day and ask for these accounts, will you actually give them to us? When that time comes, what will the other player use to compete? Yixiu said. Who would have thought Chen would actually laugh? The question is, will there ever be a day like that? Everyone happily handed their accounts to the team. It was symbolic of their trust in her. At the same time, her expression of goodwill was a symbol of her trust in everyone else. She believed that none of them would dare to do anything to trouble the team. That's hard to say. Yixiu just had to damage the beautiful scene. There are some really shameless people here. Yeah. You have to be extremely careful of him. Chen immediately stood up. The two started insulting each other again. Chen wouldn't bother with their trash talking. As the boss, she looked for little cold hands in the group chat and talked about a few issues. The discussion went smoothly. Little cold hands had even more thoughts than Chen. She couldn't be blamed though. After all, apart from little cold hands, her relationship with everyone else had developed through their friendship. With Chen personality, she had realized a few issues, but she felt too embarrassed to talk about them. As for little cold hands, he talked in a very businesslike manner. Chen realized that a lot of issues were easily resolved. For example, in the Challenger League, everyone went in as a team, but most of the teams in the Challenger League had participated in it before. Getting into the pro scene? For most people, this was just a dream. Besides the club teams regarding it as a revival tournament, very few teams had serious plans on actually becoming a pro team. The vast majority of teams were made up of good friends in the game. Before the tournament began, they would hastily form a team, register, and have a fun time. Or sometimes, a few outstanding players would be noticed and then taken away by the pro teams. Up until now, no new teams had stepped into the pro scene through the Challenger League. As a result, Chen and Little Cold Hand seriously discussed the issue of whether or not they were considered a pro team while they were participating in the Challenger League. If they were considered a pro team, then the team would need contracts and wages. Under normal circumstances, most of the participants were there to have fun. Having wages was a joke. Who would beg their friend to come with them? And even pay him? Chen originally had this attitude towards Little Cold Hands, but then she thought about how difficult it had been for Yixiu to find Little Cold Hands. Although he wasn't as precious as an actual pro player, Yixiu had been a spy in tyrannical ambition for such a long time and had played with many clerics, yet even so, wasn't Little Cold Hands the only one that he picked. Little Cold Hands wasn't good enough to be at the top, but he was much better than everyone below him. Saying he was irreplaceable would be too much of an overstatement, but saying he was useless would be treating Yixiu's efforts as unrivaled super hottie as a waste of time. This issue was a lot harder to resolve with Little Cold Hands compared to Chen and Steamed Bun. Those two were friends. If they were invited over, they would come. Chen had attended to their living needs during this time. They didn't care about what happened during the Challenger League, but what should she say to Little Cold Hands? Chen hesitated for a long time before saying anything. Everything went unusually smoothly. This was because Little Cold Hands was very clear on his own position. He knew the difference between heaven and earth. Before entering the pro scene, everyone was just like soy sauce to the pro teams. He accepted this fact, but the issue was that their team's goal wasn't to be soy sauce. The team had players who definitely weren't at a soy sauce level. In the end, it was Little Cold Hands who reminded Chen you'd better not treat Yixiu like soy sauce. If you treat him like soy sauce, the entire team will end up being soy sauce. Clearly, Chen was used to treating Yixiu as if he weren't a big deal, but little cold hands didn't know that Yixiu had been inadvertently picked up by Chen. She hadn't gotten him through praying and burning incense. There was still some time before the Challenger League. Little Cold Hands was quite nervous that something would happen to the god. Chen thought about it and understood. A normal person would think that there was no need for Yixiu to form a team and enter the pro scene through something as risky as the Challenger League. With Yixiu's identity, if he wanted to return to the pro scene, he just needed to say the word and he would grab all sorts of attention. A 1-year break wouldn't be enough of a deterrence. Finding a team to join wouldn't be a problem. Wasn't that a lot more reliable than going through something like the Challenger League? As a result, Chen felt like Little Cold Hands was being a thorn in the side, but in Little Cold Hands' eyes, Yixiu was the thorn. You don't need to worry about that. Yixiu is the person leading the team, Chen said to Little Cold Hands. Then he's the main investor? Little Cold Hands asked. Yes. Chen hadn't thought about this. Because of the question that Little Cold Hand had about his account, today became a day where everyone seriously discussed about everyone's share in the team. Before, they had talked about Wei Chen's investment in the team. With Little Cold Hand's reminder, Chen realized that Yixiu could be considered as an investor and his investment was very high. Apart from that, Wei Chen's investment had been in the form of skill books. Both of these investments were being used right now. Figuring out their share would really be troublesome. Chen didn't really know how to calculate it, so she asked for Yixiu and Wei Chen to help. These two had both experienced the days when the first teams were being created, so they had some knowledge about starting a team. Chen finally understood after listening to them. In the early days, there were a lot of teams which relied purely on passion without any real funds. Having food to eat and a place to live was already considered not bad. No one had any additional wages. Their income was solely from what the team earned. As for their share, it was based on their investment in the team. At that time, their investment was mainly just their accounts. Chapter 644. Finals. Investing in an account and then buying it out were the standard steps that any club would take during the initial stages of the glory professional scene. However, those were no longer suited for use nowadays. This was because the difference between the current pro characters and online characters had become two extremes. The most a normal player could get would be a few orange equipment no matter how hard they grinded. Who would invest in such a character when all the characters in the pro scene had self-made equipment? It clearly wasn't a possibility. During those initial stages, having a top character meant you were a top-tier player in glory, so of course people would invest in them. Now, no matter how skilled you were online, you would just be cannon fodder in the professional scene. Who would care about you? Even if you weren't cannon fodder and had skills worthy of the professional scene, with how powerful the clubs were, they still wouldn't trade the account for stock instead of money. They would just purchase the account and finish the matter once and for all. Frankly speaking, the initial stages of the pro scene were like this because everyone was poor. When everyone was rich, it would be best to avoid this kind of method. As for Yixiu and the others, they handed over their accounts to the team for free, which would save them a lot of trouble in the future. Chen still wanted to talk about their future investments though. The Challenger League hasn't even started yet. Isn't it a bit early? Yixiu expressed, once we enter the pro scene and register, a professional from the Alliance will investigate our assets. It won't be too late to decide it then. Oh, I think I heard Lulan talk about it before. It really is like that. Chen recalled. It wasn't like she had never managed anything before. She had chatted with Lulan who had just formed his team as well. It was just that, at the time, she had been frightened. Lulan used his vast amount of wealth to make various maneuvers, making her feel apprehensive towards managing the team. Relax. There's no need to worry about all of this. We just need players and accounts for now. Yixiu said. Oh. Chen immediately felt relieved upon hearing Yixiu's words. As for Yixiu, after resolving any issues with Little Cold Hands, he had begun upgrading his cleric account. He originally had 4,170 skill points. There were a total of 1220 points that could be obtained through the guide. Little Cold Hands was pretty lucky. If not, Yixiu wouldn't have bothered upgrading the account at all. He would have just found and leveled up another cleric account. 1, 2, 3. Yixiu completed the quests according to the guide. The account's foundation was decent and his luck was quite good. The skill books quickly piled up. His luck was quite good. "I'm done," Yixiu announced after consuming all of the skill books. "How many?" Chen carefully asked. "Ha." Yixiu laughed. "What are you laughing about?" Chen was puzzled. 4,925 points. Yixiu announced. F***CK. Chen became pale. The skill points on this annoying guy's account had even managed to surpass his windward formation. Furthermore, it was not too much or too little. It was only by a measly 5 points. Chen wanted to cough up a mouthful of blood to cover up the 5 points. "My luck's pretty good, isn't it?" Yixiu sighed. Chen didn't know what to say. It was the team's account, after all. It was good to have more skill points. Wouldn't it be petty of him if he cursed now? He had been a team captain before, so he had always prioritized the team before anything else. He wouldn't ruin the team's cohesiveness all because of his selfishness. Within the group chat, Little Cold Hands was anxiously awaiting the results. As calm and cool-headed as he could be, he still hoped his account would have more skill points. The more points he had, the stronger he would become. Soon after hearing Yixiu say 4,925 points, Little Cold Hands was shocked. "So high?" Little Cold Hands exclaimed. He wasn't someone who didn't play Glory. As a fan of Team Tyranny, he obviously knew that Han Wenqing's character, Desert Dust, possessed the highest number of skill points in Glory with 4880, but now, his Little Cold Hands had actually surpassed the number 1 character in Glory. This was something completely out of his expectations. "Little kid, you'd better work hard," Chen suddenly said with a mixture of emotions. Little Cold Hands' account already belonged to the team. Evidently, this wasn't something that could be passed over by talking. Chen Gui had already spoken with Little Cold Hands and the latter would sign an agreement to transfer his account later. They would naturally return the account for Little Cold Hands to use afterwards. His skill points had soared from 4170 to 4925 at once, increasing by 755 points total. This was a huge leap in terms of strength. Speaking of professional accounts, which were already around 4,800 points, even if they got the points to the maximum, it would only be a 200-point difference. The scale of improvement couldn't even be compared to Little Cold Hands. It was unknown if and when he was too excited, but Yixiu had to call for him several times in the group chat before he finally responded. Soon afterwards, Yixiu discussed with Wenyi about his account. Naturally, they talked about the skills. Through his knowledge of Wenyi's play style, Yixiu gave some advice towards how he should allocate his skill points. Having a lot of skill points, but being unable to fully utilize them would just be a waste. Naturally, no one would watch him give a lecture, so everyone went back to what they were previously doing. A day passed and the playoffs continued. The match between Blue Rain and Misty Rain progressed. Containing the word rain in their name was the only joke between them. Apart from the 2 matches against each other in the regular season, the two rarely interacted with each other. This made it difficult for the reporters because they couldn't find anything interesting to talk about. In the end, they could only write about boring things like their preparations for the upcoming match. Before the beginning of the match, the interviews between the two teams were also quite dull. There weren't any overly bold statements. They just said typical things like they would try their best and such. This was meant to be the semi-finals where they had to fight for a spot in the finals, but it was miraculous that the two teams didn't give off any sort of tense atmosphere. Upon that, the reports couldn't help but blab about experiences or things like staying reserved and such. The matches were, undoubtedly, at a high level, but it didn't have too many twists and turns. This could be seen from the news release conference after the match. Blue Rain would say that their opponent was outstanding, but they had better luck that day. Whereas Misty Rain would say that they did pretty well, but the opponent performed even better. Sparks were flying in the air. Where are the sparks? The journalists were close to tears. Muqiu, the trump card and team captain of Misty Rain, was a girl, so she didn't have an aggressive aura. As for Blue Rain, their captain Yu Wenju was a gentle guy, so he was always courteous and polite during interviews. All the questions were answered appropriately, but the journalists failed to pick anything out from his answers. As for Huang Xiaoqian, although he owned a god-level character, that guy was able to stretch the topic from what he ate for breakfast to the shower from last night that turned cold and such during the interview, but everyone only wanted to know about things relative to the competition. Thankfully, the match between Samsara and Tiny Herb was about to start on the second day, so they could finally find things to talk about between those two teams. Since Tiny Herb was the champion from the previous season, it was obvious that they were planning to hold the title for another one, whereas Samsara had a high chance to win the championships. The clash between the two teams were evident. The writers finally had a place to release the pent-up sentiment after holding it in yesterday. The semi-finals between these two teams were treated like a final battle in the reports. In the end, this match lived up to everyone's expectations. The match between these two was much more vigorous than the previous games. The match fluctuated often, especially during the team battle. Samsara's one-man team style was presented distinctively. They were able to seize the victory in the end by using the sheer force of Juzukai's strong performance. It was very easy to stir up the audience's passion when a single player was able to decide the competition situation. Every forum in Glory was filled with heated discussions that night. Juzukai's popularity continued to grow at an insane rate. He became the indisputable MVP of the second day. All comments agreed that it had become a generation for stars. Yes, a generation for stars. Wang Jieshi of Tiny Herb sacrificed his own style to change and blend in for his team's sake. This was, undoubtedly, a strong notion for teamwork, but now, such a team was defeated by Samsara, whose style was based on a single player's performance. Although the home and away regulations didn't finalize after the first match, the result of this kind of individualistic heroism earned a lot of favor among the audience members. The only regret was that Juzukai wasn't able to say something arrogant and ambitious like many other players during the press conference following the match. He could only answer the interviews with a yip, oh, which left this stage with endless regret. The fixed picture afterwards caused the bystanders' blood to boil with passion, but the hero they cheered for stared back at them with no emotion. The scene was very contrasting. The burning zeal of this day had passed and it returned to the peaceful match between Blue Rain and Misty Rain. Blue Rain came out as the victor. After the match, Misty Rain expressed their blessings to their victorious opponent and Blue Rain expressed their gratitudes to the respective side. Blue Rain took the lead upon entering the finals. As for Samsara and Tiny Herb, under countless of expectations, Juzukai didn't let anyone down. In the end, Tiny Herb, who tried to defend their championship, was eliminated. The finals for the 8th season in the professional league was now finalized to be between Samsara and Blue Rain. If Samsara won the championships, they would become the 4th champion team in the league's history. If Blue Rain were to win, they would receive their 2nd trophy. During the break before the finals, all sorts of reports were spread around. It was the finals. Even if there weren't any gimmicks between the two teams, they had to find something to talk about. Let alone that there were many things that could be said between the two teams. After receiving major attention after the 4 matches in the playoffs, Samsara's skewed skill points had been detected early on. There were all sorts of predictions online and it was certain that all the clubs were having attentive research for this matter, but they wouldn't reveal what they had discovered. Speaking of the two teams' players, or precisely, the two trump players, Juzukai and Huang Xiaoqian. Although their classes were different, the two were always compared. This was because the two players' style were complete opposites. Chapter 645. Excessive improvement. Juzakai and Huang Shaoqian were complete opposites of each other, whether that was on stage or off stage. Off stage, one of them was so quiet that people wanted to take a stick and pry his mouth open, while the other was so noisy that people wanted to take a stick and beat his mouth shut. On stage, Juzakai was the absolute core of the team and the main attacker. Wherever he was, that was where the most intense battle was taking place. Using his firepower, he pushed his team forward. As for Huang Shaoqian, Team Blue Rain's strategies didn't completely revolve around him. He was like a spectre wandering the battlefield, giving the feeling that he didn't exist. However, every move he made would leave a rain of blood behind. This was his opportunistic style. His numbers weren't impressive at all, but when looking at the content of a match as a whole, his existence could not be ignored because without him, the match would have ended with a completely different result. The other part of him, which definitely showed he existed, dominated the entire field. People could easily compare the similarities between the two players. At the same time, people could easily compare the differences between the two players as well. Huang Shaoqian had become famous earlier than Juzakai, but after Juzakai became famous, these two names were frequently spoken about together. However, as of now, most people considered Juzakai to be a bit better. After all, an opportunist like Huang Shaoqian required a precondition, an opportunity. If his opponents never gave him that sort of opportunity, his presence instantly diminished. This wasn't something that had never happened before. During the match, it would seem as if he didn't exist, but those familiar with his style would wait for him to suddenly jump out and give a fright. However, when the match ended, everyone realized, what? This time, he really didn't exist. Finding an opportunity was just one matter. Seizing the opportunity was another. Even for a master like Huang Shaoqian, he couldn't guarantee that he could seize every opportunity that passed by. There would be moments where he did nothing, and with his style, if he failed to grasp the opportunity, he would be useless during the match. Because of the weaknesses in his style, Huang Shaoqian was less consistent than Juzakai, so most people considered him slightly worse. However, Huang Shaoqian had a championship title under his belt. At that time, he played the decisive role in their victory, so no one completely counted him out. This time, these two gods would be meeting up in the finals. Whoever won would not only defeat his opponent, but would also take the championship cup as proof. This debate would finally come to an end here. All of the fans had been waiting for an entire year for this day to come. The fans of the both teams had done all sorts of things to support their teams. The game was the most direct way of confrontation. The two guilds clashed with each other constantly, making the guild leaders exhausted from their efforts. Yes, they were exhausted. Because the day before the finals, any conflict would erupt into an all-out war. Peacefully settle it and retreat? This was how the club guilds usually handled conflicts, but it didn't suit the particular occasion. At this moment, they needed to show their strength. The team needed to, as well as the team's fans. Even if they wouldn't gain any benefits, they absolutely couldn't back down. Chen was the group leader for Samsara's fifth group. This period of time hadn't been easy for him either. He had very little free time to begin with. For the past few days, as soon as he got online, the guild leader would call for him and then have him rush towards a certain location. In an intense battle, how could there be any shortage of elite players? But because of the crises during this particular period of time, Chen was being noticed by Samsara. In their eyes, Chen's ability to lead was very high. Even amidst the chaos, he was sharp and decisive. Using a talent like him to lead teams in dungeons was a waste. He should be used to fight for wild bosses. That was a battlefield between players. If they didn't utilize such talents, wouldn't that be a waste? The upper echelons of Samsara discussed with each other. A portion of them believed that he should be used to fight for wild bosses. Another portion of them still didn't fully trust him. However, these doubts were eventually dispelled after a bunch of reverse reasoning. Samsara's core members discussed this issue and unanimously felt that sending such an expert to be a spy was way too wasteful. If he were placed in any other guild, he would, without a doubt, be taking the lead in the wild boss fights. What could he gain from being a spy? Samsara's core members pondered over this question. They couldn't think of any reason for an expert like Wei Chen to be a spy for such a long period of time. He couldn't be trying to vie for the guild leader position, right? It was impossible. The main guild leader was appointed by the club. It wasn't something that one's performance or the public opinion could decide. Samsara's core members couldn't think of any other reasons. The probability of Wei Chen being a spy was very small. The guild would always consider the value of a spy in terms of the competition between guilds. After getting rid of their doubts towards Wei Chen, his value became even greater than the potential risks. As a result, during the restless days before the finals, Wei Chen was appointed group leader for Samsara's second elite group. In a wild boss fight, guilds usually dispatched more than 2 groups. The first group would be led by the guild leader. This was just a matter of the guild leader's authority. As for the second group, their chances of participating in a wild boss fight were about the same as the first group. For Wei Chen to reach this position, he had reached the peak of his career as a spy. However, after becoming the second group's leader, it wasn't easy to find a place for his friends. The members of the first and second group weren't randomly placed. Even though the skill levels of his friends weren't bad under the guidance of Wei Chen, they still weren't better than the top players of these club guilds. These were the top experts in the game. In terms of skill level, they were better than Wei Chen's friends, and they far surpassed them in terms of equipment. What should I do? Wei Chen asked Yixiu. His plans couldn't keep up with the changes. His rise in position far exceeded his expectations. Second group. That's not easy to control. Yixiu said. Exactly. I can't get any of my people into the group either. If I wanted to do a sudden betrayal, it wouldn't be convenient anymore. If I give an unreasonable order, let alone the group not following my order, it might expose me too. Wei Chen said. Don't worry. I didn't say it completely depended on you. You'll just be coordinating with us. We have a few helpers already. We're about ready to act now. Yixiu said. Where are the helpers? Wei Chen asked. Over there. Yixiu nudged his head to point them out. Just those 2. Wei Chen was a bit speechless. Yixiu had pointed to Tang Ru and Steamed Bun. They had both just entered the heavenly domain. With the huge experience rewards in the heavenly domain, Tang Ru had reached level 70. She had a maxed out 5,000 skill points and was figuring out how to allocate them. Steamed Bun Invasion wasn't max leveled yet, but with his skill, a level or 2 difference wouldn't make too much of a difference. Even though their skill levels far surpass normal players, if they went to join a wild boss fight with countless players, wouldn't their influence be too little? Little Cold Hands can come with us too. Yixiu said. After upgrading Little Cold Hands' account, they had sent it back to him. Couldn't you at least get 5 people? Wei Chen said. Don't we also have our boss? Yixiu said. Huh? Wei Chen said. What about me? Chengguo raised her eyebrow. To put it plainly, you kind of suck. Wei Chen wasn't scared of Chengguo's threat. He spat out the truth, not giving her any face. Better than nothing. Yixiu also said the truth and didn't give her any face. You 2 can both go die. Chengguo was furious. So now we have 5. Yixiu said. 5? Wow, how amazing. Wei Chen nodded his head. Could your friends help us out too? Yixiu asked. It wasn't easy for them to get into Samsara. Isn't that just asking for them to be exposed as spies? Wei Chen said. You can use your original accounts. Hasn't the danger passed already? Yixiu asked. Oh, those accounts never regained their experience. Wei Chen said. At that time, they had ravaged the guilds and had been killed many times in return. Who knew how many levels these accounts had gone down by? In any case, if they were 10 levels below the max level, they couldn't come. Even if it were 10 levels, going from 60 to 70 wasn't a matter of a few days, even in the heavenly domain. Or I could have them leave. In any case, with my current position, they can't really help me anymore. Chen said. That's hard to say. Getting in wasn't easy. If we can have them there, we should let them stay there. If we need helpers, you can send them a batch to use. Yixiu said. That's fine too. Chen nodded his head. Even though he didn't have any on him, he had more than enough money to buy them. Are there still any wild bosses that haven't spawned this week? Yixiu asked. How would I know? I just got the position. Chen said. If one spawns, we'll immediately act and try our luck. Yixiu said. With just you lot? Don't joke. Even if no one touches you guys won't be able to gain the boss's aggro. How much damage can 3 people output? Chen said. 3 is too few. We'll find someone to collaborate with. Yixiu said. Who? Heavenly Justice. Yixiu said. Chapter 646. Let's steal a boss. What an unsurprising answer. Chen commented on Yixiu's reply. From an overall view of the heavenly domain, only Heavenly Justice's infamous name could match Lord Grimm's. All of the other club guilds had suffered under Yixiu's hand starting from the 10th server and stretched all the way to the heavenly domain. No one would feel at ease if they wanted to collaborate again. Only Heavenly Justice had kept good relations with him the entire time. They constantly worked together in their mutual interest. Furthermore, Lulan spoke for Heavenly Justice. The guild leaders of other club guilds were just young household members who went out for work. In order to profit, they were willing to do whatever was necessary. On the other hand, with Lulan status, if he mercilessly committed terrible acts just for a boss, he would stand out too much. With the decision made, Yixiu contacted Lulan. He had the game open on his computer, and checked to see that Lulan was online, so he messaged him, "What are you busy with?" Yixiu had used this greeting who knew how many times, and he never thought of changing it up. Nothing really. Ha ha. Lulan replied. Let's go steal a boss. Yixiu went straight to the point. Which boss? Lulan asked. Wild boss. Yixiu said. Where? How would I know? You don't have that type of information. Yixiu asked. Lulan felt awkward. What type of situation is this? Oh, is Heavenly Justice developing smoothly in regards to wild bosses? Yixiu asked. It's SOSO, Lulan said. What does SOSO even mean? How many bosses did you get last week? Yixiu asked. 3. 3 is SOSO. You're not modest at all. Yixiu sighed. The heavenly domain was huge. There were so many maps, and if each map had a wild boss, Yixiu didn't know how many wild bosses spawned per week. However, he was certain that 3 was a very small number. Calling that number SOSO was not being modest at all. That's SOSO for us. Lulan forced a smile. Yixiu was happy. It wasn't that he was happy at their misfortune. Heavenly Justice clearly wasn't too successful at obtaining bosses, to which Yixiu wasn't surprised. The club guilds had a much stronger foundation. Just by comparing their guild storages, the average quality of equipment in the club guilds was certainly higher than the average quality of equipment in Heavenly Justice. Better equipment meant more strength. The weaker forces would obviously have a harder time getting wild bosses. If they couldn't get wild bosses, Yixiu could use this as a bargaining chip. Otherwise, if they already won bosses easily, there would be no reason to negotiate at all. I'll help you. Let's collaborate. How about we split the drops 50-50? Yixiu proposed. If we can actually get the wild bosses, then that won't be a problem. Lulan agreed. His guild could only successfully steal 3 bosses across the span of a week. How could things get any worse? He was willing to agree with anything Yixiu suggested. Try everything when you're desperate. Good. If you learn anything, let me know. Yixiu said. No problem. Lulan said. Yixiu closed the chat window. Not long afterwards, Lulan messaged him. Yixiu wasn't too surprised at the quick response. Wild bosses spawned randomly. In this business, every second, starting from midnight on Monday, mattered. You had to be ready to go into battle at any moment. The elite groups of the club guilds were responsible for the wild bosses, and it wasn't an easy task. They weren't professional gamers. When a boss appeared, they had to act immediately, as if it were an emergency. When Yixiu looked at Lulan's message, he discovered that it wasn't about a boss, but about the skill book guide. Oh, that. It's gone. It's already been sold. Yixiu replied. Ah. Is that so? That's too bad. Lulan was a bit regretful, but he wasn't too surprised. At that time, he was very clear about why Yixiu had come to him. Even though he had rejected the offer, he knew that there would certainly be buyers. In the end, Yixiu didn't look for him again, so he guessed that Yixiu had successfully sold it. Lulan simply confirmed his guess, and now he didn't need to think about it anymore. The two didn't say anything more and went on with their own business. Yixiu's Lord Grim wasn't max leveled yet, so he naturally spent most of his time leveling. As he walked around, the heavenly domain really was chaotic. Samsara and Blue Rain didn't only fight with each other as a guild. Their fans often argued with each other on their own basis too. Apart from these two teams, Tiny Herb and Misty Rain weren't happy after being eliminated either. If they received any sort of taunting from the winners, they wouldn't endure it. There were also the teams that had been eliminated in the first round. No fan would feel happy about their own team being eliminated and would often want to gain back some face through the game. If there was nothing to dispute about, they would find something to dispute about. The heavenly domain didn't have any safe zones apart from cities. A player could kill another player anywhere at any time. Everyone was on edge because of the playoffs. Yixiu's Lord Grim hadn't even left the city yet when Lulan messaged him again. This time, a boss had appeared, but when Yixiu looked at the name Saw King, he suddenly lost interest. Saw King Muqiu. His name sounded domineering. King. But in reality, he was just some rogue in the sewers. It's not like Yixiu had anything against him, it was just that this boss was only level 55. There were materials that they needed from low-level bosses, but Yixiu didn't have many helpers. The amount of time and effort that they could put in was very limited, so he hoped for a high-level boss. Even if they didn't have any low-level boss materials, they could use high-level boss materials to trade. Wild boss materials were difficult to buy, but trading for other materials wasn't that hard. Each team had different classes and different equipment that they used, so they each required different materials. All materials were welcome, but they would need some materials more than others. The market for trading uncommon materials for other uncommon materials was very active. With this sort of background, no matter what they actually needed, level 70 bosses were always more valuable than level 55 bosses. Unfortunately, Lulan only reported a level 55 boss. Even though it was a bit regretful, it was better than nothing. Yixiu called for Tang Ru, Steamed Bun, and Chengguo. They headed towards Lulan's meeting location. As for Wei Chen, he hadn't received any message from Samsara. It wasn't that Samsara didn't know, but it was more likely that this level 55 boss wasn't something that the main guild's second elite group was needed to deal with. Muqiu was the Saw King. The sewers were a city facility, so it wasn't in some desolate area. Instead, the sewers had turned into a leveling area at Hexing City. Yixiu and the three others found a teleport location in the nearest cities to them and teleported to Hexing City. They saw quite a few players heading towards a single direction, and all of them had guild tags above their heads. Yixiu's Lord Grim had a guild tag too. Lord Grim, Soft Mist, and Steamed Bun Invasion were all under Heavenly Justice's name, mainly for the stat points and benefits of being a part of a guild. There are a lot of people already. Yixiu sighed. The top guilds had their own methods for killing wild bosses. On Monday, everyone would be spread out all across the heavenly domain. Every time a wild boss was killed, they naturally wouldn't search that area again. As for the bosses that hadn't been cleared yet, there would always be guild members wandering in that area. This wasn't just a game. It was important work for the clubs. Shouldn't we keep a low profile? Chen was the crowds of people and was worried that Lord Grimm's name would stand out too much. The amount of attention towards him was much higher than saw King Muqiu. Low profile is better. Yixiu agreed. They took a roundabout route and messaged Lulan about their situation. There are quite a few people. Lulan replied. His group had arrived earlier than Yixiu's had. They naturally knew about the boss' exact location, so they moved towards that location. This level 55 city didn't have many players inside, but the closer they got to the location, the more people they saw. Yixiu wasn't too interested in this level 55 boss, but the club guild still considered it important work. How many guilds are present? Yixiu asked. I've seen 5 so far. Lulan said. Have they started fighting the boss yet? Yixiu asked. They should be starting soon. Lulan said. Level 55 bosses weren't difficult to beat for the level 70 heavenly domain players, so they usually wouldn't waste time facing the boss. Once there were enough people, they would start attacking. Beating the boss was easy, so whoever started first held the advantage. Ah, they've started! Lulan reported. Which guild? Yixiu asked. Blue Brook Guild. Lulan said. They have a lot of energy after making it into the finals. Yixiu replied, we should move out too. Where are you? I still don't see you. Lulan said. We're not there yet. They've started, so you should start too. Put out damage and kill others if there are any opportunities. Yixiu said. What about you? We'll cut them off en route. Yixiu said. He called out to Tang Ru, Steamed Bun, and Chen. They rushed forward and just happened to bump into 2 Blue Brook Guild players. How lucky! Yixiu said. The 2 players saw Lord Grimm and were startled too. When they heard Yixiu speak, they thought he had something to say, but in the next second, several attacks shot towards them and one of them died immediately. The other one was alarmed. He hastily tried to defend himself, but the brave Steamed Bun invasion had already pounced on him. The 2 Blue Brook Guild players instantly fell. Yixiu led the 3 towards the sewers to continue player hunting. The guilds were still sending their players towards the boss, so they all arrived at different times. The players hadn't gathered together into large groups yet, so the 4 of them blocked off small parties. They worked especially hard against Blue Brook Guild's players. The boss fight had already started down in the sewers. The guilds didn't have enough people, so they were carefully fighting the boss, while waiting for their reinforcements to arrive. However, the guilds soon received information about their players being ambushed. Who? They obviously had to ask this question. When they heard the answer, they turned pale with fright. Lord Grimm had been quiet for a long time. Why did he start acting up again all of a sudden? F***CK. The person leading Blue Brook Guild side slammed his keyboard. Why am I so unlucky? Chapter 647. Are you seeking your own death? Blue River or Blue Bridge Spring Snow, as he was more commonly known as in the heavenly domain, had been pretty depressed after all the ruckus in the 10th server. The top guilds had finally gotten back on track after Lord Grimm left for the heavenly domain. Although Team Samsara had the most momentum this year, the one at the top was still Team Blue Rain. Guild Samara relied on their momentum in the pro scene to gain popularity among the new players in the 10th server. However, first place was still first place. Blue Brook Guild's development in the 10th server continued smoothly. Managing a guild in a normal server seemed to be less glamorous than working in the heavenly domain, but in reality, to those in the clubs who treated the game as their job, it was a more important role than being another top expert or elite group leader in the heavenly domain. Having experienced the hardships of starting up a guild in a new server, Blue River was tired of all the various schemes and competition between the guilds. After Blue Brook Guild finally stepped onto the right track in the 10th server, Blue River immediately went to Changing Spring and resigned. He would much rather give up the better position of a normal server's guild leader and just be an elite expert in the heavenly domain. Changing Spring obviously couldn't force someone to do something that he didn't want to do, so after handing over the account for the 10th server guild leader, Blue River became the Blade Master Blue Bridge Spring Snow once again. Tired of all the fighting between guilds, Blue River didn't even participate much in wild boss fights, the most direct form of guild competitions. He spent his days leisurely bringing teams into dungeons. Blue River had given up something that many would fight for, but as one of the veterans in Blue Brook Guild, he still enjoyed his fair share of respect from his fellow guild members. On the other hand, even though he no longer actively involved himself with PvP anymore, if there were some kind of emergency, he wouldn't sit back and do nothing. Once Team Blue Rain got into the finals in the first place, the fans of the eliminated teams along with Team Samsara often clashed with Blue Brook Guild. Any kind of small argument would quickly evolve into a full-scale war. Being active in the heavenly domain, Blue River had been dragged into plenty of said fights. The good thing was that these battles were based entirely on emotions, so they didn't require a lot of effort to deal with. Still, these sort of conflicts and wild bosses had to be handled properly. Upon receiving the news of the appearance of the Saw King Muqiu, the main guild leader Changing Spring immediately searched for any core members nearby. Someone from the core of the guild had to lead the wild boss fight. Blue River couldn't be any closer to the boss when Changing Spring sent out the rallying call, so he answered it since he wasn't shameless enough to pretend to be offline. The guild had absolute trust in Blue River. Therefore, he immediately became the commander for this battle. Even though he hadn't done this kind of work in a while, Blue River wasn't unfamiliar with it. Thinking back about it, he had once been cannon fodder too. Over time, he had climbed up, from main attacker to team leader to group leader to the overall commander for an entire operation, and finally he was tired of doing it. As he sighed incessantly, his people had arrived and started acting already. For low-level bosses like this, the competition was much more direct. Blue River didn't think anything strange would happen when fighting for a wild boss, but something just had to happen. Shortly after the boss fight had started, Blue River received reports that the people who were rushing over here were being killed before they could arrive. He didn't pay much attention to it, until he noticed the names mentioned. Why am I so unlucky? Hadn't that guy gone into hiding? How come the moment I show up he appears again? Slaughtering anyone he sees? Why is he so unruly? But was killing players on the way unruly? Not exactly. To get the boss, the guilds would use all means necessary, so there were no rules to speak of. There were only tricks that couldn't be carried out, and no tricks that couldn't be thought of. The top guilds rarely tried to kill players who were en route. It wasn't because they didn't want to do that, but it was because it had never yielded good results in the past. The biggest reason was because they didn't have Yishio's level of skill. The 4-person team led by Yishio consisted of Tang Ru, Steamed Bun, and Chen Gua. They overwhelmed any teams with a similar number of people. They would slaughter one group swiftly and then immediately move on to another. For any other normal player, they wouldn't be able to move on from one group to another so quickly, even in an ambush. Without the advantage of numbers, there was only 50% chance for a successful interception. If you wanted an advantage in numbers, then you would have to put in more people. This would result in the other side putting in more manpower as well. In the end, the boss fight would spiral out of control on the way. Most importantly, even if the conflict got out of control like this, neither side would gain an advantage. Yishio's team, on the other hand, was another matter entirely. With their vastly superior skill, he and his group could guarantee an easy 100% win rate. There were few players dwelling around Heshing City normally, and most people arriving had the same destination in mind, so they were all taking the same route. As Yishio's group swept through the area, players from various guilds were sent back to their respawn location. It wasn't until they saw everyone else respawn with them that they noticed something wasn't right. The effects of their ruthless slaughtering was clear when the 4 people finally slaughtered their way to the boss. Every guild's troops had been scattered around loosely except for Heavenly Justice, whose organized and complete lineup made the other guilds look even more miserable. Yixiu didn't say anything upon arrival and led the other 3 straight into the fray, but they didn't even target the boss. Instead, they went straight for the players. Noticing that the Lord had arrived, Lulan sent support in right away. With support, especially the help of clerics, Yixiu and the others became even more brutal. They swung their blades indiscriminately against anyone who didn't belong to Heavenly Justice. What a vicious way to snatch a boss, Lulan sighed as he watched the other guilds fall into complete disarray. Yixiu looked as if he wanted to clean the entire field. How domineering! The guilds only had so many people and none of them could stop the foe effectively. Cooperation, on the other hand, wasn't something that could be achieved easily among them. Yixiu's Lord Grim was charging around when a blade came out of nowhere, trying to interrupt his offense. Based on the timing of that attack, it was clearly one of rare strikes in this huge mess that had a clear purpose. Lord Grim jumped back to dodge it and swung his view towards the attacker. The team was extremely short on people, so Yixiu would pay extra attention to those with exceptional skill. When he turned around, he found that the attacker's ID was Blue Bridge Spring Snow. What a familiar name! Where have I heard this name before? Yixiu arrived at the answer after some time with the help of the guild tag Blue Brook before Blue Bridge Spring Snow's ID. Without it, Yixiu probably wouldn't have remembered. HM? Isn't this, what's his name's account? How has Blue River been doing recently? Yixiu finally said something other than a battle shout, a greeting. I'm Blue River, the opponent replied bitterly. Oh. It's you. So you've returned to the heavenly domain? Then don't you know who I am? Are you seeking your own death? Yixiu asked. Blue River was on the verge of bursting into tears. Did he want to come? No. However, in his current position and facing such adversity, he had no choice but to stand up and do something. 2 o'clock. But before Blue River could answer his question, Yixiu sped off towards the 2 o'clock direction after giving a shout. Stop running! Blue River chased right after him with a triple slash, but Lord Grim easily dodged with a side step. At the same time, Thousand Chant's umbrella transformed into a spear with a shake of his hand and pierced straight toward Blue River's character with a circle swing, slamming its victim into the ground. Run? This is called strategy. If you can't appreciate it, then don't comment. Yixiu commented, leading the other 3 away in the 2 o'clock direction. Indeed, those who didn't understand the situation well would think that Yixiu and the others were just randomly killing people. All their slaughtering was planned out by Yixiu with deliberation. Every action had a purpose behind it, to create openings for Lulan to snatch the boss. Yixiu had told Lulan beforehand. A few players from Heavenly Justice would help out Yixiu and his group, while the others would take the boss. Despite being slammed into the ground, Blue River not only got right back up, but he also gave chase immediately. There was no way he could just lay on the ground and pretend to be dead. Again? Hurry up and leave with your people. There is no way you'll get this boss. Yixiu sighed at Blue River, who was chasing after him. Blue River didn't answer. Instead, he simply pointed his blade at Lord Grim again. However, before he could reach his target, a flying kick sent him stumbling away and followed by a storm of fists and kicks mixed with some bricks. These were clearly the skills of a brawler, and the attacker was none other than Steam Bun Invasion. Kiddo! I'm beating you up to save you. If the boss is being so kind to you, then you have to appreciate it. If you make him mad, the consequences will be very severe. Steam Bun lectured while beating Blue River. Blue River's skill level was among top of the regular players and he had plenty of experience. Even though Steam Bun was improving very quickly, he couldn't render experts like Blue River completely powerless yet. This one-sided battle only took place because of Steam Bun's ambush. Before Blue River could even pick himself back up, Steam Bun overwhelmed him with a wave of chaotic attacks. Steen Bun had incredible mechanical skill. When he got the first hit, there was no chance for Blue River to escape the following onslaught. After being slammed into the ground by Lord Grim, he was now being kicked around like ball on the ground. There was no words that could describe the depression that Blue River felt. Looking around, he realized that all the people from Blue Brook were nowhere to be found, so there was no support. The more he thought about it, the more he admired himself. Where did I find the bravery to charge at all four of them? Did I really come here to kill myself? Chapter 648. Boss Spawn. Steen Bun didn't kill Blue Bridge Spring Snow. Yixiao called for him to come over, so he followed after the team to continue with their tactic. Yixiao's tactical intentions were very clear and precise. He didn't plan on completely controlling the situation. He just wanted to create chaos amongst all of the other guilds besides Heavenly Justice, leaving them as the sole guild that still had their calm and clear-headedness. They would be able to smoothly execute their plan by taking advantage of the chaos to snatch the boss. The other guilds were having trouble facing Yixiao's team. How could they still have the energy to deal with Heavenly Justice? Blue Bridge Spring Snow once again got up from the ground. He turned around and watched the chaotic battle going on. He opened up the list of names in his group. He could still see Blue Brook Guild members alive from this list, but he couldn't even see half of his people on the field. Blue River didn't know what to do in this situation. He could only continue charging forward recklessly. Cheering on the sidelines and pretending to be dead didn't suit his personality. "How's the boss going?" Yixiao messaged Lulan/. He had kept a clear mind from start to finish. The chaos that they had brought to the field would only last for a while. During this time, Heavenly Justice needed to establish their advantage over the boss. This was extremely crucial. "Don't worry," Lulan/ replied. His skill level was much higher than normal players. Even Steen Bun or Tang Ru wouldn't have an easy time against Lulan/. Because Lulan/ and the rest of his team were unrivaled in the game, they thought that once they entered the professional scene, they would immediately be able to be a runner-up for the championship title. Otherwise, if they could only barely win against normal players and thought that they had the strength to be champions, it would only indicate their stupidity. After dispatching a few of his players to support Yixiao's team, everyone else focused on the boss. He and his team members were very noticeable compared to normal players. "Hurry up!" Yixiao saw that the guild players were continuously streaming in. As the enemy numbers rose, the effects of their killing would diminish. Understood. After reading Lulan/ reply, he noticed a sword light flying towards him. Yixiao had Lord Grim dodge. He turned his head helplessly. "When did you become so shameless?" "Shameless?" Blue River was about to go crazy. "What type of evaluation was that? Everyone was fighting for the boss. You're causing chaos everywhere. I'm attacking you for a completely logical and proper reason, and yet you call me shameless? If you really want to die, there's nothing I can do to stop you." Yixiao sighed. "Senior, leave him to me," Steen Bun shouted as he threw a brick. This time, Blue River was prepared. How could he let Steen Bun surprise him so easily? He stepped to the side and countered with a slash of his sword, but another brick smashed into his face. Steen Bun obviously couldn't throw a second brick so quickly. Skills had cooldowns. This brick had been thrown by Yixiao's Lord Grim. Unspecialized characters could still use this brawler skill. Blue River was stunned by this brick. His character couldn't move, but he could still hear. He heard Yixiao lecture Steen Bun, "Steen Bun, this is a team battle, not a 1v1. We have to attack as a group and use the quickest method to kill the targets. No matter how weak the opponent is, you can't get careless." Blue River really wanted to die. He was weak compared to a god, but he was still one of Blue Brook Guild's 5 great experts. In the heavenly domain, whether it was in terms of equipment or skills, he was at the peak. How could he stand being called weak? Then, he heard Steen Bun reply, "Senior, that makes a lot of sense. Tang Ru and I will go up together." The 3-second stun from the brick cleared up. Blue River immediately wanted to move, but the other side had listened to their teacher's lesson and moved forward together. No matter how skilled Blue River was, he wouldn't be able to defend against the both of them at the same time. Steen Bun and Tang Ru quickly killed him. Yixiao said, soon after Blue River died, his equipment is pretty good. Make sure you take any items that he dropped. Blue River completely collapsed after that. After hearing Yixiao's reminder, Blue River saw that he had dropped equipment. When he respawned, he immediately opened his inventory. He hadn't dropped just one equipment, but two, his shoulder piece and his necklace equips. No one would be completely unfazed upon losing equipment, even a top-tier expert like Blue River. And because of his high skill level, he rarely died, so his equipment didn't often drop. As a result, when he lost equipment, the feeling of loss was even worse. But against a god, how could he say anything after being crushed? Blue River could only sigh at his poor luck. Soon afterwards, he messaged the players still alive, retreat. His heroic efforts made him feel like he had already tried his best. With his skill level, he could figure out Yixiao's intentions. He tried to block him, but wasn't that the same as trying to stop a train with a mantis? Continuing on was pointless. Blue Brook Guild withdrew. Blue River reported back to Changing Spring. It's fine. It's just a level 55 boss. What a rare sight. Changing Spring typed a few words to console him. Changing Spring felt it was shame that Blue River suddenly stopped working in the normal servers and didn't want to PvP in the heavenly domain. In this day and age, it was very hard to find high-skilled players. High-skilled and reliable players were even more difficult to find. Blue River was undoubtedly one such person. If not, Changing Spring wouldn't have picked him to lead Blue Brook Guild in the new server. However, this new server unexpectedly caused their guild to lose a valuable asset. Changing Spring was unhappy, but also helpless towards Blue River's condition. He could only hope for his mentality to return to normal. The fight for the boss didn't go well, but Changing Spring obviously wouldn't scold him. He had to console him at this moment. Sigh, Lord Grimm suddenly popped up and made a mess. Blue River said, if it weren't for Lord Grimm, Blue Brook Guild probably would have gotten the boss. Changing Spring was shocked. He clearly hadn't received any information about Lord Grimm suddenly showing up in this boss battle. He had went into hiding for so long that everyone had almost forgotten about his existence. Of course, they would never forget about him, but because he hadn't done anything in a long time, they pretended like he had disappeared. In the past, they had attempted to suppress this god, but time after time proved that the correct thing to do was pray and hope this god wouldn't cause trouble for them. The expenses invested into suppressing one person had been very large and the results were minuscule, so no one really wanted to do it. Unless the god provoked them, they wouldn't take the initiative to bring trouble for themselves. This god had been quiet for a long period of time, so everyone was able to live together in harmony, but now, he suddenly popped up again. In this instant, Changing Spring had an ominous foreboding. After coming out of hiding, he probably wouldn't be going back into hiding so fast. The guilds had predicted this god to come out sooner or later. He was planning on forming a team, which directly conflicted with the interests of the club guilds, so they would have to clash sooner or later. Why else did they want to suppress Lord Grimm when he entered the heavenly domain? Unfortunately, they failed to suppress him and eventually settled the matter by leaving him alone. Now, he had appeared again. A true boss has respawned. Changing Spring's worries weren't over yet. A message on QQ popped up. Changing Spring looked and saw that it was a message from the discussion group, which had been quiet after Lord Grimm went into hiding. It was the discussion group between the top guilds about how to handle Lord Grimm. Changing Spring checked the message. The person who sent the message was Tyrannical Ambitions Jiangyu. He only said 5 words, "Did you hear about it?" Changing Spring could feel the seriousness in these 5 words. He was certain that the others felt it too because Herb Garden's Arasima replied, F***CK. He's back. All of us knew he'd return eventually. Sigh. There's a difference this time. A total of 4 people have reached the heavenly domain from the 10th server. All of them are his people. And all of them entered without being max level too. How did he find all of the experts in that server? The guilds clearly hadn't stopped paying attention to Lord Grimm's side. They just hadn't said anything about it. I didn't see the ghost blade though. Someone said. He'll appear sooner or later. What do we do now? What's the situation so far? What else? Let's just go to bed. This time, he seems to have allied with Heavenly Justice. Weren't they always partners? Doesn't this complicate things even more then? The guilds were at a loss. This god alone was already difficult enough to deal with, and Heavenly Justice wasn't easy to bully either. In terms of strength, the top guilds were still quite a bit stronger than Heavenly Justice, but Heavenly Justice was aware of this fact as well, so they looked for other places to fight. They tussled using their identity as clubs. Using several good opportunities to bring up hype about their guild, Heavenly Justice pushed themselves into a very subtle position. Even though the top guilds wanted to ally together and eliminate them, they didn't dare to. They were afraid of public opinion on this matter. They were afraid the players would accuse them of suppressing all enemies. The guilds couldn't openly suppress Heavenly Justice, so they could only do it in the dark. The reason Heavenly Justice was having a hard time getting bosses wasn't just an issue of strength. Right now, they were the enemies of every guild, so it was difficult for them to find any foothold in these kinds of competition. When the guilds cooperated with each other temporarily in these sorts of chaotic battles, they would never cooperate with them. The top guilds could only pressure them in this way. If they were too obvious and direct, with Heavenly Justice's previous actions, Heavenly Justice would certainly blow it out of proportions and gain the sympathy of many fans. Heavenly Justice's actions truly made the other guilds envious and disdainful. However, the clubs had given them the order to not give Heavenly Justice any more opportunities. Under this order, they couldn't make any big movements against Heavenly Justice. Now that these two difficult opponents had allied together, the guild leaders were about to go bald from stress. Chapter 649. The day before the finals. While the guild smashed their heads against the walls thinking about how to deal with these two difficult opponents, the level 55 wild boss saw King Muqiu was killed. The battle concluded without any suspense. In the end, Heavenly Justice snatched the boss away. The top guilds didn't care too much about a level 55 boss, but their indignance wasn't because of this boss, but because it was a new era of dark times. When Yixiu's party had rushed over to the boss fight, Lulan had added them to his guild. In the group channel, everyone could clearly see what items Lulan had obtained. God, which ones do you want? You pick first. Lulan privately messaged Yixiu. Sure. Yixiu wasn't polite. He didn't take too few or too many. He picked out enough materials that were equivalent in value to the few he didn't take. This was a tacit agreement between the two sides. Lulan was generous and Yixiu was aware that if they wanted their good relations to continue in the long term, there would need to be many subtle agreements. Today went very smoothly. If I get any more information, I'll notify you immediately. Lulan was in a good mood. No problem. As long as I'm online. Yixiu replied. This was one issue that couldn't be resolved. Because they only had a limited number of hands, Yixiu couldn't stay in game for 24 hours like the top guilds. Yixiu's group needed to rest. There was nothing they could do about letting many of the bosses go. Why else would Yixiu hope to encounter higher-level bosses? There are still a lot of bosses left. Keep up the hard work. Lulan said. Oh? How many are left? Yixiu lacked information about wild bosses. When a wild boss was killed, the system would publicly announce it, but keeping track of the remaining wild bosses required someone to do so. Furthermore, it was possible that he might not be on or simply failed to notice the system announcement. I'll send you the list. Sure enough, Lulan was very active with this kind of work. He had an organized list of which bosses had been killed for the week. A list of data was sent over. The heavenly domain continued to expand. There were currently 69 maps between level 55 to level 70. Apart from the wild boss in each map, there were also wild bosses that appeared under special circumstances. Adding it all up, the total number of wild bosses amounted to 74. Among these, 20 of them were level 70 bosses. These level 70 bosses were, without a doubt, the most important ones. When more than one boss appeared, the top guilds would prioritize these 20 bosses over the rest. These 20 bosses were the most difficult PvE content available in Glory. Even without outside interference, a club guild couldn't guarantee certain victory against one. It wouldn't be the first time a boss had swept up in a river of blood and completely wiped the field. Muqiu opened up the boss count for this week. Of these 20 bosses, 7 of them had already been killed and 13 of them still remained. Adding that together with the other wild bosses, there were a total of 43 bosses remaining, over half. It seems like we'll be pretty busy. Chen took a glance at the list and made a comment. The more we meet the better. Muqiu said. We can't miss a single opportunity. Chen added. They continued to level while waiting for Lulan/news, but everything continued to be silent. Muqiu paid attention to the system announcements on the global chat, but he didn't notice any announcement of a wild boss being killed, so it wasn't Heavenly Justice's fault. Nighttime soon arrived and not a single boss had spawned. Lord Grim had finally reached level 70 though, so he no longer needed to worry about being suppressed because of his level anymore. How sad. To think not a single boss would spawn. Lulan/ messaged in sorrow. There's nothing that can be done. Muqiu was also helpless. It was all by chance. You would think that, with so many bosses available, one of them would appear, but no matter how much you wanted one to spawn, it just wouldn't. What could you do? I'm going to go watch the match. Lulan/ said his goodbyes. The finals were about to start. Keep a watch on the bosses. Muqiu hastily reminded. Finals. Lulan/ stressed as if Muqiu didn't know. Watch the game while watching the match. Muqiu said. The problem is that it isn't just me. At this time, I won't be able to get anyone under me to keep an eye out for them, Lulan/ said. Muqiu thought about it and had to agree. It was almost 8. Usually, it would be peak hours for the game at this time, but looking at the heavenly domain right now, it was as if it were the middle of the night. For an important match that only took place once a year, if you said you weren't going to watch it, you would certainly be looked down upon. How could you even be considered a Glory fan after saying that? It wasn't just casually taking a look either. It was a put everything aside and watch. For Chen, there wasn't anyone left for him to lead. All of them had gone to watch the finals. As guild members of a participating team, if they didn't watch the match, they would be suspicious of pretending to be a fan of Samsara. However, club guilds were still club guilds. The core elites were semi-professional gamers. Watching wild bosses every day was part of their regular work. Most of the guild members could take breaks to watch the finals, but did that mean employees could? As a result, there were still people from the big guilds wandering about. This wasn't something Lulan/ could do. Even though their team was planning on officially joining next season, their guild was still a player guild. There was nothing he could do if no one wanted to work at this time. This is the sort of time when an opportunity might appear. Everyone is watching the finals, so if we focus on looking for bosses instead, we might reap enormous profit. Don't forget that a lot of the bosses haven't spawned yet. What if several suddenly spawned during the match? You're about to become a pro player and you still care about watching the match live? When you study matches, you have to keep on replaying them until you want to vomit. Missing a match isn't going to be the end of the world. Muqiu urged Lulan/. The content of the match is secondary. More important is getting to know who this season's champion will be. Lulan/ said. Samsara. Muqiu said. HM. Lulan/ immediately realized, you sold the guide to Samsara. Isn't that obvious? Didn't you notice that Samsara's characters suddenly improved drastically? Muqiu said. I heard about it. Lulan/ said. And now you know the reason. But that doesn't necessarily mean that they'll win the finals for certain, no. Lulan said. If they play badly, then there's nothing to be said. Yixiu said. So you're saying that as long as they play normally, Samsara will definitely win? Lulan said. I don't want to say it's guaranteed, but I favor Samsara. Yixiu said. Now I want to see the match even more, Lulan said. Just leave your game open on the side. If some information comes up, just notify me. It's not like everyone in your guild is gone. Just have them be on the lookout for wild bosses. Yixiu said. All right. Lulan gave in. I hope to hear some good news. Yixiu said. I hope a boss doesn't appear. Lulan only had the match in his heart. It hadn't been easy to convince Lulan to not miss this opportunity. Yixiu obviously had to keep an eye out in-game as well. When they watched matches in Happy, they usually didn't go downstairs. They used the projector in their practice room. Everything had been set up already, but Chen wasn't there. The internet cafe naturally became more crowded because it was time for the finals. As the boss, Chen personally went down to watch over everything in case something unexpected came up. You're not going to watch the match? Chen saw that Yixiu was still playing the game. The match would be starting in a few minutes. The two sides were already seated. Yixiu once again explained to Chen how good of an opportunity it was right now. Chen was slightly moved by his words, but he still refuted, I'm still Blue Rain's former captain. I feel like I should seriously support my mother team. You just sold a huge advantage to your mother team's opponents. Yixiu reminded. Oh. Chen slapped his forehead. He suddenly seemed to have just realized what he had done. That's why I'm saying. Let's dungeon instead. Yixiu said. His Lord Grim headed towards a level 70 dungeons. When he got to level 70, he needed to carefully pay attention to his equipment. Self-made equipment was his final goal. For now, he could only make do with what the game currently provided for him. Yixiu had some ideas of what orange, purple, and blue equipment that he wanted. What dungeon? Chen asked. He looked towards Yixiu's screen and raised his eyebrows. He immediately cursed, F***ck, how am I supposed to watch while clearing this dungeon? Yixiu was standing outside a 5-person level 70 dungeon entrance. Chen knew that with their skill, the two of them could beat the dungeon, but it wouldn't be that easy for them either. They still had to pay attention and not make any mistakes. Under that sort of situation, how could he give any attention towards watching the match? If he wanted to watch, while playing, he would need to be playing in one of those low-level dungeons, where he could close his eyes and still clear it easily. It's not just us two, so it'll be a bit easier. Yixiu said and called over Tang Ru and Steamed Bun. Tang Ru wasn't too conflicted about not watching the match. Steamed Bun was the same. When he heard the call, he immediately rushed over. Tang Ru's Soft Mist and Steamed Bun Invasion had been level 70 for some time now, but their equipment still wasn't any good. They were all equipment from small 5-player dungeons. Their equipment was far from the quality of those that came out of 100-player dungeons. The 3 players entered a dungeon. The clock hit 8 and the finals officially started. Yixiu started by pulling the first wave of monsters in the dungeon. We don't even have a cleric. No matter how many people we have, it won't be enough to watch the match at the same time. Chen grumbled. He felt like he had been scammed by Yixiu. Without a cleric, he would need to be careful to not get hit. In this kind of situation, he couldn't get distracted. Chapter 650. Doing 2 things at once. Left. Interrupt. Retreat. The constant yelling that was coming from Happy's practice room almost completely drowned out the commentary for the finals. It was hard to believe that these guys were running an easy 5-player dungeon, even more so with 2 former pros and 2 mechanically skilled players. After taking care of another chaotic situation, the 4 of them released a sigh of relief. It wasn't that the dungeon was hard, but rather that none of them were fully focused on their playing. Even Yi Xiu, who had urged everyone to run the dungeon, also gave a few glances at the ongoing match from time to time. A slight misstep and the situation devolved into chaos. Their progress through the dungeon was not going smoothly. Every small wave of monsters was as if they had encountered a final boss. If not for their high skill levels, who knew how many times they would have died already? In the end, they failed to clear the dungeon with still a third of the dungeon left to go. I say, if we really need equipment, instead of running dungeons, why not just find a few players wandering around and kill them? Chen said angrily. In his eyes, obtaining equipment like how normal players got theirs through running dungeons was a complete waste of time. Instead, if they saw good equipment on a player, it would be more efficient to just directly treat that player like a boss and kill him for his equipment to drop. In addition, this method was less reliant on luck. If you wanted a certain class's equipment, then just kill a player of that class. A battle mage obviously wouldn't wear a blade master's equipment. Finding a specific piece of equipment by running dungeons was much more troublesome. There were a total of 24 classes in Glory and each class had their own respective equipment. Very few classes shared equipment. In the dungeon that they had just run, they hadn't found any suitable equipment from the 2 bosses that they had managed to kill. The only thing they could do with equipment for other classes was sell them or find someone to trade with, which was also very time-consuming. Chen felt that doing this sort of proper and upright practice was beneath him. Aren't you afraid of the boss kicking you out if you randomly kill people for equipment? Yi Xiu said. It's not like she's here right now. Steen Bun, Little Tang, you won't tell her, right? Chen said, it's you guys who will be getting the equipment. Stop with your nonsense. Yi Xiu said. This really isn't a good way of doing things. Even using money to buy equipment is more worthwhile. The time needed is too high otherwise. Chen said. Do you think I don't know that? I really need an equipment from this dungeon and I didn't see it in the market. Yi Xiu said. What do you need? Chen asked. Rising Wind Pendant. Yi Xiu said. Oh, that one. You want to stack jumping power. Chen immediately understood. It was a fairly famous piece of equipment. Anything that came out of a 5-player dungeon wouldn't be considered too valuable. Its base stats, such as its magic resistance, couldn't compare to drops from 10-player, 20-player, or 100-player dungeons. The tiny bit of intelligence and spirit bonus wouldn't move any magic class, but its +8 to jumping power was its only highlight. It was the highest bonus of any pendant. However, whether this +8 to jumping power was worth sacrificing magic resistance and even other base stats was something that needed to be considered. Normally, any class that didn't require intelligence or spirit wouldn't even consider this pendant. The sacrifice was too much. However, Yi Xiu's Lord Grimm was an unspecialized character, which could use skills from all of the 24 classes. Any stat was valuable to him, so he had decided on this pendant. However, even though this Rising Wind Pendant came out of a 5-player dungeon, it was still an orange equipment, so it naturally had a very low drop rate. With a very low drop rate and a low demand, no one would treat this kind of equipment as a valuable good. This dungeon had been one of the first level 70 dungeons to be added to the game, so few players came. As a result, it was rare to see a Rising Wind Pendant in the market. Yi Xiu could only depend on his luck. Chen was quite clear about the circumstances, so he didn't say anything more. The finals had already reached the team competition portion. In the previous individual and group competitions, the 2 teams each had their own victories. In the individual competition, Blue Rain had sent Yu Feng as the starter. This all-star level berserker didn't disappoint and gave Blue Rain a good opening. In the next 2 rounds, each of them won 1. After the individual competition ended, Blue Rain had a total of 2 points, while Samsara had 1. The scoring for the playoffs were slightly different than it was in the regular season. The individual competition wasn't any different. Each round was worth 1 point. The group arena was worth more points than normal. It was worth 2.5 points. On the other hand, the final team competition was worth fewer points than normal. It was only worth 4 points. As a result, each match was worth 9.5 points. For both the home and away games, there were a total of 19 points possible. As long as neither of the matches in the home and away games were complete opposites of each other, there would never be a situation where both teams had equal points. Of course, a tiebreaker still had to be considered. If both teams tied, they would add an additional competition to decide the winner. Yixiu and the other four also glanced at the group arena competition following from time to time. In the end, Samsara won. Samsara currently held the lead with 3.5 points to Blue Rain's 2. The team competition was always the highlight of the match, whether it was in the regular season or in the playoffs. Most matches would be decided here. After a short break, the team competition began. The two sides readied themselves as the screen showed their lineups. On Samsara's side, Captain Zhu Zikai and Vice-Captain Jiang Buite would obviously be leading the team. Next was a grappler player, Lu Buiyuan, an assassin player, Wu Qi, a cleric player, Fang Minghua, and their sixth player was a blade master player, Du Ming. On Blue Rain's side, the three all-stars, Captain Yu Wenju, Vice-Captain Huang Xiaoqian, and Berserker player Yu Feng would be competing. Next was a Spitfire player, Sheng Xian, a Paladin player, Xu Jingxi, and the sixth person was a Qi Master player, Song Srao. Both teams had Blade Masters, but the one on Samsara's side, Du Ming, was their reserve player. On the other hand, Blue Rain's Huang Xiaoqian was their ace player. Of the two healing classes, which would directly be opposing each other, one team had a cleric, while the other had a paladin. Healers were essential in the pro scene. They would almost always appear in the team competitions. It had been proven through countless matches that pure offensive teams weren't dependable enough in the pro alliance. Pure offensive teams could sometimes win in an astonishing display of prowess, but consistently performing at that high of a level was way too difficult. At least, up until now, any team that had tried to attempt a pure offensive style had vanished like smoke in thin air. Paladins and clerics were both priest classes. Both of them had healing skills and could be considered specialized healers. When clerics weren't healing, clerics had other spells to restrict or attack their opponents. On the other hand, when paladins weren't healing, their defensive stats were outstanding. They would often take a damaging role or be a main tank like a knight. Oftentimes, just by looking at whether the healer was a cleric or a paladin, one could usually guess what style the team was planning to use. Teams with a cleric were more offense-oriented. They preferred to use damage to control the battle. Teams with a paladin usually played a slower and steadier pace. Samsara and Blue Rain had each settled on a style. Samsara's offensive capabilities didn't need to be questioned. While Blue Rain wasn't considered a defense-oriented team, their team was more balanced. Are we going to be watching the match or continue with the dungeon? Seeing that they might even miss the team competition, Chen felt a bit reluctant. It was the finals. As pro players, they were still huge fans of Glory. Even if they didn't have any emotional investment into the teams playing, watching high-level play was always a treat. Fine. Let's watch. Yixiu felt a bit reluctant too. He had wanted to watch the match while running the dungeon, but it seemed that they couldn't do both at the same time. Now that it was the team competition, he didn't want to continue either. Let's watch the match first. Chen immediately let go of his mouse. The four characters stood in the middle of the dungeon as their players watched the match. The lineups on the two teams were introduced. Each character had their own characteristics. Afterwards, the commentator and guest made predictions. Whether or not Samsara's skill points had improved was no longer a secret. It was just that no one had an exact number and Samsara naturally wouldn't announce it to the public. The commentator and guest made their guesses. When Yixiu and the others heard their guesses, they knew that they were being too conservative. None of them dared to say that Samsara had characters with maxed out skill points. They only guessed that these characters might have the most skill points in all of Glory. Then again, Yixiu didn't know if Zhu Zikai's or Jiang Buitao's character actually reached 5,000 skill points or not. According to the drop rate, it shouldn't have been a problem, but who knows if their luck turned sour. After listening to the commentary by the commentator and guest for a while, the match officially began. A team's placing in the regular season could give the team an advantage in the playoffs. For example, Team Blue Rain was first place in the regular season, so for the 2 matches played in the finals, Team Blue Rain would play their first match as their away game and their second match as their home game. This allowed them to figure out how to fully utilize their home game advantage based on how the first game went. The first match of the finals would be Samsara's home game, so they had the right to pick the map. In the end, Samsara picked the map Grass Blowing in the Wind. This was a map filled with tall grass, so the terrain could provide protection to the team. However, the tall grass only blocked vision. It didn't help defend against an attack. To use this as their map, Samsara was clearly planning on making aggressive attacks. There were many different ways a team could use a map to their advantage, but they generally followed one rule. After the map was chosen and the 2 teams gave their okay, they would quickly start the match. The camera swirled around the map as the audience cheered. The 2 teams immediately began moving as soon as they loaded in. Samsara were obviously very familiar with the chosen map. Their 5 characters headed towards the other team's spawn point. Blue Rain wasn't a complete stranger to this map. An old powerhouse like Blue Rain wouldn't have a map that they had absolutely no knowledge of. Team Blue Rain quietly set out as well. Their ace player Huang Xiaoqian and his troubling Rain had already disappeared amidst the grass blowing in the wind.